Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to this edition of Dry Time. We're back at our normal 5 o'clock slot on this February 9th. Hope everyone is doing well. Joined, of course, by my co-hosts, Showtime Sarah and Scooter. Showtime, how you doing this lovely Monday?
It's a Monday for sure. I've had on and off weeks of online and in-person class, so I think I'm actually gonna have a full week of in-person classes. So I'm
Whoa.
trying to get everything set up again, like, because I mean, like, don't get me wrong, like I've been learning virtually, but like I have to process my brain being like, okay, what did I like actually learn during part of the process? I also think I find out both of my exam scores tomorrow, so I'm scared.
Yes, you have to let me know, and then I'll let you know if you're in trouble or not. So, Scooter, how you doing on this Monday?
Good. Showtime, you'll have reoccurring nightmares in like 10, 15, 20, 30, 40 years down the road about even in the movie Top Secret, they make it where you're going to dream about you're going to accidentally skip an exam or you're not going to hand in your paper and you never did it. It will happen.
I've had
Oh,
some weird dreams lately, so I don't. I'll believe you. I'll probably get there.
Yeah, yeah. For me, it would be like normal. The dream would be I actually handed it in on time. So that would be me. No, I'm doing great, trying to keep warm out here. So
Oh my god,
hey,
yeah.
we're supposed to hit 50 here tomorrow.
all right, we were 7.
I think we're gonna get
So,
60.
we did somehow get to 28 today, so I'll take that.
We
So,
did get 28 today, yeah.
we'll get into the Olympics a little bit later, but the U.S. Women's game just went final. They officially beat Switzerland 5-0. So I'll flip it over to the Canada game real quick. But before we do that, let's go ahead here and get this show started, if we shall. Of course, you can watch us live on YouTube, Facebook, and now we are also over on the X. And then, of course, now you can also get us 24/7 on YouTube, but you can also listen to us the next day on Spotify, iHeartRadio, Apple Podcasts, Amazon Music, Pocket Casts, Podbean, and Castbox. So pretty much we are everywhere, as the gentleman Jack always likes to say. So we'll get that little fun stuff out of the way, but now it's time to get into our football roundabout. And I'm going to start this off, of course. If you didn't get a chance to catch the Super Bowl show yesterday that the guys did, and I was on there for a very brief moment, I was having connection issues in between going from hockey rinks to different stuff. But just spectacular show that the guys put off. They had Chris Russell on, one of the legends of sports talk radio in the DC area, and he was on with a good bit with the guys. Phenomenal show. So if you didn't get a chance to see that, definitely go catch that out. It was one of the best shows that we've probably had on the network. But a lot of the guys got a chance to give their thoughts on Sonny Jurgensen. I know Scooter is also a huge Commanders fan. So Scooter, I wanted to give you a chance on this show to go ahead and give your thoughts on Sonny with his passing earlier last week.
Well, I'm no Chris Russell, no Rooster, cock-a-doodle-doo, but I will say this: it was sad to see Sonny go. I mean, I got a pic. You can't see it, but it's the bottom picture down there. That's a signed autograph by Sonny himself. Sonny was amazing. We loved him, listening to him on the. I didn't even grow up in Washington D.C. area, and I still was able to listen to some of the stuff on the radio. I mean, he goes back to doing Super Bowl 17, and he's on the highlight clips of Super Bowl 17. If you ever watch those are great. But he is a Wilmington, North Carolina guy. So he's from your kind of neck of the woods down there. He went to Duke. He was a great Duke quarterback. Then he went to the Eagles, and he was there for 7 seasons. Most of that time he didn't play until the last 2 seasons he was there. But then he got swapped for Norm Snead, who was a quarterback in Washington, young quarterback in Washington. So they swapped him out in 64, which ironically was the same time that Sam Huff, came to Washington via the Giants. So both Sam and Sonny wound up coming from different rivals, and then they wound up in the broadcast booth for years and years and years with another genius, Frank Herzog, who was amazing too. Still with us, thankfully. Frank is great, but Sonny J, we'll miss him. Cool story is that I once went to a Florida Panther Washington Capitals game down in Florida, down at Sunrise, and my brother he started up this SB Nation blog called the Litterbox Cats, which is still around today. He's no longer a part of it, and so he needed to get a picture of this like jet blue tail fin. So we were going over to take a picture. And next thing I know, there is Sonny Jurgensen sitting there smoking a cigar, wearing a Redskin jersey, just shooting the crap with some guy. And we all ran up to him and said, "We apologize. Can we get your picture?" And he was so thrilled to do that too. So he was a great guy. And Washington will miss him tremendously. He's a great Hall of Famer. Uh, he's one of the few great quarterbacks of that era who passed for more touchdowns than interceptions. You look at all those great, like the Joe Namath of the time of that era, most of them all had more interceptions than touchdowns. But Sonny had 255 touchdowns to 189. So he's a great player. Vince Lombardi thought he was the best quarterback he's ever seen. So there's something about that too. So, God bless him in Washington.
Yeah, I mean that's from when I lived in that DC area in the 90s. Like that's my only memories of him, of course, are on the radio, and he was great. Like I wasn't a Commanders Redskins fan at the time, but I didn't mind listening to their broadcast either because he was always entertaining. And especially when we're not watching the game and all you have is the radio, you want that voice to be entertaining and keep you like from wanting to turn on and see listen to a song on the radio, and he did that. So it's sad, and I know it's a heartbreaker for a lot of folks because I think everyone loved him in that role too, along with the player role. So it's definitely a tough one for a lot of Redskin Commander fans, and it's I feel for you guys on that one. So
yeah,
Sarah, I know
he was just real quick. He would call out his own radio guys if they said something stupid.
He was not a homer like a lot of these guys you hear today.
Right.
No way was he.
No way was he. And and he was able to do that too. It's sad day.
Yeah, and that's why I like this broadcast because especially with the NFL, they seem to be a little bit more homery on a lot of the NFL radio broadcasts. So I like it when you got a rare one that isn't afraid to call out the team when they do something bad or do a stupid play, and don't just blame everything on the refs or whatever that a lot of them like to do. So that's why I always like this broadcast. So I know that's a little bit before your time, so I assume you probably are not going to have much on Sonny.
I mean, it's cool that he's from Wilmington. I'll take that. And he went to Duke, ironically.
Yep. All right, so let's get into a little bit more. Of course, we'll get into the Super Bowl in and of itself here very shortly. But before that, they also did announce the Hall of Fame class of 2026. So I'll just bring up the names real quick, and then we'll go a little bit more into each one. It was Drew Brees, Larry Fitzgerald, Luke Kuechly, Adam Vinatieri, and then, of course, the great Roger Craig. So we'll start with Drew Brees and Larry Fitzgerald. They are first-time balloters. Drew's one of only two quarterbacks to throw for 80,000 yards, won a Super Bowl. Like, I get it. I got no problems with Drew Brees being a first-time Hall of Famer. Scooter, your thoughts on Drew Brees getting in on the first time?
I mean, yeah, makes sense. And so does Larry. Absolutely, 100%. He's the top 10 quarterbacks and wide receivers of all time. Larry Fitzgerald, probably top 5 wide receivers.
Yeah, Larry's number 2 behind some guy named Jerry Rice. So, I mean, besides that, he's number 2 in receptions and receiving yards. So both of those being first ballot Hall of Famers are no-brainers to me at all. I've got no problem with either one of them. I mean, Larry had many good years for me on my fantasy team too. So it's, we're now entering that point in time where guys that were on our fantasy teams, because our league's going on year 26 next year, more and more of these guys that were big juggernauts on people's teams are getting into the Hall of Fame, which just makes me feel even older in that sense, But it's kind of fun too to have that starting to happen. So, Sarah, any thoughts on Drew or Fitz?
Well, I do know Drew. I do know Drew. And obviously, I'm a fan of Luke because he was on the Panthers. I would say that both Drew and Luke are pretty well deserved. I'm not really familiar with the other names, but I'm at least happy with 2 of the 5 options.
2 of the 5. I like that. Luke, of course, Luke is the next one we'll get into. He's kind of a hard one because he only played 8 years. He had a lot of concussion issues over time, but he was an All-Pro, 5 of them, Defensive Player of the Year. He kind of reminds me, he's just one of those players where I don't know. I think I would like a larger sample size for me to be in the Hall of Fame, but you can't argue with the player in and of itself. Oh, Chechia just gets a goal on Canada, so they will not get shut out today. But yeah, I guess I can't really argue Luke being in. He was a great player, just had a career cut short, kind of like the Terrell Davis, which I'm not sure he should be in the Hall of Fame, but you know that sometimes it says the Midnight Rider likes to call it the Hall of Very Good, but I get the reason why Luke's in, and I can't really argue with it too much.
Yeah, I mean, Luke was a great player when he played, and I get it. 8 years. I mean, to me it's a little early putting him in the Hall of Fame when there's other guys that have been around, sticking around for decades in that position. Like, I'll just go by position, like with the linebacker position. They're still floating around, and those guys deserve to make it too. I can see him getting in like the 2030s, but they chose to put him in now, so there they go.
Yeah. Correspondent checking in with how short his career was. I don't think he should have gotten first ballot. I don't think this was his first ballot. I think this was his second ballot. Yeah, second ballot.
But I would
London
agree with
Fletcher
Keith on that. Fletcher should get in before Kuechly.
Yeah, I probably would agree with that, and I think that's what his point there too. At the end of that was that Fletcher deserves it first, which I agree with. I think that's too. If you're putting Kuechly in, then you definitely got London Fletcher better be in next year. But we all know that this doesn't always go the way that's supposed to go. So, and to help you out, Sarah, going on to Adam Vinatieri, 24-year kicker for the New England Patriots and then the Indianapolis Colts. He holds the record for 599 field goals made. He has the record for the most consecutive field goals at 44, and he's the overall all-time leading scorer with 2,673 points. So, not many kickers get in, but if you're going to have the kicker get in, it should be your leading kicker of all time. So I've got no issues with Vinatieri being in. I mean, he was always Mr. Consistent, all throughout his career.
I do believe he won two Super Bowls on field goals too, at least two.
Yep. And then of course there's the kick that he made in the famous
against the Raiders.
Yes, which I still, that was a goddamn fumble. I don't care what you say. It's F the Tuck rule and F New England. That's what I always say. So
I mean, New England didn't have to bring in the snowplow for this one. They did. Right. They had Vinatieri.
Yes.
It wasn't a unshoed Tony Franklin kick in a field goal.
Right, I remember that too. Yeah, the good old snowplow. Lots of fun with that. So, and then Roger Craig makes it. One of the all-time old school running back greats. He had 4-time Pro Bowl. Had one of a couple backs to have 1,000 rushing and receiving in one season, which he did back in 1985. So I've got no problems with Roger Craig being in either. He's one of these. He's in that class of running backs that at some point in time should get in. I'm glad to see that he did.
And here's the thing about Roger. Okay, so if you watched him play live, you're like, this is one of the best football players in the league. And you would say that for like 5, 6, 7 years. And it just happened to have Jerry Rice and Joe Montana, Steve Young, and this Bill Walsh, this amazing football team that he was on. But Roger Craig was amazing. Catching. I mean, was he the first one to have over 1,000 rushing and receiving yards? I think it was.
I think it was the second. It was him and Eric Dickerson that had the 1,000 rushing and receiving in the same season.
Yeah. And Roger Craig was an amazing player. Now I get that it waited a little bit. It's probably too long, but Roger definitely deserves him.
Yep. Yeah. So I got no problem with this 5-person class. Of course, a lot of people talk about the Belichick and the Eli Mannings and the Robert Krafts not getting in. I think the guys went into that a lot last week, so I'm not going to hit on it too much more than saying like we know it's a joke. Bill Belichick should be in the Hall of Fame, but for whatever reason they're doing what they're doing. I assume he's going to be in the class next year, unless he decides to come back to the NFL coach. Then he can't. But you'd have to assume that he's going to be in it next year. But that to me was. I enjoyed it just because of my hatred for New England, but looking at it realistically, like, come on, if he was eligible, he should have been in.
And I enjoy it for my hatred of UNC. So.
Okay, I will add that right after we play our commercial here in a second. So.
The one thing I'd like to say is, all these, there's many players that should be in the Hall of Fame, but just definitely like Joe Jacoby, left tackle, Washington Redskins, undrafted. He led the team to 4 Super Bowls. He won 3 Super Bowls. He was all decade in the 1980s. He had to go against LT. He had to go against Reggie White, Jim Jeffcoat. He had to go against all these guys that were sickeningly great. And they call it the blind side because he was the protector. He's, the Joe Theismann football leg breaking injury doesn't happen if Joe Jacoby played in that game.
True. I agree with that.
He blocked for 8 1,000-yard rushers. He blocked for 2 NFL MVPs. Okay, once a kicker, but 2 NFL MVPs, and he blocked for 3 Super Bowl MVPs. So,
Yeah.
and there's guys getting into the Hall of Fame who've never even played in a playoff game. And that's
true.
You know, and I'm not talking about Gale Sayers, and I'm not talking about Dick Butkus.
Yep. We'll save that for another show, another day. We can get into the fun that is the snubs of that for sure. So, all right, let's do a commercial real quick. And then after that, let's get into Super Bowl 60, what we liked, what we didn't like, and all that good stuff. We'll be right back. All right, there we have that. That's a little bit of fun there. So let's get into the Super Bowl. And of course, we're going to start with the national anthem because it is, of course, an Jose Can You Sing segment for me. So we get into that. The name of the singer was, Charlie Puth. And I'll be honest with you, I had no idea who this guy was. Never heard of him before. He's the first one probably of all the anthem singers that going into the anthem, I had no clue who he was or any of that stuff. But it was okay. Like, overall, I gave him a score of 42. He got a 9 in excitability, got a 9 in range, got a 9 in pitch. Was a little slow for me, so he lost some points there in 7, and style was an 8. Because again, it was fine. Like it was a bit slow. It wasn't great. It wasn't bad. It wasn't great. So I gave him a score of 42, which is about right in the middle of all the Super Bowl singers, because the Super Bowl's their own category is 60. So I gave him a 42. Did you guys have any thoughts on the anthem, Scooter? I'll start with you.
I mean, I thought it was good because it was made for the event. It was a spectacle national anthem. So it kind of almost felt like it was a national anthem that could have been done like the day before Christmas with, you had the Baptist choir singers, which is really nice. I like that part a lot. There's a lot of jazz in there, some bluesy, rhythm and blues. He was all over the place with some of the stuff, but I really liked a lot of what went into it. And by the way, are we going to talk about the flyover?
Sure, you can bring it up. I was going to bring it up, but yeah, go for it.
Yeah, I thought the flyover was amazing. The B-1B Lancer. That was the big, long, heavy-duty bomber that holds about 75,000 pounds worth of destruction, if you will. But it's nicknamed the Bone for B-1, the Bone. So those suckers have been around since the 70s.
Yeah, it was definitely very cool season. I'm trying to get my course right now. My mouse batteries run out at this point in time, so I'm trying to multitask here as best as I can. So, Sarah, any thoughts on the anthem or any of that fun stuff?
Okay. First of all, it's crazy that you rate Charlie Puth a 9 in pitch, because this is actually an artist who has, like, at least, I'm not sure like if it's perfect pitch, but whatever he hears a note out of it. If you fart, he'll tell you what note it is, and if it's a flat or sharp. If you burp, he knows what note it is. Like he has perfect pitch. So the fact that you rate him a 9, you can't rate him the 10. He literally has perfect pitch.
Well, that's what you think.
And also, like,
just a smidge left.
I'm not sure if you remember like our childhood and everything, but like he was a lot of this artist. I could play a couple of songs. I could go on the list. I love Charlie Puth. I'm offended that you rated him a 42. I get he was a little slow, but broken sing. So what? He got a little bit. He got into it. He got funky with it. Whatever. Like.
Well, it's okay. I mean, like I said, it wasn't terrible. It wasn't bad. It's just like Whitney Houston is the national anthem. Like that's the 50.
Okay, well, yeah, compared to Whitney Houston.
Chris Stapleton is a 49. Like he was, he's amazing. Jennifer Hudson was a 48. I'm not putting him in this list with any of these ones. It's just not quite there for me.
Yeah.
So. I mean, he's like I said, he didn't score terrible. It's a 42. 42 is a good, respectable score. It's just if he would have been a little bit, the slowness is what stopped him from being. I did think about a 10 on range and pitch. I did think about it, but then there's one little part that I just didn't. It was just a little off for me. So then he went down to a 9.
I'd like to see you try.
Well, no, I mean I'd be horrible at it, but that's okay. But that's not the bit. The bit is for me to rate. The bit for me is to rate the anthem. So you can thank Midnight Runner for this. Midnight Rider. Why did I say runner? Midnight Runner. my tongue is not working today.
We're
Midnight
doing-
Rider for this bit, because this was his idea way back when. So
Good.
yeah, but so here's the top 10. So I mean, Whitney is still number one. Chris Stapleton is a very close number two. Then I got three at 48: Jennifer Hudson, Carrie Underwood, and Demi Lovato. The late great Luther Vandross at 47. Even Mariah Carey, Beyonce, Jordan Sparks, and Mickey Guyton all had incredible ones at 47. And then there's a longer list at 46 that are all tied together too. So that's still the current top 10. I mean, he got the same score that John Baptiste did last year with the 42. So and the year before that was Reba, who I gave a 43. So
now, am I correct to say that Jordan Sparks' father actually won a Super Bowl?
I believe so. I think
The
you're correct
Giants?
on that. Yep, I believe that is correct. I think you're right, if I remember correctly.
So-
All right, so that's the anthem part. So now let's get into the
Myron
game.
Guyton, by the way, and I don't think that Guyton's related to Myron. Right.
Probably not. All right, so we get into the game last night. Of course, Seattle dominated this one 29-13. The Seattle defense just totally in control of this one. It was only 9-0 at the half. It was 19-7, and kind of, New England scored a touchdown and they got a quick 3 and out, and they were driving where maybe thought maybe they can turn this into a game, and then another turnover, and then it was over with from there. Just a few stats here. Kenneth Walker, 151 combined yards, won the MVP. Jason Myers goes 5 for 5 on field goal kicking. Drake May, 3 turnovers total, 27 for 43, ended up with 295, 2 touchdowns. A lot of that, of course, came in the fourth quarter, trying to come back. And then Sam Darnold, nothing great, but didn't have to be great. 19 for 38, 202, and 1 touchdown. Of course, the key for this one for me was the final score ending in 9-3, because I had 9-3 in a Super Bowl square. And, at first it's like when New England got the 7, I'm like, well, forget this. It's I'm probably toast now. And then it got to 9 again. And I'm like, And then one of my buddies sent me a text saying, hey, New England gets a touchdown. They go for 2 and don't get it. It's 29-13. And I'm like, it's not going to happen. He'll kick the extra point just because it's New England. And then they didn't kick the extra point. And I'm like, 29-13. And then Kenneth Walker runs in that touchdown. And I'm sitting there like just going, you got to be fucking kidding me. Like, I can't believe that no one tackled him. And then I thought he would just go down because that was going to be the end of the game. And no, he runs into the end zone. And then I see the little flag come up. And I was like, it's got to be holding. It's got to be holding. And it was holding. I've never celebrated a holding penalty more in my life than I did last night, because it ended up winning, because then no one else, New England doesn't have enough time to score. I get the big $200 square at the end, and it's been a long time since I've won a square. So I was very happy, and now Seattle is officially my second favorite team. So there's my thoughts on the game. Scooter, I'll let you go next.
Let's not forget about New England's defense. Really played extraordinarily great. I thought the whole game, little by little, because New England wasn't scoring, it was hurting their defense, because it allowed Seattle just to get the ball back. And you can have a great defense. Seattle's going to get the ball back that many times. I mean, you're on dying time there. But Christian Gonzalez was amazing. I mean, he was the best player on the Patriots, dying far. I mean, he could have had a few of these interceptions, but he stopped multiple touchdowns. There's no way about that. And Jason Myers, 5 for 5. That's a record. He is a Marist College graduate, which is in Poughkeepsie, New York. And I actually I got into Marist College, but I chose to go to University of Hartford.
Oh, all right. I gotta go to that. All right, Sarah. Well, I update that. What are your thoughts from the game? Anything you want to add in for the game?
Okay, first of all, a lot of people are saying it's a fraud check on Drake May. This is his second year, guys. We do not need to be saying if he's a bust, because it's, again, second year. He's the second youngest quarterback to make the Super Bowl. I don't actually know who's the first. I don't know if you guys know that
Tom Brady.
information. Huh?
Tom Brady.
Oh, no. Okay, that's not a shocker there.
Some other guy.
And then I think third is David Woodley, or Dan Marino, and then David Woodley.
Oh, okay, cool. He would have been the youngest person to win a Super Bowl. This is a crazy stat for such a young kid. Like, it's just because he lost his Super Bowl game. Don't get me wrong, his performance wasn't great, but that does not overlie his entire career. He is not a fraud. He is not a bust. Like, it's not these people are crazy for even like mentioning that. It's his second year, and I know I shouldn't be so nice because he's from UNC, but I have to be because it's just it's crazy. Like he had such a good like what it was like just such a good second year. Like it's he still needs to be appreciated. But obviously, like you said, Seattle. You guys have said like Seattle has basically dominated that entire game. I mean, first half, I'm gonna be so honest, it was so boring.
Yeah.
I barely paid attention because I'm like, it's just field goals. This is gonna be a field goal like Super Bowl. And then obviously it started getting interesting, and I unfortunately think that New England kind of woke up a little too late. Because I mean they got that 7 and then they got the freaking touchdown with like 4 minutes left in the fourth quarter. I'm like, where was this? Like, if they had like maybe a couple more minutes, maybe it would have been closer. Of course, like I could see why they went for that 2-point converter, but I'm just like, it's not going to make a difference. You're not going to be able to get another round. Like,
I
you would have
appreciated it.
you would have to. Well, yeah, I know you did, but you would have to hope for a like miracle to get several interceptions in a row. And with how Seattle was performing that entire time, it just wasn't there. But I mean, like I said, I wanted the Pats to win. I think it would have been definitely a better story, but I mean, Seattle's been the better team all year round, the entire season. It makes sense why they won. So kudos to them.
Yeah, I mean, I thought, when we did our predictions 2 weeks ago, as we did the Olympic show last week, I thought Seattle was going to kill them. You're correct, 100% correct, Scooter. If it wasn't for the New England defense, this game could have easily been a 56 to something score. New England's defense kept them in this game for sure. So I tip the cap to them. I think some of it too, Sarah, to your point, is just, I think people are just, people like to hate New England and like to see them not do well. And again, New England's road to this Super Bowl was pretty easy. I mean, they went through 3 teams with not the greatest quarterback situations going on themselves. So I think a lot of people weren't, this was his chance to show. But again, even through those games, Drake May wasn't the greatest, but he didn't cost them the game either. And I wouldn't say that he cost them this game either, but he didn't help either. The 3 turnovers were not at the best time, but I don't know that if it would have mattered, either way with how good New England was playing defense or how good Seattle's playing defensively. So, but you're right, it's a learning situation for Drake. Now we see what New England does with a tougher schedule next year, because now they're going to have the division winner schedule, just like what we saw with teams like Washington struggle with the tougher schedule this year. How does New England respond to this? Because they're not going to catch anyone off guard anymore either. So it's going to be interesting to see what they do for next year.
Yeah, and I mean, like, this season overall was already just a coin toss in general because, like, so many teams that you didn't expect to even make it into the playoffs made it into the playoffs. I'm pretty sure the same exact effect is going to happen next year with the changing of the schedules.
Yep, always fun. And Scooter, any last little bit on the game before we get into some commercial fun?
Yeah, I just don't know if there's been a better defensively called game than Mike McDonald did with this game. I mean, head coach, he's also the D coordinator, if you will. He calls the plays. But, this is like Buddy Ryan level type defense that they did on Drake May. What you were saying is Drake May, he's a good quarterback. I mean, they were all out killing him. Will Campbell, the rookie left tackle for the Patriots, he was just it was an entrance. He's just letting people in. And the moment was too big for him. The offensive line, they just didn't do it. And actually, Drake May should get a lot of credit for getting rid of the ball. And he did a good job on doing that. And then, he had to take some sacks. I mean, sometimes you got to take sacks. Like, he knew the coverages.
Yep.
He couldn't throw it downfield, and he couldn't get it out. He's taking a sack. It's the right move. Yep. So there's plenty of good stuff left in Drake May.
Yep, I agree with that.
So defensively, can we just give kudos to Christian Gonzalez for chasing down that fan that charged the field?
It wasn't it was a rookie.
Oh, shoot.
Yeah, but he did take him down. That was pretty good.
Canada's game is a final. They beat Czechia 5-1. That's going to set up the big Canada-U.S. showdown tomorrow. We'll get into that here in a little bit, but just to get that up here as a final score. So let's do this. Any thoughts on the game itself here that you guys want to add in there before we'll throw in another commercial break here, and then we'll get into then we'll go ahead and get into the fun of the commercials.
I'll just end mine by saying Kenneth Walker totally deserved the MVP. He was the best player in the first half and the best player in the second half. And
yep, I agree.
If there wasn't a holding call, it's like, who knows?
And now we'll see with Clint Kubiak should be heading to the Raiders. Everyone's saying it. He's saying it. So it hasn't been officially announced by the team yet, but it seems to be like, so I'm happy too. Like, I think it's going to be a good move for the Raiders. It may show that the boy wonder is actually not making the decisions on the Raiders anymore. So I approve of that. So, but
we'll
see.
In the first half, you didn't like how he was playing.
Well, I just said I was nervous because it was not a good first half. So, but hey, I mean, they were getting it up down the field, just couldn't get in the end zone. But we'll see. Trust me, if the Raiders can mess anything up, it still doesn't mean that it won't be an epic failure, but it won't probably be because of Clint Kubiak. It'll probably be because of other things that happen. So, all right, let's do another quick little commercial. Then we'll get into some commercials from what we liked, what we didn't like. We'll do that real quick. Then after that, we'll get into some hockey. So here we go. All right, there we have it. So let's start with these. Let's start with the ones that we didn't like. I didn't have a lot. I mean, I thought there was a lot of boring. It just wasn't the greatest commercial year for me. There was a few that I liked, which we'll get into. I didn't like the apartmenthomes.com one. That one was kind of for me. Way too many drug ads as well. I didn't like it's like I thought, I'm sorry, if a drug company can afford to do commercials during the Super Bowl, maybe the price of the drug should be a little bit lower. That's just me. And then the other one I didn't like was the Hellman's, the sweet sandwich time with the play on Neil Diamond. I thought I was going to like it, but then I don't know, the way the squirting of the mayonnaise was just weird to me. Like that's what drove me. I was like, no. So those were the three I didn't like. Scooter, what were the ones that you didn't like?
It wasn't like I didn't like, I hated any of it. I just thought, like you said, there were boring ones, and it's commercials. I'm focused on the game more, but the commercial, and I was focused on ones I liked, and I was checking that. So anything I didn't like, I just didn't really care, and I kept.
Sarah, did you have any that you didn't like that you want to comment on?
I didn't appreciate how many ads there were about crypto and AI. Like the Coinbase one, okay, sure, it's catchy because Backstreet Boys, but it just crypto and AI is just such a touchy subject. I get it, we're looking into the future, but I mean, I'm sure you guys have done your research about AI. It is so damaging to the environment. It is just, I feel like people trying to advertise it, being like, oh yeah, this is the future. Okay, cool. But like, you're also killing the planet. I mean, don't get me wrong. I am guilty of using AI here and there, but I try to down it down. Like, it's more so just for like school. But the thing is, I will try, like, especially with math, I'm in pre-calc trig right now. I will try over and over to get those triangles and circles and angles right. But sometimes it just does not click in my brain. And then that's when I go to like my little chat GPT to help me out, but I still look at the formulas and try to figure out stuff. Like, you really need to try limiting your use of AI. And of course that one Mr. Beast commercial where he was like, oh yeah, this is a challenge, you'll win $1 million, but it's also giving kudos to AI. So people are using AI to win $1 million. It's messy. And that's just my personal rant on AI. But I just didn't like any of those base commercials.
Okay. Showtime, that commercial you just mentioned, I actually, when that commercial was on, I didn't think anything else of it except when that was on. I'm like, wow, they do make it easy. You do have to sign up, but you could win $1 million. And I found that quite interesting.
I get it. I get it.
I don't even know what it was for.
Look, it's Mr. Beast. Every single
baby.
I've watched. I watched him from the start. I don't really watch him now because he's kind of grown into this. I don't know what he is now, but every single video, it's win $1 million. Here's a chance doing something stupid, and then you win $1 million. It's always about winning $1 million. And yes, he is giving it out to these people, like, that might be in need, but it's just it's repetitive. And I'm not even, he could do so much more with that money instead of just still trying to give it out. Like, it's recycling. And he's getting more money in from all these views. Look, it's a loophole, and I could go on about it. But that is just my rant.
We only got an hour, Sarah. We only got an hour.
I'm sorry. I had an energy drink. It's energy.
I can tell. All right, let's do Coach Devon checking in from Contenders and Pretenders, who will be on at 7:00 with the assistant coach again from Liberty. If he had him on last week, which is phenomenal, he's got him on for part 2 again. Check that out, coming up tonight at 7:00. The Xfinity commercial with Jurassic Park was one I'm assuming that he didn't like, since that's what we're on, but maybe it's one that he did like. So if you want to throw in if you liked it or not, just so that way we know. The ones that we did, or at least that I liked anyway, I really loved the Lay's commercial for the potato farmer retiring. That got me a little bit, which, I'm a sentimental guy, so I'll admit that. The Budweiser commercial, of course, was well done with the Eagle and with the Clydesdale, very well done. And then the prostate cancer one had me cracking up because, hey, that's right, in my age group, the relax your tight ends comment was just chef's kiss. So that was probably my favorite. As far as funny one goes, that was my favorite funny one. So those were the ones that I liked. Scooter, what ones did you like?
Well, when it goes to that Lay's, I thought when it comes to like meaningful stuff like that, the Lay's commercial was really good. I mean, hey, they were able to put a potato chips and make it make sense. So kudos to them. I like the Dunkin' 1980s celebs, anything 80s I'm into, 90s, I like 90s too. Not as much as the 80s, but the T-Mobile Backstreet Boys thing was funny. Brought me back to some good old days, and I thought it was pretty hysterical. If you lived the 90s, it was pretty funny. The Mick Ultra with Kurt Russell, awesome stuff.
Kurt Russell, yeah. Again. Yeah, right into the miracle. I loved it.
The Uber Eats one with Matthew McConaughey, and that was real funny. I mean, he's always great, and Bradley Cooper, great job. And with Coach Devon, I'm with you, Coach. I am with you. The Jurassic Park, 1990s. I mean, I've seen Jurassic Park like 30 times, and there's AI and all sorts of stuff. Boy, they got that down. And I mean, to the T on a whole bunch of different aspects of Jurassic Park in general. So it was awesome.
It was pretty fun. I did like that one too. Showtime, what ones did you like?
I mean, I love Sabrina Carpenter. So seeing her in the Pringles commercial, I know it wasn't crazy good, but I still enjoyed it. It was pretty funny. It had a little bit of humor to it. I also enjoyed the Pepsi commercial. I was watching with my mom, who's a Coca-Cola person, and she was like, "That's not cool. That's not cool." Like she was actually like getting mad about it. So I kind of thought that was a little funny. I don't know. Okay, funny. You're gonna hate me, but I actually did enjoy the Hellman's commercial. So I'm sorry. I thought it hit for me. I'm sorry it didn't hit for you.
That's okay.
The Alexa one, that one was fun. That one was funny with Chris Hemsworth. I'd say those are probably like the ones that I enjoyed. Yeah.
All right, so there we go. So that's the end of another NFL season. We'll get into more as we get closer to the draft. Last year we did our People's Choice draft, which a lot of people we did pretty well for that. Where everyone did our own mock draft. So we're going to do that again. We haven't set the date for that yet, but I'll have to look and see the draft is. We'll get that set for sure. So we say goodbye to the season, and it's time to get into some hockey. So we want to start with this Gavin McKenna, who's going to be likely the first pick, if not first pick, second pick. He plays for Penn State. He did have a felony charge. It's already been dropped, but he went out to a local establishment after an outdoor game with team and family, was getting harassed by a patron. The establishment booted the patron out of the establishment, so he's removed, but he waits for Gavin McKenna to come back out, continues the harassment, and then this young 21-year-old learned the hard way not to mess with a hockey player, because Gavin McKenna took 2 punches, concussed him, and knocked out and fractured his jaw in 3 different places. So the felony charge has at least been dropped because I think they realized that this wasn't going to be one to bring. I mean, look, you can't punch a guy, but I think this is one of those ones where everyone's like, okay, yes, he shouldn't have done it, but at the same time, like when you hear more and more of the story, this person called his mom a whore, like, you get the why. But I think it's a big learning lesson for Gavin McKenna, because when you get in the NHL, like, I hate to tell him this, this kind of stuff's only going to get worse. Like, people are assholes, people are stupid. I hate most people, and this is the reason why I hate most people. And maybe I should put myself on the hate counter with that one, huh? So that's my thoughts on it. Scooter, you can go next.
I mean, it sounds like the way it goes is like everyone first heard about it's like, oh my God, he's out drinking with his boys and he's starting fights with people. Next thing you know, in reality, he was there with several of his teammates and their families, including his family. They were at a bar restaurant after the outdoor Penn State game. So they're actually trying to have some like nice family time, if you will, at a bar restaurant. I don't know what the place is, but guy harasses you. That gets to the point. They didn't want anything to do with it. And then, lo and behold, it occurs again outside of the restaurant because the knuckleheads out there. So, and when this whole thing came about, there's no way a prosecutor was going to be, even thinking about trying to take this to trial, because they're like, oh, he could get 20 years. Good. But they're not going to do it. He's a young kid, all, with his family. It's not like they're all intoxicated, boozing up. And then, and they did try to get themselves away from the situation. Now I get, they're going to get them on a few like disorderly conduct punches and stuff like that. And that's fine. But I'm still waiting for the charges against this guy in harassment.
Yeah, that's going to be just easy too. Showtime, any thoughts on it?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I can't remember who said it, but somebody said if every hockey player got arrested for being in a bar fight, there would be no hockey players left.
Yeah.
That
could be. There's a chance of that.
Like, I feel like getting in a bar fight is just it's something that happens. I mean, I can't say much about, I would have totally minded, like, even say, like, if he did get some sort of charge where he had to do, like, some sort of
community
service or anything, like, I would have been fine with him still playing in the NHL, because, we've already talked about this several times, but there's assumed racists or rapists, and racist too. There's a whole bunch, but assumed rapists playing in the NHL as we speak right now. So, therefore, the standard is kind of wonky. But kudos to McKenna for standing up for his family. I get it. Like, I wouldn't want anybody speaking about my family that way either. But yeah, like you said, it's a learning lesson for him though. Now he knows probably, hey, maybe I shouldn't like, if something irritates me, I shouldn't do this because my career is on the line. But hey, he'll fit in perfectly on the Florida Panthers.
Jeez, ouch! Shots being fired again. Tell you. All right. So that's that news. And then, of course, we talked about this before we got into the Olympics show. It seemed like Panarin was going to get dealt. He was dealt. He's traded to the LA Kings. It seemed like the Rangers were using a lot of teams, but the only team that Panarin, who had a no trade clause, agreed to get traded to was the LA Kings. So that's where he went. He signed the 2-year, $11 million per year extension with LA. So it gives LA a vet presence with Kopitar retiring at the end of this year. The Rangers are also retaining half his salary this year. The Rangers get a third or fourth round pick and prospect Liam Greentree, who is one of their top prospects. He's had a couple good years in the OHL, 129 points in 64 games. I assume that he's going to be probably ready next year to make the jump, but it's a 20-year-old playing in New York City, so that can sometimes go good and that can sometimes go bad. I don't know. We'll see how this. I think it's a good trade for LA. I think LA definitely wins this trade. I think the Rangers have had some questionable returns on some of these guys that they jetted out. I'm not really sure where they're heading yet, but we'll see. That's my thoughts on it. Scooter, what do you got?
For the Rangers at all, just getting a few things. Liam Greentree is a good prospect. He'll probably wind up in Hartford with the Rangers farm team, the Wolfpack, next year. It could even be at the end of this year. I don't know how that OHL schedule works out with that. The Kings, they're out of the playoffs right now. They're not in right now. They're expecting the Panarin trade to get them back up into the playoffs. If they don't make the playoffs, what are you doing? I wouldn't have traded for Panarin if I'm the Kings. But, it's LA. I love LA. So
And I was glad that Carolina didn't end up getting him because I don't think he would have been a fit there either. So, Sarah, any thoughts on this one before we go on to the next subject?
I mean, it's a great pickup by LA. Like, it's a final push for them for sure. I know a lot of Rangers fans are complaining about getting Liam Greentree, but you have to trust the process with this. I don't necessarily think he's a bad prospect or anything. Like, obviously, he's going to need time to grow. But hey, the Rangers said this, weeks ago, being like, you might not be happy with what we're going to do. So you can't say that they weren't warned.
Valid point for
Rangers
sure on
fans
that.
don't like anything, so.
True. So let's take a look at the standings now that we are at the Olympic break in the NHL. This is the East side. Not a lot's really changed since last time we did this. Carolina Hurricanes are kind of in control of the Metro. They got an 8-point lead over Pittsburgh. Tampa's pulling away in the Atlantic with a 6-point lead over Montreal and Detroit. Columbus is streaking ever since they hired Rick Bowness. They are 9-1. They're probably one of the few teams that didn't want this Olympic break to come because they're playing so well before it got here. And of course, the question is Florida cooked? They weren't playing good going into it. I think they're the team that needed this break the most, but they are still sitting 8 points out of a playoff spot right now with teams that are playing well. So that's a quick look at the East. Anyone, Scott, any quick thoughts on the East?
Well, yeah, Tampa Bay is just, I mean, they're looking good in the East. Carolina's looking good in the East. Columbus, they're really pulling it out. That was a great Rick Bowness bringing him in. Who knows? This could be a long-term thing now. I don't know. But is Florida cooked? I don't think so yet, but they need to come out of this break, and they have to put in they have to do 8-2 or 7-3 after this break in order for them to get not only in this, but hoping other teams fail. Now get to the Caps. The Caps are happy the break's going on right now. They were struggling a bit, so hopefully for teams, my Caps, hopefully they can just sort of chill out for a bit. But I mean, we're looking at the Islanders are playing real well. Pittsburgh's playing real well. Detroit, Montreal. I mean, these are some good teams up there.
Yep, four out of a playoff spot for your Caps. And the good news is you got two teams to chase down on that. You got Boston and you got the Islanders, but you also got Columbus sitting there 4 back in the same division too. So we'll see how that all plays out. Sarah, any thoughts on the East?
I would say the ones really truly out of this is the New York Rangers. I mean, look,
it's
the
great,
Devils,
isn't it?
I know, it's beautiful. I mean, the Devils, they are only 3 points behind Florida. I don't think it's crazy. Have they not been playing great lately? No, they haven't. So, the mix up between if they can actually get their stuff together. I mean, you do have the trade deadline coming up in a month, so I'm sure a bunch of these teams kind of still in the push, but at the bottom of the push are going to be looking at a lot of moves that they can make to get them really into the runnings.
Okay, I like it. Let's take a quick look at the West. Colorado's lead still there, but it is shrinking. They had a double-digit lead over Minnesota and Dallas. It's down to 5 and 6 points. The top 3 in the Central are still the best in the West. Any one of those 3 teams would be light years ahead in the Pacific Division. The Pacific, Vegas is in first right now, but first through 6th place is only still separated by 10 points. So the question is going to be who's going to also be the wild cards out West. This is where the real fun is going to be because you have 5 teams within 6 points of each other. Really from San Jose up, you can make an argument that any one of those can. Chicago, Winnipeg, Calgary, likely on the outside looking in, just because too many teams to leapfrog, I think. But unless they go on a really strong heater. So the West is going to be fun. I'd love to see San Jose get in it just because I'd love to see Celebrini Macklin in a playoffs push. I think that would be fun. But we'll see how that all plays out. Scooter, what are your thoughts on the West?
Yeah, that Central Division is just insane, man. Colorado, Minnesota, Dallas, all within just a few points of each other. I mean, that's some good hockey up there. Not so much on the bottom end of that, but the Central's great.
Yep. Sarah, what do you got?
If obviously I'm sure things will move around, but the Pacific, if it stays like this, that is going to be the easiest division to beat. Like, once you get to the Western Conference Finals, the Central's easily got it. I don't even care which team is playing. Even if a wild card team is playing, I could assume that it's like the Central's still going to be there. So I don't know what's going on with the Pacific. I mean, yes, they're still good, like Vegas, Vegas, Edmonton, Seattle, but compared to the other divisions, they're at the bottom.
Vegas has had advantages of having 14 overtime losses because that's where, I mean, they're technically 27-30. They've just lost 14 of those 30 games in
Yeah,
overtime to get a point. So,
yeah.
yeah. All right, real quick. So we got 10 minutes left, and I do want to hit the Olympic stuff. Quick look at the points leaders. Connor McDavid leading with 96, McKinnon 93. I mean, we're getting to the point of the who's who. You know, Macklin Celebrini second year is right there at 81 points, but the other four are the who's who at the NHL. Goal leaders, the same thing. You got Kaprizov there, Jason Robertson, who somehow is not in the Olympics with 32 goals. We'll see if that ends up costing the USA. Then in the goals against leader, of course, you got Vasilevsky, Brandon Bussey. You know, who, are we going to start talking about Brandon Bussey not only in a possible Calder Trophy? Are we going to talk about him as a Vezina Trophy winner? We'll see how that keeps going. And then you got the Colorado double sort of Blackwood and Wedgwood, and then Devin Cooley for Calgary. You know, still is kind of a sneak little pick there, but obviously Calgary's still just not good. They're just not scoring goals. So there's a quick little look at the league leaders. Let's do this. We're going to do a quick little one more break here, and then we'll come back and talk some Olympics. All right, so there we have it. So let's get into some stuff from the Olympics real quick. The opening ceremonies for Friday night. You know, I thought this typical opening ceremonies. Oops, went too far there. You know, nothing crazy. You know, your typical opening ceremonies. I thought they were good. Andrea Bocelli was amazing. Of course, he's just one of the premier singers in the world right now. So it was good hearing him. So, Scooter, any thoughts on from the opening ceremonies themselves?
I was conducting a wine tasting for 3 hours. I missed it all.
Okay.
Sorry.
Sarah, that's okay. Sarah, anything on the opening ceremonies?
So I wasn't able to watch it live. I was at work. And then I got carried away with some stuff that was going on. But I was able to watch it Saturday before I had to go into work again. I liked it. It was beautiful. I think it definitely really tied into Italy itself. I mean, Dad, you were in Milan, so I mean, right? Did you go to Milan?
No, Venice. Venice.
Venice. It was Venice. Yeah. Sorry. But I mean, I didn't know that all of the places that they had were so far apart. Like when they were going through it, like the ones in the mountains, like 3 hours, 2 hours. I'm like, oh, okay, that's a little interesting. But I mean, it's definitely very cool. And even the announcers itself said like, oh, this might be something you still see in the future. It was really nice to see like when they were doing the walk of athletes, how each spot, each location was able to bring out the athletes. There was just a lot of small moments that I enjoyed. I can kind of go on about it, but it was still very nice, well done. I loved how they tagged into the art, the music, because I'm a huge, I loved like the composer act, and then just like they just pieced it all together. I mean, it's the history of Italy. It's a very historic place, and the third country to host an Olympics at least 3 times or third town. So I mean, it's all great. It was very beautiful.
I agree. All right, so real quick, again, the weekend, of course, Lindsey Vonn was trying to come back. She had the crash earlier this month, tore her ACL. She still is going to perform the women's downhill, and unfortunately, she crashed again. But Breezy Johnson ends up winning that event, getting the U.S. their first gold medal. Then yesterday, they also won their second gold medal in the team figure skating, which was just really, really good. The performances by Evan Bates and Madison Chalk were amazing, and then Ilya Malin came out and won it for them in the men's. Very, very good. I loved watching that. Then earlier today, the U.S. mixed curling got a huge upset win over Italy, who is the reigning world champions. So they advanced to the gold medal game tomorrow against Sweden. And then medals are breaking off of people that the ribbons aren't strong. And these medals, like I've seen them in these ceremonies, like they look like they weigh a ton, and I think they weigh more than what the ribbons are. And so people are like jumping up and down because that's what you do when you win a medal, and then they're falling off, and some of them are breaking. So they're trying to come up with a fix for that. Probably going to be a stronger ribbon would be my gut, but that's kind of the first little bit from the weekend part of it. Real quick here, let me just show this, the current medal counts. Italy's doing really well. They've got 9 total, but only 1 gold, but they've won 6 bronze. So far only 15 teams have won a medal. This was as of noon today. There were a couple events, but I had to cut this off at some point in time to get the graphic up. So Scooter, any thoughts on any of the events over the weekend, non-hockey?
Yeah, okay, so the figure skating, Scooter talking about figure skating, crazy. But obviously, we talked about Ilya Malinin coming from Falls Church. He's a Virginia kid, DC guy. Big Caps fan. So when they won, he celebrated with this guy who was wearing his Caps hat on backwards. So there's your hockey into that. However, on the Italian side, because this was mixed, this team is mixed, so you got men and women doing the whole thing together. So I love the fact that Italy, her name is Lara Naki Gutman. Okay, on her performance, she had a combination of the song from Jaws, the theme from Jaws movie.
And her outfit was amazing.
Yeah, it was amazing. What's interesting was it was also John Williams, a composer, who wrote that and got his first Oscar for that theme. He turned 94 yesterday, which was interesting. Also, I looked into some of her past performances. She's a big movie nut, apparently, because she has one whole performance where it's all Hitchcock music that she done. And she has others, such as she'll enter in Hans Zimmer, the great composer, and also Ennio Morricone, who is really well known for The Good, the Bad, the Ugly. So I found all that interesting.
Good stuff. Sarah, any quick thoughts on any of the opening weekend?
Well, I've watched a lot of the women's hockey. U.S. performing great, like we said, especially Canada as well. As we put it on. I've also been. I usually just try to obviously watch whatever I can. I did watch a little bit of the curling at the time. I think Canada was beating Italy. I honestly don't even know the final of that game. But crazy that you said that US beat Italy, because I did know that Italy was the reigning champs, but they were struggling against Canada. So I guess it was just like a little sneak peek into possible disaster. I was also watching Luge. Just definitely in a very interesting sport. I think at the time I was watching it, the final three were kind of who did one goal. I think it was Germany, and then Italy, and I think Austria was the bronze. I can't remember the exact order. But just a lot of interesting sports. I will say I was also watching the men's big air qualifying. Just a kudos to Australia skier or snowboarder, Valentino Gaselli. I'm probably saying that name wrong. He found out last minute that he was going to be in the Olympics. He had very little training, and he had, I don't even remember I don't know all the snowboard kick names and all the special moves that you do, but he did very good, and he was able to get into the qualifying run. I think actually for the finals he didn't. I think he was maybe in 12th place out of 15. But still just an amazing story, because he wasn't training for this. He wasn't supposed to be in this event, and last minute, and he managed to get into the qualifying round. It's always a good story to hear.
Yep, I agree totally. So we can add to these standings. USA won earlier today, and Canada won. So that sets up the USA is at 9 points. Canada's now at 6 points. The big matchups tomorrow are going to be here is Sweden. So all 5 teams in Group A, of course, advance. No matter Finland struggled, but they've got some health issues that they're dealing with. But these are the 5 best teams. The top 3 teams in Group B. So the Sweden is definitely going to be in. It looks like it should be Italy and Germany. They play each other tomorrow. So the winner is clearly in. If Germany loses that game and somehow Japan beats Sweden, which I don't think is going to happen, then Japan could sneak in, but it's looking like it's going to be Sweden, Italy, and Germany out of Group B. Group A is still battling for positions. So these are the big games. Of course, you got the USA, Canada. This is not for any medals or anything like that. This is just kind of the preliminary battle between the 2 teams. The quarterfinals will be on the 13th and 14th, and then the 16th will be the semifinals. Just before we come on the air is when those semifinals will be happening, or they'll be probably wrapping up, kind of similar to what this show, at the time of this show, is when these will be going on next Sunday as well. The men do start as well on Thursday. USA Latvia is Thursday. Canada Czechia is Thursday as well. And these are all our start times on the East Coast. So you can see Finland, Sweden is at 6:10 a.m. on Friday. Then you got Canada, Switzerland, and the USA finishes their 3 games with Denmark and Germany coming up as well. So those are the big games to watch for this week. As I show the shows here coming up here, we got Monday, February 16th, probably going to be just you 2. I'll be a last minute decision. If anything, I might be in the comments. We'll see. We're heading up to Erie and doing some stuff up there. So we do have our legalized gambling show March 2nd. The NHL trade deadline show is going to be a special show for us on Friday, March 6th. Drive time will be back in prime time on March 23rd. We're going to be joined by a lot of the guys doing our baseball preview show on that one. So we got some big shows coming up here. And then real quick here too, we're just going to hit this. This is the lineup of all of our great shows here. So while I show that, Scooter, any thoughts that you want to throw out there as we wrap up and say goodnight?
No, goodbye, NFL. It was a fun season. Commanders will do much better next year.
You hope. Sarah, what do you got? Any last second thoughts we want to throw out there?
Not sports wise. I know you always go about your tell your loved ones, you know, you love them because you never know what's guaranteed. Unfortunately, one of my graduating classmates passed away yesterday. Car accident, I'm pretty sure. I didn't know him that well, but I knew him, and it's never easy to hear. And it's not even the first class death that I've had to deal with, which just even hurts even more, because this is probably about like my third or fourth that I've heard about. I feel like I should be hearing about this in 50 years, like, oh yeah, old age, but no, tragic. It's super tragic. Prayers for the family involved, and any other victims. But just again, hug your loved ones because you never really know what's guaranteed.
Yep, you got it, Sarah. I mean, that's why I say it all the time. And unfortunately, with the line of work that I do, the auto accident is the main cause of what I see. And like the kids always know whenever I send them a text of that I love them all, that they know that I'm dealing with an auto claim where there's likely a couple fatalities, unfortunately, in it. So buckle up, do what you can in those situations. It's but yeah, it's brutal out there. So. All right. Hey, we did pretty good. They want us to get done in an hour. It's 6:01. That's pretty good for us because normally we ramble on for a good hour and a half, hour 45 minutes. So there you go, boss man. We did it. I kept us at an hour. I'm pretty happy about that. So we had to fly through the Olympics probably a little bit faster than I wanted to, but that's okay. We did get through it. So, hey, we appreciate everyone that joined in here. Hopefully you liked the show. Again, you can check us out on YouTube and on Facebook and on X now as well. So we're all over the place. Listen to us on Spotify. But yeah, as I do end every show, make sure you tell your loved ones that you love them because tomorrow is not guaranteed. But hopefully you'll be with us next Monday. Coming up, the lamp. Look at the lamp. That's hysterical. The mini lamp from yeah. But Pretenders and Contenders coming up here at 7:00, and then tomorrow Unapologetic Sports, and then the Tuesday night flight as well. So all kinds of good stuff coming up on the network. And until then, we'll see you guys later. Have a good rest of your evening.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome back to this week's edition of the Pretenders or Contenders Coaches Show. I'm your host, Coach Devon Powell, here for varsity football coach at Laurel High School and assistant basketball coach at Laurel High School. And the show with me tonight, I got my co-host, Midnight Rider. What's going on, man?
What's going on, man? I get to do 6 shows this week, I think.
Only 6, yeah. We got our other co-host, Coach Mitchell, special teams coach at Riverdale Baptist High School. What's going on, Coach?
Nothing much. I didn't do 6 shows this week, but yeah, I'm doing all right.
I told him he's the hardest working man in podcast land. I ain't even gonna he'll tell you how many shows he do at the end of the night. And then we got our special guest joining us again for the second week in a row to continue our conversation on recruiting in college football these days. We got Coach Nicholas Gould from Howard University football. What's going on, Coach?
Man, blessed and highly favored, my guy. Glad to be back.
I appreciate you, man, taking time to come back, man. I know y'all it's busy for you guys this time of year because you still got recruiting going on and, you know, getting prepared for spring ball. So I appreciate you taking the time to speak to these young people and these parents out here that, you know, a lot of them just don't have a clue about the recruiting world. So
yeah, and that's why I'm here. That's why I'm here.
All right, but we're gonna go ahead and get rolling. Like I said, the boss assured me that I ain't on no schedule tonight, so take all the time we need. Everybody out there listening, if you got questions, drop them in the comments. We'll try to get Coach to answer as many as he can before the night is over with. So, like I said, we're gonna get straight into it. We touched on this last week, but Coach, you know, just refresh everybody. You know, what is recruiting?
Yeah, recruiting is just that relationship built process that we go through as college coaches, where we try to find the best player who's a student athlete for our university. So most college coaches are going to seek out a certain type of player that can survive at their university, that can be sustainable at the university, but also that can be a great student and athlete at the same time that represents the brand of their university very, very well. So when you look at character, like I had a conversation last week with somebody, somebody said, my son has great character. I'm like, yeah. In terms of character, that's not what we mean when we say character. In terms of character, we always say the character of our program. Does our program reflect through this student athlete? And sometimes that's not a fit, and we have to find that through the recruiting process. And that's why I say it's a relationship-based process where I have to make sure that we're a fit for your child, and your child is a fit for us. And sometimes that includes the family as well, but that process is a long, drawn-out process where it's not just a, hey, coach, signing day's in 2 days. Can you take my kid? No, that's not what that process is. Usually that process starts freshman and sophomore year. It can start at the end of the junior year as well for some of the late bloomers or guys who got out there late. But for the most part, it's a long, drawn-out process where we want to ensure that this student athlete is going to be able to survive at our university for 4 to 5 years and want to be able to come back for 40 years. I know times are changing, but that's still the goal for everybody's university.
A quick question, Coach Gould, because you mentioned parents and the kids in your recruiting process. How important is it for when you're recruiting? How important of a role does the parents play in your recruiting process?
Oh, they're sometimes it's more than the recruit. I've had fathers, I've had mothers, I've had grandparents mess it up for kids, just because their needs were bigger than what the kids were, and their opinions kind of messed up the kid in the process of choosing the right school for that child instead of letting the child make that decision. And so at times, you know, the talent of that kid can outweigh some of the parents' influence. Like, I mean, I had a father call me almost every week talking about how their child wasn't getting the ball enough. And I wasn't irritated by it, but I know with some college coaches, they do not want to build relationship with parents of college students just because this student athlete is not a child. They need to be able to make decisions on their own. And sometimes when the parents are that heavily involved through the process, they're also going to be that heavily involved and heavily influencing that student athlete while they're in your program. So we recruit parents as well. We pay attention to that factor because it's important. Like if you have a child who relies heavily on their parent for everything, I mean, washing clothes, dropping them off, things of that nature, how can that help them make a decision on 3rd and 1? You know what I mean? They need to be told what to do and how to do it versus being able to think for themselves sometimes. And it's kind of crazy. It changed me as a parent. I got a 13-year-old and a 10-year-old. It's totally, being a college coach has changed me as a parent, where I won't let me help my kids the way I see kids being helped. Like, my kids won't even have they don't have cell phones. We're not talking that nonsense. If you got a cell phone, you're going to pay the bill. You're going to find a way. And it's like some of the horror stories I've seen with some of these student athletes is like, your parents are doing too much for you. And since they're doing too much for you, you can't really think for yourself, process for yourself, or anything like that. So sometimes we got to shy away from the parents a little bit, just because sometimes it's just too much.
Thanks for that.
All right, Midnight, you got a question?
How do you and this might be something you covered last week, but in the recruiting process, we already talked about the parents. What about the school itself? How does that affect the recruiting process?
What do you mean?
So say my kid's at Laurel and he's playing for coach. Like, does coach have an influence on you picking a kid or shying away from a kid?
So that one's even more trickier, because yes, that does have an impact, but it's less of an impact than you might think, just because I might know in the back of my head that coach really don't want that student athlete to come to my school, let alone come to an HBCU. And so we kind of fight two battles all at once, where coach might be a championship level coach, and he might think the world of his student athlete, and he might think his student is bigger than Howard University. And at times I have to continue to recruit that kid, continue to be nice to that coach, continue to be respectful to the process, even though I know that coach does not have my back or support. And I gotta be what, God created me to be, instead of being what, my upbringing allowed me to be. But it's a harder process. And like, me and my boys had these conversations all the time. It's just like, if you can recruit at Howard, you can recruit anywhere, just because the hurdles and the bumps and the humps and the jumps that you got to make to just coach. And Howard is hated. Like, I'm from here, and I didn't want to go to Howard coming out because of the prestige and the name Howard had at the time. But like last night in the Super Bowl, one of the refs was a Howard alum. You know what I mean? And so everywhere you go, you're going to see Howard's name, rightfully so, because it was one of the first schools. But that high school coach plays a major part. I try to build really good relationships with good folks and try to be good to them, so that hurdle was a little bit shorter. But there are some schools out here that are perennial winners who, we gotta bring some roses and some donuts and some coffee and sometimes some chew to make sure we can get in the door. Like, I remember it was one year, it was in 2022. It's an out-of-state school. I wasn't in charge of the area at the time. I am now. But at that time, our defensive coordinator, our former defensive coordinator and former DB coach, went to that school for 3 straight years and sat in the lobby for 3 straight years and did not get a chance to see the head coach because that school thought Howard was beneath them. But at the same time, I love those type of situations. I love those type of schools, because I'm also the type of person where you're going to have to see me. Like, you're going to have to tell me face to face, no, I don't want to see you, coach, because I'm coming back. I went to Louisiana last year, Edna Carr, the famous Edna Carr. I had a flight 2 hours before I finally got to get into the school. And I told the coach, I said, I wasn't leaving without seeing one of y'all. I didn't care who the coach was. I know who the coach is, and I respect them, and I believe in everything they do down there. I love everything they do, but one of those coaches was going to have to sit down and talk to me before I left. And it's just that type of standard you have to have, because at the end of the day, I don't take none of this personal. Like not if a recruit tells me no, if a coach tells me no, again, what's the worst thing they're going to say is no? Cool, I can live with that. Like, I grew up in a different era. So you telling me no today isn't going to be a no next week. It isn't going to be a no next month. And if it is, you're going to have to tell me Next week and next month, it's a no. But I'm gonna make sure you tell me no.
Right. Real quick before we move on to the next one, I'm gonna take a quick break. For our audio version, we got to take these breaks in these little short commercial breaks. So we'll take a little quick short break for a second, then we'll be right back. I appreciate that. So just let you know we got to do those for the audio version. You know, we stepping up the game over here at the Sideline Junkies Podcast Network.
Man, I love it.
All right, so we're gonna move on to the next topic, Coach. So, what is a college coach looking for?
We kind of touched on it a little bit, but a college coach is really looking for a couple things. One of them is just the right character for your program. So, I tell all kids and parents, find out what that program believes in. Find out what those program standards are. Find out what those program pillars are. If the parents can't find it out, that high school coach can find out what that program believes in and what that program stands for. And then see if you fall in line with that. Like I know Mike London in 2017 had a program standard of showing up, showing the class, going to class, showing class, and treating people with dignity and respect. And so if you fall in the line of being a rebel, like kind of I was as a player, where I did go to class, but at times, I wasn't trying to go. And if you're not consistent in that, you don't fit the model of that program. And so that's one thing from the character standpoint. And then the next thing, which is the most important piece, is your play on the field. Can you play football? It's not about size. It's not about height. It's not about weight. It's can you play football? If you can play football, you're going to be a high caliber recruit for that school. The next phase is just your size. Like I was a defensive lineman in high school. And so a linebacker coach at the college level where I was going to go play linebacker, and I did at Bowie State, they weren't watching some D-line tape saying, oh, this is an excellent linebacker, right? So, again, you got to understand where you are and what you're going to receive and what you're going to accept based on the position you played in high school. It's not a knock on the high school player. It's not a knock on the high school coach. That's just what you fit for that program, that high school program, and you have to do your best to make sure you're training and developing for where you want to go. So my high school coach tried to put me in situations at that time where I was going to be able to play in space. I was going to be able to play linebacker, and I could show my athletic ability. But I was also a heavy-set kid at the time where I was on the D-line. And then it's just from there, it's just about academics. It's about, what type of school it is. Like I said the last time, if you go to a liberal arts school, like what type of majors are you interested in? What are you going to major in? Do you want to be an engineering major? If your grades are a 2.3, you're not going to be an engineering major. Like it's just not going to happen. So it's always about what's the fit for that program based on that school. Like I know I was recruiting this one kid out of Delaware a few years ago. He wanted to be a poli-sci major. Well, his dream school was Duke University. He ended up being offered by Duke University, even though Howard has a great poli-sci program, political science, has a great political science program. He viewed Duke University's program was higher than ours. And so he fit everything that we wanted in a student athlete. He had the size, he had the measurables, he had the athletic ability, he had the grades, he had a 3.6 GPA, he had the character that we were looking for, but he was also looking for his dream school. And when his dream school showed up, he said yes to it. It just so happens he was 6'5", 250 pounds in the 11th grade in high school, and he had that opportunity. A lot of kids don't have the opportunity, but first things first is always about, do you fit the character of that program? Do you fit the football player of that program? Because that's the other thing. I tell people, go look at the roster. Do they have anybody on their roster your size? So it was a receiver I was helping when I was at Oxon High School in 2019. He wanted to go to Ohio State, Michigan, Florida State. I say, yo, bro, you are a 5'9" receiver who runs a 4.6 40, and you're 205 pounds. Is there another receiver on that roster that plays that fits your style of play? If it's not, then that's not the school for you. And I try to be as real with people as possible, because I'd rather be upfront with you than lie to you through the process and then get your hopes up at the end thinking you're not a good football player. No, you're a good football player. You just might not be a fit for that program. And that's the most important piece. So people always have to ask, what is the coach looking for? What is the coach looking for in a prospect and the recruit early on in the process, so that they can kind of know, so they can narrow down the type of schools they want to start to invest their time to go see and go be around. Otherwise, you're going to waste a lot of time.
Right.
Coach Mitch?
You talk about dream schools and so forth. What is your advice to high school student athletes who may have an offer to this one school or another, but they're waiting on another school to come in, so they're not committing to these other offers, right? And then at the end of the day, your dream school doesn't come in, and the other offers that you had on the table is now gone because I'm not sitting around waiting for you. And now you're out of luck because there's no options for you. So now you just you just sat there waiting for the dream school, and now you have nothing. What's your advice to high school athletes that should they sit around, or should they not, or should they, take on what they have?
Fall in love with who fall in love with you. And I related a lot to, because I recruit mostly boys, I related a lot to girls. Don't keep chasing that one girl that don't want you. She want to use you for your money. She want to use you for your phone, your car, the status that you come with, and you don't have a shot in the dark. So I always tell people, if you're a D1 athlete, you have D1 offers. Not saying you can't play at that level, just you don't have that interest right now. And so I always tell people, don't dismiss anything. If somebody wants to talk to you from any level, whether it's a prep school, a JUCO, NAIA, FCS, D2, talk to them and entertain it, just because you never know. One, you never know where you're going to be. Two, you never know where that coach is going to be, because that coach that's recruiting you and talking to you could end up at your dream school. It was a kid from St. John's a few years ago, played center. We recruited him at Howard. His father didn't want him in the city no more, so he took him to another school in Ohio. Our head coach leaves and go to Auburn. He's now at Auburn. So you just never know where those relationships are going to end you up at, and you just can't turn your nose down to a program just because it's not the level that you want to be at. If it's not at the level that you want to be at, those opportunities are going to come quick and fast, and you won't have a choice. We had one of our DBs we signed 2 years ago came to us because he waited. Now, he's an All-American style player, and he will not be at Howard for long. I can promise you that. Out of high school, he was a really good player, local kid, straight out of D.C., played at McNamara. He will not be at Howard for long. You will hear his name, Ben Chandler, if you don't already know it. But he waited in the process for the right fit, the right feeling, and I just never left. Like I said, you're going to have to tell me no. And if you don't tell me no, I'm still going to be here. And if you need a place to go to, I'm going to be here. But again, I always tell people, you never know where somebody's going to end up. So you have to treat somebody right. You have to treat somebody in a respectful way, because you don't know. They might end up at your dream school. If you do well for them, play well for them, treat that relationship right, you might end up being able to go with them when they travel to that next location. And so, D2, like last night in the game, it was a kid, Christian, I can't remember Christian. I think it was Christian Hayes, played at Bowie High School. He played in the Super Bowl last night. I recruited him when he was at Bowie High School. I remember him. Now, he went to ODU coming out, but then he transferred to another school where he had a relationship with that coach after he graduated from ODU. So there's several stories like that where, hey, fall in love with who falls in love with you. If there's a lot of D2 interests and D2 offers, man, be excited and celebrate those D2 interests and D2 offers, because I guarantee you there's 500,000 kids that aren't getting any interest at the D2 level, and all they're getting is D3s or JUCOs. And so somebody's situation is always better than yours, but it's somebody's situation that's always worse than yours. And so you got to take it for what it is, appreciate what you have, and, just celebrate the good moments.
For sure.
Midnight.
As a college coach, how do you handle the kid that's late to the party? You know, the kid that either just managed to get himself eligible, you know, or the kid that just finally grew.
Keep them relationships going. Like I said before, like you know a good football player when you see one. And it's like Noah Chambers. I don't know if you guys remember Noah. He's at Virginia Tech now. I met him 3 years ago when he was at Paintbrush High School. He was a 5'10" linebacker. Then I see him at DeMatha one year. He's 6'1". Then I see him at DeMatha the next year. He's 6'3". And so he was one of those kids where, in my opinion, he was a late bloomer. He already had freakishly long arms. So I just knew if he grew, like he had a chance to be something special and be somewhere. So you always keep those kids in mind. You always keep track of those kids. You kind of have to, if you really want to be good in this recruiting game, in this recruiting landscape. You just keep track of them. I have Excel spreadsheets. I have a database where I can keep track of kids that I've contacted, that I've built relationships with. And then in my phone, I got a virtual app where I get the kids to scan the QR code to just follow me, and we text back and forth, and I just keep track, and I always make sure it's a right person, right fit. The hard part is we just don't have enough spots for most of those kids. So in that event, I always tell my guys that, you know, that I built relationships with over the time at different schools, from Fordham to Chicago State to LIU. Hey, if I find a guy for you and I can't take him, at least I can put him on to you so you can know about who they are and put them on. Like, I had one cousin playing for Morgan State. I got another cousin right now, his little brother playing for Lafayette. I knew the coaches at Lafayette. I said, hey, take care of my cousin while he up there for his OV. And they was like, who's your cousin? I was like, I said the name. And they was like, I didn't know y'all was related. I was like, yeah, just take care of him. Just look out for him and his moms and his pops. And it's just those relationships. So those relationships are with the kids and the families, but they're also with other college coaches as well, because at the end of the day, I just want to see these kids be successful and go somewhere. So it's part of our job, and I take it to heart to make sure I follow those kids and pay attention to those kids. Like, there was a kid out of Mount Zion a few years ago, DB. We was his first offer doing backflips and twirls after interceptions. He'd go to St. Francis one semester. Now he's committed to Penn State and signed with Penn State. And so it's situations like that where it's my job to find the diamonds in the rough. It's my job to find the late bloomers, because you never know what they're going to turn into. You never know who they're going to be. And if they can be somebody special, you want them. The kid I told you guys last time, Jaquavion Smith, a.k.a. Fats, he's at Arkansas now. He was a late bloomer. Like, he came to us. He may have been 5'11", 6 feet tall, 205 pounds. After one full year, he was 6'1", 227. And so he already had the athletic ability. He already had the long arms and the attributes you wanted to see. But you just knew if he grew, he could be a difference maker, and he was. And that's why he ended up at Arkansas this past semester, or starting this January. So those late bloomers, especially at FCS school like us, we have to find them. We got to do our due diligence to be able to figure out who they are and what they're about. And we got to hold off for those late bloomers, just because when we get them, our team is impacted by it tremendously, and we can have a successful year. Because, again, I don't care what nobody tell you. Yeah, you can draw up a play all you want to. One of my young boys, Nemo Washington at Delaware State, you can draw up all the X's and O's you want to, but ask him. It's Jimmy's over Joe's always. Like, he had some guys last year, and he was successful enough to be able to help that head coach go winning 8 games at Delaware State. So you can draw up all the X's and O's you want to, defensively, blitzes, coverages, but at the end of the day, if I got better players than you do, I increase my chances to win.
For sure.
Mm-hmm. Before we move on to the next topic, I want to touch on something you just mentioned when you was talking about the limited number of spots you have on the roster. And I know, was it last year or the year before, the NCAA put in a rule that reduced the number of players you can have on the roster. I think it went down to like 95 or something like that.
105. Yeah.
105. So So just touch on that a bit and help people understand that, that took away from, potentially a spot for you.
Well, that one's iffy, right? So for an FCS program like Howard, we always have around 95 to 105 players. The problem is, and the disparity is, we still only have 63 scholarships. And so even though it's 105 max for Division I, that's for scholarship level players. So we can't afford more than 63 scholarships because we're at a private school. Some schools can go up to 66. Some schools could go up to 68. But because of how our tuition is ran at $69,000 almost, we can't really afford to go to that 85 or that 105 number from a scholarship standpoint. If we do, you're talking about you're splitting a $69,000 scholarship, that's still $40,000 almost. You know what I mean? And so for those FBS level schools where they was having 140, 145 players in those programs, that's where it got affected the most, where it reduced their number drastically to the point where now, and again, it should have happened a long time ago. You're talking about you got 85 scholarships and you got 60 guys who were walk-ons, got to figure out how they're going to pay for food, how they're going to pay for their room, how they're going to pay for school, and got to go to practice and find a way to get on a bus. That's a lot. So what they did was they reduced it and said everybody in your program has to be on athletic aid, whether that's through NIL or whether that's through a scholarship. You have to pay these players so that they can be provided for school so that they won't have to struggle like they've had in the past. And so I remember every summer we was getting jobs. Every winter we was getting jobs because we needed money in our pocket to be able to eat, to maintain our weight, or we need to be able to, put gas in our car to be able to drive back and forth from the room or the apartment to the school and things of that nature. And so they kind of helped everybody out when it came down to that number, because now every player of that 105 at the FBS level is on some aid so that they can have their school funded for. But for us, we're still capped at, around that 63 mark.
Okay. All right. Before we get into the next topic, we're going to take another quick break. All right. Appreciate everybody sticking around with us. We're going to move on to our next topic. All right. This one, Coach, is why would a coach choose a high school player over a portal guy?
This one is very near and dear to to my university. So for us specifically, we will always try to choose a high school player over a portal guy, just because the backbone of our recruiting, the backbone of who we are, the backbone of our foundation is building men up and teaching young men how to be grown men. And so when you look at the history of Howard University, the Chadwick Bosemans, right? You see all of these guys who come on campus. I don't want to say his name, so I'm gonna choose somebody else. He don't have a good track record right now. But the Nick Cannons who've been on campus, the Anthony Filliards and the Greg McGee's, the Ted Whites, and you know what I mean, the Pep Hamiltons, these type of players who've come around the campus to start their career as a freshman coming out of high school to grow and mature to be the men they are today, is because they went through that process of what Howard is, right? And so for us, we'll always have majority of our players be the foundation coming from high school, because that's just a rich tradition of what Howard has always been and what Howard will always be. We're trying to raise young men into grown men to build a legacy. And so in order to build a legacy, you can't do that out of the portal, because a portal kid isn't going to appreciate that legacy like a high school kid would, just because of everything we did to kind of help build you through that process. For us, a portal guy will always be used as a one-off option to kind of fill a hole, fill a gap, or give us some experience to kind of help in the process. But we're a developmental school in the sense of we're here to build football players and athletes. And that's point blank, period. We're here. Your first 2 years in our university, we're going to develop you as a man. We're going to develop you as a player. We're going to develop you as a person. We're going to put you in the community, do community service. There's so many things that we're going to be able to do for you and have to build you up. And that's kind of what we get a kick out of just getting hands-on. Like I got a transfer linebacker in for one semester, 1 year. He'll be done after the fall season. And I got a room full of freshman linebackers. And he looked at them and said, Coach, they 18, 19? I said, yeah. They know this defense like this already? I said, yeah. How? And I just explained him the process that we went through. And I say, I'm one of the hardest working coaches in America. Like, I don't know what sleep is. I don't know what rest is. I'm at home on a podcast right now. I was probably just sitting with my youngest son talking about football and this is just what I do. This is just natural. And so with those kids, they're so hungry about the game of football, the game of life. They want to be around. Like on my way home to take my kids to go get a haircut, they were still at the school running a meeting. And they was on that meeting from 4 o'clock to 5:30. And so it's just something they love to do and something they do. And that's just what I always want to invest in. 9 times out of 10 with a portal kid, you're not going to have that relationship. You're not going to have that spark. You're not going to have that drive from a guy unless they on their last leg or they going out, I got to prove something, And then when you're talking about those bigger levels, some of those kids, they too prideful and egotistical because of the type of money they're getting. And so the hunger and the passion isn't there for them. That hunger and passion is there for that high school kid that's coming in because they want to prove it to auntie, to grandma, and they want you to celebrate them in the stands and for their neighborhood and for their city. It's just a little bit different. So for us, we will always try to go after the high school kids over the portal guys, unless it's an emergency need in that room where we need to bring in 1 or 2 guys that can provide some experience and some veteran leadership. But 9 times out of 10, we're always going to build them from the ground up as freshmen going on through, because I just believe that has to be the backbone of your university. If not, if you're building your program off of portal kids, then it's going to be an every year process where you're doing 1-year contracts. And that's what turns it into a pro job real fast and gets exhausting.
Remind us again what that percentage of recruit you do. I know we talked about it the last time on the show, like you try to do 80-20 for high school versus portal, or the number of kids. Remind us what that is.
Yeah, so for us, it's about 85% right now, just because we also have a new staff transitioning in. So this staff has to get to know our players and fill some holes from the players that just left the portal. We had 6? It's crazy. It just happened the other day too. While after Monday, we had a defensive lineman who went to Friendly High School commit to Oregon. So we had 7 guys leave and go FBS. And so those holes we had to fill it with portal guys because it's an immediate need. And so our backbone will always be 85 to 90% high school kids. And we'll try to trade in between 10 to 15% portal guys. Like even in second go round, we ended up signing 4 or 5 high school kids and 6 portal guys. And so for us, our backbone will always be high school. We try to, on that first go around in that December signing day, we try to sign mostly high school kids. If we do bring a transfer in mid-year, we might bring in 1 or 2, but the majority will be coming in for that summer just because they only got 1 semester left. So if we bring in 25 kids, about at least 18 to 21 of those kids will be high school kids.
Okay.
Gotcha.
What is your turnover like in your program in terms of like high schoolers and kids transferring out, or maybe even kids failing out?
So that one's even more interesting. The past couple years, we've been lucky. since 2022. We haven't had any kids fail out. Even the kids that came into us with a low GPA, like we've had student athletes with a 2.4, 2.5 GPA struggle academically, but they never flunked out. They were able to finish through and keep pressing through the academic process. In 20 and 21, however, we had one or two guys who flunked out. In 17 and 18, we had one or two guys as well who flunked out and had to go the transfer portal route so they could go to G-code to get their grades back up. But retention is a big part in what we do. And again, that goes back to that first question of what's recruiting for us. Because that character, that student athlete, we always ask one question. Are you hungry or are you starving? And it's like, if you're not a starving player, then sometimes Howard University could be difficult because there's nothing stopping you from going on Georgia Ave. There's nothing stopping you from going on U Street. Like, we don't have no gates. So you have access to whatever you want. And that goes back to that character piece of who we have to recruit. So for the most part, within this past year was the most number because the head coach left. We had, I think, 9 guys going to the portal. 2 of them we got back. 7 of them signed with P4 programs. We didn't have any academic casualties. Everybody who was either struggling academically or had some academic hurdles to get over were just our true freshmen. We had a couple true freshmen who, just didn't do well in the first semester, but we put an academic plan in place for them to be able to be eligible and not have to be suspended in the first few games the next season. But we handle retention very, very well. And I think we were successful in retaining a lot of the players. Like, nobody's really leaving Howard like that. When you come to Howard, you really coming to Howard for 4 to 5 years. And if you don't come to Howard for 4 to 5 years, you're probably leaving after year 2 for a bigger opportunity. And 9 times out of 10, like I said, we had a kid sign with Arizona, Oregon, Arkansas, Auburn, like JMU, Louisiana, Lafayette. Like, we had a couple guys sign at bigger levels, meaning the G5 or the P4 level. And so that's the only reason we really lose kids. We'll really lose a kid to academics just because we have conversations consistently. So the progress reports y'all do in high school, we do the same thing with our kids. We do academic checks on Mondays. Every Monday, a kid meets with their position coach academically to tell them, hey, what are your grades? How are you doing in class? All our kids still go to study hall. They meet with the academic team to go over their grades and get tutors and things of that nature. So we do a really good job fostering that process and that schedule for them, even in the spring, to make sure we can retain those kids grades wise.
Gotcha. All right. So we're gonna move on to the next question here, and I was about to ask a question in between, but I've switched around the questions a little bit just to touch this part. Okay. So the next question is, what things can hurt someone during the recruiting process? And while you're answering this, just touch base on the new world of these agents that are, now popping up, and these families are hiring agents now.
Yeah. So, the number one thing I always tell people is, like, use the coaches that are at the university. Even if you have questions and you're afraid to ask those questions, ask those coaches those questions, just because it's going to be easier coming from that coach than a person that's not attached to the program. So I had 2 walk-ons with agents and have the agents reach out to us saying, I want to build a relationship with you guys, and I want to kind of cushion the information load for this family. And I'm just like, yeah, the family should just reach out and talk to us and figure out, hey, what this process is like, what they want, instead of sending someone else. And so 9 times out of 10, the agent process is going to kind of rub us the wrong way, just because none of these agents are certified. Like, these agents could be your roommate. It could be your best friend. It could be your cousin who work at Walmart. Like it's no certification process for an agent to represent a student athlete. And so for me, it's just like these kids get agents and not realizing that agent could really lose you money. If that agent social media profile isn't representative for a business, they can lose a situation that you could lose money in that process because who are you listening to? Who are you influenced by? We had a kid who's hurt go into the portal, and his agent told him to go into the portal. It's just like, yo, bro, like y'all keep listening to these people instead of listening to people who coach in this profession to tell you if you're hurt, where are you going to go? Because you can't participate in spring ball for them. So where are you going to end up to prove that you can play? That's one thing. The other thing we talked about earlier was just parental guidance. You know, I had one player I was recruiting. His mom and dad weren't on the same page with where he wanted to go. His mom said, yes, this student athlete wants to go to this university. His father was looking for a P4 offer and a P4 opportunity. So he was trying to curtail his son to be able to go to that P4 school. And it's just like those things, your family and you not being on the same page with what you want. If that's what you want, cool, that's what you want. But at the end of the day, all parties in this relationship with this student athlete have to be on the same page to say, hey, this is what we want to represent. And so those are a couple of things that can hurt. And then kind of what we talked about earlier, like you thinking you're too big for this program. If you think you're too big for any program, you're going to rub that program the wrong way, and you're going to push that program to the side to the point where they're not going to want to recruit you. We had a kid who was going on a visit. Unfortunately, he was a local kid. He was going on a visit to a bigger school, and he kind of brushed us off. Said, yeah, don't worry about it. I got a bigger school that's after me, coach. I thank you for the opportunity. After his visit, he called us back, said, hey, is that opportunity still there? And we just said, no, it's not. Like, we don't want to be second fiddle to anybody. So, again, treat people how you want to be treated. Just because there's a bigger opportunity that's going to provide you with bigger resources to you doesn't mean you're still going to treat the next man like a lowly citizen. And those are a couple of the things that can hurt. But the agent piece is the one where, I mean, I was told one of our players were at an evaluation of $300,000. I said, wait a minute. This player isn't an all-conference player. This player did not make all MEAC academic team, not all MEAC football. He wasn't honorable mention All-American, none of that. How was his evaluation $300,000? And come to find out, if the agent got him to sign to a program for $300,000, he was going to take $60,000 from that student. And that's where these agents are coming into play, where they're collecting 20%. Well, the NFL don't collect 20%. Like, and this is where I have a problem with that process, because it's like I tell people, hey, make sure your agent is really for you and not for the bonus money they're going to get for you signing with the program. Like, just make sure they're for you, they're supporting you, they're giving all the information up front that you need to know so that they don't put you in a bad situation. And don't allow this agent to dictate where you want to go. If they're telling you, hey, I want you to hop into the portal after this season so that you can come get some money, but you're happy at this university, you love this university, you love the staff, why leave? It doesn't make sense. And so these agents right now who aren't certified, they could be a booster, they could be a friend, they could be anybody off the street. If they don't have a track record of dealing with legal issues, if they don't have a track record of dealing with paperwork or representing branding for a player, you got to really, really pay attention to your sources, just because these relationships can be torn in a process with a coach and they might not be repaired. And if they're not repaired, again, you putting yourself in harm's way of a relationship that, you know, can bite you in your butt in the end. And it's just not worth it.
Right.
See,
You
even
mentioned
even the
about
dog's telling you don't have no age.
I tell you,
I'm
boy.
just trying to tell you. The dog's trying to ask some questions too.
You mentioned about the kid who kind of discarded you and wanted to go to the bigger schools, right? And then he came back to you and you was like, no, I'm good. But I know there are some kids who you follow and follow and follow, but then you will take them back if they came back after doing their thing. What's the difference in the two scenarios where you're telling this other kid whatever, but then you're taking back somebody who took a long time to come to you guys? Like
the difference of either the two will always be just respect. How you approached us, how you treated us when we reached out. Did you brush us off and just say, nah, I don't want to be there? Or did you say, no, thanks, coach? I found another opportunity. I think I'm going to seek out this opportunity. It's just always the way you treat somebody and make somebody feel through the process. Because that other student athlete, the one who brushed us off, also was supposed to say, he also said, yeah, I'm going to come on campus today. And I was just like, okay, cool. He's going to come on campus today. Awesome. I love to see him, love to talk to him. And then he just didn't show up. And so in that process, it's just a respect level. It's a respect factor. Like, don't waste nobody's time. If you're not interested, just tell them you're not interested right now and give them the reasons why. Somebody has to, again, if they take that personal, they take it personal. But at the end of the day, I'm a person who wears his emotions on his sleeve. I can be sensitive from time to time. I'm always going to respect someone's decision of trying to make the best for them. But just respect this in the process. Because again, coaches are people too. Coaches have flaws. We have emotions. And so we could take things and be petty in the process, or we could take things as God would and kind of brush it off our shoulder. But it just depends on what type of day that coach is having.
Just being respectful through the process.
I always tell people, be respectful through the process. You being honest and upfront and then coming back, circling back, that coach might, because of how you handle it, that coach might still be open to you coming into the program. But the one thing I always tell coaches, I said, okay, you got to be careful with guys who bounce from school to school, because you just might be the next stepping stone. And so if you accept that, and you can accept that level of play, and you can accept that talent level that student athlete has to deal with it, cool. But if your infrastructure, if the staff members you have aren't built to handle those type of student athletes, they should not be in your program. Like I tell people all the time, like, football wasn't my only job. I've been a bus driver. I done been a paraprofessional. I done worked in a regional school. I've been a behavior tech, an ISS coordinator. So coming into Howard's program, any student athlete that has any edge to him, has any roughness to him, I'm 9 times out of 10 going to kind of corral myself around them, just because I was that once as a player and as a student, but I've also dealt with that my whole life. And so I just know how to talk to people, and I always treat people. Like, I don't care what you did. You're not what you did. That's not who you are. You have to find out who you are in the process. And if you talk to people in that type of way, you'll kind of find out, like, people are very interested in you as a person. And then if you're representing that program, you make that program look a lot better. And it's some kids we done got that we shouldn't have got. But I always tell people, man, if you treat Miss B, who's the receptionist at Cook Hall, well and respectful, you treat G, who's our office custodian, and you treat Miss Nat, who is the custodian, Bird, our gym. If you treat them respectfully, you should be able to treat everybody respectfully, because it don't take much to respect somebody. And if you always go through this process with respect, you'll end up getting what you want in the long run.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%.
You mentioned evaluations earlier.
All right, midnight.
In terms of evaluations, like, is there a standard? Like, how did this kid come up with this 300,000 as his evaluation?
I have no idea because the
Okay.
kid told me, not the agent. So, and it was the agent of one of our former players who ended up signing somewhere big. But I don't know how he came up with the evaluation because he told me this evaluation before he even jumped in the portal. And I was just like, I don't know where you're getting that number from. I know some student athletes were getting that number and a little bit more, but that number for a kid who only played one season, it was tough for me to say, hey, that evaluation was there just because it's so little opportunities to get paid that much. Like I don't know if you guys remember Brandon Lee from Flowers High School a few years ago. He was an exceptional corner coming out of high school, and he had Alabama, Michigan State, Michigan, Texas. He had all these schools. And I don't even know the number he was getting, but I'm like, they can't be handing out $300,000 all willy-nilly like this. Like it's kind of impossible. And so the schools that were reaching out to that young man at the time weren't really offering them. And that's what kind of made me think like, yeah, these agents really are trying to find kids pots and find kids money and find kids a place to go. And the evaluations aren't accurate information. Like I would love for them for all the agents have to be certified at some point, just because I want these kids to be able to have the correct and accurate information that they need to have. Just because this portal thing is still new, this NIL era is still new to everybody, especially the agent piece. And so I just want everybody to kind of be educated on what an evaluation really is and what NIL really is, because the collective is something different that it's kind of like your background. It ain't got no ending to it. It's open-ended. It's a galaxy. And so people just got to understand, like, these evaluations don't matter. If I get paid $300,000 and I still got to pay taxes and I got to pay for books, I got to pay for my meals, I got to pay for my apartment, I got to pay for my car and things of this nature, and then I'm not playing, well, what am I getting this money for? You know what I mean? It's like I'm just showing up to work every day, getting paid handsomely, but I'm never going to have the opportunity to play the game I love. I just get to practice. And so I always tell people, don't follow the money, follow the situation. If you follow your situation and you do it the right way, the money will eventually come to you. And if you're lucky enough to be selected, you'll be able to get more money by playing in the NFL. But at the end of the day, these evaluations are open-ended. It's just a number to kind of lure these kids to sign with these agents so that they could then go find this money for them, but it ends up not being the same amount that they gave an evaluation for.
All right, going to the next topic here. So this one here is, can prep schools or JUCOs help? And I think this is an important one, Coach, because especially in the aspect of a school like Howard, where your GPA is very important. So explain how this can help kids out, if it helps.
Oh, it helps tremendously. Like me personally, I invest in going to the prep schools. So it's a bunch of prep schools in Connecticut and Massachusetts is one. Where one of my boys started it here in Maryland. And it's very impactful and important for these kids to go to these prep schools, because what a prep school can end up doing for you is just give you a second chance, a second opportunity without you losing a year. And so by you going to the prep school, you don't lose a year. I always suggest either graduate high school or go after your 11th grade year if you're going to prep school. But at the end of the day, like, these prep schools give you an opportunity to be able to give yourself a second chance at life, give you a second chance at football. Because at these prep schools, most prep schools are boarding options. And so with them being a boarding option, and they're nowhere near what a high school is, and they're nowhere near what your high school setup was, It's going to give you a better foundation. It's going to give you a better structure. It's going to give you a better landscape. And it's already going to be set up and preparing you for what college will be like. You're going to be taking college level courses. You're going to be handling things in a dorm, on a campus. There's some high schools are set up like that. But for the most part, a prep school and a JUCO are going to help you. They have two different deals with them, because a JUCO is a little bit rougher environment, a little bit rougher space, just because you got to fend for yourself essentially. Most of them are in the Midwest. You got a couple that are on the West Coast, but most of them are in the Midwest, and it's not an easy place to be. You telling a kid from PG County go live out Kansas, yeah, you gotta have a different mentality to go live out in Kansas and fend for yourself and figure it out. But also, I tell people you got to be careful, because in order to increase your GPA, increase your chances, you got to take classes that might not translate to the college level. So I'm probably more leaning towards the JUCOs, but there are some kids that have a prep year post grad and they want to transfer in credits. And weightlifting is not a credit you transferring in. If you're not transferring in a math or science, some general elective, it's not going to transfer in. And so by you taking fundamentals of life, that's not transferring to a major. You know what I mean? Now, you might be able to take foundations of tech, or you might be able to take culinary or something like that might be able to transfer to a university. But 9 times out of 10, some of these programs are set up and built to help these student athletes look better academically on paper, and they're just not taking any classes that are real and that are serious. If you're taking geography, if you're taking psychology, sociology, chemistry, college algebra, these classes will always be relatable to any college that you go to. And so the JUCOs in that regard will help for those that are really taking their academic piece serious to bring it up. And then the prep school, it just puts you in a different environment. You get out of where you're from, where you're around. It puts you around their program, their private structure, their private backing, and it just puts you in a situation where you got to take school serious and you have to take football serious. Because again, some of these prep schools, like if you've seen any of these Connecticut prep schools, man, they have some facilities. Like they are doing very well. And some of those late bloomers you talked about earlier, they have to go to these prep schools because they need that year. They need that extra year, because one of these, I know a couple of the prep schools up in Connecticut, they'll actually take you as a prep and you can reclass. So not only can you take that prep year, you can also take your senior year over at this prep school, so you can build your body, build your mind, and get that structure that you really needed, so that you could be recruited for the better athlete that you are. Like it's a couple kids that I saw at a couple prep schools, and I mean, they look like grown men. And the coach told me, he was like, yeah, he'll be a 20-year-old freshman going into college. And it's just because he took that time to take that extra year, take that extra 2 years to really develop who he is as a person, as a man, because his family structure wasn't set up to be that. And to give that young man a chance, he had to go to a prep school and invest in a prep school, and it kind of helped him out. So that military school that we went to when we was kids, for the kids that got in trouble in the neighborhood and all that, that's what these schools are, but they're really setting you up for a better future and a better promise. And a lot of these kids who are in major colleges and are successful academically have ended up going through a prep school. I do not encourage anybody to go to a prep school during the year, but either do it before your season or wait till after your season if that's the route you want to take, just because prep schools play each other. They also play some Division III colleges. They also play some NAIA schools. So in the process, you're not only just playing kids that are your age, you're really getting prepared for that college lifestyle of what you're going to go through on the field and in the classroom. And so they can help. They are useful. I will always say, do your research. Do your research. No different than the colleges. Find out where these kids went to school at after they left the prep school, and how many of them went to college to play that sport from that prep school. And then you'll kind of get a better judge of, if this prep school isn't an option, is it for you? Because no different than a transfer portal right now. Some kids do get stuck going to these prep schools and never making it out to go to a college. And it is what it is. It just doesn't turn out the right way. Now, I wouldn't say it doesn't turn out the right way from a personal standpoint or an academic standpoint, but that athletic piece sometimes kind of just gets thrown to the side.
Right. So in terms of JUCO versus prep school versus reclass in high school, what's your comments for those guys? Like which one is the better route, or if any?
I don't think there's such thing as a better. I think it's a case by case situation. Like I have a a college freshman who's going to turn 20 years old because he reclassed in high school. But he felt like he had the need to reclass in high school because he broke his leg his 11th grade year, and he spent his whole year out, and he missed the year. And so for him to get that opportunity back, he wanted to reclass. And again, it's a case by case scenario situation. I haven't been to too many JUCOs. I have been to a couple. I've been to quite a few prep schools, so I always tell kids, if you can do the prep option, because we're always going to recruit prep schools just because they give our kids a better start, a better fight, and a better chance. And then they throw so many showcases. And I know our area is about to throw more showcases coming up here soon in the spring to kind of highlight the kind of kids we have in the area. But they do so many showcases. They do a round robin showcase where you can go to 12 schools in one day and see all of their kids perform. And it's just like they put on great events for coaches to kind of see who they have, what they're about, and what their style of play is, that they give them a chance, they give them a shot. Some schools, unfortunately, and some schools where you're not winning too many games and you're just not interested in the product they put out, just because most coaches want winners. And it's just tough to get recruited when your team isn't winning any football games. And so I always tell people, get better, develop and improve, but at the same time, you got to find what you want, whether it's to walk onto a program or do you need an extra year or two. Like I've had people fail English on purpose because they knew they weren't going to graduate so that they can spend an extra year in high school. And it's just like, nah, man, don't do that. Always go to a JUCO, always go to a prep school, always go to a military school to kind of find that discipline and structure you need instead of staying another year in high school where you 19 years old while everybody else is 16 and 17. That ain't right. That ain't going that's not going to help your situation. But just using these other options are an avenue that you can take, and to me it's always beneficial.
Do you think there's a benefit to a kid reclassing and using that as an option with the eligibility?
I do if it's granted and warranted. I'm always a guy I'm not a rules guy. I'm also not a tradition guy. Like I can't stand tradition because the tradition always screams out, hey, we've always done this, so let's continue to do this. I think we do need to change with the times with certain traditions. But like I said, on a case-by-case basis, I do think that some kids do need another opportunity, another shot, another moment, another season to prove that they can do what they can do. I just always say, hey, if it's good for that conference, it's good for me. And so I've recruited kids who've reclassed before. All I cared about was the character of that student athlete and the athletic ability. Because if the character of that student athlete matched it to athletic ability, we have something, and I can develop you into the person that you need to be. You don't have to be a ready-made project for me. I just need to be able to develop you. And if you need another year and you have that option, take that option. If you're not getting The offers you want, now that's a whole different ball game. Nah, you cheating the system. Like, and you're going to end up losing that way because once you reclass after you got 12 to 15 offers, you're telling those 12 to 15 schools, no, we're not interested. We want something bigger and something better. And then it goes to that respect piece. Because then, hey, if you don't get what you want, are you going to come back around? Yeah, I'm not taking you. Like, that's not going to happen. We're going to move on with a kid that respects the process the right way and treats the process the right way.
Right. And wants to be at your school.
Yes, 100%.
Yeah. All right. I don't know if we had any questions in the chat.
That's a conversation I had with a lot of middle school kids who. Nope, I don't see any in there.
Okay.
Next question, Coach. Okay. How can a high school player develop skills that coaches wants to see?
Oh, this is a good one. Transitional drills. Drills have to translate to what we play. And so I know last time I spoke about guys having tight hips. Some people have tight hips because they don't do track no more. They don't play flag football. They don't play basketball. They don't wrestle. We always are going to love multiple sport athletes. And so if a student athlete could play multiple sports, the better, because those skills from basketball to football, football to track, football to wrestling, football to baseball, they're always going to translate because they're very similar movements. But in training, I always tell kids, don't train stand still. Like that's not going to help you. Like football is not a standstill sport. Like you have to understand, like, I got to sprint one way and change direction and go the other way. Sometimes I need to flip my hips in order to do that. Sometimes I need to turn my body. All right, when I run sideways and run laterally, sometimes I need to keep my shoulders square. So that's where that hip flexibility comes into play. And it's like those transitional drills, if more guys understood, I need to transition from one direction to the other direction without losing speed, that's what's going to be able to get me to that next level that I need to get to. So those transitional drills will always help. Understanding, like, speed to power. Like, how can I go real fast into a person and project power into them, right? That's the name of our game. It always has been. I tell people, when I was playing, those conversations started happening about the bench press. I'm not bench pressing nobody on the football field. That's wasted energy. That's wasted movement. So 9 times out of 10, when you're talking about block destruction, I'm trying to get fully extended already. That's not a bench press. A bench press, I need to get into you and extend, but I don't have to do that for every position. So that piece is always going to be position specific. Any offense or defensive lineman, you're going to have to do that. So you need to make sure you're strong in that area. But for any big skill like a linebacker or a tight end, I'm not doing that. That's just not the nature of our game right now. Like, if anybody saw that game last night, they didn't see too many people benching people. But when it comes down to making a tackle, when it comes down to blocking somebody, you saw somebody squat underneath somebody. You saw somebody getting leverage up underneath somebody. You saw somebody extend their arms and project power into them. That's cleans, that's snatches, that's deadlifts. It's all Olympic lifts. So I always tell people, weight room is going to be your best friend. Not in the sense of doing these stiff movements where it's very stationary. You have to do athletic movements to be an athlete. And so you got to do transition drills. I will always tell people, get with a track coach. A track coach is going to help you stretch. It's going to help you flex your muscles. It's going to help you be a little bit nimble and quick. And then just train as an athlete for your position. If you have to be up front and be a lineman, yeah, you're going to have to use your hands and be a little bit more physical, but it's always a game of change of direction. You have to move in multiple directions. And again, if anybody saw that game last night, they saw a lot of people running into people, but moving in directions. Like when Seven caught that fumble off of the quarterback's hand, picked it up and ran up the sideline, that was a defensive lineman. That was not a linebacker or a DB. And so even those guys have to learn how to run, how to move, how to maneuver around people in order to be successful in this game.
That was one lineman running it in and the other one chasing him down. It was kind
Yes.
of
Yes, 100%.
And he was trying to catch him. He really was trying to.
Yeah. One of them was Morgan Moses. Morgan Moses is from the area. He played at UVA. He's been playing for 12, 14 years in the NFL. So,
former Redskin.
Yeah, you know what I mean? So, you know, it's still a game of movement. Like, you have to be able to move your body in an appropriate way without losing that speed. And this is why I tell people, like, if I didn't run track in high school, I probably wouldn't have played college football. Just because my first track practice, we stretched for 45 minutes. And I was like, what is this? But I got to understand how you take care of your body. Like, how do you move your body? And in college, I really only had 2 injuries. And they were very insignificant injuries because I was taught how to train and take care of my body. And in that process, they always say it, every coach has said it, your best ability is availability. And so I was always there. If somebody else was hurt, hey, Gould here. Yep, he is. Hey, can you play this, Gould? Yes, I can. Show me. No problem. Like, and I was always in position to be that next man up, whether it was on special teams, whether it was on defense. Hey, Gould, can you play Sam linebacker? Yeah, let me just teach me what you need me to do, and I got you. Hey, can you play middle? Absolutely. And can you play no matter what the position was, I was always trying to see, all right, cool, let me see if I can do that. And I just stayed consistent working. Like, no different than I work at football now. I did it back then. And so, again, they have to develop in transition drills and just always working. Like, it don't take you much. Well, right now it takes much because it's ice capades outside, but you can find an indoor gym. Like, I show people, I'm doing a clinic, the DMV high school clinic coming up on the 28th, and I'm talking about linebacker play, and I'm going to talk about how easy it is to be a really good linebacker. I'm a very unconventional coach. You're not going to meet another one like me, and it's because of my background. But I've stolen thoughts and ideas from different positions where an offensive lineman use med balls to improve the positions of their players from a blocking standpoint. Well, linebackers use a 6-point explosion. They always do the 6-point explosion of going to a bag, and then coaches always yell at their players for not getting full extension, for not getting out. Well, I decided to use a med ball. If I use that med ball in that same fashion of that 6-point explosion, that med ball is going to make you lock out your arms. And it takes me back to basketball. When I do a chest pass or a bounce pass, I have to get full extension. I have to. And then from that point, it's about the different positions I've coached. I coached tight ends for a couple years. Well, I found out from a tight end position, to keep my thumbs up, I just squeeze my elbows. I can't squeeze my elbows together and my thumbs go down. It's impossible. I got to flare them out. And so just paying attention to those little subtle details about the position, that's going to always help me be better of just how naturally my body moves. Like when I do squats, like in my stance when I played, I couldn't do my knees inside or my feet pigeon-toe like everybody else because I have external rotation of my knees. And so when I squat, my knees go out as wide as they need to, and I can squat as much as anybody else. But I had to know how my body operated and how my body moved. And when I figured that out, I was able to be a successful player.
So talking about, preparing your body and developing it, how much time do you guys take during the week, during the season to recover after a game and plus to get ready for the week, getting your body ready for the week?
That's a good one. That one's kind of layered too. So one of the things we do, our coach calls be a pro. So our defensive coordinator, Kashawn Jarrett, calls it be a pro, where right now, what we do is we stretch. We get in static positions, kinetic positions, and we do core. Because core stability is going to be able to be the backbone of kind of your strength palette. If you have a weak core, there's not a whole bunch of strength movements you're going to be able to do, and it helps you in recovery. And so we just do everything on the front end. We're not reactionary. We're always proactive. And so being a pro is just about taking care of your body. So if we got to work out at 6 o'clock in the morning, we're getting up at 5:15, 5:30 to get together so that we can make sure these kids' bodies are ready to perform. Because at the end of the day, our bodies are not a microwave, it's an oven. And so you got to warm it up. You got to treat it right. And that's what allows us to be sustained during the season. And so just that natural habit of treating your body right before you got to go work out, we train them starting in January so that during the season, after a game on that Sunday, they'll technically have off, but those guys will still lift or do a yoga session, which is just stretching, core, and calisthenics, what we already do as be a pro. But then they also have that Monday off. But we tell our kids to get in the cold tub. We tell our kids, hey, go to treatment to get massages, to get cupping, to get anything that you might need. Like, shoot, I got a foam roller and a massager at the house. Like, so I believe in it so much just because I still lift. Excuse me, I still work out, I still run and things of that nature. And so we just try to teach the kids on how to take care of your body. The most important piece is sleep. So 9 times out of 10, we've created our kids' schedule for the semester already. We built in sleep, we built in rest, we built in naps, we built in snacks, meals on top of their classes. And so we just teach them how to take care of their body and what to do so that now when you do get a bruise, a nick, a scrape, a bump, you already know how to take care of it. And your body it's a machine, so it's going to work itself out. But if your body's in prime condition, that healing process is going to go faster, especially once you incorporate that rest. But we just try to teach the kids how to take care of their body, and that be a pro session that we always do, starting the off season, starting now, helps them and allows them to sustain their body during the season.
Gotcha. And I'm a little late on my next break. So real quick, we're just going to take another break and then we'll be right back with you. All right, we're getting close to the end of our conversation here, but so we talked about, what college coaches are looking for. We talked about some of the do's and don'ts in recruiting. Talked about prep schools and JUCOs, the difference between the two. We talked about what college coaches are looking for in their recruit. So, and we spent some time talking about the portal and things last week and this week. So now you got the player on campus. They're part of your program. And now they're getting upset because they're not seeing the field. And then that's why we got thousands of players in the transfer portals, because they're not getting playing time or they're not getting the money they think they're supposed to be getting. They're not feeling loved, I should say. So, all right, if they're not seeing the field early, what's something that players can do to change that?
Special teams. Special teams. So this is one for a high school kid, a college kid, a JUCO kid, a prep kid. It doesn't matter. For us, like our starting Mike linebacker was our personal protector. He was our right wing on field goal. He would run down on kickoff. He wasn't good at it, but he would also be down on kickoff return. And I mean, he was our leader. He was our general. He ran the defense. And so I want my starting players have to be on 2 special teams. I don't care if they're the 1 or the 2. It doesn't matter. They have to be on 2 special teams. Because again, for my position, most special teams are defensive by nature. And so if most special teams are defensive by nature, you have to be on at least two of them. If I'm going to travel 6 guys from out of my room to come on the bus, you have to cover those bases of those special teams positions. So for me, I always tell guys like the 4 freshmen I had, all 4 of them started on at least 2 special teams. And so for them to get that early bump, for them to get that early playing time, they have to do special teams, right? And it took me a while as a coach to figure this part out, but the punt team is nothing just an offensive formation, and you're protecting the quarterback who's the punter. Mm-hmm. Like it's no different, right? Kickoff and punt return, I mean, they're very similar by nature, but it's kickoff, I'm working defense. It's an A gap, it's a B gap. It's like there are gaps in the kickoff. Punt return, I'm trying to go block for this return. It's no different than the running back getting the ball or receiver getting a screen. So once we related that information to the kids in that way where you're able to do those things, but then selfishly, I tell my linebackers, I say, hey, you want average double digits in tackles, you know you can get 4 tackles on special teams.
Yes, you can. Or
like,
more.
Like it's easy. Like so, and when I say like I'm a different type of coach, so ever since my Bowie State days, I've broken down what it takes to get double-digit tackles in the game. And I told them, I said, if you get 14 to 17 series in a game and you're playing 30 plays in a game, but you're in for 14 series, just get a tackle a series. Okay, a tackle a series. If you don't have a tackle a series, what about special teams? If you're playing on 3 or 4 special teams, then you're going to have an opportunity to get a tackle on punt or kickoff. And so I tell people special teams to kind of cover your bases when it comes down to stat packing. But at the end of the day, like if you want to play efficient defensive football, if you want to play efficient team football, special teams has to be that third, because you can still lose the game by playing offense and defense very well and losing in the special teams. Everybody saw that Pittsburgh Steelers versus Ravens game at the end of the year where you knew the Ravens had it locked up, but then defense gave up a field goal at the end of the game and the Steelers won. And that was so that whole drive, that whole effort that Lamar and Likely and all those guys and Flowers put in, it was for nothing because the defense allowed the field goal kicker at that last second to win the game for the Pittsburgh Steelers, and they won the game. And so we always tell people, if you want to take care of the ball, if you want to take care of the score, go to special teams. Within the past 2 years, Howard's special teams, they blocked at least, I think it was like 6 field goals. When we went to go play FAMU, first game of the season down the Orange Blossom Classic down in Florida in Miami Stadium, we won 10-9. They did not score 1 touchdown in the game, and we blocked 2 field goals. And then our offense, we got the ball back for our offense off of a blocked field goal. At the end of the game, they drove down the field and they kicked a 48-yard field goal to win the game. And it's just like, no, that's a component. That's a major component of how to win football games is special teams. Mm-hmm. We lost the game to Hampton a couple years ago because our long snapper muffed the snap and went over the punter's head. Hampton picks up the ball, ends up 4 plays later, and then talking about we were up 35-14. We was up 34-14. We lost 35-14. And I mean 35-34. And so just that ball rolling of a special teams unit and defensive unit getting going, it can also propel the offense. But if an offense and defensive unit are playing well, but special teams aren't, it can also lose you a game as well. You know what I mean? And so I always tell guys, find your way on special teams. If you're not starting on offense or defense, you better be a 4-phase special teams guy. That's punt return, kickoff return. If you have the ability to be on field goal, cool. But 9 times out of 10, you either got to be really, really big, like an offense or defensive lineman, or if you're a wing, you got to be long on the edge to create a longer edge. But special teams is the way to go. That special team coach is going to talk to everybody on the team, from the quarterbacks down to the running backs, the linebackers, linemen. And he can also help you get on the bus offensive, defensively. Because if you're a 1 or 2 on special teams, you got to travel. You got to go. You have to be ready to get in. I have to get you ready because you're on special teams. I can't say, oh, my starter has to be ready to go into the game, but he's not on any special teams. That means we got to carry somebody else who's just on special teams that doesn't play defense. And nah, we're not doing that. So everybody has to play special teams. It's a must, but if they're not seeing the field early, they got to invest their time in the special teams.
Good stuff. That's what I tell my players too. Like, you can make it with the special teams. So get a nice kicker, and you're good too. So
it's a long look.
And
if anybody's hearing me, please learn how to long snap.
Long snap.
They are paying big bucks. A long snapper in the NFL is base salary is $400,000. All they're doing is long snapping.
Let me go talk to my old long snapper. He's getting ready to graduate. He did a pretty good job.
Yeah, they don't have to hit nobody for real. They have long careers. It's great benefits being a long snapper. We're looking for one now. So, just trust me. If anybody's listening, please teach your children how to long snap. The size really don't matter. We've had a 5'8" long snapper. We've had a 6'5" long snapper. The long snapper does not matter. Can they get the ball back there? That's the most important piece. If they can get the ball back there in the same spot consistently, then they have a chance to get their college education paid for, or at least partial of it paid for.
Well, Coach Gould, you just opened up that door. I'm gonna send you these two huddle highlights you can take a peek at them.
Please do, because we need them like right now. Like our last long snapper is coaching with us right now, so we need another one.
Can I go off script? You mentioned Tyshawn. I guess he's the new coach, right, at Howard?
Yeah, he was he's not new, but he was our DB coach since 2022. He was our new defensive coordinator last year.
Okay, so talk about, if you can, the transition in staffs when you go from one coach to another. I guess
you're trying to get me fired. You
can say skip, Coach. You can say skip.
No, I don't skip nothing. I don't back down from nothing. It's a tough transition and tough process, just because naturally as a person, you feel like you still got to interview for your job because this new person is in charge and you really don't know this new person. And so through that process, you still got to be on top of your game. You still got to have your P's and Q's in order. But then if you were successful at your job, you gotta tone down a bit. And so those are some things I personally have had to do, because I know I'm good at my job. I've been successful with everything I've touched in this coaching landscape. But with Coach White becoming a new head coach, and he knows of me through some relationships that he has, but he doesn't know what I bring to the table because he hasn't really seen it up close. And so that transition of, I've proven myself and I've shown what I can do, but now I got to show this new guy who I am and what I'm about. You kind of got to be built for that process. Coach KJ and I, with Coach Calcett, were lucky enough to be three guys to be retained from the last staff. And so it's a beautiful process, but we're trying to lean on each other to help each other through this process too, because it's like, hey man, we're gonna be all right. We're gonna be fine. Like, this is what we're gonna do, this is how we're gonna do it. And then we kind of talking each other off the ledge too, because it's like, Coach brought in some guys that he believes in and he trusts, and we have to learn who he is through this process, and we have to go through this process in a very new way, almost like we're all coming together all at once at the last minute, you know what I mean? Through recruiting, through training, through developing. And so it's a process that you kind of got to go through. And you gotta stay humble through that process. Otherwise, you'll allow that process to eat you up a little bit and turn you into something that you shouldn't be. And you know, as a man, I always tell people, hey, look, as a man, as a grown man, I gotta check my own insecurities. I have them. I have to check my own insecurities in this process because the man upstairs tells me who I am, not this situation. And so I always got to lean on the man upstairs. He put me here for a reason. He's kept me here for a reason. So I got to lean on that and trust him and know he going to take care of me through the process.
Thanks, Coach.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Coach. Well, we appreciate that, man, and you taking your time today, man. But before I let you get out of here, you know, just let us know what you got going on and how we're coming up soon. I know you guys should have a junior day and spring football, so just put that information out there for everybody.
Yep. So spring football dates. Just follow me on social media at X. I still call it Twitter. I don't know why, but follow me on X at Coach Nick Gould. Those spring dates will be coming out. They will be open practices to local guys. Anybody out of state that wants to come to a practice, all they need to do is just hit me up on X at Coach Nick Gould. Name is on the screen. It's exactly my name, so it's not hard to find. Our junior day will be April the 11th, I believe. Yeah, April the 11th. It's going to be a Saturday. Excuse me. It's going to be fast approaching. We will be doing a coaches clinic at Howard University April the 4th. So look out for those details coming out. And then also coming up in a couple weeks, man, February 28th, I will be speaking at the DMV coaches clinic for all high school and college guys who like to learn a little bit of linebacker play for myself and how I get my guys to play to the level they are, man. But yeah, everything I'm live on social media on a consistent basis. So please follow me for any updates. If you do need to reach out to me, please hit me up. Please follow me. I promise you I'll follow back. If I don't follow back right away, give me a day or two because it's still open recruiting season. So people flooding in my handles right now. But yeah, man, I'm excited about spring ball. I can't wait. We started really talking about like the nook and cranny of installs like this week. So I'm kind of starting to get excited about getting back to coaching some ball and coaching some players.
Good stuff. Yeah, we're supposed to be going to that coach's clinic, so we'll see you there.
I love it. I love it.
Midnight, you got anything else for Coach before we go? We let him get on out of here.
Nah, because he gave me his Twitter handle, so now if he see a message, he'll know it's me. We good to go.
All right, Coach, man. And again, man, we appreciate you taking the time out, man, to share this information. You know, this is stuff that the parents and players, especially in this area, need to hear. There's a lot of misconceptions that these kids are getting out here about recruiting and where they can play and who they can play with and what's needed to play. So I appreciate you taking the time to come through here and just share that information with us.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Anytime.
All right. Anybody got anything they want to close out with? Natalie, you good?
I'm good. Thank you, Coach.
You're welcome. Thank you, guys.
Midnight, as we always close out, you want to share what we got coming up this week?
Yep. So this week, tomorrow, 6:30, Unapologetic Sports. Tomorrow night, 7:45 drive time. At Wednesday at 7:30, we've got Nothing But Net at 7:30. 8 o'clock, we have our interview show called In the Passenger Seat. At Thursday, 7:10, we have the Thursday Night Throwdown. On Saturday morning, we have at 11 a.m. the Gridiron. And then after that, we have the WrestleManiacs at 9 p.m. And that's our schedule for the week. But the first thing we gotta get out of the way is tomorrow morning, 9:00, the audio version of the show will be available. So we have the platforms at the bottom. You can just click in, just like you do any podcast you want, and you can listen to this again. So you can take this with you. It's not just stuck to just here today and right now. And then also, of course, on YouTube, we have the Sideline Junkies page, and we also have a 24/7, which is called Upon Further Review, where you get to watch back shows from the past week. So that's what we got going on.
All right, well, I appreciate that, Midnight Rider. And Coach, again, thank you for taking time to join us tonight. Appreciate everybody for listening in to the Pretenders and Contenders Coaches Show. Coach Devon checking out. Thank my co-host, Midnight Rider, and Coach Natalie. And again, a special shout out to Coach Nick Booth for spending 2 weeks in a row with us and our platform. Everybody stay warm out there. I hope you all have a good week, and we'll catch you again next week.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, we are finally here to the biggest day. I guess you can't call it the granddaddy of them all. So you got to call it the daddy of them all. Super Bowl Sunday, baby. And that man right there that just ran in that's out of breath, he does the introduction. So I'm going to go ahead and back off and give him his job back.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, welcome to what they call the Sunday Rise. This morning, we ask you to rise up and get ready to participate in Super Bowl Sunday. And what we do in this thing is we make it so you start your week off with the best there is, the best there was, and the best there ever will be. And that is the Sideline Junkies Podcast Network, Sunday Rise. Ladies and gentlemen, I am just a mere mortal here to live and breathe amongst you people. But what I do is give you sports in the only way I can and the only way we can as a group. And with that being said, there's Flying Brian, there's the Gentleman Jack, there's the Boss B, there's the Correspondent, baby, there's Big Lee Ice, and then there's the big guy KG. And mere mortals, I am just the Midnight Rider here to be the provider of your information and your sports tone. And with that being said, I'm going to turn this over to the host with the most, because this is what we do and this is how we do on Sunday morning. Welcome to Sunday Rise, ladies and gentlemen.
Damn, I got a cap, man. I'm ready to run through a brick wall right now.
Who you telling?
To do?
I'm already fired up, coming out the tunnel like, let's go, man. First play, 50 gut, let's get it.
Let's go, baby.
First and foremost, the most important part, gentlemen.
All right, what's up, fellas? How y'all doing today?
I'm doing great, man.
Doing good.
Yeah, good.
All right,
Fantastic.
There's some kind of game on later today, right? I think that we're.
I think something happens today. I don't know.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Things happen. People happen. Let's start this off with the way I think we wanted to start this, and there's reason why we got the people in the room. This week or yesterday, we learned that at 91 years old, Sonny Jurgensen passed away. So I know it's a sad time. Rest in peace, Sonny J. But I just want to get you guys' thoughts, and that's why I wanted to open with this and just give us a window to have some, just to let everything out. So I don't know who wants to start. I know all you guys have some connections You know what? Let's go Gentleman Jack first, and then go Jack, Brian, correspondent, Lee Ice, KG to me.
Well, thank you, Minute Rider. I'm honored to be first talking about the passing of one of the first quarterbacks I really, truly ever knew. Back in the 70s, that was me. I was watching the Over the Hill gang, the Redskins with the big R on the side of their helmet, and, the quarterbacks with 1 bar or 2 bars. In the DMV, when I was growing up in the 70s, you had the 2, or should I say 3, pioneers of the passing game in the NFL, as I feel. And you had people talking about Sammy Ball, people talking about the cat up the road in Baltimore, KG's favorite guy, Johnny Unitas. And then you had everybody talking about Sonny Jurgensen. And I was blessed to be approximately 8 years old and go into the Dancing Crab on Wisconsin Avenue with my father and meet Sonny Jurgensen and Johnny Unitas. They signed napkins for me. God knows where they are. But that's just what I remember. Sonny Jurgensen is Mr. Redskin to me because that's when I became a Redskin fan. 6, 7, 8, you know what I'm saying? And just his mannerisms on the field, his body language on the field. Hell, Sonny Jurgensen, he tore his Achilles tendon, breaking huddle. I mean, just the simplest thing, injured such a battle-tested quarterback. That always tripped me out. So, hey, I don't want to take away from everybody else's time, but to me, Sonny Jurgensen is my Mr. Redskin, is the first quarterback that I know seeing the play the position. So, and we followed him to the booth, and I'm sure a lot of you guys are going to talk about his time in the booth. There was nothing like Sonny Sam. And what was it? Sam Huff and Sonny Sam Huff. And who was it, Midnight Rider?
Frank.
Sam, Sonny, and Frank.
Sam, Sonny, and Frank. Well, nothing like it. I used to turn the volume on my TV down and listen to them cats on the radio. So, yeah, that's what I got. Flying Brian, what you got?
Yeah, that's perfect segue. It's like we rehearsed it. So I'm the young buck in this group. So I obviously didn't grow up and watch him, but he's my dad's favorite player. But my memories of Sonny Jurgensen are the radio. So my dad would turn down and sync it up on TV the best he could back then. But he would take it one step further if he had to work, and he would tape the game on VHS, stay away from any radio or anything or any newspaper, and then he would actually record. We could do this with the stereo we had. He could record the radio feed on a cassette tape. We would set that up for him when he was at work, and then he did this once or twice because he didn't work a lot of Sundays. And then when he would sync that up, and because he had to listen to Sam, Sonny, and Frank while he watched the football game. And to this day, when we watch games, sometimes he still listens to the radio feed because he prefers it. And he used to have season tickets, and when we would go to games, he would bring his Walkman and his headphones and listen to the live feed while we were in the stadium. Everybody would be up celebrating a touchdown, and he'd be sitting in his chair like this so he could hear the feed. And that was back when Sonny Jurgensen was still doing it. So my fandom of Sonny Jurgensen is my dad being obsessed and having to listen to him on the radio anytime the Redskins played. But obviously I've gone back and looked at clips that I've know the history of him now, and he's one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time. Unfortunately, he's in that category of not winning anything, but nonetheless, he's still a Hall of Famer. And at the time, he set a lot of numbers. And we talked about it before we came on the air, the old backwards pass. The old rumor is that Patrick Mahomes is going to one day do it in a game, but Jurgensen's already done it in a game. So he was a pioneer and a groundbreaker. And for my family, it was but 91. Can't argue with that. If I can make it to 91, that's a good thing. So,
yeah, I'll go next. My dad was a Sonny Jurgensen guy, big time. I didn't see Sonny play myself, but seeing interviews with Sonny, one of the main things he really talked about was when Lombardi showed up for that 1 year, how much of an impact that that really changed Sonny, his perspective on playing ball and life in general. But like, how many people with the same organization get to be a legend 2 times on the field and off the field? My memories of Sonny Jurgensen are him sitting in the booth or before a Super Bowl in Minneapolis with his cigar, with George Michael, Doc Walker sitting next to him, and he was just the coolest dude you'd ever that you saw on TV. Everyone gravitated to him. He owned the room when he walked in. You guys mentioned the booth, with Frank, and him and Sam were incredible. We forget in DC, we as far as like sports anchors are concerned, you think about, we had Glenn Brenner, Warner Wolf, George Michael, Steve Buckhantz, and others. So yeah, R.I.P. Sonny. This cigar here will have a toast to you later today.
I guess it's my turn now. I actually remember, even though I was a little kid, I actually remember Sonny Jurgensen's last game. I was over my godparents' house. We was playing the Rams in the playoffs. And I can remember my godparents and my parents, mainly my father and my godfather, arguing, man, they should put Sonny in. They should put Sonny in. He was playing the Rams in the playoffs, 1974. I still have a memory of that. That's the only game that I vividly can remember him playing in. Of course, I watch all the old highlights. But I also remember my favorite memory of Sonny Jurgensen. Y'all mentioned him in the booth, Sonny, Sam, and Frank. He used to do the Redskin Report with George Michael. But my favorite memory of Sonny Jurgensen, and I don't know if y'all are old enough to remember this, Jack, you should. Redskins sidelines, him and Glenn Brenner. That was the best. Came on every Monday, 7:30, Channel 9, after the Redskins won the game or lost, Redskins sideline was the best. They would have a guest on there, mainly whoever was the player of the week. They would come on. I think it ended, I'm pretty sure it ended Glenn Brenner's in 1991 when Glenn Brenner got sick and passed away. But Redskins sideline is my favorite memory of Sonny, because you remember it so much when you're young. Things that happen to you when you're young, it stick with you. And there was nothing like getting ready, going to school, then especially after the Redskins win, and you want to know, damn, who's going to be the guest on Redskins sideline tonight? The other thing that I always loved about Sonny was, whether it was on the Redskins sideline or the Redskin Report or the radio pregame show, you know he's always going to pick the Skins to win. No matter who they were playing, no matter what their record was, Sonny was going to always pick the Skins. So that's my favorite memory of Sonny.
No, that's it's funny you say that, Lee Ice. And I apologize for the background noise. But the one thing and the two things I remember is I never forget Redskins sideline, because he would come on, like you said, on Mondays, and they had a studio audience, and sometimes the players would come through the audience to get to the stage. That was one of the biggest things. I think for me, it's weird. It's my Redskin experience is interesting because, like, I remember being a 6-year-old going up to Carlisle, and the first two people I meet is Mark May and I think it's Russ Grimm, as I'm walking, as they walk up to the thing. And for the next 13 years, I want to say, we were at Carlisle all the time. And the Sonny part of this for me is, I think Lee Ice said it the best way. It was always Redskins Report, Redskins sideline in the games. And I felt bad towards the end of Sonny's reign because I thought he lost his fastball, and I thought they should have taken him off sooner instead of letting him languish. But Sonny was the guy that could tell you anything. He could tell you to play. Like when we watch Tony Romo now, Sonny was doing what Tony Romo did, but he just wasn't as like he would say, "Oh, I think they're gonna run this." You know, he would just tell you what the play was, what was going to happen, how it was going to happen, or they should have ran this, they should have ran that, and the banter between him and Sam going back and forth about offense and defense, and like they really had their own little fight going on because he'd be like, Sam, tell your defense get their stuff together. You know what I'm saying? Or Sam would say, tell the offense to move the ball. And then if he was wrong and all that stuff, it was perfect, man. It was one of those things where, you know, I think about like Lee Ice, Tim, and I at their place where we just have this playful banter. No matter when we see each other, how long it's been, it's always going to be the same because that's who we are. And that's what I see with Sonny Sam. They just have this banter back and forth. And it's going to be interesting, you know, at those pearly gates when they interact and they talk and they meet, because it's going to be a bunch of memories and great stories being told by guys that are historians of the game and historians of life. God, there's a bunch of Sonny stories I heard. I used to always, I was the weird kid because I used to like sitting around my dad and my uncle and them. And instead of going outside and playing with everybody, I'd sit there and listen to those old cats talk about, you know, Sonny, and they would talk about Sonny with this reverence that was unbelievable, man. It was like Sonny almost was my favorite player, one of my favorite players because of osmosis or whatever it's called, because they embedded so much Sonny Jurgensen into my life that I had no choice but to like and love Sonny. I never saw him play, but just the stories and my dad and them used to say, oh, it didn't matter what the score was, what the game was. We knew Sonny was going to take us down the field and score points. And we may not have won, but we was going to score a bunch of points that day because Sonny was playing. Am I right, Lee Ice?
You're right, man. There's not, I mean, you know, Angie's parents and my parents, you know, the best friends over 60 years of friendship. So I remember us watching the games, me, Curtis, and Angie, over either it was at our house or their house. And like I said, 1974, even though I was only 6 years old, and I can remember them, man, they got to put Sonny in. They got to put Sonny in. And then Sonny came in. Unfortunately, we lost the game. Sonny threw 3 interceptions. But if you, like you say, if you listen to the old cats growing up, they put it in your head how great Sonny Jurgensen was. And whether you saw him play or not, you love Sonny Jurgensen without even really watching this guy. You know what I'm saying? He became, like Jack said, Mr. Redskin, and he probably still is Mr. Red. There's only one other person in Redskin history that's probably going to top Sonny Jurgensen, and that's Joe Gibbs. But Sonny, you know, from the day you're born, you know, if you grew up in a Redskin family, you're gonna know who Sonny Jurgensen is. You're gonna know all his accomplishments. You're gonna know he used to go out and party all night and drink Cuddy and get up, him and Billy Kemp. You're gonna know all these things before you're 10 years old. Trust me.
So for the fellas that are on the panel, am I wrong to say that I know there's 3 guarantees on the Mount Rushmore of Redskin fandom? It's Sonny, it's Gibbs, and it's Riggo.
Daryl might be up there.
Yeah,
Daryl
I was thinking Daryl Green too. Yeah,
he's number 4. He's number 4.
Probably, yeah, I would say, yeah.
I go there.
You can't have Redskin history without those 4 people.
I agree.
Go ahead, Jack.
I just want to take a minute now that I noticed my guy Lee Ice over there. Did you have a rough night last night, bro?
Hey, you know, I get my Sonny Jurgensen on. I'm gonna go out and party. I'm gonna make it to work the next day.
I figured you had a rough night because you got your shirt on backwards.
No, that's how he rock his shirt.
I know he does.
The small little blemish on Jurgensen, for you guys, the small little blemish for Jurgensen, as far as being a Skins fan, is that he wasn't drafted here.
Oh, right. Okay.
He came from Philly. He was traded.
It was an Eagle, right? It was an Eagle.
I thought you were going to say he was a Duke Blue Devil was the blemish, but okay, I'll go with that.
I'm 100% not going to say that for sure. Definitely not.
Hey, one historical event about Sonny. He was at the game, I think, that Wilt scored 100, I heard.
So there's
that game. Yeah.
Oh,
there's two legends going around about that. So one part of the legend is that there was an NFL game before that where, like, you know how the NFL back in the day, they would play basketball games. And on that day, Sonny Jurgensen scored 38 points in the basketball game. And he was the second leading scorer that night in the building. And he was only topped by Wilt Chamberlain, who scored 100.
Yeah. I heard that. Because I heard he was a good basketball player too.
Oh, all-around athlete.
He was supposed to go to the greatest school ever, North Carolina, and play basketball, but he decided to go with the top seconds and play football at Duke. Y'all do know who won the game last night, right? Carolina and Duke. Y'all know who won that?
I think Jack knows.
Yeah, right here.
You know, because somewhere in the world I was told that Carolina wouldn't win. Carolina wasn't that good. Blah blah blah. But
man, you lead the game for 0.4 seconds. Lucky ass.
In the words of Sarah, to win the game, you have to win the game. That's all I'm gonna say. Big guy KG, you got baby.
I'm sitting here and I'm listening to you guys, and I'm sitting here and I'm smiling now. Brian said he the young puppy. I think I got Brian by a couple of years, but I knew Sonny on TV. And one thing I'll always do is I'll give flowers. And Midnight Rider, you know, because you and I went back and forth about this a long time ago, about how I felt about Sonny in the booth. Now, I'm an emotional guy. We
didn't know that.
I cried when they took Sonny out of the booth because I was like, we already don't have Sam. You already took Frank from him. You can't take Sonny. My memories for Sonny is him in the booth and he's saying we need a turnover. He started rubbing his arrowhead. And Larry Mike used to always say, Sonny, you got to rub your arrowhead. We need a turnover here. He would rub that arrowhead and we would get the turnover we needed every time. And I said it pre-show, Sonny Jurgensen, I blame him for the reason that my elbows hurt the way they do because I tried to throw 40-yard darts behind my back. Never got to 40. I could do it about 30 at one point in time. But I could throw the ball behind my back, tight spiral on the point for 30 yards because I tried to emulate him. The way to tie it back into the podcast, we've been doing this since 2017. That whole Redskin Report era that we grew up on, that gave birth to a show we used to do here every Monday called Redskins Perspective. We did it every season, every Monday. And it was basically the same way. It was built around Redskin Report. That was one of our inspirations to start on this journey because we wanted to bring that type of journalism back. So having somebody like that in your backyard, and he still lived in DC. Him and Billy Kilmer still hung out together till the very end. Man, Vince Lombardi made a comment. He said, if I had Sonny Jurgensen in Green Bay, we would have never lost the game.
Yep.
And I always say if George Allen would have trusted him more, the success that Washington could have had more success under George Allen than what they did. But if he would have trusted him more, but he didn't. So that's where my Sonny memories go. And I'm just, man, 91. And I think about something the boss BJ tells me all the time. You got to look at 91 years. That's a life lived. So you can't be sad about a life lived. So.
Yeah. Matty Ice, welcome to the building, baby. What's going on? How you feeling?
We're doing
cold.
good. It is. It's a nice balmy 1 degree here today. 1.
Yes, sir. Woohoo!
1.
Anything over 0 is a blessing, baby.
You know it's sad when you go into an ice rink and you're going in there to warm up.
Damn.
So, do you have Matty Ice? Do you have a memory, Sonny Jurgensen? Anything you want to offer to that conversation?
I mean, not a lot. I mean, obviously, when I lived in the DC area, he was on the radio broadcast, and I always enjoyed listening to him. You know, that's my knowledge of Sonny is from listening to them on the radio calls. And I always thought he was good on there. So, you know, I know he's a Redskin legend. So, yeah, I'll let you guys have your time on that.
Any thoughts from Don?
What up? Well, first and foremost, it's nice to see so many junkies all in the same place at the same time. Must be somebody special to invoke this much opportunity for everybody to come together and as KG would say, give flowers. You know, for Sonny, for me, it was, you know, my dad's a huge Redskins fan / Commanders fan now, even though he doesn't really like that Commander's word, but you know, just hearing him talk and you know, share stories and his memories, you know, that's really what it was all about. And everybody else, I'm not going to take time to echo because everybody has already laid out the foundation of what makes for a phenomenal athlete and human being. But I did want to say that, you know, I had to give thanks to the Midnight Rider for asking the People's Choice to call the People's Choice to show up. To be able to talk about the People's Choice while thinking about all the things that the People's Choice wanted to do in a football game. So thank you, Midnight Rider, for allowing the People's Choice to call out to the People's Choice to see the People's Choice on a Midnight Rider show while celebrating with the Midnight Rider and the People's Choice about the People's Choice. For those that have no clue as to what the hell that was just some quick payback to go Midnight Rider for riding on the WrestleManiacs and, you know, put himself over in 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th. I don't know where the hell he was stopping at, but god dang, I hadn't seen somebody put themselves over so much ever until, you know, the Midnight Rider decided he wanted to come on. But I had to, you know, turn around the mothership and do a quick little flyby because I know you guys have a packed show to say, you know, congratulations on all the fun. Sorry, BJ had to get off. He's probably, you know, going to get us some more goodies and stuff like that. But, you know, you guys have a great show. I won't keep you long. And I know we got some more special guests coming up. And happy Super Bowl Sunday. I'd give you a pick, but, you know, neither one of them are truthfully my team. So, you know, we'll see what happens on that. But if I had to,
where's your lean?
If I had to, I'd go with the Patriots.
So Don Rodriguez decides that Don Rodriguez feels like Don Rodriguez should go with the Patriots in this situation. I appreciate that, Don Rodriguez.
Hey, that's only because Don Rodriguez wasn't too sure. But when, you know, the back's up against the wall, like which one does he hate more? 9 out of 10, that's probably going to be how it's going to play out that they'll win. So, you know, I'm just trusting Don Rodriguez to give the Don Rodriguez approach. But naturally, Don Rodriguez will stick to his lane, which is Saturdays on the WrestleManiacs. Make sure you check us out. So,
what time can they catch you on Saturdays, Don Rodriguez? You can't do the whole bit and not get your time.
Well, okay, no problem, man. 9 o'clock. You know, make sure at KG, we're gonna give some love on Saturday. We're gonna help the people out with their Valentine's stuff. You want to do that?
On Christmas,
have a love segment. KG, go on, serenade everybody.
Day.
Say it again.
We give love on Christmas Day.
There you go. See, that's what I'm talking about. You can't give him to do anything on Valentine's Day, but check us out 9 p.m. Saturdays. It's good to see everybody. I'm gonna jump off so that way you got more room to get more guests on. But you know, good luck on your picks. And if the Patriots win, I told you so. So, all right, fellas, have a good Sunday.
Hey Don, I'm proud of the job you did putting yourself over right there. That was perfect. Yeah.
That's what I do. I'm only emulating the Midnight Rider approach.
sometimes when you are the Midnight Rider, you can only do things that the Midnight Rider does. You know what I'm saying? But I appreciate what you did there.
That sounds about right. I apologize if he starts showing this through the rest of the show. The bit is there now, so I apologize. Correspondent Lee Ice, Jack, Maddie, Flying Brian. If he goes into it, just blame the boss, BJ. Don't put that on me.
All right.
Thank you,
sir.
Peace out, guys.
See you.
Before we move to this segment, Jump, I said this pre-show. Just wanted to touch on it real quick. The news came out that former Redskin cornerback Barry Wilburn passed away in a house fire 2 days ago.
Damn.
Just wanted to give you gentlemen a little time to reflect on that real quick. And
He led the league in interceptions 1987.
Yep. He led the league in getting burned a couple times too. Barry
That's what
will be
used to
burned.
call him. Barry will get burned.
Yes, sir.
Well, if you guys remember, he gave up that first TD in that Denver Super Bowl when Denver went up 10-0. But he also ended up with 2 picks in that game, later in that game as well. So he was an Ole Miss product. Unique thing about him is he won a Grey Cup as well with the Canadian League. So Barry Warburton, and he's also the first player I remember, guys, that got tested positive for crack, by the way. Well, back
he was hanging with Marion Barry.
Yeah, at the Vista Motel. Yeah, he was down there with him.
My boy sold it to him.
So you guys know that the Redskins in Super Bowl history is probably one of the only they've had on the first possession, and I think even the first play, they've had touchdowns scored on them in 2 of their Super Bowls. And the first one was Jimmy Cephalo in Miami.
Yeah.
And then the second one is the one that Denver scored on their first play. And then they didn't look back after that in the second quarter with those 35 points. But
well, they also had in Super Bowl 17, Fulton Walker ran the
punt return. Yes.
Punt return.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, no, 41. Fulton Walker.
If you think about it, Redskins Super Bowls have some of like big plays. Fulton Walker kickoff return, Jimmy Cephalo long bomb. Okay, Rigo's 43-yard. Then you go to Super Bowl 22. John Elway, first play of the game. Mm-hmm. Ricky Sanders, 80 yards. Timmy Smith, probably 60-some yards?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I forgot about Super Bowl 18, the one they lost. Block punt, Jeff Hayes touchdown. Marcus Allen, famous run for a touchdown. Think about all the big plays have happened in Redskins Super Bowl. I can't remember none in Super Bowl 26 and
there was not in 20. I don't remember that one.
Oh, you talking about the one with Buffalo?
No, I don't know.
I mean, it started with Thurman Thomas not having his helmet.
Yeah.
So that's the start. And then there's the Kurt Gouveia interception.
Now, if he would have scored, then we can put that on.
That whole season, that whole team was amazing in its own right. Let's do this, guys. Let's take a quick break, reset, and chalk up another conversation and move on off of Sonny real quick, if you guys don't mind. Okay. Unless somebody has something else they want to add about Sonny before I get out of this.
Is there something else to talk about? We don't have nothing else to talk about, do we?
Oh, I mean, Brian, you might not know about this, but there's a thing called the Super Bowl.
The Super Bowl?
Sometimes teams go to the Super Bowl and they win them.
Oh, they
just
do?
Don't go to participate. You know?
Oh, is that a thing?
That's a thing.
Oh, all right.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a quick break, come back, and start a new conversation. And I'm not going to let you know what the conversation is until we come back. So here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, welcome back to the Sideline Junkies Podcast Network. This is the Sideline Junkies Sunday Rise, and we're doing our Super Bowl special today. So if you don't know, now you know. And what we got going on right now is something special. There's a guy in the room that likes to go out and hang out with high school teams. This isn't no Jeffrey Epstein thing. This is him going to watch basketball games.
Yeah, might have word that a little different.
Yeah.
Oh,
Be
wow.
careful.
Did you really go there, man?
He was trying.
But no, this is my guy. He does this. He and Coach Powell are the providers of our high school information when it comes to teams doing things tomorrow. Pretenders or Contenders at 7 p.m. We got Coach Nick, I think his last name is Goalie, coming back to continue the recruiting special and talking about kids and the way they transfer and all that stuff. But with that being said, I'm going to give this stage up to the man with the plan that goes out and see girls basketball, sees boys basketball. He goes to be the face and the place and allow people to marinate in the essence and the aura that is Jack Carr. Take it away.
Yeah. Thank you, Midnight Rider, for that shaky introduction, my man. Let's the high school and the girls and the boys, let's make sure we word that good. But hey, the field trips have been a blast since earlier this summer, you know. A bunch of us junkies went out to some football games, and then I'm picking it up here with the basketball. But the winter weather, as everybody's calling it, the snowcrete, has been putting a damper in my fun these past couple of weeks. So this week, I ended up staying pretty close to home. I went on over to Kent Island to check out the Kent Island versus Kent County matchup between Bayside's conference rivals. And I witnessed some gritty ball from both teams, man. KI, they came out with their victory 65-50. You have some incredible ball players over there for this Kent Island ball team, but one in particular is senior forward center Colton Thomas, man. The young man had 22 points. He was effortless at the foul line. Every time he got to the foul line in a tough situation, he managed to put the ball in the bucket. He's a great senior leader. You can go on Sideline Junkies page and in the passenger seat page, as well as TikTok and Reels, and see Colton's interview. Such a fine young man. And he explains how being only one of 3 seniors on this squad, that he feels like a big brother to these guys, and he's really embraced the youngers and is, working them up to be successful Buccaneers next season. And then, it was great to be in the house because my daughter went to Kent Island High School. I'm a Kent Island 25-year resident, but I have not been in the building in 2 years since my daughter graduated. So it was emotional going back to Kent Island. I spent many a Sundays, many a weekdays doing baseball clinics in that gym, baseball workouts. So I'm very familiar with the facility. And to see parents that have younger kids that I wasn't aware about that were still following Kent Island sports, it just felt great. And I feel that the network and In the Passion as well got many followers from that trip to Kent Island basketball. Now, Friday, I took a ride on over to PG County. I was contacted through In the Passenger Seat Facebook page by a family member of a girls McNamara player, Bishop McNamara High School, Forestville, Maryland. I was familiar they were the number 1 team in the state, and they were playing Elizabeth Seton, who is the number 9 girls team in the state. But it was brought to my attention that Archbishop McNamara is the number 1 girls basketball team in the nation, Craig. In the nation, Craig. And I had to get out there. And to have a McNamara against Seton matchup, I went to Bladensburg, right around the school from Seton. I married a Seton girl, so I'm very familiar with that school as well. So caught up with Coach Calhoun, who is the football coach at McNamara and past guest on In the Passenger Seat with me and Midnight Rider. So Coach Calhoun took me in, told me, come to the back door, don't mess around out front. So slid me right in, got me in the coach's office, introduced me to coach. I got to, dap up some players before game and sit mid-court, front row. And I tell you guys, I watched D1 quality basketball on a girls' level Friday night. It was tremendous. Earlier in January, Bishop McNamara and Elizabeth Seton matched up January 6th, and they had an overtime game. Well, what happened down here in Forestville? Overtime again. And Bishop McNamara was able to hold off Elizabeth Seton 55-54 in overtime. McNamara was led by junior strong forward Candace Samuels, 18 points. And I can't leave out sophomore guard Jayla King, 15 points. Jayla was everywhere on that court, on the defensive side, the offensive side, and she is only a sophomore. So I look forward to following Jayla King and Candace Samuels up there at McNamara throughout the playoffs as well as next season. It's just been great getting out to these games, and I'm going to, during the Super Bowl and whatnot, I'm going to be looking at the schedule to see what I'm going to line up for next week. I'm going to try to get out to 2 events next week. I do know I am supposed to be going to St. Francis on the 12th. St. Francis, man, I'm going to say, I think it's Spalding. Almost 100% St. Francis matches up with Spalding on the 12th, and then I'll let you know the second game I'm going to. Fellas, you got any questions about some of this high school ball I've been checking out?
I think it's cool, man. You go into the local schools and getting the word out on the local high school teams. I think it's cool. Also, big fan of your hat, the crucial catch. I know your sister is a survivor. Like I am a 2-time survivor, so shout out to that. Maybe go put mine on. But yeah, I think it's cool what you did. I was watching the interviews yesterday, and it gives them a platform that they probably don't have, and get a little exposure out there for the local sports teams. Cool, very cool.
Well, that's correct, Brian. What you're saying about a platform for them to be seen and to be heard, because everybody knows the Washington Post took away their sports section just this week, and I used to wait for the Washington Post every Thursday. I believe it's Thursdays comes out. It's got the rankings, and it's got the leading scorers, leading rebounders, and the week schedule. So they got sites out here like Max Preps, which is rarely up to date. And you got NFHS, which is probably one of the biggest national high school stages. And as far as Maryland, there's a couple smaller stages. So I think what me and Coach Devon Powell are doing between contenders and pretenders, and in the past, you see, we're really covering high school sports in Maryland pretty well right now. So we're just stepping up the ladder of being a platform to give these kids some flowers, and I think it's well deserved, because a lot of them don't even get flowers when they go home.
Yep. Cool.
Anybody else? Okay, that's all I got.
I said, I don't know if you guys heard what I said, but I said some of the dopest things when I was muted. But no, let's take time, because what we're doing right now, I think, is something special, and I want to encourage the fellas. I think it's the 21st of February. Actually, I know it's the 21st of February. If we can get out, there's a wrestling tournament. I think it's at Laurel High School. That Coach Mark has got going on. He wants us to come out and be a presence as a station. I'm gonna call us a station, as a network. And we all just we do interviews. We just watch and observe how it goes. Jack has done this with me before, where we were at like the PVA boxing, and we'd grab a kid off of off the mat, and off the ring, and we do an interview with them. But let's try to catch some of these kids coming off the mat on the 21st. It doesn't matter what show you on. I'm gonna let you guys know right now. It doesn't matter the show you on. This is a Sideline Junkies thing. So if you can make it out, let's just be there and let's make it happen. There's no credentials needed. Just give me a heads up, or reach out to Coach Mark Jackson, and we can see what we need to do to get in the building as a group. Go ahead, Jack.
And that is correct. And some events, this here is a in-house event with Coach Powell and Laurel and the relationship we have with Laurel. So the credential thing might be, but yeah, a lot of the times I'm doing legwork, getting a hold of ADs and head coaches, and I want them to know Sideline Junkies Podcast Network in the past sheet is coming, and what I expect, what I would like, and what you will offer me. So it's all planned out before I'm not just getting there saying, "Hey, what's up, coach?" And I'd love, anybody to go. If you know of a high school game your little cousin plays on, because I'm getting reached out to now by family members and coaches. Hey, gentlemen, a lot of them are just calling me gentlemen, man. Call me Jack, but it's all good. You can call me anything but late for dinner, baby. So, they're like, you gotta come see my niece, or you gotta come see my nephew at the wrestling. Bowie High School wants me to come check out wrestling, and they're not getting, some of them aren't giving me enough notice to really plan the event. But I'm loving that the network and me and Devon are starting to be noticed by these people, and they're wanting their kid or their program to be on our show. So that's really what I'm digging right now, fellas. And I'd welcome any of you guys to come with me, man. Ask Midnight Rider, where I roll, big guy, front row, down low, right?
Yeah, we always got the best seats in the house, baby. Always. Like I never forget. We went to the PG versus Southern Maryland
Chick-fil-A All-Star game, yeah.
And I'm sitting on the sideline. I'm on the side in the bleachers, and Jack looking at me like, "Come on." I'm like, "Jack, where are we going?"
Get down here.
Just come on down here. Just come down here. And the next thing I know, we on both sidelines, talking to kids and doing stuff. And I was like, "Yo, Jack has this one unique quality of not caring." So
no. My daddy always said, act like you've been there before. So, don't be all timid looking over your shoulder, man. Get up on that field. And what we do, at the end of the quarter, we crossed right across midfield and went to the other side.
Yes, sir. If you guys ever get the chance to hang out with Jack, just know it's going to be a good time, and B, you're probably going to break some rules, but he won't care until the people come and tell us we broke the rules. So that's the beauty of being with Jack. I'm gonna share a story because this is appropriate for us what we're doing today. The first time I met Jack in person, and this is the funny thing about this network, is a lot of us haven't met in person. I know Lee Ice, of course, for many years because him and Tim Watkins, that relationship. I've never met Keith. I've never met Flying Brian. I met KG when we went to go sign our contract with the other network that we were going to be entangled with. But me and Jack, I told him that I was going to my barber. At that time, my barber, when I cared about cutting my hair, now we just baldy slim. But before that, it was getting it cut low. And I never forget, I was in Annapolis Mall, and Jack was like, "Oh yeah, I'll come to Annapolis Mall." And I never forget watching and looking, and I was like, "Yo, this white dude is crazy." Like, he just comes walking in the middle of the barbershop, and I'm like, "All right." And then he comes and daps me up, and I was like, "Oh, this has got to be Jack. This has got to be Jack." So we dap up, we talk in the barbershop, and then we go to whatever the little bar is.
Miller's
in the parking lot.
House. Yeah.
And we're sitting in the bar. And guys, when I tell you this dude is selling Sideline Junkies to anybody and everybody, like, he sees a girl with the Celtics jersey on, and the next 20 minutes he's over there talking to her, talking about the Celtics, because he's a Celtics fan, unfortunately for him. And they're just exchanging stuff, and he's like, "Oh yeah, I'm on this podcast, Sideline Junkies, blah 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 blah," and I'm dying laughing at the bar because it's nonstop, constant Jack, and it's only the way that Jack Carr can be Jack Carr. Like there is a thing that is Jack Carr. So I don't know if you guys. I know Brian and Leroy, you've experienced it full fledged, and you know.
Yeah. I've known Jack since I was a baby. So yes, I.
And you know what? When it comes to podcasts, we might have the best duck pin bowling podcast in America.
Oh yeah.
Jack, we might want to go to some of these duck pin leagues, man, and go out there.
Yeah, no, I thought about even getting Rod on my show. You know, Rod is duck pin knowledge for years and years.
Yeah.
I thought about getting Mr. Rod Weaver, but I tell you, some things that are a little bit off the cusp that I've been thinking about: duck pin bowling, going to a pool league like billiards, go to a pool hall and watch pool league. Because I mean, it's competition, it's sports, you know. And yeah, that's a good idea, Lee. And we can throw an all-star team together there too.
Mm-hmm.
Only on the Sideline Junkies can you tune in for a Super Bowl show and we talk about duck pin bowling. You won't find it anywhere else, and that's why you come to this network, because you're going to get all the sports,
everything. But yeah, me and Lee Ice, we met in youth league, I believe it was, probably about 16 years old. It was me,
like that. Yeah, man.
Me and Cliff and RC, and there was a couple of girls. I can't remember their names. It was real good. But you were younger. You was like just coming in when I was leaving youth league.
Right. Yeah. Good old youth league.
You was more like with Joe Constanza and Christy and them, right?
Yeah, Christy Durbin.
Yeah.
Joe Constanza. Mm-hmm.
Yep. So yeah.
All right. Before we get too far in the weeds of duck pin, let's talk about the gambling golfer over here, the correspondent. Fresh off his appearance on Highly Opinionated, I want to talk to you about that. How was that experience? You got some guys that I know for a fact are huge fans of yours. You did Highly Opinionated. How did that go? You and Josh Walker talking.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great interview. I didn't know what to expect. I mean, I had watched a few episodes. You know, I've watched, I don't know, last 6 or 8 episodes. Those guys really know what they're doing. I love the production value of their content and the flow of their interview segments. They really kind of broke down my golf career, if you want to call it that, you know, from the ground up, all the way up to, you know, what I'm doing now. What's that?
I said, use a hustler, baby.
Yeah. A lot of gambling.
Golf hustler.
So no, those guys do a great job over there. I just watched their episode this week that dropped earlier this morning. So those boys are doing good things. So yeah, when you get a chance, if you haven't already, or if you're not already subscribed to the Highly Opinionated podcast, please check it out. The boys are doing good work over there.
Yeah, right, I watched the interview with them, Keith. Yeah, that was great, man. And
good, I'm glad
I know Josh probably told you, but when he said he's a fan of yours, Josh is a fan of yours. Trust me on that.
Yeah, ain't no fake. Josh for real.
I'm a fan of his as well. Him and I've been chatting on the side, so I'm really a fan of his work as well. So the door swings both ways for sure. He's got a bright future.
No, so what Lee Ice, what Keith doesn't know is I tried to tell Keith, like Keith got an invitation from Highly Opinionated, and he thought it was like he didn't know if it was real or what. I was like, Keith, trust me, this dude really likes your work. Like he's going to make sure he gets you to be on the show. And I was so proud Papa moment almost. You know how it goes, Lee Ice. When we see somebody that we have in the family getting the flowers that he deserves, this is one of those moments. Like I watched Keith, and Keith doesn't even know. Like we brought him in for golf, and then when we had him on, that car can tell you. I was like, yo, this kid can't go nowhere else. Like we're not gonna be the Redskins. We're not gonna let Sean McVay and all those people get out of the building. We're gonna hold this dude in here in this family and keep him close. Am I right, Jack?
Yeah, no, you're 100%.
Yeah, we was like, yo, this dude is the whatever it is, whatever golf we need, and now we know he's gonna do NASCAR, and we're gonna get that going.
World Cup, World Cup,
whatever you want to do, I got you, dog. I'll be your co-host because I don't do any shows on the network, so I can be your co-host.
That's true. That's a good point. You need some more. That's a good point.
Some more.
You need other shows to do, Midnight Rider.
Yeah, because I don't only do what I do, like a show a week, maybe.
Once every 2 weeks, right? I don't never see you on.
Yo, the funny thing was last night I was in my house and I was like, yo, no, not last night. It was Friday. Friday night, I was like, damn, I don't have a podcast to do. I don't know what to do with myself. So
he didn't know what to do. He's sitting in the corner scratching, don't know what to do.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, on screen, the boss B. And let me give him some love because he's been giving his intern, Miss Jackie.
Clap it up, y'all. Clap it up. Give it to him. Get that man his flower.
The boss has taken a step back a little bit off the on screen, but he's done big things in terms of just promoting the network and making the network shine. Boss B, welcome in. Talk to me. How you feeling? What's going on today? I know you and Flying Brian, because you're Buffalo fans, the Super Bowl is like a cuss word to you guys.
It's a little heavier than a cuss word. Good morning, gentlemen. How y'all doing, man?
Good.
Hey, look, the Super Bowl is especially with the damn Patriots in it. Oh my God, man, it's hard to sit there. Like, look, it's one of them things. Only a Buffalo Bills fan can understand. No other franchise, I don't think, in any sports league in the world could understand what the Bills fans go through. Okay, so we'll just leave that at that. But I'm feeling good. It's really great to see everybody pop on here, all the faces, and it's humbling because where we started at, this wasn't it. I'm telling you, where we started at, with nobody listening and just doing it. I mean, we're still doing it because we enjoy it, but to see where we are now with it and growing, and we got the 24/7 channel now that runs on YouTube and X and wherever I can put it, that runs our reruns of our shows for the previous week. The sky's the limit, man. The sky's the limit. I've been fortunate enough. I haven't met Flying Brian. I haven't met Lee Ice in person. I met Keith a couple months ago at Top Golf. That was a great experience. He welcomed me in. It was like walking into a family picnic, man. We had a blast there. Of course, Midnight Rider, Jack, I've met them, and it's all love, man. Everybody in the network is we all looking for that we all trying to strive for that one goal, and is to be the best. And Lee Ice, Flying Brian, I know where y'all came from. I'm watching Unapologetic Sports, man. I love that show. I'm like, when I watch that show on Tuesdays at 6:30, I'm like, how did we get these guys over here? What happened? Like, and I'm not mad at it. I love it. All the shows. Jack in the passenger seat. I call it the best interview show in podcast land. Wednesday, 8 p.m. Jack doing his thing. Of course, my man to this side. What is it? It's been 30 years? You got to unmute yourself.
Yeah. 30 going on 31.
31 years. 31 years. So we run deep in the wells. So just to see this all come together, Midnight Rider, the man that only does like 1 or 2 shows a week, the part-time guy on the network.
Right. Can't get him.
You know what I'm saying? I'm starting to question his work ethic a little bit. Just a little bit. Question his commitment to the network. You know what I'm saying? But nah. All seriousness, man. I appreciate all of y'all. I know I'm not on as much, but trying to cook things in the background and cooking things in the background. I keep running out of ingredients and have to keep going to the store. So that's that. But
cool. Thank you.
Super Bowl extravaganza. I'm here for it.
All right, guys. One thing I'm gonna need y'all to be is pliable in this situation because we may have some people jump in that aren't expected. So what we're gonna do is just
cut me out.
Oh my.
Cut me out.
We got some fire
in the waiting room.
With that being said, KG, add the guest to the stage.
We got some fire.
Well, we got two of them.
One of them got to wait a little longer.
Well, we got Coach Jeff Ricker,
of course, and I know I still owe him a cheesesteak. But who's the other guest?
We also have none other than radio host extraordinaire Chris Russell.
Wow.
Oh man.
What up, fellas?
What's up? The man,
What's up, man? Thanks for joining us.
What's going on?
Chris, hold on. Because KG doesn't introduce people the right way. So I'll introduce you the right way.
I'm starstruck. Leave me be.
Yeah.
Hold on. It's the man, the myth, the legend. It's the man that people want to be and ladies love to be with. He's Mr. Steal Your Girl. It's the gentleman of all gentlemen. It is the king of kings. It is Mr. Chris Russell from 980 Sports. And he's on your radio starting at 1:00, no matter what JP Finley says about his show. So with that being said, Mr. Russell, welcome to our dungeon that is the Sideline Justice Podcast Network. And
what's up, guys? Happy Super Bowl Sunday. Thanks for the nice intro. How are y'all?
Good now,
Chris. How you been, buddy?
Good to see all you guys.
Yo, we've come a long way, brother. That day at, I think it was, what was that store? You did a studio, a live. We did Wendy's in Arlington.
Yeah.
And then we did the one before that because that's when you were in Woodbridge.
Yeah, that was at Lowe's or something.
Yes,
I think
that was at Lowe's.
Yeah.
So the Midnight Rider, Chris Russell story starts at Lowe's.
Yeah, that was a long time ago, but I remember it. I remember meeting you. Yep, absolutely. So, we don't do as many of those as I would like to. Certainly, the radio business is not exactly fun to anybody, or certainly not to me. I mean, it's fun, but it's not fun, and it's not kind in terms of the extra money. But we do what we do. So
Chris, for those that don't know you, like, give them a little bit of your history as a radio personality and how you became Chris Russell, even though we know you were Chris Russo
right
at the beginning.
Right. Yeah, that's the old real name, but somebody that barks a lot on the radio and on First Take on ESPN stole it from me and stole a lot of other things. No, I'm just teasing. Chris Mad Dog Russo and I worked together for a while. I should have changed my name back then, but I didn't. I wanted to keep my identity, whatever. And you guys know when you change your identity, right? It's not always smooth sailing. So I don't know, back in 2001, my identity was changed for me from Chris Russo, real name, to Chris Russell at Sporting News Radio, which was headquartered in Chicago and broadcast nationally, owned by Paul Allen, the late owner of the Seattle Seahawks. My boss didn't have any sense of appreciation for my personality and my heritage, being half Italian and whatever. So he said, well, I'm going to name you as generic as I possibly can, Chris Russell. Okay. So we got Russellmania took off after that. Some people said, well, you're a big wrestling fan, so Russellmania. And then when I got back here, or when I got here to Washington, D.C., It was Chad Dukes, of all people, that discovered that they used to call me the Rooster in the early stages of my career when I was using Chris Russo. And I don't know, that just took off and became like a thing that I guess, kind of been known for over the last 9 or 10 years. So yeah, here I am.
Hold on. You can't cheat your two best nicknames. Your two best nicknames is Big Sexy, and then from AMAC, your current guy is Mr. Steal Your Girl.
Yeah, well, I don't know where he created that one from. I have no idea because I ain't stealing anybody's girl. Number one, I'm very happy in that side of my life, and I'm good. So Big Sexy. Well, let's just put it this way: I'm not a small guy. I used to be bigger. So I think it was Holden Kushner and Fred Smoot that came up with that. Holden Kushner used to do back when 106.7 first went all sports, he used to do some shows. And for what, he was a jokester and he just named me that and it kind of took off. And I'll share with you guys this. There were times like Jason Reed, who used to write, of course, for the Washington Post. He would be like, back in the days, the Redskins locker room was much smaller and much more dank than it is now. So I would walk into the locker room just trying to do my job, and he would be like, Big Sexy, and a bunch of players would always turn around. And I don't know if they were thinking that he was calling them Big Sexy or if they were trying to find out who he was calling Big Sexy. And then they were disappointed, maybe, I don't know, when he was actually referring to me, but he would always make a big show out of it. So to some players, I became Big Sexy.
All right. So we got you here because this is the granddaddy of them all. So if we can, I know the public got to know your pick for the Super Bowl, but what do you have for the Super Bowl?
I mean, I think the Seahawks win, barring a complete collapse by Sam Darnold, 3-4 turnovers kind of thing. And maybe that's not just Sam Darnold. Maybe that's Sam Darnold and a fumble by Kenneth Walker or some, Cooper Kupp or Jackson Smith and Jigba or whoever. But I do think the Seahawks are the better team in probably all three phases. And I do think if they, again, don't shoot themselves in the foot and the Patriots have a +2 turnover ratio, I think they win. I don't want to say comfortably, but I have them covering the number at 4.5. I think it'll be, probably between a 4 and a 7 point game. Maybe it's a backdoor cover. I don't know, by the Patriots, or maybe it's a backdoor, get you close, to 6-7 points by the Patriots late, and Seattle hangs on that way. But so I went with the Seahawks -4.5 is my official pick. And I don't think I'm stepping out of bounds. One thing I would say, that I think, and I did this on Friday. I don't know if you guys agree. I think Drake May can throw on this secondary if they give him time, and that's a big if, because that's been a problem, especially on the edge, especially at left tackle with Will Campbell, the number 4 overall pick. But don't forget, old Morgan Moses is on the right side, right? If they can give him time, Drake May and Josh McDaniels, they love to go stretch. Even with Stephon Diggs not being as explosive as he used to be, they love to stretch teams out. And I think they can get to what's his name? 27, the corner.
Rick Woolen?
Yeah, Rick Woolen, who's a free agent, by the way, and who's 6'3" and 6'4" and all that, and who started out house on fire and has not been as good the last couple of years. I think they can get to Rick Woolen and maybe even take advantage of Emin Mori's injury. I know he's off the injury report, but I'm sure he's not 100%. And I wouldn't be surprised if Josh McDaniels and Drake May take a deep shot, deep post, deep go route, or what have you, either on the first play of the game or in the first series.
Chris, if you don't mind, I got a group of gentlemen that I know you're humble, and you don't know you're the business and the bee's knees and one of the greats in the radio industry. But I got some guys that want to ask you some questions. So if you don't mind giving me like 10 or 15 minutes, Jeff, I see you, and I apologize. I didn't know that I was going to get one of the greats in radio history to talk to me today.
I don't know about that, but I mean, work in whatever you got to work in. So I'm good.
We're going to work you in. That's what we're going to do. So we're going to go across the spectrum. So what I want to do is go Jack, Brian, Lee Ice, correspondent, and then KG. Because so we go KG, correspondent, Lee Ice, Brian, and then Jack at the end. So KG, have fun.
All right. Well, first of all, you don't understand the what it means for you to be here, Chris. I'm gonna be quick about it, but I'm gonna tell you a story. When we started all of this back in July 2017, our motto was based on 980 because we grew up, well, I ain't gonna say grew up. Our early adult years were spent listening to Corn Highs at 10, coaching. Kevin Sheehan and Doc Walker at 12, coach at 2, and the sports reporters at 4. Yeah. That was our day. My work schedule was predicated around that. And then when you came in with updates, then when you got your own show, when you went to 106.7, I was pissed. But that was the only reason why I listened to 106.7 because you were on there.
I appreciate
you, Coach Thompson, B. Mitch, Doc Walker, Kevin Sheehan, Al Galdi, everybody in that 980 staff, Chuck, everybody. You were the basis. You guys were the basis and the foundation that we tried to stand on because we wanted to do the good things that you did because that's what made us feel good, to listen to radio all day long. Being out in the field as a utility locator, I had the radio on full blast listening to you guys. So you sitting here right now is almost like a full circle moment.
No, that's really nice. That's really nice of you to say, KJ. I appreciate that. We had a great staff. I mean, unfortunately, Coach left us too early, and there were different iterations, right? I mean, Al Koken was part of that staff, and with Coach and Doc, Tommy Lavero with Kevin, and so many different versions. And unfortunately, some things got sideways in the business, but there was some. I appreciate it, but the 5 years that I spent, let me see, I joined 980 the first time right before Mike Shanahan's first training camp, and that was a year after we relaunched 106.7 into an all sports station, and I did the beat for them, which I don't know why they put me on the beat, but they said they didn't have anybody else that they could trust. So I had to kind of knock down a lot of walls because I had never really done a beat job. And I didn't know anybody in the Redskins organization outside of just what you knew from TV. So, all I did was try and work as hard as I could and break as many stories as I could, which I was lucky enough to do a bunch. And, somehow, some way I gained the respect of enough people that 980, which was then owned by Dan and Red Zebra, hired me a year into that, and right before Mike Shanahan's first training camp. And so then I did the full 4 years with Mike and his great coaching staff, and inside the building every day, and on the plane, and in the hotel, and in the coffee room, and in the workout room, and all that stuff. So I had some pretty good access. And developed a lot of relationships that way. And, and then when they decided to make changes in management, they wanted to go a different way, and that was fine. So I went right back to 106.7 because, that was, I thought what if they were willing to have me back, that, A, there weren't many other choices. B, I wanted to make them right, and so that was cool. And, I got to cover, the Stanley Cup and all that stuff, and do more shows, which I wanted to do more shows, less reporting. And then when they bought 980, it was like, okay, I can kind of go home again and kind of split my time a little bit between both stations. And then it led to me getting an everyday show with Pete Medhurst, the late, great Pete Medhurst. And, that's kind of like where we are now. We bounced around a little bit, but, with Pete, unfortunately, passing away, I've been solo for a while, back at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. And, but it's still cool. I mean, I get to see Doc pretty much every day. And, Kevin is not in the studio, but he's on right before me. So it kind of feels like some of the old 980. But I appreciate, the great words and kind sentiment.
Correspondent.
I had to let that go. I couldn't let you leave out of here without letting you know that, man. And it's kind of hard to do it on social media, but to let you know that in person, that
I appreciate it.
You are part of the reason that we sit here now. So
I appreciate it. I mean, it's cool to hear that, I mean it, a lot of people are not so nice and a lot of people are really nice. And, I mean, I've known Ben probably the most and like, he's more my direct connection, but you guys are all cool and that's really nice to hear. And it's, look, I don't ask for anybody to do anything or say anything nice or whatever, I mean, I hope people respect what I've done, and I mean, that's all I can do. I've tried, ain't perfect. Not saying that I'm always the most likable person in the world, but I try, so I appreciate it.
KG,
Chris,
drop your
thanks
question,
for,
and then let's
I'll go
answer
next.
the Marmlet.
Chris, thanks for taking the time. Really kind of starstruck having you on. So really, really appreciate it. Always loved your sort of lunch pail approach that you brought to your broadcasting career. Really had a lot of respect for that. Have you ever thought about, or have you done in the past any play-by-play? It's something I think you'd be really, really good at with your voice and your approach to broadcasting.
I mean, first of all, I appreciate that. Secondly, it's a great question. And I've been asked it probably by, I don't know, 50 times, but not really on air that I can remember, maybe once or twice, but, and people have said like in my interpersonal circle have said I sound like, or at least at one point sound like Bob Wischusen. If you guys know who that is, right? The ESPN broadcaster and Jets play-by-play guy. I have never, ever, 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 ever considered play-by-play. I don't think I'm as eloquent with words and grammar and smooth as I need to be to do play-by-play. Play-by-play is a weird beast, man. And I wouldn't want to do a disservice to anybody that does it really well. And there are so many, and we're so lucky here in Washington with, Charlie and Dave and, forever Frank Herzog. And I know Larry takes his, the criticism, but Larry did it. I thought, I mean, and maybe I'm biased because I worked for him, but Larry, I thought, did a good job. It was just in tough circumstances. John Walton, Joe Beninati. I mean, those guys are unbelievable. I wouldn't want to do a disservice to them. So I've always been more the analyst and an observer type, and I think that's where I'm best.
I think you'd be good at that too. Last question for me. With what's happened with the sports page over at the Washington Post, any thoughts on that and how you feel the impact there will affect sports and how we approach it as far as broadcasting is concerned and journalism in our community?
I mean, as I said the other day, look, I hope, and I hope this doesn't come off as callous. I hated all those people losing their jobs. Mm-hmm. I hope that 980 and 106.7 can help fill some sort of void. that people and fans are feeling and give an option that maybe they hadn't considered or maybe they didn't use as much. So I hope that, but I hate that it came at the expense of, many colleagues and friends and whatnot. I mean, I still can't believe it's kind of real. We just started hearing about this 2 weeks ago, and then it was like, wait, are they really going to do this? And then boom, they do it. And then the editor-in-chief resigns yesterday. And I don't know about you guys, it feels like a freaking hit and run, right? I mean, it feels like it feels like you were racing at 100 miles an hour in your Ferrari, and you ran into a bunch of people and knocked them off, and then just decided to speed off and not care about anything. So that part is disappointing. I'm not. I would say this, like, I know some of us wanted, before Josh seriously got involved, Jeff Bezos to be the owner of the, then the football team, what turned out to be the Commanders and all that stuff. I mean, with the way they're kind of running the post, I'm really glad that, that he didn't get involved, that he chose not to get involved, because as you guys know, sports, and whether it's the post-sports section, whether it's radio, whether it's the Washington by whatever names, it's got to be a little bit of a passion and labor of love. It can't just be about every nickel and dime. And I'm not saying that they've obviously lost a lot of money, but like, why you couldn't figure anything out? You couldn't figure out a way to reduce, okay, we're not going to be able to travel, but we're going to see if that works, and we're still going to provide comprehensive coverage.
Hey, maybe before you go, Lee Ice, I want to do one thing. I want to give Chris the opportunity to. I know all you guys have questions, and I want to skip your questions. But what I want from Chris is a Sonny Jurgensen moment, because he's had the ability to be intertwined with Sonny. And Jeff, I see. I apologize right now, but let's talk to Chris about his Sonny Jurgensen time and maybe his stories, and let him embellish and wax poetically about what it is to been that close to a legend that is Sonny Jurgensen.
Whew. That hit all of us hard, in many different ways on Friday when we found out. And I haven't talked to Sonny as much lately. I mean, I would text him occasionally, every now and then he would return it, but as he got later in life, he was less on his phone, and, and I understood that, so I would occasionally send a little, note to his son, Gunnar, who I got to know. All I can say is probably everything you guys have heard about Sonny is so true. I mean, like, nobody's making stuff up about what kind of great gentleman, and I know Gentleman Jack, not stealing that term from you, but Sonny was really that. I mean, I remember being in awe the first time I met him, and thinking, oh man, you better not screw this up. That's Sonny Jurgensen and Sam Huff. This is, you better not screw this opportunity up, man. You better not say the wrong thing. You better not do the wrong thing. You better not act like an ass, anything like that. That's Sonny and Sam, and I know it wasn't Frank and everybody, I get the place and all that stuff, but it was still Sonny and Sam, and Doc was very much part of the broadcast as well. And, Sheehan and Galdi and Brian Mitchell, and, somehow I found my way into the booth, and it was just all inspiring. Like every Sunday morning, walking into the booth and seeing Sonny Jurgensen, and hey, Sonny, how you doing? Hey, Chris, how you doing? Did you have a good week? Every Friday he would walk into Redskins Park to do an interview or a meeting or something like that, and he'd wave, newspaper, Washington Post. If you don't get it, you don't get it. That was his thing, and Sonny always got it in so many different ways. Every day after a game, on the road, I should say. you walk up the steps of the charter bus to get to the airport from the stadium, and there Sonny is, first row. And, like he'll look at you and, he'll be like, tough day, like we got to get him next week, that kind of thing. Like he never had anything really super critical to say about anybody. He was so kind and so nice to people that he didn't probably have to be. And it was genuine, guys. It was genuine. It wasn't like for show. It wasn't just because, somebody told him to. He was genuine. And I'll always remember Sonny for that. I'll always remember the first broadcast. I was telling the story, I think the other day on the radio. It was preseason game number 1, and I'm on the sidelines and they go down to me and I'm like, oh my God, I'm not sure what to say, but I had been paying attention to like one particular thing, and I was probably doing more analysis than reporting. And I did, a breakdown of what the then Redskins were running on third downs. And, they were running 11 personnel with 3 wide receivers each time and, whatever. And I was like, I wonder if Sonny and Sam were laughing at me up in the booth, and I was like, back to Larry, back to Sonny, Sam, whatever. And, and they were so cool about it. They were good to me. They treated me well. I loved getting an occasional meal on the road with them or a cup of coffee. I remember just if I can keep going real quickly, a weekend in Seattle right after Thanksgiving in 2011, having some extra time on a Saturday morning with them in the hotel, which was buzzing, and just sitting there with Sonny and Sam. And, just shooting the, and then a couple of times, and there weren't many wins, as we all know, outside of 2012, when I would get out of the locker room, one of the things that I would try and do, especially after a win, was go outside of our booth, and there Sonny would be, and Doc, and Larry usually, and some other team officials, occasionally Dan, and they'd be, smoking a victory cigar. And I'd light up an SJ9 that I was given, which was his brand cigar from Old Virginia Tobacco. And I'd have a cocktail with Sonny Jurgensen. And Sam, I don't think was really a part of that, but Sonny and Doc and various other team officials. So it was just cool to be kind of in that circle. And, I appreciate it. And, I was terribly sad on Friday. I'm still sad, as I know we all are, right? We'll miss him. But the way I choose the legacy he gave us is so great that even though we're going to miss him forever, the legacy that he gave us and the kindness that he gave us is so much more important than us missing him, and being sad, right? We were blessed. We were lucky to be given number 9. We were lucky. So,
hey Chris, I got to take a quick break. I know you don't like breaks, from the way you do your show. When we come back from the break, I got Lee Ice, Gentleman Jack, and Flying Brian willing to ask you some questions. So it's a short break. You don't have to go to the bathroom on this break. Trust me. Gentlemen, welcome back from the break. This is the Sideline Junkies Podcast Network. It's the Sunday Rise. It is Flying Brian, the Gentleman Jack, the Midnight Rider, Lee Ice, the correspondent, the big guy KG, Jeff Ricker sitting in the shadows. Jeff, we're not forgetting about you, buddy. And then we got the man with the plan, the myth, the legend, the person that makes sports talk radio what it is, the legacy maker. He's not the legacy killer. He's the legacy maker. He is Chris Russell, hanging in with us. And to start this segment, let me get Lee Ice, because he is a very fan person opinionated. He's highly opinionated, but he's unapologetic when it comes to his opinions about the man, the myth, the legend, Chris Russell.
Oh,
Talk
boy.
to me, Lee Ice.
Let's go. Lee's gonna kill me, isn't he?
Yeah, all of this. You got me, Ben. All I can say is wow. Because I never seen this coming in a million years, and I hope you don't take this as being negative, and I know you won't. And it's funny because Ben has always said that you and Chris are alike, and I'm like, I don't see it, but I'm about to pay you the ultimate compliment, brother, and it's mostly out of respect and love. No, it's definitely out of respect and love. Sometimes you get on my nerves so much. and Ben would tell you, because I would text him, I'd be like, what the hell is this guy talking about? But like I said, it's out of love and respect. You get on my nerves so much that I listen to you every single day.
I appreciate that, and I apologize. For
getting on your nerves.
I get on my nerves every day too, right?
And it's crazy because I'm like, man, I want to call this guy and say something to him.
Yeah.
And to have this moment right now, like I said, it's out of love and respect.
I appreciate
but,
it. But
I
know that I
kinda
drive
see why he probably said that we're the same, because you don't apologize for how you are. You know, my favorite part of your show is when it comes on and you say, I don't mean to be a jerk.
I love it. I love it. Thank you. And I'm sorry if I'm annoying. At times I am. I mean, I annoy myself. I drive people crazy in my inner circle, right? I mean, I'm complicated. I'll admit that to anybody. But one thing, on a serious note, like you guys are way too kind. You guys don't have to be this kind, so I appreciate it. But thank you for listening, number one, and thank you for caring. And I'll always say this. I mean, I can't say 100% of the time the show is what a Redskins fan or a Commanders fan wants to hear, but it's authentic and it's real and nothing is scripted, and it's just like. And I found like a way of I don't know if anybody notices, but like my first run at 980, I was real serious and intense, and I couldn't joke around and whatever. Going back to 106.7 The Fan in 2015 and working with Chad Dukes and working with JP Finley and B Mitch and the Junkies again, those guys really loosened me up. And maybe it was time, and maybe it was just less pressure, and maybe it was just happiness in my personal life or whatever. But I started to become a lot more of a funny guy, I guess, and sarcastic and kind of like I bust chops and whatever. And I like that as opposed to being like this fire and brimstone style. I can still get that way, but I kind of keep it in reserve,
Jack,
what were you saying?
How do you deal with people like Paulie and Sabah? Because y'all really get, man.
They're the best. I mean, like that's part of I guess what I'm the change that I'm talking about. Like earlier in my career, a guy like Paulie who doesn't like a lot of things that I say, and half the time I'm convinced he does it for the show, and half the time I'm convinced that it's real. Like he would piss me off, right? And I'd probably be like, screw you, and sometimes I still say that. But it's all out of love, right? Like he'll text me, he'll be like, I'm really going to piss you off today. Or, he'll text me after the show, like, I got you, like whatever. And, the the one thing that I would say is I take my job seriously, but I don't take myself too seriously anymore. I mean, I have to make a stand, right? And I have to have opinions, and I have to, and I feel certain ways about certain things. I'm not saying that I don't, but I don't, I guess I used to think what I thought was the end all be all and that I knew everything. And I haven't thought that way in a while. So I hope that comes through on the radio. Sometimes it's not, sometimes I'm sure it does. But I hope consistently people realize that, hey man, I have my feelings, I have my opinions, I have my thoughts. It may not be what you want to hear, but it's authentic, number one. And number two, I'm not above anybody. And I just, I kind of like, hey man, you have ways to disagree with me and call in the show and hear me or tell me off, as long as you do it in a sort of respectful manner. We have opportunities to go back and forth and to disagree.
Flying Brian.
Sure. How you doing, Chris? Thanks for joining us. I never thought I'd hear somebody drop Chad Dukes on the show that I was on if I wasn't dropping it. As a big Owen Dukes fan and a Horde member. I have a million questions about that.
I see all the Buffalo Bills gear back there. I went to school in Buffalo, so I'll always have an affinity for Buffalo. So that's another thing we got in common.
Yeah. So I live in near Baltimore. I'm local. I've heard you on the radio all the time. I would have a million questions about Chad Dukes, but that's not the platform for this. But you being a big wrestling fan and wrestling being a huge part of this network, just mind if you don't give your quick thoughts on the state of wrestling right now with WrestleMania coming. Yeah, there you go. I was at that one too.
Yeah, at Lincoln Financial Field, 2 of the coldest nights that I have had in a football stadium. Where for WrestleMania in early April, it was freezing. If you remember that, Brian.
Oh yeah, and I'm sure you weren't sitting as high as I was in the stands. We were at the very, very top, so it was a little more colder for me probably than it was for you.
I had pretty good seats. That
I bet you did.
So I'll tell that part of the story real quickly. That the first night of WrestleMania in Philly, it probably was like no more than 40-ish degrees during the day. So I knew it was going to be cold that night. Of course you're outside and I had really good seats from WWE. A good friend of mine, Lenny the Legend, as I call him, and as wrestlers call him, has done a lot of business, let's just say, with WWE and has gotten to know a lot of the wrestlers on a personal basis. So he was able to get us tickets 10 rows up in the family section at Lincoln Financial Field for the first night of WrestleMania. And, we sat with like Rey Mysterio's family and a couple of other families and whatnot. So yeah, it was still pretty damn cold. Maybe not as cold as up top in a stadium, but that was cool. And that was the last WrestleMania I was at. The next night I didn't have as good of seats, but I had pretty good seats still. So I'm not complaining. It was cool to, see Cody Rhodes win and have that moment. The state of wrestling. So I enjoy it. I think what I would say criticism wise is, much like with the NFL, I don't love the constant need to be international, but I get how, they all want to make money and tap into resources that are not untapped into, but are not tapped out. And so I get it. I don't like it, but I get it. I don't like WrestleMania being in Dubai next year or Saudi Arabia next year or Royal Rumble just recently. But I would say, and I think they do too much programming. Like I'm a big, I'm so thankful my show is only 3 hours instead of 4 hours. A, because it's less work. B, I think people would get way more annoyed if I was on for 4 hours instead of 3 hours. So, I think Raw on Monday night, 2.5 hours, SmackDown, 3 hours on Friday night?
Yeah.
Saturday night main event, seemingly
NXT.
every month and a half. PLEs every month, NXT. I think it's too much. I think it's oversaturated. I think it robs it of being special. That being said, if my job is to make money and to make as much money as I can, the only way I do that is by oversaturation, right? And if that's the marching orders that I'm given, well, then that's what I've got to do. So I kind of look at that as just, kind of a side swipe of the business and the industry, because I do think it's too much. But like I'll say this, big football guy, love baseball, love hockey, basketball. I kind of take and leave, kind of depends on, how well it's played. If it's played well, I enjoy basketball. If it's not, it's kind of hard for me to watch. And it's a little bit too slow, but wrestling, I've always taken this approach, it's a fun release for me. And it was something that I didn't have to really break down and analyze and scrutinize, and I could just enjoy it and laugh. And then I got my former producer, Matty Ice, asked me to do a wrestling podcast last year. And we did it for about 7 or 8 months. And, I got to be honest with you guys. I enjoyed it, but it became a job again. And I didn't enjoy wrestling as much. And because I had to be taking notes and I had to be like looking for storylines and thinking ahead, and instead of just letting it roll. So to me, I'm kind of like, hey man, I love wrestling because it's a sideshow for me. It's entertainment. It truly is. I don't want it to be like work where, like tonight's Super Bowl, I've got to like, okay, what storylines am I going to talk about tomorrow? And how am I going to shape my opinion? And was this call right? Or was this call wrong? Or why did they do this here? Or why did they do that here? And I can't really relax and enjoy. With wrestling, I like to relax and enjoy whenever I get a chance to watch it, which isn't as much as I would like. I like to just kind of chill out and just laugh a little bit and enjoy.
So
Thanks.
So that's messed up that you bring up the wrestling show. I was supposed to be a guest on your wrestling show to pay you back for being in the passenger seat, but it's okay, Chris. That's how you want to do this. It's okay. But
that's why he canceled it. It was that week, wasn't it? Wasn't it that week?
I will say this. I will say this just to defend myself. How many times did you get an invite and you said no? I'm busy at that time. I
can't. Always busy.
Big League by the Midnight Rider.
I do shows 6 days a week.
Okay, but you can't say that you weren't invited.
Okay,
right.
I mean, we didn't execute it because of your elitism, but
you got him, Rooster. You got him.
You were invited, baby. You were invited. We'll do a special one on our own, okay?
All right, go ahead, Jack.
Maybe after WrestleMania.
Yeah, hey, what's up, Rooster? Hi. I like what you were just talking about when you were talking about, because I've recently been covering a lot of high school sports, and it really is tough to get the storylines and the notes and the stats when you're really a big fan of what's going on and you're taken in by what's happening. So I really understood what you were speaking of there. But, we already done found out everything that Chris is doing, what he's up to, what he's thinking about, who he's pissing off. I want to know what Tyler's up to because, guys, his son Tyler, man, he got a Rolodex with everybody in it. My boy got NFL, NBA, NHL players texting him all the time. What's Tyler up to, Chris? How's he doing?
That's awesome, Jack. Thank you. I appreciate it. He's doing good. I mean, he's rooting, I think, for the Seahawks tonight. He kind of changes his opinion every now and then. It generally is based on what coach he knows. And I don't think he knows Mike Vrabel or whatever Tiffany Haddish called him, verbal. Mike Vrabel. I don't think he knows Mike Verbal, and he calls Mike McDonald Mike McDaniel because he knows Mike McDaniel, now the former Dolphins head coach, and Chargers offensive coordinator. So I think he's a little confused on that, but yeah, he's doing good. Thank you. He'll be here in early April for a little spring break action. And maybe we'll get out to a baseball game while he's here, or the Caps, if they're still playing. I think they are, or the Wizards, one of those. And then, he'll turn 25 in June. And, I mean, the interesting thing, the weird thing, the cool thing, about having a child with special needs is, he's almost 25, and in some ways he acts like he's almost 25, but then, there's so many ways where I know he needs like the loving hand of his dad and sympathetic understanding and patience and all that stuff. And it's always like, I kind of equate it out to sometimes like a Rubik's Cube, right? Where like some people can do it, some people can't do it. And even if you can do it, you kind of struggle to figure it out, right? But eventually you get it. And that's how I kind of look at being his dad is, sometimes it's hard to figure out what's going to be that trigger button. But then there's a lot of cool times where him and I will just sit, arm in arm on the couch and just watch a football game or a baseball game or a basketball game or a hockey game, for 2 hours, 3 hours, whatever. And he's just happy as a pig in poop, So, I mean, sorry, I get all emotional when
I just like it that we were talking with you a few months back when you came on in the passenger seat, and you stated how you could be hanging out with Tyler, and then all of a sudden he's sidetracked and ain't paying attention to you because he's talking with Logan Thomas or a national or a commander in text. It just blows my mind. Tyler,
he's got some friends that are really good to him. So I think he's driven some of them crazy, but he's had some guys that are really nice to him. Sam Cosme and
Tress Way, I think.
Tress. I think Tress has talked to him. Ron, Coach Ron Rivera when he was here. The center Nick Gates was really nice to him. I'm trying to think.
No, Chris. I'm not gonna allow you to be on my show and not give the person that is the biggest fan of your son his accolades and his AA MCO.
MCO. Yeah, Athens and Annapolis. You know what they talk about all the time on the phone? They talk about shaving Tyler's head into a mohawk. They talk about women, and they talk about farts and poops, and what they're eating and what they're and how lazy they're being. They have their own love language, and I largely stay out of it, but occasionally I'll get like a copy of a screen grab of their texts, and I mean it's something else. And Tyler's mom will occasionally tell me, she goes, I find them so funny. They're just talking about, they're talking in their own code and whatever. So yeah, I mean, I've been very lucky that people have been so kind to him and understanding and appreciative of him, and so many people ask about him, like you guys, and my colleagues, in like on the beat, in various beats have been, like if he'll call, which he does often, they'll spend a minute or two with him. Yeah, exactly. So
all right.
Hey,
so it's really cool.
Hey Jeff, I know you're in the screen, so unmute yourself.
Give him one.
I have a question for Chris while we're doing this, because it's not often that you get greatness to be bestowed on you on a Sunday morning during the Super Bowl show.
Oh no, hey guys, thanks for having me, Chris. It's really great to meet you. I don't listen to 106 often because I'm usually working, unfortunately, during that time. But just want to,
Whoop, we lost you.
Oh.
He got so nervous.
Yeah,
he couldn't handle it.
So let's go this way. KG, I know you got more questions for Chris because you in our conversations you blushed about Chris Russell and the greatness that is Chris Russell. So talk to him again.
You guys making me blush too much. It's too
I mean,
kind.
you got to
get you to come back.
You got to realize, like, you guys were the big part of my day. Like my day didn't start until 7 a.m. and then that was the run up and listen to the radio. But I had to wait for Tony Kornheiser to come on at 10. Once that 10 o'clock hit, that's when it was time to get work done. And then I used to make it a point. And you may not remember this. I used to make it a point to call into every show. And when you were filling in for anybody on your show, I was calling in. B mentioned Scott Jackson had the S Talking Championship.
Yep.
5-time champion right here.
Attaboy. Attaboy.
You're not just a 5-time. You the 5-time.
Five-time.
S Talk champion. But I got a question. This is a Super Bowl show because it's a little game going to be played. I really want to know your thoughts with Jackson Smith and Jigba. Do you think he has a chance? And I haven't even looked at the betting odds. Do you think he has a chance to actually be Super Bowl MVP?
Yes. Hell yeah. I can probably find the odds for you. First of all, I would say, right, to me, if there was one guy that I'm going to put not an anytime touchdown, but a 2 touchdown prop bet on, it would be Jackson Smith and Jigba, right? Because Darnold is obviously going to go after him and target him. They always find a way. You know how we sometimes complain that Terry doesn't get more than 4 or 5 targets in a game or whatever. I mean, they always seem to get Jackson Smith and Jigba right around 10 targets, sometimes more, maybe a little bit less, but it always seems like he's a big part of the game plan. And I don't know about you guys, but Carlton Davis, Patriots corner, he takes some penalties. So I think they're going to try and attack him. But also don't forget, early in the AFC Championship game, they went right after Christian Gonzalez, right? And they beat him for that long 52-yard play that got them inside the 5, maybe inside the 10. I can't remember exactly where, but it led to a score, a Denver score. And then the next play, they kind of suckered him in on a little play action, and he was kind of stuck in the middle and lost his man in deep coverage in the corner, right? So I think Seattle is going to have an opportunity to obviously take advantage there, especially with Njigba. And maybe it's Kupp and Rashid Shaheed to kind of like loosen them up a little bit underneath, crossing routes, stuff like that, to kind of like loosen them up, maybe bring an extra safety down, maybe get their eyes peeking a little bit, and then boom, you go after JSN that way. And just like that, I also think New England's going to have their opportunities, as we talked about earlier, to go against Reek Woolen and Emamori, who, again, I understand he's off the injury report. That doesn't mean he's 100%, right? That doesn't mean that injury is not going to get banged up again once the game starts. So I think everybody that's saying, whoa, Drake May has been so terrible in these playoffs. Oh, Seattle's defense. Seattle, we all know they gave up a lot of points to Stafford and the Rams. Okay, that's one thing. But guys, I go back to week, I think 5 against Tampa Bay without Mike Evans, without who's their running back that I love, 4th round out of Oregon 2 years ago.
Bucky? Who you talking about?
Bucky Irvin. Bucky Irvin. So no Bucky Irvin, no Mike Evans, and Tampa went in on the road and put up, I think it was 41 points or whatever it was, in Seattle.
38.5.
38 points, whatever it was. My point is, like, there have been times where you can move the football against the Seattle defense. Even Houston did it, right? The question is can you, if you're moving the football, can you execute 7 out of 8 times without that one time being a disaster? That's where Seattle wins, is if they don't give up big play explosives. And New England guys, even though they don't seemingly have the horses to be explosive, they are explosive in a lot of different ways, right? It may not always be over the top. It may be, an intermediate dig or whatever, and then Diggs or Mac Hollins or whoever might be able to break a tackle and turn something, not nothing, but something into a bigger something. Anyway, the point being is, I think both teams are going to be able to throw the ball tonight. I think there's going to be some pretty decent scoring, and I think the over/under I saw last at 40 or 40 and a half, or maybe it was 41. I can't remember exactly what it was. 40, 41, 43.
I'm not sure. I thought
I thought I saw it at 40 and a half or 41. I would go over. And as a matter of fact, I have gone over on a couple of bets. Because I don't think this is going to be like a 10-7 type game by any stretch of the imagination. Even with two good defenses, I think the offenses are going to be good enough in this game where you're going to see some explosiveness at times. Not the entire game. I don't think it's going to be 41-38, but
45 and a half is the over-under.
What is it, 45 and a half?
45 and a half. FanDuel, 45 and a half.
Oh, wow.
I thought it was closer to 44, yeah.
Yeah, I thought I read 41, but maybe I read the wrong number.
I'd take it at 40, but I don't think I'd take it at 45.
I mean, again, 45 is what?
Nickels.
23, 23,
24,
right?
21, 24, yeah.
I mean,
21, 20, yeah, 21, 25.
Yeah. I mean, I think this game can be 27-24. I don't, or 30-27. I don't think it's going to be a 13-10 type game. I'd be very surprised if it's low scoring. And I think it's because both offenses can be explosive, and both offenses, I don't think New England is going to come out looking to establish and pound the run and beat their head into a wall against Seattle's front. I think they'll use the run to loosen up things at times, but I think they're going to take the opposite approach of get the ball out of Drake May's hands, yes, but also take their shots deep and intermediate to deep and try and stretch Seattle out that way.
Hey, Chris, if you don't mind, you can stick around. But I got to take a quick break, and then we got to come back on the other side and talk some more football, if that's okay with you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. This is the Sideline Junkies Podcast Network. It is the Sunday Rise. It is Prime Brian. It's Lee Ice. It's the Gentleman Jack. It's the correspondent. It's the big guy KG. And then in the small square at the bottom of the screen, we got the man, the myth, the legend, the person that makes sports talk radio exist from 1 to whatever time it is. And then 1 to 4. And then he actually somehow ends up being found in the alley by Danny Rouillet and Grant Paulson, and he comes on this show for their hit at 4 p.m. So it is Chris Russell, the man, the myth, the legend, and first and foremost, Chris, I'm gonna tell you right now, friend to friend, person to person, the fact that you're giving us this much time, I appreciate it. And I don't know how much time you want to give us, but I would give you, like, we can talk all the way up to 6 p.m. for the game. But whatever you want to do, you tell me when you got to go. And I appreciate all that you're giving us.
No, I appreciate you guys.
I wasn't expecting this at all. You know me and you. We rock, like, 4 flats on Cadillac, baby. We go back.
I appreciate you guys, and I appreciate you, Ben. And I will say this: I don't know if you guys know this, but under his alter ego, Fat Poet 10, yeah, he doesn't do it as much as he used to. But one of the secret sauces to his brilliance was always coming up with the different sub handles, and he would take something that we said that was funny or controversial or whatever, and he'd spin it into one of his sub handles, and it would just be so, like, again, subtle is the best way I could put it, because he wouldn't be like, oh, hey, look at me, check me out, see what I did here, ha ha ha. It would just be like there, and I'd be like, he did it again, he got me again. Very, very good sense of humor, and I enjoy I enjoy all interactions, and
Yo,
I
hold on,
appreciate
Chris.
you guys.
Hold on, Chris. I'm waiting for my check because I need the AMAC segment to be in my residuals, because I came up with that.
That
You
is
changed
true.
the name,
That is
but
true.
I came up with the AMAC segment.
Well, what you should do is call in and remind us of that, right, on the air.
Okay.
This way we can make AMAC feel extra loyal, and I'll be able to spin it into, I don't know. I'll be able to spin it into something. And
Okay, so hold on.
then we'll have some fun with it.
Let's go. Mark and Largo. What are we doing?
The Mark and Largo show. That's the never-ending Mark and Largo show.
But Mark and Largo is good when he wants to be good, but then
He
there's
is.
time.
We've got some colorful characters. There is no doubt about that. So I wanted to ask you guys something, okay? And because I'm doing all the talking here, so because I'm curious on how you guys are thinking and operating. So they're going to introduce, officially, for whatever it's worth, David Blau and Durante Jones on Tuesday. We'll poke in and out of that press conference in the 1:00 hour, on the show. But are you guys, ultimately, like, excited or down on this? Is this desperate, or is this smart and ingenuitive? Like, how do we kind of see all this?
Let's start with Lee Ice. Lee Ice, how do you feel?
I'm gonna be honest. I don't know how to feel. I was kind of hoping they would go out and get Mike McDaniel as their OC, but I'm gonna trust in Dan Quinn. I'm not surprised at the defensive hire, because who the hell want to come in and coach what we have on defense? There's no talent. It's not a lot of talent there. But on the OC side, I guess because Jaden is used to this guy, and from what I hear, he has a lot of respect throughout the league. And like Ben said earlier, we don't want to make the mistake and let another Sean McVay get out. So Quinn's taking a chance. 2 unproven coordinators. I mean, that's a big chance, man.
All right. Flying Brian, you got anything for Chris?
We talk about Joe Brady and the Buffalo. Oh, you're talking about the Commanders coaches. Oh,
well, wait a second, Brian.
Joe Brady.
No, Brian, give me something on Joe Brady, because I mean, this guy, hotshot offensive coordinator at LSU, goes to Carolina, maybe a bad fit with what's his name, the Nebraska coach Matt Rule, gets fired there, kind of reinvents himself. Josh Allen, now he's the head coach at a first year of that new stadium. They're running out of time, like what is it, the sands through the hourglass, right? I mean,
Yeah.
I know Bills Mafia was kind of split on McDermott, is what I gathered. I mean, I heard plenty of people.
They weren't really that split until they fired him.
Yeah,
everybody wanted his head until they actually did it. And
that's the thing that was weird. I agree with you on that. That's the sentiment that I got. And now that they did, and obviously hired Brady, does that like make people think, oh, okay, they had a plan here to go to get the most out of the offense, which is our strong point.
Yeah. So Tuesdays at 6:30, Unapologetic Sports. Check me and Lee Ice out. We've talked about this in length, but so I'll put it this way: if you were a fan of another team and you had the opportunity to hire the head coach of the guy that was behind Josh Allen and his MVP season, who turned around Josh Allen's not career, but with turning down the interceptions and turnovers, and also this year came off of James Cook being the rushing leader, wouldn't you want that guy to be your head coach?
Mm-hmm.
So if you look at it from that point of view, then he's a good hire. But from the point of the reason McDermott was fired because we needed this big change, and then you just promote the offensive coordinator, that's where it's a little, for me personally, a little weird. But I have high hopes. I think he's going to do well with Josh Allen. But the most important thing is, I think, is the defense. The Bills' last 7 playoff losses, the defense have given up an average of 32.5 points a game. And the offense has averaged around 29 points, before and after Brady. So Josh Allen's going to score. He might turn the ball over a little bit also, but Josh Allen's going to score. So if Brady brings in the right guys, and I think the guy that he brought in from Denver, I think is a good hire. So I think it's going to be I like it. As far as the Commanders go, I defer to Lee Ice more about that, but I think it's good to hire who they brought in. Maybe didn't want to make a big splash name. I know that McDaniel was a name that a lot of people wanted to hear. Me personally, I didn't think so. I got to see McDaniel hands-on what he did for Miami, and he did all right, but I think they're making the right calls. I don't think the fan base was too happy about Dan Quinn, and look how that turned out the first season. So, I think it's good. I think sometimes you don't need the big splash. I personally wanted Kubiak for Buffalo. I think he's going to do well with the Raiders, if with the situation they got there. But as far as the Commanders go, I think it's high hopes, and looking JD5 can get rolling again. It makes for a better show for us if the Commanders are good. So.
KG, what do you got? Jack.
No, go ahead, Chris.
You can pull KG. Go ahead.
Well, my the way I feel about it, I thought we would go after Brian Dable for what Brian Dable did with Josh Allen running quarterback, and I was like, we're gonna go after Brian Dable, and I'm like Lee Ice, I'm on the fence. I got to see what's gonna happen. And defensively, I mean, Dan Quinn. It's funny because Coach Devon is in here, and I told Coach Devon I owed him 10 snaps last season. So, I mean, I can give Dan Quinn 10 snaps, get Coach Devon his 10 snaps. I'll go play defense if that's the case, because Dan Quinn just hypes me up when it comes to defense. And I'm like, I'm ready to roll. I'm ready to rock with it. But offensively, got to see how it pans out.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just add this one thing. I don't know if – I think they had an absolute fear that Detroit was either going to offer or had offered David Blau the offensive coordinator position, and that they wouldn't be able to get the guy that they wanted in case they lost Blau. So they went ahead and hired Blau to just prevent any potential, because, and if we think about it, right, McDaniel, I for sure thought he was going to get another head coaching opportunity, and he doesn't. Some people thought Dable might get a head coaching opportunity, and he doesn't. Some people thought Cliff would, and he doesn't, right? So you kind of never know how these things work out. And to me, if they really, really, really did not want to lose Blau, and it was very clear that they did not, and the only way to really keep him was that, because they weren't going to make Blau the head coach in Detroit. We knew that. So that was the only thing you could kind of do to keep Blau. Unfortunately, sometimes you have to make counter moves and maybe sign a guy. And this has happened in free agency, right? Sign a guy to as much prevent him from going to another team in your division as it is to help your team. And obviously you want him to help your team first and foremost, but sometimes it's like a preventative move as well.
Chris, I gotta put you on hold for real quick because I got my guy, the man, the myth, and the person that makes things happen, Coach Devon Powell from Laurel High School. Laurel High School's football coach, assistant basketball coach, the man that does a show on Monday nights with a guy that I know very well called the Midnight Rider.
I've heard of that guy.
Yeah, people say that he does shows on this network. He's everywhere, but
that guy
Coach
gets
Powell,
on my nerves. Is that right, Lee Ice? I took a page from Lee Ice.
Powell steps into the building, and I know he's a Washington sports fan, and he was going to want to ask you some questions, Chris. So let's get my boy, my guy, Pretenders or Contenders, 7 p.m. Mondays on the Sideline Junkies Podcast Network, brought to you by two people that the world doesn't exist without, and that's Coach Devon Powell and the Midnight Rider. Let's make it happen. Coach Powell. So.
That was a great entrance from the hardest working man in podcast land. I appreciate that. What's going on, fellas? Everybody doing good today?
What's up, Coach?
Good.
Hey, Coach.
Good. So I wanted to jump on. I had a few minutes in between of preparing my meal for tonight, getting my wings and stuff together for the night. So I wanted to jump on, and I see we had the man on here, Chris Russell, the man that knows it all. So I had to jump on for a few minutes.
Appreciate it.
Yeah. Don't know if you saw my first question. My question I asked in the chat earlier. Chris, what's your most memorable Sonny call that you heard on the radio?
Oh.
Okay, I'm just seeing that now. All right. I'll tell you this, Coach. And I don't know if this is per se memorable, but it was memorable to me, and I've been thinking about it a lot. So I take you back to 2011. I don't remember the opponent, but so this is Kyle and Mike Shanahan, and this is John Beck, Rex Grossman, post Donovan McNabb, pre Robert, and I remember them getting inside the 10-yard line, and Grossman was the quarterback. And I remember Sonny in the broadcast, and this was before Tony Romo started doing it. Larry was like, what do you think here, son? Whatever. Maybe they were coming out of a timeout or a break. I can't remember exactly. And he was like, third down. And he's like, third and goal from the 8 or whatever it was. And he's like, I'd spread them out and run quarterback draw. And that's exactly what they did. And Grossman, I think, plunged in for a touchdown. And we were all like, how did he know that? How did he guess that? And Sonny just had a unique way, of course, to relate, especially to quarterbacks. But guys, I'm telling you, one thing that was so impressive about him, he was sharp as a tack. Unfortunately, as people get older, right, they're in various different ways, they're not as sharp as they once used to be, cognitively or whatever, for various reasons. Sonny was so sharp and was so on it. And some of the things he would say would always make me go, whoa, okay, I wasn't expecting that. And he was right. And I didn't think about that. And that taught me something in that moment, and Sonny was really, really good at it. But that's one specifically that jumps out to me. Maybe another quick one would be we kind of figured out when the Redskins were backed up inside the 5-yard line that Kyle Shanahan liked to run I-back deep play action. And it was Sonny, I think, that first pointed it out. And then we all started noticing it. Almost every time that they were backed up inside the five, they would run I-back, which of course looked like run, and they would run the play action, which further sold the run, and they would take a deep shot. And they did that a number of times with Kyle as the play caller. And I want to give Sonny the credit, for that, because he first noticed it, at least the way I remember it. And then we all picked up on it,
Chris Russell, you won't do this on my show. I swear. You will not bring up Mike Shanahan, Kyle Shanahan, play action pass, because I'm telling you right now, I know for a fact it's Joe Gibbs and it's Kyle Shanahan or Mike Shanahan that we at the 40-yard line with a change of possession. We go on play action pass, and they throwing that post on the backside. And at that time, it used to be what's the guy that caught the pass on Darryl Green, his rookie year, in Denver. I can't think of his name right now, but that's the play. It's sensed in my brain, and I tell you right now, if I played anybody in Madden or whatever, I get to the 40-yard line, we're going play action pass, backside post, and it's just it's my thing. It's my signature, Brady.
One other thing that and there's just so many memories that have come flooding back over the last couple of days, guys, when it comes to 9 and how lucky we all were, to be touched by him. So you guys will appreciate this. So back when I was traveling with the Redskins radio network, so 2010 through 2015, budget started becoming a thing, right? Like we traveled on the team plane, and we traveled, and we stayed at the team hotel, but the radio station had to pay for the hotel rooms, and I guess they charged per seat or whatever it was as part of the charter. I don't know how they did all that, and meals, right? So the last year that we were all traveling together, and this is, at this point, Sam is retired. So it's Cooley, Larry, Doc, Sonny, me, and a couple of engineers, and Chuck Sapienza, who was our boss and who was like the executive producer of the Redskins radio network. And so they started restricting his budget, right, for food, like specifically Saturday night. And I feel okay telling this because Chuck told it out on public the other day on Twitter. So he basically would fudge the dinner bill by saying that Sonny was out to dinner with us every Saturday night. But Sonny was never out to dinner with us because Sonny was so important that the Redskins would have him talk to clients and whatnot at Morton's on Saturday night before a road game. So Sonny was out to dinner with us every Saturday night, even though he wasn't, so that we could eat better, so that we could run up a bill. And Chuck would take a picture of dinner and be like, "Thanks, you ate well tonight," and send it to Sonny and send it to the group. And, Sonny always loved that because Sonny was like, he's like, "Tell your boss that I'm eating with you, so we're not going low budget," and Sonny would have a good time kind of messing around with the budget cutters. But that was the kind of guy that he was, he'd pretty much do anything for everyone, and getting to absorb some of his knowledge at some breakfasts, and stuff like that was just awesome. And I wouldn't do as much talking as I normally do. I would just do a lot of listening.
Lee Ice. Anything
Yes,
else,
sir.
Chris? We get him out of the building because I feel like we hogging his time.
He's about to leave. You about to leave?
I mean, at some point I probably should get some work done, but I don't. I mean, you guys have been so nice to me. So
you want to stick around? Don't do this because we'll keep you for like another 3 or 4 hours.
Okay, let's not do that. Let's not do that. I love you all, but let's not do that.
Am I the only one that phone's about to die? Nobody's phone's about to die?
Nah, because I don't have my phone.
I'm all charged up, B. I'm good.
I was too when we started.
I'm on a laptop. So.
Hey, Midnight Rider.
Yeah,
I was just starting to tweet a bunch of Super Bowl nonsense when I saw the message from Ben. So I was like, well, okay. I mean, like I'll come and join the guys. Absolutely. Cool. And here I am, an hour and 15 minutes later, something like that.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Who's counting?
Yeah,
that's my guy.
You're just keeping me from doing bills, so that at this point,
there's a relationship that people don't even know. We are cool, and I tried to be as what's the word I'm looking for? I try to listen to the show as much as possible. And there's the Mark and Largo that I appreciate, but I don't always understand and like the Mark and Largo because whatever it is. And then there's Sabah. And I gotta give you credit because you as a radio personality give Sabah the length to be her in her personality, and I don't know if everybody would do that. I know Kevin,
yeah,
but Sabah is
sorry.
Looking for. She's her own taste. You know what I'm saying? And
well, she's still in love with the quarterback. What was his name?
Yeah.
Taylor Heineke.
Taylor Heineke.
Yeah, Heineke. Oh Lord, have mercy.
Yeah. Well, sometimes I give her too much time, but I like the way I try and do the show, which probably pisses off my bosses, is I try and have more conversations than calls.
Yes,
and that's just kind of always been my style, and maybe that started because I worked overnights a lot, so you had more time, but. There's a lot of radio shows, many of our shows that are, 45 seconds, boom, 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 in and out. And I look at those as, okay, it's great calls. You get more calls and you get more, voices in, but what kind of conversations are you having?
Mm-hmm.
And I try and look at the show as a conversation, not just like, not just rapid fire hot takes.
Yes, thank you.
So, I would just say, I mean, like, I enjoy talking to people, and sometimes I have to, with Little or
yes, Little.
Sometimes with Paulie, or sometimes with Lou, or whoever, or Doc, Dr. Sabah, I should say. Sometimes I have to cut them off. Sometimes I have to jump in and be like, come on. Some of that is for the show. Some of that is for the show, quite honestly.
So Chris, I'm going to do this. I'm going to let you out here in the next couple of minutes, but I want each one of the guys to give you a question before we get out. So that way they can do their due diligence. So starting with KG, if KG is available, let's go KG, Coach, Lee Ice, Flying Brian, Gentleman Jack. Because I hit you on Twitter, I won't hit you with a question to lead out. So let's do it that way. KG.
Anybody want to talk about the Wizards?
No.
Not yet.
Yo, Chris, you trying to start a whole nother hour conversation, dog? Because I'm all Wizards. I'm about what they doing, but let's keep you on the football spectrum.
Okay.
Because me and you, we both don't understand clocks and don't like clocks. So I'm gonna try to stay within the clock and go KG, Coach Powell, Lee Ice, Flying Brian, Gentleman Jack, and then let you out.
Well,
KG.
My question wouldn't be football related.
Doesn't
It's
matter.
a question that I've always wanted to know. being in the same room with Coach John Thompson, who is somebody that I admired. Every time I called this show, I always told him it was an honor, and he would always tell me, I call him a legend. He's like, no, don't do that. But he is what he is, and that's a legend. But being able to be on shows with him and share a studio with him, like, what was that like?
Intimidating. Yeah. But I would tell you this, KG. I would say intimidating, but it like awesome at the same time. Like once you got like on his good side, and as long as you didn't do anything to piss him off, Big John was like a big cuddly teddy bear. Like you could just have a conversation with him. And, I was always afraid, like when he'd bring me on the show, like that I would ruffle his feathers or say something, maybe that criticized him inadvertently. Like if I said, well, I just don't get why, at that time, Mike Shanahan or whoever would do this. I was always worried that I was going to step on his toes as a coach, right? Because a lot of times, even though it's different sports, coaches can be, birds of a feather, right? And he never made me feel in any sort of way wrong about that. Now, I didn't criticize coaches maybe as much as others did, so maybe that was part of it. But John was, Big John was always, was always nice to me. And I would say this, guys, I grew up in Big East country, in a different part of the country on Long Island, right? I grew up rooting for Syracuse, right? And how many bigger rivals did John and Georgetown have than Syracuse, right? So I didn't quite get him when I was younger. I didn't quite understand what he was about. When I moved here and as I got older and as I got to know him, you understood what he was about. And it's hard to describe, but you understood the essence of John Thompson and what he was trying to accomplish and how he was trying to accomplish it. And some of the stories that he would tell about Red Auerbach and, all of that, it just, and I didn't get to be around him every single day because a lot of the time I was at Redskins Park. But when I did during the off season, that's the shift I usually worked. So I was able to sit in studio and pop in and out and just shoot the shit with him, a little bit and got some wonderful times and exchanges and memories, with him. I would say, I spent more time with Sonny and that side of the crew as opposed to Big John, but, I was lucky enough to get that as well.
Coach Powell.
All right. Well, my question, we're going to go back to football, back to the Redskins, the Commanders. So with the changes that have been made, in your opinion, do you think that this is a make or break year for Dan Quinn?
Yes. Yeah, I really do. I don't call it the hot seat yet, Coach. I call it the very warm seat. But make no mistake about it, it's very warm. And I think that extends to Adam Peters too.
Yep, I agree.
Look, I know Josh has got a history for being patient, but it's hard to be patient when you see how changes and dynamics, between what Mike Vrabel has done with the Patriots this year, what Ben Johnson was able to do with the Bears, and what first year success these guys had, but then were unable to build on it, unable to sustain it. So I wouldn't say it's definite, like that they would both be out or one would be out if they don't make the playoffs. But I would say it's very possible. And I would say it's more likely Dan Quinn as opposed to Adam Peters. But I would say both are certainly in, again, I would say both are on the very warm seat because even when things were great last year, or I guess now the year before this past, there was some wondering, like, how are they doing this? Is it anything more than just Jaden being Superman? And the answer probably was no. And then they went out and made a big move for Marshawn Lattimore, and quite honestly, it was worse than any of us, I think, could have imagined.
Yeah.
So I would say they're kind of joined at the hip. AP and DQ, I wouldn't say that if one is out, both are out, but I would say that, again, both are on the hot seat, or a warm seat, I should say, and both need to, what's the nicest way I can say this? Both need to show significant improvement in their operations this offseason, and then when we get to the regular season, Dan Quinn, and even in training camp, like, things have to be different in training camp, guys, in order to, and the preseason, in order to get people to not worry about what happened this year. And what I mean by that is every one of us, and I'm, I said it from word one, thought the offense was out of rhythm, offense was out of sync, and that camp was largely soft. And a lot of people thought, oh, it's just you being negative. Well, I mean, or it was me just telling you the truth of what I saw, and then that kind of worked itself out. So, like, I think things need to change, and change quickly.
I agree.
Lee Ice.
All right,
Lee Ice.
I really don't have a question for you, brother, but it's more of a request that you do right before you leave us. I do want to say a lot of times that I did disagree with you, and here I am saying you were right.
Thanks, Lee.
Chris, you mentioned earlier that you like talking to people, and that you just mentioned want to talk Wizards. I might know two guys that would like to talk to you and talk about the Wizards and other things on Tuesdays at 6:30. So if you needed to talk to somebody about the Wizards and stuff, I might know two guys who want to do that on Tuesdays at 6:30.
Okay.
What's the name of the show?
I think the name of the show is called Unapologetic Sports, and the guy we're talking to right now seems to fit that criteria pretty well.
Fits it perfectly.
Whoa. Hold on. Time out. If we're going to talk basketball, there's only one show on the network that talks basketball from 7:30 to 8 a.m. 8 p.m.
Wednesday.
And it's nothing but net.
We don't have to talk about Wizards at Tuesdays at 6:30. We can talk about anything you want.
And we don't apologize, Chris.
And we're not going to apologize for what we talk about.
Nothing.
Nope.
Well, hold on. Let me throw my hat in there, because if you want to talk wrestling, there's only one place to go, and that's Saturday nights on the Mothership, 9 p.m. with the Saturday Night WrestleManiacs. So, I mean, you got a smorgasbord, but I mean, you got to come to the flagship before you go to anybody else.
Forget all of what y'all just said. The best show in the world is the Pretenders and Pretenders podcast show on Monday night. Get all your high school fix in PG County on Monday night.
We're gonna start duking, Chris.
You guys are gonna have a Royal Rumble right here on the show. I love it. Right. I love it. Just reach out and we can try and figure out something. I mean, I can't always say that I'm available. Like, unfortunately, this Tuesday I'm not available. I got a previously scheduled dinner, and
no, in general, I'm just talking about in general. I love to get in contact with you. It's cool to part of the family and all that. It's great. I'm just having fun. But thanks for joining us. I know we really appreciate it. I honestly didn't know the big heated rivalry between my co-host and you. So maybe we can turn that into a rivalry and to get some viewers. Because as you mentioned, old Chad Dukes, his favorite thing in the world to listen to on the radio was fights on the air. So why don't we try to test that theory?
A little feistiness never hurt anybody.
Thanks again, man. Appreciate it.
We have been blessed for the last hour.
But not least.
Okay.
Last but not least, let me get this. So here I want to fast forward a little bit to draft, Commanders draft. So the Commanders are sitting, they don't have a second, they don't have a fourth. Both of those went to Houston. How important do you think this number 7 pick in the first round is going to be? And what would you like to see Washington pick up? And I'd like to tell you what I'd like to see after you're done.
I mean, number one, it's super duper uber crucial because when you're as talent deficient as they are in so many areas, while you're not going to be able to address everything, and especially like you mentioned, Jack, the lack of a second and a fourth round pick, you're certainly not going to be able to address everything. Now, I hope they're heavy in free agency, which I don't normally advocate, but that's the only way I think they're going to fix this roster pretty quickly and in the short term. And then that leaves us with a better idea of what they're going to need in late April. But I would like the way I assume, is they're not going to attack end edge sufficiently enough, in my opinion. So I still think that is going to be a top priority and a top need at number 7. I would prefer them to trade back inside the top 10 if they could, top maybe 11, where you're not going back that far. You could still get maybe, maybe if Ruben Bain slips because of the short arms, maybe if Caleb Downs slips a little bit because safeties are undervalued. Whatever the case might be, I would like them to still trade back to get an extra pick, maybe 2, depending on how it works, but stay close enough where they're not going from 7 to 20, if that makes sense. And if you say, well, stay at 7, I mean, of course it depends on who's available, but I would say pass rush, pass rush, pass rush, pass rush, because if you get the pass rush, it's going to make the job of your corners easier and safeties easier. And they didn't have it, and they got exposed for it, especially when DA went out, and it was already subject to concern before that. But you can't count on Dorrance Armstrong to come back and be the kind of force he was before the injury. And we don't know if Von Miller is going to come back, and we don't know if Jacob Martin's going to come back. I mean, I would love to see Jacob Martin back, and we don't know if Javonte Jean-Baptiste is ever going to get healthy. So to me, there's more than one need on defensive end edge pass rusher that even if they sign a guy in free agency, which I would highly suggest that they do, you could still double down and try and make yourself not what they tried to build with Montez, Chase, John, and Duran, but you can fortify your pass rush and hopefully fortify your edge where you're setting the edge and funneling guys back towards traffic so that it helps you in both ways, but also while it's helping your secondary as well. So to me, it would be edge primarily. That would be my focus. I would love Ruben Bain because I think he's such a good edge setter and because I think he's strong as a bull. And I don't worry about the short arms as much as others are going to. That would be my guy early on, as opposed to like the pure pass rusher in David Bailey, or as opposed to Caleb Downs. But if they can get one of those 3 guys, I would probably be happy. If they can get Ruben Bain, and especially if somehow they can get Ruben Bain at, 8, 9, 10, that would be awesome as well.
Chris,
that would be the ideal scenario.
I agree with a lot of that, Chris. If they don't trade to, enhance some more picks, they're definitely Bain, Bailey going to be somewhere, I think, in that 7 to 10 area. Mm-hmm. Definitely one of them. And I think free agency, as you said, is going to be huge for how Washington goes about this draft. Thanks for answering my question.
Chris, I thank you first and foremost for being a friend. Second, for being able to just
thank you for being a friend. Come on, sing along, y'all.
Are you Estelle Getty?
No, it's the thing that we do.
Look at my golden
like I know Lee Ice has had some issues with you and
okay.
and I know that KG loves you exponentially on every part of your being, even being part of the show. But for me and foremost, friend to friend, God to God, I gotta thank you just for being able to spend some time with us. But we got a show to do.
I
I know
understand.
you are a guy that doesn't like breaks and
No,
and all those things, but I want to thank you for being
I
here with us.
I appreciate you guys, and I admire y'all. And Lee, don't you ever be afraid to just speak your mind, baby. Even if it's not what I want to hear, and I, I'm cool with everything you said, but like, hey, we do it in a respectful way, right? And we value each other's opinions, and we're not all built the same, and we're not all thinking the same, and that's just what I try and bring to my little 3 hours, of radio. And, I appreciate you guys and all the kind words and thank you for everything. And love it. Enjoyed it.
All right,
Thank
the
you so much,
request that
man.
I had, and the brothers here know, whenever they come on my show, gotta give me one. Put it up.
God damn it up.
Put it up. Put it up. Put it up.
All right, Chris.
Appreciate you guys. Happy Super Bowl Sunday.
You too. Don't eat too much.
Well, that's a little bit of a problem.
That was nice.
Oh man,
KG, you good, man? You all right?
You get any comments today?
Notice. I'm gonna go ahead and say this. I'm gonna say this on air now. Midnight Rider, when I see you going to Suplex City, because you pulled a fast one on me, and it's the greatest fast one.
That's cool.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting that, man.
Yeah,
That
I don't
was great.
think he told anyone. Ryder, you're on
Nah.
you're on mute, man.
I was in on it.
Okay. Cool.
All right. I knew I had him in my hip pocket. I wasn't sure he was going to be able to join, but it was kind of one of those things that, like, yeah, if I can get him, I can get him. And I apologize to Jeff.
Nice change up. Nice change up.
I apologize to Jeff because I know he was coming in with his New England.
Yeah, that's
prediction.
on you. That's
And
on
I
you.
apologize, but we had to give the person the space to operate, and that was Chris Russell. And I was going to let him go as long as he wanted to talk.
Agree.
And I know for a fact that Lee Ice it's Chris Russell.
I didn't know that.
That wasn't that's a thing. So like this is what I love about us as a network is like we can just operate and we can make things happen in the spaces that we make it happen.
I'll tell you what, fellas, for this Super Bowl extravaganza, as you call it, we've had some nice viewership consistently. Has not dipped and swayed. It's been a solid little group of folks. So thank you, everyone, for hanging in. We must be entertaining you. So thank you.
Yeah, we're approaching 3 hours, and the numbers have stayed. So yeah, that's
yeah. I think we're gonna break the record, Midnight Rider.
Midnight
Rider set the record.
I'm gonna cut the show off short before we break the record of us doing draft night.
This list still pretty long, bro. We've only done 2 things.
I got everybody coming over at 2:00. I thought I had a nice hour gap between the end of the show and 2. I mean, I'm good. We do what we got to do. Hey, we got a good opportunity with Chris Russell and Lee coming up soon. So
I ain't got
tune
shit
in to
to
all
do.
Unapologetic.
Yeah,
let's go here.
Let's go.
We got to give our we got to give our we've been teasing it all week. We got to give our predictions.
Before we do predictions,
shit, you got one now.
No. You know what? Let's do that. Let's do that because
predictions.
I don't know how much time you guys have, so let's everybody do their predictions. So, Flying Brian, starting with you. Predictions for the game.
Well, everybody knows by what I'm wearing, and if you watch Unapologetic Sports, I'm a huge Patriots fan. So, of course, no, I got Seattle 31-17. I think the defense is going to be overwhelming to Drake. Drake has not played great in these playoffs for whatever the reasons, whether the defense he's been playing, the nerves, young, whatever. I don't think that's going to change
you
today.
watching?
Huh?
What playoffs you been watching?
The one where he's got 5 touchdowns and 5 turnovers.
He still does what it takes to get that.
That's fine. He's been doing
dub.
what that's fine. If you
I'm
only got to
sorry.
score
Excuse me,
10
bro.
points, if you only got to score 10 points to win the championship game, that's fine. That's what he did. I don't deny that. But he's been shaky. Let's not act like he hasn't. And I don't think that it's going to change this today. I don't. Obviously Russell brought it up earlier. The big question is Darnold. If Darnold doesn't see ghosts, and start turning the ball over, I think they'll be fine. But obviously, if he does that, then it's going to depend on which defense makes the play at the right moment. But I'm going to take Seattle 31-17. And hopefully the commercials are really good too.
Man, I'll tell you, I ain't never been a commercial guy. Really. I mean, in the beginning, when you had the frogs and stuff, the Budweiser frogs and Spud McKenzie and shit. Yeah. But nowadays,
why?
These jokers over my head, man. Oh, man. I guess since I'm running my mouth, let me just go ahead and throw my predicament. Everybody's talking about what is Darnold going to do, okay? Darnold's been a turnover machine all year. Darnold's got 14 interceptions on the season, So I think, and everybody's raving on the Seattle defense. New England's defense ain't no suckers. So I feel if Seattle can't get Walker and the running game going early, New England going to pin their ears back and come after Darnold. And I just don't know if Seattle's front four, they haven't been killing it on defense in the playoffs yet. They've been banged up. They're not getting all the sacks like they were all season in the regular season. And for the running game for New England, everybody's thinking about Travion Henderson, but it hasn't been Travion. It's been Ramondre Stevens. Stevens has been
Jack,
yeah.
I know you making your pick, but let's take a step back for a question. We were talking about New England, Seattle players. I don't know if everybody got onto this
210
thing.
Yeah, I got that.
But prior to 2010, do you have a player, at least three?
Many.
From the New England
I'm
side and from the Patriots side.
Yes, I'm an old guy.
I know you are. I know Brian is.
Now Brian might have trouble with that.
I don't know if Coach is, but like let's go and delve into the memory lane.
Dude.
11.
So we're talking about players that played for the New England Patriots.
I mean, I clearly know a bunch of Patriots players before 2010 because all they did was beat Buffalo's ass.
What are we doing here?
I have no idea.
So players before 2010.
Not cool.
New England or Seattle.
Just you want to name off that we know?
Okay. It's okay.
Are we name players that played before 2010 before both franchises?
Yes.
We just naming them?
Not both franchises, just either or.
Tom Brady. What's it? Was it Bruschi? I can't think of the guy. What was it?
Teddy Bruschi.
Bruschi and Adam Vinatieri.
All right, so that's the Patriots. Jack, Patriots, before 2010, if you can. What you got?
Who I got? Craig James.
Yes.
Steve Grogan.
Yes.
What's that other dude's name? Oh. No, I can't think of who's my third one I had. Craig James, Steve Grogan, and Bob Windsor. The reason I said Bob Windsor Bob Windsor, Windsor, tight end. Played for San Francisco and New England. Lived in Laurel, Maryland. Had a sports shop, Windsor Sporting Goods in Laurel, Maryland. My mother used to buy the Bladensboro Boys Club sports equipment from Windsor Sports Shop in Laurel, Maryland. Bob Windsor, please.
So now Lee Ice is on you.
Since the gentleman wants to take it back, or I prefer to call him PG's finest, I'm going to go way back, buddy. I'm going to go probably one of the greatest offensive linemen, John Hanna.
Yes. Oh, yeah. I forgot that.
I'm going to go, they used to call him all-world, Russ Francis, the tight end.
Oh, you stole.
No,
yes, sir.
I ain't done. I'm going to get you on this one. And one of the greatest nicknames, fullback Sam Bam Cunningham.
Oh, boss man, first and foremost, welcome to the show. Second and foremost, welcome back to the show.
Appreciate
Third
it.
and foremost, what you got?
We doing New England?
Yes.
Well, like Brian Bryan said, they've been beating the Bills' ass for 20 years, so we should know some. We should know some names. But I'm gonna go Ty Law.
Okay.
I'm gonna go Ben Coates.
Okay.
And I'm gonna throw a name out here. I don't want to. I'm gonna say I'm gonna give you two: Chris Slade and Marion Butts.
Chris Slade.
Marion Butts.
Chris Slade went to
Emo
University
Butts.
of Virginia, so you guys know. But that's only because of the human Google. Coach Vaughn Powell, if you got like 3 Patriots that you want to drop in the chat.
Well, the boss took Ben Coates. You had who was that? Irvin Fryer.
Oh yeah.
Yes, sir.
That's Lee's guy.
And then the dang it, who was the DB? Fred Marion.
Oh man, y'all made this easy for me. I made a list of like 8 Patriots because I didn't think y'all was gonna be on my. I thought y'all was gonna be strong.
Poor Drew Bledsoe. He can't even get. He never gets mentioned. He's forgotten everywhere.
Hey, I got one who doesn't get enough credit, even though he is a Hall of Famer, but he should be mentioned with one of the greatest cornerback ever, Mike Haynes.
Definitely.
All right.
He was returning punts and kickoffs before Dion.
Mm-hmm.
So my first and my favorite Patriot of all time, he wore number 30. His name is Mosi Tutupu. So that's number 1. And if you know what you know there's gonna be a person on the other side when the Seattle side come up that's gonna be the Ice. There you go. Somebody said Irvin Fryer. I got Stanley Morgan as another one, number 86.
Wide receiver, right? Wide receiver,
Yes,
right?
sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
I remember him.
And because Tony Eason got them to the Super Bowl, but Steve Grogan is the Patriot that the world should always revolve around. So that's my 3 on that side of the ledger. So let's go ahead and hop on the other side and talk about the Seahawks. I don't know if everybody's got their 3 Seahawks, but let's start with Flying Brian. Seahawks 3.
Was it Matt Hasselbeck?
Yes, let's go with that.
The guy that caught the ball. Oh no, that was the Green Bay guy. Matt Hasselbeck threw it to him. The Seahawks. Let's see. Before 2010, they sucked.
Don't worry about it. Just name players. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about the 2010.
Yeah, I know. I'm saying I'm trying to think of players before then because, like, you play video games and stuff as a kid, but the Seahawks were so terrible, none of the names are sticking in my mind.
Nobody played them.
I know.
No, don't worry about that. Just give me 3 Seahawks that you remember.
Come on, I got you.
Yeah, you gotta help me, man. I'm drawing up because I can't. I'm thinking everybody, but Russell Wilson in that era. I can't think of nobody
There's
before.
2 Seahawks you got to mention hand in hand, and that's Jim Zorn and Steve Logic.
Right, that
counts as one,
popped
right
in
there.
my head as you, yeah.
And then Cortez Kennedy, that was a bad man to gentlemen. And if you want to go back a little bit, Kenny Easley, safety, hard hitting safety.
Come on, man. You done took 2 of mine.
Who, Cortez and
Come
Easley?
on, bro. You took 2 of mine.
I'm telling you straight up, I only had 7 names on this list. And I'm gonna throw an honorable mention for the Hawks because
you better not say
it. No, I doubt y'all got this one. Because I'm even remembering this stuff from the old football cards I used to have. And I could see Zorn, he's on the sideline on a phone, on this one football card. And Logic, he's on the bench with his helmet on. And then I see this little chunky black-haired dude, Efren Herrera, the kicker.
Number 1.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
He used to be the Cowboys kicker.
Yeah, he only kicked in Seattle for like 2 or 3 years. He wasn't there long.
So
he had a brother that was a kicker too, right, y'all? Didn't Herrera have a brother that was a kicker? Who were the Zendejas is who the brothers were.
Those were the Zendejas. Yeah.
That's right.
All right,
Yeah,
so Coach Devon, because you're the
what you got?
youngest constituent of the group, I think.
Is
I'm
he
46.
really?
I'm not the youngest. I'm 46.
I was going to say. I think
Yeah,
B's like
I'm only
38.
41. I got him beat.
Oh, are you?
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
46.
So Brian is the youngest.
DJ.
All right, Coach, what you
DJ's
got?
younger.
For you.
All right, I got I mean, you got to think about the running back, Chris Warren.
Oh yeah. Round the way. Round the
I
way.
mean, if you played Tecmo Bowl, you know you got to remember Chris Warren.
Smooth. He was smooth.
What's the guy? Mike Tice.
Yes, the tight end.
And dang it, I'm trying to think of the linebacker's name from back in the 90s.
Bosworth?
Yeah, Bosworth.
Oh
Yep.
yeah, the Boz. There you
Yep.
go. That's a good one. Yeah.
All right.
I'm
Lee Ice.
Bosworth. Yeah. Jack stole 2 of mine, Kenny Easley and Cortez Kennedy. So I'm going to go with the coach. Ground Chuck Knox.
Yes,
Oh
sir.
yeah.
I'm going to go with a running back that I could not stand, but I respected him, Sean Alexander.
Okay.
And I'm going to go with a very, very underrated running back who doesn't get mentioned for the Hall of Fame. But if you look at his numbers during the time that he played and the amount of years that he played and the production that he had, the first Kurt Warner, number 28.
Oh, that's right. Kurt Warner. Forgot about that.
He was a rock.
Yeah. So those my 3.
So hold on. My kickback. Did you say Kurt Warner?
The running back.
Kurt Warner, baby, from Penn State.
Yep.
All right. Go ahead, boss man.
I'm gonna leave one because I think Ben is going to tie Midnight Rider's going to tie something into what he said on the Patriots. So I'm gonna leave that name off. But did anybody say Joey Galloway?
No.
Ooh.
No.
All right.
Oh.
Did anybody say Warren Moon?
Nope.
Got about.
I forgot he was a Seahawk. Yeah.
My third one, y'all already said Cortez Kennedy, but let me tell you why I can't forget that. I don't know if y'all remember. I think this was the early 90s, and they were running, the NFL was running like a Halloween promo where I can't remember if it was a bag of chips or a soda top, and you would get this code. And
Yes.
they had the different NFL players would transform into Halloween monsters, and I got Cortez Kennedy. And I'll never forget that, man. It was so cool. He talking his regular voice, and he come on in the scary, monster voice and everything. So I'll never forget that one. So Cortez Kennedy for me, Joey Galloway, Warren Moon, I had another one, but I'm not gonna still ride
Hey.
shine. I'm gonna let him go.
I was trying to get Ryder.
Say
Go ahead, Rod.
the last one you got.
Manu Tuyoso Sopo.
Okay.
Woo.
So I think you guys left the most obvious two off the list, and one is Jim Zorn, and two is Steve Largent.
I said both of them.
Yeah, Jack gave me those because I couldn't come up with any
I
others.
wasn't sure if y'all said that. Okay.
And if,
I combined them.
If KG got to count as one. If KG was on the show, he would have already said Jim Zorn because that's his favorite person of all time is Jim Zorn.
He's horny for Zorn.
I hope that's not his favorite coach.
Favorite coach of all time. I ain't even gonna go on him because he's not here to defend himself. So
that's the best time to go on.
I'll go here.
I hear you, Devon.
Since we talking Seahawks, let's go Lofi Tutupu, son of Mosi Tutupu. Let's go Seattle. Somebody said Kenny Easley. So I'll give him that. Who else am I missing? Seattle Seahawks prior to 2010.
I'm surprised nobody said this.
Go ahead, say it.
Sean Springs.
Yes, there it is.
I had his jersey. I had his Seattle jersey. Yep.
Yeah, Sean Springs.
What did I miss? Because we did Seahawks. Did we do Patriots yet?
Yeah.
All right.
That's what we started with.
All right, let's go. So KG's not here for Super Bowl trivia. So let's go to this. Your favorite Super Bowl memory. And we'll get out at good God. Yeah, we done 3 hours of show. And that's probably the reason why Boss Man's here. It's because we've done too much show. But your favorite Super Bowl memory, and we'll go Devon, Brian, Jack, Lee Ice, Boston, and me.
For what?
Favorite Super Bowl memory. And if you got a 3, do your 3. But if you want to do 1, that's fine.
But I was thinking about this last night, and with the majority of us being Commander fans, we got several to say, "Oh yeah, that 83, whatever, yeah, 92, blah blah blah." So is that what we go? Damn. Hey Brian, I just got battery running low alert.
Yeah, I got it on a charger, and I'm still at 3%.
Me too.
Hang it on, man. Hang it on.
Coach Powell, and then we're gonna go to the rest of everybody. Brian, Super Bowl memories.
Unfortunately, for a Bills fan, and this just knows how bad the situation is in the Super Bowl for us. The best moment for a Buffalo Bill fan in the Super Bowl is Don Beebe running down Leon Lett in one of the biggest blowouts in the history of the Super Bowl. That's the best. I know Thurman had a great game against the Giants, and there was moments in that Super Bowl, but that's the one play. If you talk about Bills fans, if you're not a Bills fan, you talk about the Super Bowls. Remember when Don Beebe ran? Yeah, I remember when Don Beebe ran Leon Lett down, so he didn't set the record for the most points scored in the Super Bowl. Yeah, I remember. So that's the biggest moment for a Bills fan. But me personally, my son's a Rams fan. As you can see, they got Rams stuff in the back. They won the Super Bowl a couple years ago, so that was actually a huge moment for him and my family. So that would be, I guess personally, would be the Rams winning overall. But as a Bills fan, it's Don Beebe. That's all we got.
And then number 3.
Oh, third moment. I guess last year, Patrick Mahomes getting his ass whipped. As a Bills fan, I guess that was a little bittersweet to watch. The guy that we for some reason can't beat, and to watch him get stomped. I guess there was a little bit of a
haters.
Yeah. Hey, unfortunately, when you're as a Bills fan, when it's Super Bowl time, there's not much really to celebrate besides looking forward. That's why, again, I'm big Sam Darnold guy. Come on, Seahawks, beat the damn Patriots. But I got to root for it. I want another Patriots Super Bowl win again as a Bills fan. But
Coach
yeah,
Powell.
those are my three weird ones.
Coach Powell, you're 3.
So, I mean, of course, being a Redskins fan, I mean, you got to go back to Doug Williams and,
Right.
you know, that ass whooping that they put on Denver. Also got to go to, you know, for some reason that year, I can't remember the year that the Falcons went to the Super Bowl, the Dirty
20.
Birds, and what'd you say, Ben?
Was it 28-3 or was it the other one?
No, not when they lost to the Patriots.
Okay.
The ones when, you know, they were tearing up the NFC. They had the running back
Jamal something.
Jamal Anderson.
Yep.
Yeah. So even though they lost that year, that was a good team. So I remember that game. And then you said 3 of them?
Yep.
I'm gonna combine any time that the Patriots lost the Super Bowl was always memorable. So yeah. That's what I got.
Gentleman Jack, take it away. Take it away. Take it away.
Oh man. One, it's the Washington Super Bowl where and I might have been in attendance with your parents, Flying Brian. I'm pretty positive they were in the house at the Palmer Manor American Legion Super Bowl party when Washington beat Buffalo. And I was young, man. I was probably 20. I don't think I was drinking age, but I was crushed. I was crushed.
So you weren't drinking age, but you were drinking though.
yeah, crushed. So I'm up in there, and you know it's a big dinner at the Legion. You pay like $100, and you get to watch Super Bowl. They serve lobster tail, prime rib, pit beef. So I'm walking around helping serve the food, and I got my buzz on talking about, we serving some some buffalo meat. We got buffalo meat. And I'm serving that. Next thing you know, I'm calling it quarterback meat. We're serving quarterback meat. Then we break it down. What we're going to eat? Quarterback meat. How are we going to eat it? Raw. Everybody remembers that chant back in Little League. And then, I just remember that because I was at the Legion with my family. And that's what my family did every year for the Super Bowl. They had a big party at the Legion and they got fed well. And that was my first year to come and participate. So that's a great memory. And I tell you, my second one is, I think it was Super Bowl 50, 51, when it was either 50 or 51, I think, when New England came back and beat the piss out of Atlanta in overtime after being up, I think it was 21-3 at the half.
28-3.
So 28-3. That one there is a good memory because, I thought I sold the farm, dude. I thought I lost everything. I had a huge bet on that. One of the biggest bets I've ever put on a game was on that Super Bowl. I had New England to take it all, and I put 5 bones on it. I ain't never bet 5 bones on nothing. So I'm sitting at halftime, and I'm crying on the back porch. I'm drinking more. I'm crying. Then next thing you know, they yelling, Jack, they're coming back. They're coming. What? And so to win that in overtime, that's a memory. And I thought we were just doing one, but I'll try to think a third. Yeah, like I say, a third's got to be any other Redskins Super Bowl. The Doug Williams one was phenomenal. Timmy Smith, he balled out. He gone, one and done. But that one right there, the Doug Williams Super Bowl has definitely got to be in my top 2, so in my top 3. So that's what I got there, guys. It was good just going back, thinking of your Super Bowls. I enjoyed that part. So good segment.
All right, boss.
To hell with this segment, okay? I will never participate in this shit ever again. Do you hear me?
Zeros.
Okay. All right. Both times the Giants beat the Patriots. Okay?
You probably got 4 good memories.
Both times the Giants beat the Patriots. The go-ahead pass the Plexico Burrs from Eli Manning to beat them. the David Tyree catch to beat the Patriots. But if we take the Patriots out of the equation, I think for me, and I know I'm the youngest in the panel, and I don't have if Buffalo won the Super Bowl, I would probably have a star moment from Buffalo. But to me, I think it was the greatest pass catch combo that I seen that I couldn't believe was made, and that was Roethlisberger to Holmes. That pass and that catch, that tap in the back of the end zone with the entire Cardinal defense there, that was a great play to go ahead and win that for the Steelers. So, y'all, you got me this year. Y'all won't see me on next year's show talking about your greatest Super Bowl memories. You hear me? This is a one and the only time I'm gonna do this until Buffalo conquer that mountain. Super Bowl, like me and Flying Brian keep saying, is one franchise in the world that bad memory after bad memory, after fumble, after lost helmet, after whatever you want to name. So enjoy your Doug Williams blowout. Enjoy your look, y'all have fun, man. Go ahead, Ryder.
All right, no, so mine are simple. And it's funny that you say Buffalo and you put Buffalo in the mix. But I think 3 for me is the David Tyree catch. And as one of my Super Bowl memories. I don't know what my sobriety was at the moment, but that's number 3. Number 2 was Terrell Owens fighting through whatever he had going on. That's one of the biggest moments for me. And then number 1 is easy. If you love burgundy and gold, you love it to your soul. If you like to be in the place to be, it's 4th and 1, Miami.
I got that diesel.
We got Riggo. We got my boy.
I got that diesel.
Wow. 4th and 1. My boy Otis Monsley.
20 chip.
Whatever, 40 chip, 20 chip, whatever the chip is called.
Right there.
Yo, there's no greater moment than watching a dude that weighs 225 pounds block for a guy that's 240 pounds. And for the fact, I don't even know if everybody on the panel knows that Otis Monsley, he sat down and had lunch with me the year after, 2 years after that Super Bowl, or a year after that Super Bowl, because I was in the wrong place. I went to the bathroom as a kid, and he was like, "Oh, I came back and I ended up in the wrong lunchroom," and it was me and Otis Monsley chilling.
Damn.
And Otis Monsley,
favorite Redskin ever.
39 will always be my favorite player, above and beyond, because of that moment in Carlisle, that I got to hang out with him.
That's one of the earliest things I found out about you, MR, was that Wansley story when me and you were just mixing it up, possibly off air. I think we were talking when you first told me.
So that year, it was, I met May and Grim in the forefront, right? Coming into the building, and then that lunch was Wansley. And then after that, it just became a thing. And one of the funniest things that came out of that sequence was all the guys would be on a bus, because this was the Pigskin Club of Washington, D.C., and we sent buses up. And so the guys on the bus, they were like, all right, who's the guy that you want to keep on the team? Right. And there was a year there was a running back out of Northeast Louisiana named Brian Mitchell.
Jack's phone just died.
And I told everybody in the room that I think Brian Mitchell's going to make this team. I think he's going to do his thing. And of course, Brian Mitchell returns the kick, I think, on his first game for a touchdown at I think they were in North Carolina. I forgot I think they were playing the Falcons at that time. And he returns the kick for a touchdown. And that's when everybody that was on the bus with us, like restarts for my dad, was like, yeah. Brian Mitchell became the reason that everybody would sit on the bus with us and be like, all right, who's your guy this year? So, yeah. All right, we 313 in. What you guys got? Let's go to because
Can I say my memories?
Yeah, go ahead and say your memory.
I'm gonna do it real quick. One of them happens every year. Every year, you know, I'm old school. Every year, whether it's the NFL Network, ESPN, they do the Super Bowl marathon, and I always watch 1 through 18. After 18, I don't watch it because. And go on YouTube and watch Super Bowl 14. I like all of them, of course, ours. But watching those first 18 and listen to the God of the NFL, John Facenda, narrate those Super Bowl highlights. There is nothing, and I'm going to say it again, there is nothing better than watching the old school highlights, listening to John Facenda and the music in the background. There's nothing better than that. That's my number 3. Number 2, of course, is all the skin Super Bowls, 26, 22, 17. I mean, that's number 2. My number 1 will always be when we was going to our first Super Bowl. The feeling that I had the Friday at school talking shit, saying, yeah, my team is going to the Super Bowl. We going to the Super Bowl. The first time watching your team go to a Super Bowl. There's nothing that you can't experience that. The only thing that tops that, and I hope Boss Man and Fly Guy, I hope y'all experience it one day, is the feeling you get after your team wins the Super Bowl. I'm telling you, there's no better feeling as a football fan that you feel than after your team has won a Super Bowl. There's winning and going to the Super Bowl, and the only thing that tops that is winning the Super Bowl. Those are my memories.
KG has jumped into the building. So, KG, what you got?
You know me about Gym Zone, BJ. Hold on. Only reason why I love Gym Zone the way I do is because of the clip you sent me and how he changed Jason Campbell into a pocket presence aware quarterback. I'll give him that. He is a quarterback.
When he was hitting them in the head with those things,
he taught him how to step up in the pocket. He's a quarterback whisperer. And I said, if I ever started a team, he would be my quarterback coach because every quarterback he's ever worked with had their career season after he worked with them. Check the numbers. Now, I'm going to say this real quick, and then I got to go. My 3 Patriots, Russ Francis, Tony Eason, and Chris Slade. My 3 Seahawks. I said Kurt Warner. Everybody said Kurt Warner. Dave Craig. And who else did I have? I had Jim Zorn, Dave Craig, and Steve Largent were my 3. Because it's not really many, but those are my 3 Patriots. And
so
if I throw
to interrupt you, I had you on Eason. I mean Grogan, Eason, and what's the other one you named?
Russ Francis.
Russ Francis, all world.
I had Russ Francis, That was the first one. Dog, you don't even know how much I know you. Because Russ Francis is the first name that I had on my list because I knew he was there.
And I'll say, as far as Super Bowl memories go, I don't laugh at me, but probably the greatest Super Bowl memory I can remember. It wasn't a game that I watched, but I watched the film of it. Max McGee's behind the back catch from Bart Starr in Super Bowl I. Probably the greatest catch in Super Bowl history, in my opinion, because it was thrown behind him. He caught the touchdown. He should have won MVP in that game. They should have split the MVP in Super Bowl I between him and Bart Starr.
All right.
I thought you were going to say my Earl Morrow missed the wide open receiver in Super Bowl number 3.
You had Russ Francis.
That's all I'm going to say.
Okay.
All right, gents.
All right, man. So guys, y'all don't know, but I had a side bet on KG's list, and I knew Russ Francis was gonna be number 1. And so he nailed that. I thought he would have had Stanley Morgan and somebody else, but it's okay. But Super Bowl Sunday extravaganza, we've gone to the extremes of doing this, and it's fascinating that the boss man's here because we've gone over time. But let's get to a bigger piece of the show that we do, and that's what you eating. So fellas, what are you eating today?
Seafood.
Anybody?
Eating seafood, crab cakes, and crab. I live in Maryland, near Baltimore, so we eating crab cakes and crab imperial and shrimp and stuffed shrimp and steamed shrimp and
lake trout.
Doing it doing the stereotypical Baltimore, Maryland way, eating lots of crab and seafood.
Lee Ice, talk to me.
Wow.
I got some drumsticks. I don't know if I'm going to barbecue them or smother them.
Okay.
Shit outside.
All right.
We're gonna
Jack
have a
Carr.
smorgasbord. We're gonna have a smorgasbord of dips and chips and shit and salsas and buffalo chicken dips and stuff. But we're gonna do shrimp, pork tenderloin. Yeah, shrimp, pork tenderloin. And my wife picked up some what are those things called? Peruvian pretzels with beer cheese. I'm looking forward to that. I ain't had no beer cheese in a while.
That's good stuff.
So, yeah. Thank you, man.
Boss man.
I was going to have the missus come on, but I think we're doing barbecue chicken, roasted potatoes.
She walking in the room.
That was like a mythical being
We have a
coming in the way
barbecue
it was.
chicken, roasted potatoes, and string beans. I just got finished cooking.
There we go.
Snacks?
Oh wow.
Here we go.
What snacks? Oh, we got chips and dipping on that other good stuff.
Right.
What? Oh no.
I call liquor snacks.
Yes. That too. Got that last night.
She holding back because she's the new face of the place. She's been doing some great
Let's give it up for. I love it. I love it. DJ
That's why our
Smooth.
numbers are what they are right now because of that video we put out.
Yeah. She's doing it well. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
The real boss.
And then lastly,
yes,
I'll end this in the way I can only end this is I think I'm doing ground chicken. I think I'm doing ground chicken, onions and peppers, in a spaghetti type of thing. So that's how you get it from the Midnight Rider. But with all of that being said, ladies and gentlemen, 3 hours, 21 minutes, 38 seconds as the seconds go on. You got a Super Bowl extravaganza from the greatest guys put on earth. You got Lee Ice, you got Flying Brian, you got Boss B, you got Gentleman Jack, you had KG, you got Chris Russell, and I want to give a special moment to Chris Russell because like he's my guy and he will always show out and show up for us. We got just people wanting to be part of this network, and first and foremost, That's the one thing I want to let you guys know is I'm appreciative of this network, appreciative of what we do. But the one thing that we do that everybody else can't do is be great every time we step on this plate and do what we do. Like you can't walk in on a Monday evening and do pretenders and contenders and deal with that. You can't walk in to drive time at 5 p.m. on a Monday and expect the greatness that you're going to get. On a Tuesday, you can't get unapologetic sports at 6:30 and be the greatness and do the greatness that they are. You can't do at 7:45 what is called, the Tuesday night flight with the greatest
The best theme song.
The greatest theme song.
And on Wednesdays, 7:30, you get nothing but that. At 8 p.m., you get in the passenger seat. On Thursday, you get 7:10, you get Thursday night throwdown. And I'm sorry, I'll say it correctly. The Thursday night throwdown. That's how you get it, baby. And then Saturday morning, 11:30 a.m., you get the Gridiron, the greatest show, the greatest fictitious college football show in the world, Craig.
In the world, Craig.
At 9, you get the Sunday WrestleManiacs, and you come back here to this place, in this space, the Sunday Rise with the guys, and we do what we do. And with all that being said, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children over ages, we particularly like to ask you and thank you for your participation, and we'll see you on our network and in our space.
Patriots 20, Seahawks 17.
Brian,
Seahawks,
what you got?
Seahawks 34-21.
All right, Brian.
Patriots 17, Seahawks 31.
I'll take the Seahawks to win this 27-17. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining the greatest show in the world, Craig, in the world. Let's have a great day. Enjoy this.
Hey, you just wrong daggone intro.
Tonight, the bell rings and the stories begin. Welcome to the ride.
Still a banger. Still a banger. Still a banger. Ladies and gentlemen, it is us, the Saturday Night WrestleManiacs, as you can tell by the cool graphic that we got representing tonight. Sponsored by our man, the big guy KG, up above me, along with the Nubian Sumo. We are here to talk to you about a fun and exciting time period in our lives. Not just professional wrestling, but a weird situation where we have the Super Bowl and the Winter Olympics happening at the same time in conjunction. Don't know if we want to watch some foosball or if we want to watch some curling with Snoop or if we just want to watch the aftermath of the Royal Rumble unfold before our eyes. So, gentlemen, how's your week been since we last saw each other?
All right. Can't complain, you know. Still got some snow on the ground. Ice out here. So we're pretty good.
All right.
It's been cold, but it's been that good kind of cold. You know, that's my type of year. That's my type of stuff, man.
No, so you happy about Groundhog's Day and Punxsutawney Phil not seeing his shadow and all this other freaking garbage that we got going on? You cool with that?
Yes, sir. Okay. Yes, sir.
Just want to make sure I was understanding what we were saying.
I ain't never gonna be cool about 6 extra weeks of winter.
On a side note, are you guys ready? Because you know next weekend is Valentine's Day. Not only do we have the Olympics, the Super Bowl, then we got Valentine's Day. That's a lot going on.
What's that?
Yeah, I don't know, but it's kind of hard to figure out. It's somewhere between when you walk into, a store today, somewhere between the green stuff, which I'm assuming is St. Patrick's Day, and the bunny rabbits for Easter, and the red stuff. It's like hard to know what the hell holiday is coming up. But either way, if you got somebody that you love them enough to have to watch with you WrestleManiacs next Saturday night, maybe. It depends. Because if we over there, got something situated like KG and you're getting into your hot pocket late at night, then we may not be here possibly. It just depends on how good the pocket is. Or if we told we better do something, you know how it be. Oh,
I'll be around for that because
you don't know how.
I don't know what February 14th is, but I know what March 14th is.
See, this is what we talking about, Mark. We in February. We're in February right now.
I'm with Sumo. I don't know what February 14th is. I'm gonna tell you something.
Really? Do we need to do a poll on the show real quick? Take a pause for the cause and ask somebody special in your life if you should know what February 14th is, kind sir.
We don't celebrate that.
You don't, for real?
No, not at all. Because put it this way, we do it inverted because so many people treat their partners like assholes 364 days out of the year, 365 during a leap year. And that one day of the year is February 14th. It's, oh, baby, I love you. Here's lobster, here's steak, here's flowers, here's cards, here's a candy. I'm going to take you out. And then on February 15th, you back to treating each other like shit. I don't need one day out of the year to treat my wife to things like that. I try to do those things spontaneously, because it's Wednesday. That's just me. I've always been like that. But now I will say this.
He getting some tonight, Sumo. You know that, right?
I will say this. On February 14th, we do treat each other like assholes. We kind of just 14th? Like on the 14th, we treat each other like assholes.
Oh, okay. So y'all do the reverse, huh?
Yeah, we just kind of reverse.
And don't forget February 15th, which is Side Piece Appreciation Day.
Everything half off.
just a sad day.
Well, segue back into the reason for the season, because we are a wrestling show. Do you think it should be, frowned upon? And, I know not just talking longevity, but just in general, that relationships in, a traveling sport that's continual like professional wrestling should be frowned upon? Or should it be like, hey, it's just stuff that happens? Obviously, we got probably one of the two most famous, Triple H and Stephanie. I mean, they made it. They're still together. But then you also have number 2, in my opinion, which is, they're not together. Originally was Macho and Miss Elizabeth.
They are together.
Well, I mean,
they're together. They are together now.
Thank you.
They will always be together.
Thank you, John.
Hold on.
But should it be frowned upon, or like in traditional work? You go to your 9 to 5 and they're like, hey, yeah, you shouldn't be having relationships, or is that something that why not?
You got to ask the question: did this relationship start before they got to the company, like with Macho Man and Miss Elizabeth? Their relationship started and ended. Well, it started before they got to the company, and it ended while they were with the company. And even after they divorced, he still had it that anywhere he went, you got to have a job for her too. He looked out for her throughout, their entire career. He made sure that she got paid and she got things. When it comes to Stephanie and Triple H, I had a debate with the boss. It was like last week, and with the whole thing with Triple H and not being a part of the Attitude Era and yada 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 and all that bullshit. And he was saying, well, Stephanie and Triple H been together probably since he came to WWF in '94, probably before that. And I was like, well, Stephanie was 18 in '94. And a lot of people like to say that he got with Stephanie to further his career, but he was already on the up and up. Remember, him and China was together. They broke into business together. And he was on the up and up. Him and China separating was the best thing that ever happened to China, because look at what happened with her. That relationship right there is a relationship that I thought would stand the test of time, but it sure enough didn't. But it worked out for China more because
that goes to my point. Keep going, but I just want to say you're raising my point.
Yeah.
On my question, I'm not making a point, but my question.
Look at Beth Phoenix and Edge.
All right, number 3.
Look at what's her name? Matt Hardy and Reba Sky.
Well, she's not really,
She was in the business. She was in the business.
She was in the business, but I mean, I guess if we're broadening her scope to valets and managers, then we can include Lana and Rusev and
no, Rebby was an actual wrestler.
Did she?
Yeah, she was an actual wrestler.
I may have missed that one then.
Yeah, she was a wrestler and then became a valet.
Oh, okay.
Gresham and Jordan Grace.
Not when it was good. Oh yeah. Of course you would say that.
That's my favorite couple. That's my power couple. Montez Ford and Bianca Belair, another one of my power couples.
They knock on wood, making it.
What's that? Which Uso is that messed with Naomi?
Rita Parker. Oh, that's Jimmy
and Naomi.
Yeah, Jay and Jada allegedly. Miss Parker.
Yeah. You got Becky and Seth. Come on now. It can work.
I'm not saying there's not some ones that have lasted. I'm just asking a question. Is that based off of the way everything is structured? The business model, the travel.
Let's put it
should
this
it be
way.
frowned upon, or should it be just like, hey, these things happen and you have to have the emotional maturity to be able to do business at the end of the day? Outside of what Stephanie, that's my only, if you want to do something about a podcast, you talk about how you ruined China's life, because you ain't had to take that girl, take Triple H like that, talking about, oh, we just fell in love and make it a nice story. No, you broke up that relationship. Let's just call a spade on that one, Steph. For real. You performed a robbery. But go ahead. I'm sorry, y'all. Go ahead. I'm about to go off on a tangent.
That's because you love Stephanie.
It's
That's that is.
It's the principle. I could at least got one kid in there. You know what I'm saying? That's all. I'm just trying to get WrestleMania tickets for life. You can have 4.
You have enough.
4. Yeah. Hey, I'll have one more if it's gonna get me WrestleMania tickets. I bet you'll be there. You know what I'm saying? Sitting in the front row, talking about, man, I'm so glad you knocked them boots. I'm like, yeah, I know, dog. I bet you are. But go ahead, KG. We interrupting your soliloquy there.
No, I'm just naming them. I'm naming the names. And you got you go down the line. Now you have some that didn't work. Triple H in China is one that didn't work, of course.
Here's the most infamous. If you Sumo, what would you say is the most infamous relationship that didn't work?
The most infamous that didn't work?
That didn't work.
I know where you're going with this one.
See, we'll see. I know historian over here is probably, you know what I'm saying, right next to Moses when he moved it over.
I mean, there are a lot of them that didn't work. I mean,
no, the most infamous that didn't work. There's one, in my opinion, that's like, yeah, that's
what, Matt and Lita?
No, that is pretty messed
up. That's where I was thinking he was going. Cause that's what I was like. Yeah, I think I know where you're going.
I'm a step more messed up than that. Well, 3 steps more messed up.
Rusev and Lana?
No, they back together.
Yeah,
and she's pregnant. She about to have a baby.
I don't know why Dick Slater and Dark Journey came to mind.
No, I'll give you a hint. It didn't end well.
You talking about Jimmy Snuka?
No.
But she was, but that was a rat. She was a rat. She wasn't a wrestler.
Man,
it really didn't end well.
She was a rat.
Ruined the family business or the family name. Can't really, you know what I'm saying, take advantage of the name. Never get into the Hall of Fame.
Oh. He's talking about he who shall not be named.
Yes. Come on, KG. You catch
okay. All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So for those that haven't got it yet, I'm calling the most infamous Chris Benoit and Nancy because that did not end well at all.
Speaking of which, it's 2 things. Number one, let me address what Sumo said about the ring rat. I don't know if you ever heard the story that Tony Atlas sold, where he was like, yeah, there'd be a ring rat and she would go around and service all the boys, and then you get the one dude and he'd be like, nah, that's my girl, and he'd have took the ring rat from everybody. Now you the last one to go, and now that's your girl.
Yep.
What?
Yep.
It happens. Yeah, I've seen it happen in many a hood. You sitting there like, yeah. Actually,
that's happened outside of wrestling.
You know what's notorious for putting that on Front Street? Facebook back in the day. Right now, it is what it is. But when Facebook started getting hot and you started going back and looking at your high school classmates and, their pictures and that stuff start because, you may know this person and then you look like, they married? Nobody informed you, dude, of the lineage before you? Somebody had to say something. And I got one. I'm not obviously on the airways, but there's one that comes to mind. It's like, yo, the bad
person no more.
Deep. You know what I'm saying?
She go to church now.
God. Hey, not knocking that, but I'm like, you done wiped her and kids? Like, dude. Wow.
Now, speaking of he who shall not be named, have you heard Bob Holly came out and said that he was supposed to meet with him and they were supposed to hang out at the house that weekend?
Mm-hmm.
Crazy, man. And he was like, he feels so bad about it because maybe he could have saved everybody.
I still haven't heard nothing from Kevin Sullivan either. But that's besides. That's
unless you got a Ouija board.
Nope, you ain't doing that. That's the one person you wouldn't want to come through on a Ouija. Got that going to Taskmaster. He was already crazy. Now you over there got just weird gimmicks just popping up in your house and a little short bald dude with some horns drawn on his head, start laughing in the corner. Like, no, I'll be good right there. We'll just keep it.
Let me fix this right here because the boss is saying he wants us bigger, so let's get bigger.
Did he just message you?
Yeah.
Hold on. What a boss? camera close. Get the camera close. Look, BJ, you can't be running roughshod on the show. We fought hard for about 5, 10, 15 minutes on figuring out exactly what the best image way was for this graphic. That's the best we got. That's the best we got. NC. All right, and we're back.
Yeah.
Oh man.
He always say, man, you throw me under the bus. Yeah, goddamn right. Goddamn right. But you gotta realize here on the Saturday Night WrestleManiacs, one thing we known for doing is breaking the rules, baby.
Yeah, we break the rules, but we'll hear about it probably in about an hour, talking about standards of practices and expectations. But I will say this, boss. We'll keep it at 59.59 of an hour. So we'll keep close to that, but that's the best I can give you. KG and his good graphic want to mess it up, but we'll figure that out. See,
look, he got help too. So him and the wife, and then she talking about she snitched. How you gonna snitch? He already snitched. He already see it.
I know, right?
Watch.
Talking about we can't see who it is. God dang it! But hey.
Oh, and since this misread number 8, that's BJ's wife.
Oh Lord, you got him started. Go ahead. You about to get us off the airways. Careful.
Yeah, I got beef.
Hold on. Let's clarify.
I got beef.
Let's clarify. The opinions of the Nubian Sumo are not those of the Saturday Night WrestleManiacs, Sideline Junkie Podcast Network, the big guy KG, or the People's Choice Don Rodriguez. If he decides to put his foot in his mouth, the ass whooping that will come after is solely his. Sumo, we're gonna spotlight you for that one because you about to. Hell yeah, we ain't going out there.
You got a stove, warm it up because I'm about to give you something to put in it.
Heck yeah, you live like Saturday night.
I've been noticing, and as much as I appreciate everything that you've been seeing, I've been seeing you a lot lately online, and I've been watching you. I've been checking you out, and I noticed that you've been doing a lot of promoting. But there's one particular show I haven't seen you promoting. And I'm trying to figure out, do we have beef? Is there a problem?
Yeah, you got a point on that one, dog. All right, so the opinions of the Nubian Sumo are now co-signed by the Saturday Night WrestleManiacs. You got all right.
I mean, that's all I got to say. That's all I got to say. I ain't gonna go off like I did last week on a certain particular, or 2 weeks ago, on a certain particular somebody to try to call us out on Facebook. But now I'm just saying, equal time.
That's right.
If you're gonna do for one, do for all.
We try and get our reparations up in here. Plus, we the coolest show, isn't that right, KG? God damn, really? That's really? You see this?
No, because I was getting a call at the same time.
That's what I'm talking about. See, we try to put this guy over with his hot pockets, trying to get us some advertising time. God dang. And he just off the la land. But either way.
I'm trying to do it all.
Well, just do half. We'll get you for half. At least we got you on camera. That's half the distance to the goal. But either way, y'all still haven't really addressed the question yet.
Well,
should it be something that's part of? Okay.
I'm going to address it. Okay.
Go ahead.
Now, when you are in a company or you're working for a company like that, you tend to gravitate to what is in front of you on a regular basis.
Okay.
You're going to see these people every day. And you're going to start being attracted to these people and find things that you find attractive from these people. You're not dealing with too many people outside of your company because you're with these people 200, 250, 300 days a week, a year rather.
Right.
So you're going to find things that are going to attract you to these people. Now, does it They may find more than one person that they are attracted to. And they may just move around from show to show, finding somebody until they get the right one.
Oh, shit. God.
Uh-oh.
My God.
Uh-oh.
Hold on. There's somebody at the door. It's like God dang on the doorbell ringing at Pee Wee's Playhouse. Like, you don't know who's going to show up. But I guarantee you, it ain't going to be God dang on Cherry. It's the boss. So,
gentlemen,
we about to be reprimanded.
Hey,
oh,
it's
no,
Simo's
no,
fault.
no,
Look.
no, nothing like that. No. Look,
I can see our name tags now.
see, that's the power of the ball. See what I mean? See what I mean? No. Ain't no reprimand. No. What better show than the flagship show to break Mrs. Boss in? Because Miss Boss, she feels like, because she Miss Boss, that she gonna skip the line and do certain things her way. And I got told the gentleman, KG and Don, if the videos ain't up to par, they not coming out. They're not coming out. So when Nubian said something, I said, you have some explaining to do because you didn't get the promotion out for the flagship show, the WrestleManiacs. So without further ado,
Lucy,
without further ado,
Lucy, you got some explaining to do.
There
Here
it
you go.
is.
Now you hold
got
the phone.
the spotlight and everything. Go ahead.
hold the
Go ahead
phone.
and lay it on the people. Tell them where they should watch it, who they should watch, and all that good stuff.
Look here. Good evening, men. Good evening, gentlemen. And of course, they should be watching this show. This is the most important show on this network. Period. Without this show, there wouldn't be a network.
Now that don't try to cut the promo now. You got to explain why
No,
there's
that's
not
the
a
right
promo
show.
out for this.
Hey.
Look.
Hey, you ain't the boss. Tell them you ain't the boss for me. We'll give you some applause on that one. There you go.
Come on, Anime. Explain.
Anywho. See, what had happened was, right? I didn't know what had happened. I wasn't super enthusiastic. And he told me, if you're going to do a wrestling show, it has to be right. Where is the enthusiasm? I am not going to allow you to put anything out. And I'm looking at him like, who the fuck is you talking to?
Woo! Testify.
You're not talking to me. He said, yeah, you're a pretty face.
But why are you chasing?
But you got to have more than a pretty face. And not only that, I'm still getting comfortable with making the promos. And he keeps telling me, you're not yourself. You're too robotic. Where's the energy I see all day? And this is the energy he sees all day. So
All day. Talk me to death. My ears bleeding. I can't even use Q-tips no more.
Nigga, you married me.
Dang, there it is. That's who should be doing the promo right there. we just need a name on it.
Okay, I'm sorry. My bad. Yeah, I'm completely rough around the edges.
You ain't network ready yet.
I sure ain't.
But this
Don't-
is the
you
show.
don't need- Hey, this is the show you don't have to be network ready at all. But KG does his his stuff in reverse because he over there trying to get some brownie points because he's trying to get something tonight. So we'll ask you.
Damn.
Yeah, it's true. Hey, he all cut love in. So do you and the
No
boss?
sex in the champagne room?
Oh, he ain't even got to the champagne. He at the dollar store wine. Whatever's going to get it popping. But are you and BJ, or do y'all celebrate Valentine's Day in a big way? Or are you like, super lover KG, y'all celebrate it all year long, so you don't have to celebrate on the 14th?
We don't celebrate Valentine's Day at all. If we go out, we may go out.
And we got no Valentine's role models out in here. Y'all be saving a lot of money.
Not.
Do you
Probably why y'all got 50 million kids.
Do you recognize March 14th?
What's March 14th?
I'm gonna let y'all Google that one.
No, I want to know right now. You can tell me right now.
I'm sure.
Oh, never mind.
BJ
No.
will
I know
appreciate-
exactly what you're talking about. We ain't got to celebrate that because that's on a regular basis.
Oh.
It ain't nothing to celebrate.
All right.
Like we
Amazing.
just celebrated our 5th wedding anniversary on the 1st.
That's what I'm talking about.
Okay.
She's your
Yeah.
That's the
I
best y'all
laughed
gonna
at
do.
him. I said, "Oh, this is both of our longest marriages. How about that one?"
There you go.
It's what it is. But
That's right.
those holidays, for what? I'm like, if you're gonna love me every day. Don't love me on this day. Just don't love me on that day at all. Shit. We could skip it. We
Damn.
saving money over here. If
That's
we
what I'm
go
talking
out,
about.
we go
I'm about
out.
to get divorced.
Yeah, hey, look.
God damn.
That's like for his birthday. I usually try to either cook something for him or we'll go out of town. But since we ain't been able to go out of town, like when he turned his 40th birthday, I threw a party. Why not?
I'm sorry. Did I hear you say the D word?
Oh shit. God damn.
Yes, ma'am.
No.
Did you just say the D word in my house?
No.
Ooh.
I said dystopian America. See?
That was
Unicorn!
Oh,
Unicorn!
What kind of show is this?
Unicorn! Unicorn!
Well, I was in there asleep.
I showed up.
You thought you was in here asleep.
It's BJ fault.
Ain't no damn BJ. Well, he ain't put no gun in your hand and say
He did.
Put the paws on
Please.
it.
Please.
Get him.
my bad. I ain't trying to get nobody in trouble.
You want to remind us?
Hey, y'all.
About to get a what?
Hey, y'all. I just got remarried. See, did y'all see how that?
You was never divorced in the first place.
I wasn't. Oh, well, guess what?
He getting beat up by his wife.
Hey.
Yeah, we get these type of shows every now and again.
I must be related to Red Fox.
You might have to excuse yourself.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. It's all my fault.
I got
caused trouble.
No, it was something he said. They ain't nothing had nothing to do with you. You're fine.
Oh, okay.
It's all
no.
him.
Okay.
Oh no.
It's
All
all
right.
him.
Out of pocket every so often. I got to get him back in line.
God,
Understood.
Yeah.
Your house,
how much more time we got on
ain't
this
got
show?
nothing to do with that.
Yeah, he gets a reset on. He gets a reset. His reset button punched on the show every now and again.
Make sure, this segment needs to stay off of Opus Clip. Just wanted to stay.
Yeah, this does not need to be on Opus Clips whatsoever. At all. Not with me, because y'all won't have anything messing around with me. Sorry. Like he said, I'm completely rough around the edges. I don't have a filter. I have to learn to have a filter. Mm-hmm.
Well, we also do have to plug that, domestic violence has no place in the home.
Oh my God, you act like he's beating you. She's not beating you.
I'm just trying to give a PSA. I'm just saying.
See, you get him
again. Get him again.
You don't know why.
Now this man got to try to prove a point.
Get him.
I'm just
You don't make it to next week's show.
Yeah,
You
I jack him up and everything. Put the paws on him.
Stone
Put the
Cold.
paws on him.
Stone Cold. Bet y'all can't do that on a Sunday, Roz. I tell you.
No, not at all. Nope.
So now I got to go
Absolutely
ahead
not.
and I got to make a couple Hot Pockets tonight.
But I love you.
God dang.
It's okay.
Tragic.
Look, the Hot Pockets are good. What's the flavor? What type of Hot Pockets?
It's about to be dependent because that's what I'm gonna have to create tonight to make up for it. Like, goddamn, my tax is about to go up next year. I can tell you that much.
Wow. All I can do is pray for you.
I appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
I appreciate that because it's all Sumo's fault.
Yeah, I'll take it. After the night, after what I just saw, I'll take it. I'll take it all. It is my fault.
Thank you. I now return y'all to your regularly scheduled wrestling program. KG, be quiet over there because you next in the beating line. So
no, I just got a little bit of bad news. If you're familiar with the Eddie Guerrero tribute with 3 Doors Down, the lead singer of 3 Doors Down passed away. Brad Arnold.
Oh.
So that
trying
just
to
hit across right there.
Go a little ham.
Man.
Absolutely not. Yes, sir. How may I help you? Can you play with me?
Maybe not a little bit.
Yeah.
A little
So
bit.
Y'all want the 7-year-old?
yeah, we'll take everybody.
Okay.
As long as they're not a Jey Uso fan, they start
Okay.
yeeting up in here. It's
Okay.
all good.
I'm
Get
sorry.
out of here. You gonna pay you?
I told her let y'all get back to y'all normally scheduled program.
You said what?
Exactly. See, I don't believe you said that either. You set me up, BJ.
Oh, damn.
Oh,
Look,
nothing. We
see.
said we appreciate you. You're the best boss ever.
I like how you cover that up.
Unplugging StreamYard now. Hold on a second.
we go all the way back to Rush the Rock and all that stuff. So
Oh, I know. I've heard the stories.
not all of them. KG,
You would be surprised what I've heard.
It's all KG's fault. He didn't like to listen.
That's a goddamn lie.
That's right. BJ was the best builder I had in IKEA. I don't know what he was doing half the time, but did a great job over it.
Mm-hmm.
And my man Paul. Oh, Paul doing good, by the way, BJ.
Yeah, he is. He's actually doing good.
Good,
I spoke to him not that long ago.
Yeah, tell him I said what's up. He can always come back. I'll hire him again. I don't know what he'll do though.
Will do.
And while we're giving shout out to our boy Junie. God dang. 2026, we're always praying for you, Junie, for you to come back. We always got a seat open for you. OG here at the Sideline Junkies. And pretty much our ESPN and IKEA Live. So shout out to Junie and his family, praying for you to come back, cause some trouble, and do what you do. So
yes.
But no, Miss Boss, we appreciate you. I'm quite sure the new BNC looks forward to sometime between Sunday and next Friday, giving us a shout out for people to go ahead and watch us. Now that you got the vibe of the craziness of the show,
yes, I got you.
You can be yourself and tell them, watch this train wreck, because you never know what'll happen.
You got to be on the mothership. That's all
right.
I got to say.
That's right. We done covered everything.
All. Without the ship, you can't come.
That's true. Especially when it's free admission.
All right. I'm going to get in trouble. Y'all have a good night.
Please deposit 25 cents.
Oh, Lord. She got a free pass. All right. So as you can see, it's one of those few jobs that even the boss will chime in to hang out. So shout out, and we'll give a round of applause to Mr. and Mrs. Boss. Now I guess we might as well get back to what we do. Run it back to the Royal Rumble and the aftermath. So Roman Reigns, Liv Morgan, both won their respective Rumbles. Roman shows up to Monday Night Raw, and he has a pretty damn good exchange with CM Punk. How did y'all feel about, I guess, the cold build-up to CM Punk versus Roman Reigns as your WrestleMania main event? Night 2, I would imagine.
Is this a 2-night WrestleMania? Yeah, it is a 2-night WrestleMania. Yeah, it is. Okay. Yeah, well, hey, that was probably one of the better promos Roman Reigns has cut since he's been in the business. He actually sold that shit. He actually sold that match for me.
That was going to be my next question. Did they sell it?
Yeah, they pretty much sold that match for me. I knew that was going to be the match anyway.
Right.
But they pretty much sold that match for me. So I'm actually looking forward to seeing what they do between now and WrestleMania to try to build that up. Is Roman going to disappear? Are they just going to have CM Punk just roaming around and without Roman being around? Or what's the deal going to be?
I think they got to do their normal. Anytime we have, an exchange like that, there has to be some situation. We already saw it on SmackDown, so we'll get to that in a second, where they tag with each other. And something happens, they have some heat, and then it goes off the rails and they fighting each other. That's the the normal cookie cutter WWE situation right there. So between now and Mania, I think that's the only thing left, because if they don't do that, truthfully, I agree with you. do we need Roman? He didn't cut the promo. He just said what he had to say with all his chest, and he was acknowledged. KG, I mean, you following along on that situation? Did you need more to build that, or you good? Signed, sealed, delivered.
I'm good. I mean, it's Roman we talking about. We haven't gotten Roman in how long?
At this level, it's been a while. We talked it before he dropped the belt to Cody with a promo like that.
And then the thing with Cody, I think Cody stole the show last night with the, it's supposed to be a you-know-what measuring contest. They don't call me Raheem for nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Boom.
Oh,
Boom.
yeah, that was mic drop right there. He should have just walked out right there.
Yep.
He had to say nothing else after that.
All social media is buzzing. If I see the word Raheem, it's like we talking all this Raheem is Black History Month. Can we get some Radio Raheem up in there too? Just say. But yeah. If you go ahead and check your socials now, you see is Raheem trending? We need to check that out.
Hold on, let me check. Let me look.
I'm quite sure it is. If not, it will be. So if we think that we pretty much sold on that match, Liv Morgan went to Raw, naturally, because that's her show, went to SmackDown, but hasn't made a decision. Realistically, what would you book? Sumo?
Realistically, I would book her and Stephanie for cool.
Why?
Size-wise, it's just a better looking match to me. And her and Jade, I don't see it. Plus, Jade and Raquel would be a better matchup to me.
Right. But my question to expound upon that is, unfortunately, I don't know how KG feels about it, but Jade hasn't really defended the title as much.
She hasn't defended it at all.
Well, yeah. And who's she going to drop it to? On her brand.
She could.
Because the shooting was Naomi. This is Naomi's slot. Or Bianca's slot. But we don't know what the heck. Well, we know what Naomi, with the baby in some fashion of whatever. But Bianca, we have no idea. Royal Rumble, she didn't appear. So where are we going with this? So why not have Liv and Raquel and Roxanne take the belt from her? But unfortunately, that would put 3 parts of the Judgment Day on SmackDown.
Actually, it's probably going to end up being Jordan and Jade.
You think?
I think it's going to end up being Jordan and Jade. Raquel's going to get a title match between now and setting that up. So do that, and then they'll have Jordan waiting for WrestleMania. It'll end up being Jordan and Jade in WrestleMania.
You think Jordan's polished for a WrestleMania main event?
About as polished as Jade is.
But Jade's got, and no disrespect, KG, but Jordan looked like the odd person out on SmackDown.
Yeah.
Jade had the presence. And I'm not talking about size. Jade had the presence, and she had her lines, you know what I'm saying, that she delivers. Period. You can't give her that. When she says her couple lines, talk about the 5 moves of doom, but she got the couple lines. She delivers those lines. All right, I got you. Liv, seasoned pro. Liv is going to give you Liv. And, she's doing the best work she's ever done. Raquel sold it as well to your point, hey, I wouldn't mind seeing that match because I could see where things are going. But I thought Jordan looked like she just looked odd in the promo. Physically, great. Not worried about the height issue. Didn't matter because we know what Jordan Grace can do. But on the mic, she was the weakest one to me.
Well, you ain't got to say nothing when you're in a match, so.
Yeah, but it's WrestleMania.
They'll have to do some things to help sell the match. But once they get into once the bell rings, it's a done deal.
Yeah, but it's WrestleMania season. If you can't talk, how much splicing are they going to have to do to make that Hollywood vignette style, teaser before the match? Any other time of year, you're good. You can kind of work that out, but you got to give them something for WrestleMania.
They'll end up working with her some kind of way to get something out of her. She'll have that one. She'll get that. They'll work on her to get that one good promo in. That'll help to sell that match.
So you think she'll get a vignette before her match and maybe like a couple interviews or something like that? A sit down.
They'll work with her. They'll work with her. They know they know that she's not as versed on the mic as she is with everything else. But they'll work with her on it.
And for the record, we're fans of Jordan Grace. Not talking bad about Jordan at all.
Oh no, not at all.
She deserves to be there. I just don't want her to look like the odd person out. Just at this time of year, like the A game has got to be on point, just to give us the visuals, the setup, and then we could go into the match if that's what it's going to be. However, still would mind if they did the opposite thing, because the obvious would be Vaquer, in my opinion, and Liv, which at that point Stephanie's dropping the belt. We know that if we go the obvious way, unless something else happens. But the Jade way would just be a little bit more interesting, and I would also put butts in the seats for 2 shows a week. Put viewership in for 2 shows a week. Also, it'll bring Jade over to Raw as well. So it gives you that cross promotion, and if they're going for the big tickets leading into the Elimination Chamber and all that stuff, that's where you make money. KG, before I get to you and your thoughts, we just had a friend to the show. Oh Lord. To Anthony jumping in. So Anthony's, talking about, how Liv has been working with Raquel in the past, and thinks that Roxanne will pull away, and also Dom, so basically Judgment Day will break up. Rhino comparison, I can see that, with Jordan Grace. I can see how that would come into play. And, also surprises that Jordan is not a great promo if you're thinking about how Rhino was put out there. But then Rhino was really about the gimmick more. So any Rhino talk, we just do Rhino show up. Now, I will say, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Sumo, Rhino did have, some good promos in ECW. So he had, when given the opportunity, he did have some great promos. So, I know Jordan's got it. It just has to be curated, at that right time. But KG, what's your thoughts? We'll go ahead and tie it to you and your favorite place to visit over there in Gresham, Graceland.
I'm sitting here thinking, I'm sitting here listening. I'm saying to myself, how are y'all missing out that if Jordan doesn't fit into this right, that you still got Lash Legend? I just think Lash Legend is, after the way she performed at Royal Rumble, she may be the one you want to strap the rocket to. Not no diss to Jordan or anything. I wouldn't diss her at all. But I'm just saying, you strap the rocket to her while Jordan's getting herself together, and Jordan to be the next one in line.
You don't think the Rocket is the tag titles?
Huh?
You don't think the Rocket is the tag titles?
I mean,
to get it started?
If you want to see what the Rocket is, I mean, Intercontinental.
That quick?
I mean,
excuse me.
Come on now. It's happened quick on the men's side. Why can't it happen quick on the women's side? They bring women. It should happen quick on the women's side. They bring women in and give them the title, give them a title shot immediately. You brought in Ronda Rousey, and she was the champion within a month.
But that's different.
Yeah,
Ronda brought something.
What does she bring? And then all she does is badmouth the business. What does she bring?
CM Punk
brought notoriety. She brought
the entire media with her.
She brought MMA into WWE. Really, I mean,
Yeah.
she's really the one who merged MMA with WWE.
Yep, because from that we got validity
Wait,
for
what?
Jessamine. No, she put it on the map to where it became. I know we had Ken Shamrock. I know we had Dan the Beast Severin. I know we had others that have come before, but they didn't come with a bunch. They didn't come with a wave. No, they didn't. Shamrock showed up. Blackman
They
showed
didn't come
up.
with the following that she came with.
Matt Riddle showed up. People came over, with the exception of Broxton the Anomaly, because he left and went over and came back. But Ronda came with just a wave and a movement. I'd say maybe a tenth of what the Attitude Era was. She came with the movement, and then it was like, wait a minute, MMA, WWE, how is this working? And she's able, to fold in. She brought an audience, I guess the best way to put it, that normally wouldn't be watching. And that gave Jessamine Duke, that gave Shayna Baszler, that gave Bobby Lashley, and a bunch of others, men and female, male and female. I mentioned Matt Riddle, and several others, a better platform to say I was a MMA athlete. Now I'm WWE in sports entertainment or wrestling, whatever you want to call it. But there's no, which one is greater. It's like, okay, you've got both on your resume. That makes sense.
I can't rock with that, because we knew what MMA was before she got there. We knew how powerful MMA was, because those of us that grew up in it, when UFC first started, we were putting on ankle locks when I was in high school. I left high school in '99. And we were putting people in ankle locks.
We were putting ankle locks because Kurt Angle used it, and Kurt Angle was a wrestler.
Wait, what? Back up. What did you say?
Were you putting an ankle lock on because of MMA, or were you putting ankle locks on because of Kurt Angle, who was a wrestler?
At the time that I was putting ankle locks on people, Kurt Angle wasn't even on TV. He was in Dark Masters. He wasn't even using the ankle lock yet. Remember, Ken Shamrock used the ankle lock on TV first.
Okay.
Let's not
clarify your timeline
here
for the people, because I know somebody's going to be like, well, he's got to be talking about the ankle lock. They think of Kurt Angle. So I just wanted to make sure I was clarifying your timeline, so that way everybody watching get where you're coming from.
He was still wrestling dark matches with Owen when I was in high school.
Mm-hmm.
I really hope that one day that tape makes the light of day, because they say that was a technical masterpiece.
Now, when I say she brought MMA to WWE,
right?
I'm not talking about wrestling moves and all that. I'm talking about Dana White. I'm talking about an MMA audience, like Don was saying. She brought something that the rest of those guys did not bring. Those guys were pretty much out of MMA when they came into WWE.
Yeah,
they had no connection. They only had connection from their past, where Ronda Rousey had just left. She really hadn't even left yet. She still had two more fights before she actually went full time.
Oh yeah,
in WWE.
To the MMA world, she was still MMA.
Right. So she's the one who brought Dana White really into the picture as far as WWE was concerned.
KG don't believe it. He's not a fan. But at the end of the day, I will say this, KG. The reason why they put the belt on her was just smart, because she brought the fans. Now you've given her some credibility, and she was able to transition into. She may not have been, the best, but she made it look believable. When she, hip tossed somebody over with the arm drag, like, man, she about to rip the arm out the socket. She was believable in the act. And that's what, also added another layer and put some kayfabe into sports entertainment that it was also mixing. It reminded you of that, Samoa Joe's going to kill you, that type of vibe. Because
and I'll give you a prime example that's going on right now.
What's that?
Okay. I'll give you a prime example. Tommaso Ciampa. Tommaso Ciampa has left WWE, went to AEW, and what happened?
Belt on him.
They put a belt on him automatically. And who did he go against? Mark Briscoe. A guy that he used to wrestle in Ring of Honor. Who is he defending the belt against? Who did he defend against the belt against tonight? He defended against Roderick Strong and Claudio Castagnoli. Where did they wrestle? Ring of Honor.
Oh, well, okay.
But
he's going through all of the Ring of Honor, people in Ring of Honor up front. He's probably going to be touching Samoa Joe at some point. He's going to be touching Shelton Benjamin at some point. He's going to go through everybody in Ring of Honor to bring back that feeling of Ring of Honor that was happening at that time. And it's the same thing that they did with Ronda Rousey.
I just think, and I agree with you, Tommaso, getting him was a great acquisition, and how they presented him. That's the key. If he just showed up on Dynamite and walked out and, it was just something, okay, yeah, we got him. But the presentation was dynamic, it was intentional, and it gave us the spirit of what he was trying to convey, in my opinion, in the WWE. So to be able to have, Tommaso Ciampa back, I'm down with that. Now the question is, Royce Keys, is he going to get that in reciprocal? Because they both pass by each other in release presentation and coming into the fold. Ciampa's got, star treatment. Royce Keys has the potential to get the same, because they need to ride that wave, because there's a lot of buzz on him from CM Punk talking about the name. He's getting a lot of great comments and stuff like that. So we'll see how his usher into, and it looks like he's going to NXT, is really going to convey over, and how they're going to present him. Side note, Sumo, speaking of presentations, say this is the second time that we've seen Oba. What is your thoughts? Outside of the Rumble, was the second time we've seen him on, just general, called up programming.
I feel sorry for War Raiders.
Yeah.
They didn't have to do the War Raiders like that.
I was like, who are they tagging him with? Who's he going to be with?
They didn't have to do that to them. They didn't have to do that to them.
You saw the look on their face, right?
Yeah. And it makes me wonder, was that a shoot?
Yeah, I would think so.
If that was a work, if they knew that was happening, they sold that to death. Because oh man, I was like, they was like, what in the world? What's going on? I thought we were in a tag match. Who's this with this sissified Bob coming down the aisle by himself?
And no explanation as to why this is a handicap match.
None.
They just went ahead and rung the bell and let it happen.
But here's something. You say it was wrong what they did to the War Raiders. Sumo, they've been burying the War Raiders for what? We going on year 6 or 7 now it is?
But I thought they were going to try to do something else with them, because they just got back from Mexico. So I was thinking that they were going to try to at least do something with them.
Man, they when they changed their names from the Viking Raiders to the War
Viking
Raiders,
Experience.
The Viking Experience. When they changed their name, they messed up everything.
Yep.
And then they've done nothing but buried them.
But then both of them have been hurt, though. Both of them got neck issues. Both of them were out for over a year.
But do both of them need to get murked at that level? I mean, honestly, it wasn't even Obafemi I was looking at, to be honest with you. I'm looking at the alpha male Monty Brown. The way he was just, tossing people around like that. If he would have gave the dude the pounce, I'd have lost my mind. I'm like, God dang. Now they're putting the rocket ship on him, but it needs to have some control. Because I don't want him to go too far too fast that they can't catch up and we lose him. In reference to, that they're superseding him, and then who's left to beat him. But somebody that we'll get to the comments in a second. Somebody that I did enjoy, or I'm not going to say did enjoy, but I'm proud to see how they've just got it, is Trick freaking Williams.
Oh, yeah.
Trick, day one, called up on the mic. I'm like, oh, shit. God damn. Come on, Trick. Not like this.
For them to have him
now,
stepping up to everybody like he is, especially the way he's stepping up to Randy Orton the way he is. Man.
And the swagger. He locked into his lane, and he is so comfortable on that mic, the promos. Like, Trick, come on, man. Dude, if they don't give you the belt by what? Third month after Mania, something's wrong. You should be a champion. I don't know. He should win a damn Elimination Chamber. I don't know what he should be doing. But Trick, if they gave him anything, yes. Period. He shouldn't be wrestling
the European Championship
or nobody else. He needs to be right there. What'd you say, KG?
You gonna give him the European Championship?
Heck yeah. Yep. Why not? I'd go down there.
Bring it back for him?
Yep. Bring it back for. Why not? They'll probably rename it the Saudi Championship, the Riyadh season heavyweight traveling champion continental. We paid for it, so you might as well use it. Belt of Doom.
But don't they have a belt like that already?
Yeah, but it's
that's that champion of champions belt they got.
Yeah. That surprisingly did not get defended at the Royal Rumble.
No, because they make that into its own.
I know it's a crown jewel thing.
Yeah, it's a crown jewel. That's crown jewel. Yeah.
It's the Royal Rumble. Why would you not defend it on the Royal Rumble?
It's not a belt to be defended.
Well,
it's not a belt that they defend. No, I'm thinking no, they don't have it set up that way.
Why make it a belt? Just make it a cup.
Because you had to give Mansoor something.
The same reason they had a 40-man battle royal in Saudi Arabia, gave Braun Strowman the belt, and he never defended it. He's still a champion. He's the longest reigning champion in WWE right now.
Yep. That's crazy. That is crazy. So first and foremost, want to welcome 613 Fade Productions to the show. I know you've been putting in some comments out there in YouTube land, so we greatly appreciate it. Been looking at it, trying to squeeze them in. We got big man Anthony up in there, also commenting. We love to see it. I agree. Trick to the moon is going to go there, and also Trick could, like you're saying, generational talent, and he surpassed Booker T in reference to needing Booker to be part of the intro or anything else. I mean, Stephanie Vergara is starting to come out of that and get her opportunities, but I definitely agree with that. And gave you a cosign that the belt is only for Crown Jewel, but as much money as they spent, they can do whatever they want with it. I don't even think we have a Crown Jewel on the books in the near future, do we? Normally they have them.
They usually have it toward the end of toward like the summer, right?
We're at least good for two, right? Is this they're contractually obligated to have two? One is normally, I guess, right after Mania. We'll probably have one.
They'll probably have one right around late summer, early fall.
It's normally in October.
Yeah,
because you have Crown Jewel in October, and then it's Evolution that don't have any set dates. Like we probably won't even get a Evolution this year. But
yep,
I know we at the end, and I just want to say this.
Well, before you go there, shout out to our people on X as well. We've been really going strong over in that Twitter Xverse. So shout out to everybody that's watching us on X. along with all the other areas that you can check us out. We've already talked about the YouTube, Facebook. We're rocking and rolling. We're audio through Odyssey, right?
Yes, sir.
And so you can hear us as you're driving around. So, however you consume the WrestleManiacs and the Sideline Junkies podcast network of shows, we are so happy and so appreciative. So in the YouTube world, like and subscribe and make sure you got your notifications so you know when all of our shows are ringing your doorbell. On X, man, you see us on, jump in there, get into the mix. And, same thing with Facebook. Make sure you follow us so that way you're part of the Facebook 24/7 fam. And then you can also, lock us in on the podcast. I guarantee you there'll be, we got to get somebody over there to beat Sumo with a pillow or something like that at some point. We're going to have to call his mama over to the house.
No.
We call it Mama
Sumo. Handling that very
we
well.
call it Mama Sumo. You got to get in on this. I'm telling you. Somebody got to get the beating over there in Sumo land. But go ahead, KG.
No, I just wanted to say it makes absolutely no sense with a lot of things they're doing. Now, we talk about Crown Jewel. Crown Jewel was supposed to be a one-off, then it became a yearly thing. Now it's just something that happens whenever they feel like it, okay? That's one. Evolution was supposed to be a yearly thing. Kind of sort of as a reward for what the ladies did during the COVID lockdown, because take a trip back in time with me, if you will.
Uh-oh.
During the lockdown of COVID, which was March 2020 is when it started. You had no in-person wrestling. Everybody was at the Performance Center. Then they stole Don's idea, the Thunderdome, put all the faces in the seats on the hard camera side, on TV monitors. Don came up with that sitting right here.
Verified on X, by the way. You can clock it. When I sent that tweet to Triple H back in the day, ironed the whole damn thing out. Didn't get no check for that. But go ahead. I appreciate you bringing up that sour moment there.
But hey, you got to get paid for it. My wife was even saying, "Oh, I remember that," and she said she remember when you said it. See what I'm saying? Whoo, Lord Jesus, we be millionaires.
Hey, I'm still advocating for us to get to the VR space. I said that to Tony Khan. I said to Triple H. If we can watch through and to Meta and Apple and stuff like that, if you can watch WrestleMania in virtual reality and literally be there, obviously it'll cost a little bit of money. So I'm not saying for free, but it would, be an a la carte thing. But man, that's the next evolution. Sitting at home and you're right there in the front row.
Yeah.
What? Come on now.
Now, you had Crown Jewel. You had all of that. Now, I'm sorry, back up. You had all of that with the Thunderdome. Who carried the business? Not just WWE. Who carried the business? WWE, AEW, TNA. Who carried the business?
Roman.
The ladies did.
Oh, that too, yeah.
The ladies main evented WrestleMania. They closed out Raws. TNA's events, they were closing them out. Because you had Britt Baker and Nyla Rose. You had a women's division across wrestling that was unmatched. We should have got Evolution every year. Why in the world were we getting Evolution in Saudi Arabia? I don't know. Evolution should have been done all over the country. That should have been, hey, we need to do a pay-per-view every year for Evolution. You build up to it. All your women's titles are defended on Evolution. Your women's tag titles, your Intercontinental title, your heavyweight championships on both brands. Defended on at Evolution. You got your women's elimination chamber. The women carried the business. They should be able to get the daggone shine that they deserve. But what do? They bury them. We should be getting not only an Evolution pay-per-view, which is the women-only pay-per-view for those that are uninitiated. We should be getting women closing out. If you ever get Jade Cargill versus Jordan Grace, that should close out a Raw. Rhea Ripley and whoever, Liv Morgan, should close out a SmackDown. I guarantee you your ratings will go through the damn roof. This has been proven. We've done the math. Don't worry about it. Because we've already seen it. All you got to do is keep catching the lightning in a bottle and just keep going with it. The formula has already been written out. But executives are too stupid to look at the formula of what worked. You're too stupid to look at it and say, let's do this again because this helped us out tremendously.
All right, Sumo, I'll let you jump in on this one. Coming from 613 Fade Productions. Comment is the problem with the women right now is because the WWE isn't top heavy like they were back in 2020. Right now, they may have maybe 2 to 4 top stars. Everyone else is a mid-carder, including the current champs. So, as we round things out, now, KG, I know you were already saying something to the contrary. So that's why I want to go to Sumo to see if he has a middle of the road or he's swaying one way or the other. But what's your thoughts on that statement and the current status of women's wrestling? And we could just narrow the scope to WWE to make it, a little bit more easier to paint the picture.
I mean, I can see where Fate Productions gets that from. I mean, we don't have Bianca, we don't have Naomi. We're relying heavily on Rhea. Sky isn't as she's popular, but she's been brought down. She's not as high tier as she was. Asuka and Hikaru Sane used to be main card or top main event. They're not too much anymore. You're trying to get Tiffany Stratton back to where she was, trying to build her back up, which is they're starting to do that now. There, like she said, there was, and I hope I'm not mislabeling you, but yeah, it was top heavy. It was very top heavy, so I can see where they got that from. Can it come back to that? Yeah, with some work. We hopefully we will be able to get Tiffany Stratton back to where she was. Hopefully we can get Jade to the point to where she can get in there and do what she needs to do and be what we need her to be as champion. Stephanie Vacour, she has an aura to her. They're starting to cover her up a lot lately. I noticed. I don't know if it's the fact that was that what they used. She was in that street fight right after they left Riyadh. They usually cover up a little bit more during the street fight. So I'm trying to see if they'll go back to her original gear.
Right.
Because she's covering up a lot right now. But, she's got an aura to her. Bailey needs to do something. She needs to get back into where she was. I mean, it's just a lot. It's a lot of folks, a lot of women that just need to step up and get back to where they were at one point, to get them back to where they were at that time that KG is talking about.
Agreed. And believe it or not, we're going to jump into that in a future show because that is a huge topic that we just can't rely on with an overrun or anything like that. We really have to dig deep and do a classic WrestleManiacs type show, like when we talked about, how they can breastfeed on the road. We're going to have to really analyze that because there's a lot of components to it just on the WWE front. And then that really bleeds over because they are the standard bearer from the women's division perspective that sets the archetype for everybody else because they have the biggest impression. And we also have to look at NXT. So stay tuned. We will have that discussion. But up until then, and KG, we gotta leave them with something. You gotta hold the door. I'm gonna be Bran Stark, and I'm gonna ruin your life today by going back in time and telling you to hold door. So that way we can talk about it later. But in all seriousness, though, make sure you take the time to support the U.S. Olympic team. They're actually getting a lot of support, which is awesome to see. Normally, in my opinion, the Winter Olympics is the redheaded stepchildren, but things are starting to turn for our Olympic athletes, so that's pretty awesome. Especially our Olympic hockey team and speed skating. Watch the speed skating and support that. And my personal love, curling, but speed skating. put that support out there. We got the Super Bowl tomorrow. They'll cover that on a Sunday Rise. And then, if we decide to make love, not war next Saturday, we wish you all a great Valentine's Day lead up. So that way you can make a bunch of kids and improve things. KG, you got the last word before we do our part.
Well, I'm itching here. I don't want to get too close into it. I'm looking at the comments. And Faye Production said Jade isn't a superstar yet. She was a superstar when she came over.
See, that's why I say you got to leave one for more. Hold on. We can't contain you. Hold it. Bring it in. Bring it in. You about to go off. Then we'll still be here, but, BJ isn't giving us any leeway for overtime. But we'll come back to that. I'm telling you, I promise you, ladies and gentlemen, we'll come back to that conversation. But until then, I'm the People's Choice Don Rodriguez. You got the big guy, KG. You got Nubian Sumo. I'm always going to tell you, diversify your bonds. Sumo's going to give you.
Konnichiwa, bitches.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to a special edition of this Friday evening show that we're doing. It is the Sideline Junkies NBA trade deadline special. And what makes this special is this is in place of the normal show where you hear me start off talking about the people at work and the things they do. And then they say this thing where they talk about the Thursday night throwdown. But tonight is muted. It's not the same because we got nothing but net in its place. And it's because we decide. Why go to ESPN when you got the Sideline Junkies Podcast Network? Why go over there? We got our version of Shams. You got me too. We got the big guy KG jumping in. So it's nothing but net, brought to you by the Sideline Junkies Podcast Network. And with that being said, before we can even get started, this show you're watching is available now on Facebook Live. It's available now on YouTube. It's available now on, looks like it's on X. All right. Now, when we're done tomorrow morning, 24 hours later, I mean, actually shorter than that, at 10 a.m., if you decide you want the audio version of this, go ahead over to your favorite podcast place. It could be Podbean, Podcast. It could be Spotify, Apple Music. And guess what you're going to find? Nothing but net NBA trade deadline special.
Yeah.
Right, now, what's with me and who's with me again? That's C. Perry II. That's the big guy, KG. I'm the Midnight Rider. I'm going to turn this over to C. Perry to get it started, and we're going to go from there.
Yeah. Before we get started and dive into the trade deadline, we definitely have to acknowledge some news that occurred in print media that I know, that Midnight Rider and KG definitely want to flex on. And that is the Washington Post has eliminated their sports department. So they've started, they've started layoffs with scaling back on their sports departments. It's unfortunately, there's been a thing and a huge thing in print media, how a lot of newspapers that are now corporately owned, have been scaling back as we transition away from print media and getting our news, sports, or otherwise, from the digital space. Now, with the two of you being based in DC, tell the folks how y'all feel about the Washington Post scaling back on their sports division, scaling back, hell, eliminating.
Go ahead, KG.
First of all, good evening, everybody. I'll say it's a dark day in DC. This right here truly breaks my heart as a sports fan, as a DC, Maryland native, whatever you want to call it. It breaks my heart because I remember the days you spent a quarter for the Washington Post, and you went and you went through that sports page to see Wilbon, Kornheiser, Mark Maskey, at one point in time, Shirley Povich. And to say after all this time it's no more, and all the good people that were there are gone now, are being laid off. I'm truly hurt. It feels like I lost a member of the family. And the Washington Post was on its last legs with a lot of people because of the online thing. You can't, what articles used to be free, you got to pay for now. This is just, it's terrible, man. We don't have anything. DC doesn't have anything it used to have. Somebody brought up a really good point on X. If it wasn't for the Washington Post sports department, Daniel Snyder would still be the owner of the Washington Redskins football team Commanders.
That's deep.
But they broke the story. I'm hurt. That's all I got to say is I'm hurt.
I'm going to take it a step different to start off. I think they said they have 4 reporters that were working in like Kiev with no power, no running water, doing stories, and they just got an email like saying their department's gone, and that's it. You imagine living in those type of conditions and being inside of a war zone, and then your boss, all he does is send you an email? That's crazy. Now, to the Washington Post Sports. It's an institution. It is something that I think every DC person, every male that's a sports fan, we all had the same routine. We may have done it a little bit different, but we did the same thing. On Sunday morning, when that paper came in the house, you grabbed the comics and the sports section. You put the comics to the side because you had to get your sports first. You sat down, and whatever your breakfast was, if my dad went up to the church to get the paper, sometimes he'd grab me a donut. I'd have my glazed donut, my milk, my newspaper spread open. I'm reading all the stuff in the columns, whether it's Wilbon, Kornheiser, Locking Ford. I mean, first and foremost, a lot of the media that is in media right now walk those halls of the Washington Post. A lot of your influential people. You don't have Pardon the Interruption without the Washington Post.
True.
You don't have Jason Lockenforia's show on 105.7 in Baltimore without the Washington Post. You don't have what's her name? The redhead that's the basketball young lady. Oh, what is her name? I see her face. They had the rumor that she was with Jimmy Butler in the bubble. You know what I'm talking about. Rachel
Nichols. Rachel Nichols. Yeah.
Rachel Nichols. You don't get her without the halls of the Washington Post. You don't get some of these premium people in premium places. You don't get David Aldridge without the Washington Post. And I think people got to understand, when you have something that influential, KG said it, they helped get Snyder situation squared away. We've had label lays, we've had the bandwagon, we've had critical stuff written in this area. They covered Georgetown when John Thompson was walking off course because of Prop 48. Like, they were trendsetters, and they blazed a trail in a search for justice. And the only problem was that the world that we live in today gave no justice to the people that prepared and made this sports world what it is. They say you stand on the shoulders of people before you, but unfortunately, you tore down the institution that produced those people's shoulders that we stand on. There you go.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, it's the changing face of media and even journalism itself as a whole. You know, print media, that's my foundation. That's my background, but also at the same time, print media, has been on its last legs, unfortunately, for the past 15 years. And a move like this from the Washington Post, unfortunately, was inevitable. I thought we were going to see, we were seeing something kind of similar with the New York Post. However, the New York Post right now, their sports section is pretty much being propped up by The Athletic, which is a great sports media site with great writing. Hopefully, the same thing. I was kind of hoping that the same thing would happen as it relates to the Washington Post, sports section. But unfortunately, it's a sign of the times.
So you can get a little bit of both. We got actually, you know what? We talked enough. Let's get the comments because I want to see if we got anything in there. Boss B says, "What's up, fellas? Cutting the cord has caught up everywhere. Going digital hurts a lot of entities." Oh, all right. And then he posted the stream. All right. So real quick, I think yesterday what also happened was we were there when the media hit the earth and made the dinosaurs extinct. Like, we are the dinosaurs. The way we consume stuff is dying.
Yeah.
And we have to adapt to this new world. That's plain and simple. Yeah. And that's crazy, but hey, that's the cost of getting older and life. So for sure, man.
And it's the price of moving forward is what it is. Fortunately, don't want to, we love our institutions. That's just what this country is built on. It's built on its institutions, but also at the same time, this country is also built on its innovation. Okay. And, and that move and push forward. Respect it. Don't want to, really don't want to see it. However, we also got to move forward as well. And speaking of moving forward, yo, man, this has been a wild ass trade deadline, hasn't it?
It's been different.
And as you can see, 27 teams in the NBA were active movers, buyers, and sellers in this year's trade deadline. For those who had a chance to watch, last night's episode of Nothing But Net, which was which we were just on the eve of today's 3:00 trade deadline, and all of the, everything that we talked about, and that was just what happened within that 24-hour period. And then to follow it up with this 24-hour period. Yeah, it's been one for the ages, but not how you would expect it. Okay, because guys, look, the first things first that we definitely need to discuss is not who got moved, but who didn't get moved. First off, first things first. Giannis, the Bucks have indicated to teams that they're keeping Giannis Antetokounmpo through the trade deadline and will start making other trades. And this dropped, this afternoon, just around 12 o'clock, 3 hours before, the 3 o'clock deadline. Were you surprised that Giannis did not get moved? KJ?
Most definitely I was surprised because, all this talk of listening to you guys asking, has he played his last game in Milwaukee? But I thought that he had. And I'm sitting here crossing my fingers. I'm like, hey, this is about to be a Chicago thing. He's coming to Chicago. Like, we're going to move stuff around. He's coming to Chicago. Yeah, no. I think this really messed up the Milwaukee Bucks because you wait till the last minute to say he's not available. Not where it's at, man. This is surprising, but Mickey Mouse organization do Mickey Mouse things.
Can I jump in on this, Ryder, first?
Of course.
Okay. Yeah, man, totally disagree. Okay. I never felt he was going to get traded to trade deadline. And the main reason why I never felt he was going to get traded to trade deadline is because it was a week ago that they said they were listening to offers. And the first thing that he said was they are willing to move him at the trade deadline or during the off season. I didn't pay attention to at the trade deadline. I paid attention to the off season, because when you get to the off season, you have more to work with and better deals. If anything, they use this trade deadline to get a feeler or get a feel on how a Giannis deal would go, what they would be able to get for a Giannis. And when you look at the 4 teams that were reported as the 4 that were making the most serious deals, then I automatically knew that there was only going to be one team that was going to be able to get him at the trade deadline out of those 4 teams. That being the Minnesota Timberwolves. And if the Minnesota Timberwolves were not going to get it done, it wasn't going to happen. And I knew it wasn't going to happen when actually, Ryder, can you help me out with this? When a certain deal happened last night.
Which deal?
Okay, think about the 4 teams that were in the final running. Okay, New York Knicks,
right?
Miami Heat, Minnesota Timberwolves, Golden State Warriors.
You gotta refresh me, dog. I'm sorry, I'm already on E today.
Oh God. Okay, not a problem, brother. I got you. Okay, so last night we got the news that the Golden State Warriors were moving Jonathan Kuminga and Buddy Hield to the Atlanta Hawks for Kristaps Porzingis. When I heard that, that's when I knew Golden State was out.
Right.
Golden State was out. Right? Because they took one of their most attractive pieces that was going to go, that would have more than likely gone to the Bucks. They moved it out. So that already told me they're not in it right now.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna interrupt you for one quick second.
No, bro, go ahead and drive for a second. Go ahead and drive.
So when I watched this deadline, I felt like yesterday was like the first version of the movie. So they dropped the original yesterday. Today was the sequel. And they always say the sequel ain't as good as the original. And I think this trade deadline yesterday, we moved mountains, we moved stars, we moved big names. And today was kind of like cleanup day. Like we were like, all right, you know what? We a couple zeros, we a couple hundred over the cap here. I'll give this away for cash considerations. We saw a lot of that today. If you pay attention, a lot of guys got waived because the teams weren't going to keep that contract on their books. Today what you got was the new version of the NBA trade deadline because of our favorite term, the second apron.
Yep.
And the first apron. And the salary floor.
Yep. Cap had a lot to do with every move that was made today. Well, there were two factors. One was the cap. The other factor we're going to go over and get into, especially as it relates to some of the deals that happened yesterday, and definitely some of the deals that happened today, right up to the trade deadline. I do have to ask before we delve deeper into the deals that occurred today. And look, and Ryder, forgive me about this. Forgive me, okay? But I gotta take this to KG because I know KG. Gosh. Yeah, I know KG is a long time Chicago Bulls fan. How do you feel about the moves that your Chicago Bulls made?
Too little, too late. You let Dosunmu go, and I thought he was one of our young puppies that we was gonna groom and keep. This is too little, too late, man. I really don't. You hedge the future to get what back? I mean, we've been rebuilding. Since you traded Jimmy Butler on draft day, we've been rebuilding. I'm tired of rebuilding. Like if I'm gonna get personal about it, I'm tired of rebuilding. I'm tired. I grew up being in the playoffs every year. I grew up being in contention for a championship almost every year, winning 6. I haven't sniffed the NBA Finals since 1998. This is not where it's at. You hedged the whole entire future for what? What? I mean, ooh, boy, you gotta laugh to keep from crying when you're a Bulls fan. Because I mean, it's a lot of crying that's gonna be done, but we won't sniff the playoffs, let alone sniff a championship. So it's done. These are not moves of a competent front office, but we haven't had a competent front office since John Paxson was running the show by himself. So, yeah, I'm not a fan of him, not at all.
I gotta admit, I did like the move to get Jaden Ivey. When I look at the Bulls, I'm looking at, I was a little bit surprised that Dosunmu got moved. Well, actually, let me take that back. A lot of teams were looking at Dosunmu. They were looking at him. And actually, maybe that was a trigger maybe that was another Giannis trigger when Dosunmu got moved to the Timberwolves, which I think is a great pickup for the Timberwolves. But you knew Kobe White was on his last legs there. You knew they were looking to move him. And Nikola. You know they were looking to move Nikola. They've been trying to get off Nikola for a minute. So, I mean, I thought so I thought both of those were good moves for where they went. And I thought both of those were good moves for what Chicago got back in return. Chicago, to me right now, Chicago is about 3 players, and you hopefully build it out from there. Josh Giddey, Jaden Ivey, and the Russian kid's name that I will one day remember.
Bootzillis.
Yeah. That's the future of Chicago. And now you also got to, and KG, you also got to look at it this way as well. Okay. Can I throw a positive your way?
Before you throw that positive, go back to that big 3. What was that big 3 again? Bootzillis,
Giddey, Ivy.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to make sure we were on the same page.
Okay. Can I throw a positive your way, KG? I want you to hear me right now. Okay. Got up from under Zach LaVine. Got up from under DeMar DeRozan. And now got up from under Vucevic. Oh,
it's okay. That happens.
He'll be all right. He'll be all right. He'll be all right. He'll be all right. But, and this is the other part of what the trade deadline is about. Positioning yourself for the future, whether it's the direct future next year, which definitely we'll be discussing with the other deals that have gone down, during this period, or going forward longer than next year.
So on a Chicago tip, I like Ivy. Of course, I'm a big Jaden Ivey guy.
Same here.
I like what you talked about with the big 3. I didn't like the road we took to get here. I always say this saying, they got that song, they say, tell me how to get to Sesame Street. Well, the problem is we made a left turn at the wrong spot and a right turn at the wrong spot, and we ended up having to circumnavigate our way to actually something good.
Sometimes, look, sometimes you take that detour through Mr. Rogers' neighborhood,
right.
It gets stuck at a corner, and it takes a minute.
And I felt like they came in with a plan, they operated the plan, and then maneuvering after that. The Kobe White, yes, you want to get out of that deal, I get it. You move Vucevic, what you've been trying to do. So I think I wouldn't call them a winner, and I wouldn't call them a loser. I'd say they ended up somewhere in like trade deadline purgatory where they were right in the middle.
Yeah, I'll say this, trying to set things right. To set things right. While at the same time, if you look at the NBA standings currently, okay, what is the 10th spot in the Eastern Conference? Who is the 10th spot in the Eastern Conference made for, and who always gets it, and who's in the 10th spot right now?
I'm gonna guess it's the Bulls.
It's the Chicago Bulls. Yeah, that's their complimentary spot.
It's almost sad, but I think this draft is deep enough. Go ahead, KG.
No, I just said ouch. That's all. That was like a gut. That was ouch. So we can't get no higher than 10. Like oh my God, we can't get no higher than 10. But then on top of that, we don't. Let me say this, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart. Every team that was bad when we were good has gotten themselves together and become championship contenders. The Knicks, the Bucks, even the Lakers won a championship after getting good. But as long as we have coaches like Billy Donovan, who I never wanted, I would prefer to have Scott Skiles back than Billy Donovan. But as long as we got a Billy Donovan and we don't have no true number one anymore, we're never going to do anything. We had DeMar DeRozan. You traded him to Sacramento. You traded Jimmy Butler for Zach LaVine. I said Zach LaVine's not going to fit in with Chicago. We needed Jimmy Butler. We need a killer. LaVine is not a killer. We always pick up somebody that does not work out. Lonzo Ball was good till the knee went. He was absolutely awesome till the knee went. But this is hard to watch, and you watching your rivals surpass you and do great things. This is a hard watch. I'm just gonna say that.
Like I said,
Dang, it sound like he hung up on us.
it almost, but he's still there. He's just,
I know he is, but you know how on the show it's like, thanks for taking my call. I'll take your comments off air. Sound like he hung up.
KG, stop, bro. You good, bro? You good? Okay, trust me. Trust me. It's gonna get better. It's good. It's definitely gonna get better. Yo, man, you want to jump on these comments real quick?
Well, I think you do because your favorite person's in the comments. Your
What's
second favorite
good?
person.
What's good? And okay, so to be honest, as a Heat fan, I'm kind of happy we didn't go after Giannis because we were gonna have to give a bro. I totally agreed. Okay, the Heat were one of his choice locations. All right, and I'm sure they did offer a deal, but luckily for both, the deal wasn't taken, especially at this time of the game. But I will guarantee your guys are going to revisit this in the summer, and we'll see what happens from there. Let's see what else you got. What else you got from?
Hold on. Because you said something earlier. You said that the Bucks did the right thing by, I think they put him out there as a tease. When you go down the aisle in Sam's Club and that lady got them little things on the toothpick. This was their thing, just to get you a bite and make you feel tantalized by it, but not exactly make it happen. So exactly. I like that comment you made because it makes sense. Because now you have a basis. It's kind of what the Ravens did a couple years ago with Lamar Jackson and letting him look for deals. It's like, all right, you can set the market, and then we'll figure out how we want to maneuver after that. And that's exactly what this looked like.
Yeah, and I agree with you with that. Not wanting to overpay, and that's the risk that you always run when it comes to the trade deadline. The possibility of overpaying, for a star that you can either wait on when they are actually free agents or during the off season when you have more, to work with. All right, so look, let's move on from Giannis here real quick. Now, well, actually, not exactly, because after gotta throw this in after the Giannis, that we got the news that Giannis was staying. Then the Bucks made a deal to send Cole Anthony and Amir Coffey to the Suns for Nick Richards and Nigel Hayes Davis. Exactly. Well, Nick Richards is a known commodity. There were a lot. There always been a lot of teams sniffing around Nick Richards because he's a serviceable center. But does this do anything for the Bucks' bottom line? Actually, it does. Okay, it keeps them where they are at. As long as they could talk Giannis into sitting your freak butt down, shut it down for the rest of the season. Let us get positioned for this draft, which is what they need to do. Get positioned for the draft, period.
That's right.
All right. Yep.
But I don't want to kick dirt on the guy that's down about his Bulls, but there was a person that told me that Cole Anthony was going to be a difference maker in this league, and I told him I ain't see it.
Who said that?
I ain't
Who
see
said
it.
that?
So there's a guy, he's on a show. Actually, he might be on the show right now with us.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. Argue me down about it. Oh, Cole Anthony. KG. Any thoughts?
Cole Anthony never got the shot to do what he needed to do. Yes, I was big on Cole Anthony. I thought he would fit better in New York. You know, come on now, he's the son of Greg Anthony. He would have fit great in New York coming off the bench, but he had his spurts, but it just didn't work out yet. It's not over.
What was Michael Jordan's son's name when he worked out as a bull? Exactly. Nah, I mean, nah.
I just and I don't mean to make it sound bad, but for me, when I saw Cole Anthony at Carolina, I didn't see a special athlete. I didn't see a trait that stood out. I saw a good ball player.
Yeah. But
I just didn't see a guy, Chris Collinsworth style. Now here's a guy that I just didn't see that thing to take him to the next level. So that's the only reason I just didn't think he had big NBA career movement. I always said he'd probably be a 7, 8, 9 guy.
Serviceable pro. That's how I've looked at Cole Anthony since his Carolina days. He's always a serviceable pro. He's going to be on a team for the next 10 to 12 years because he's a professional. Okay, he's a professional. He comes from a professional family, and he knows how to act as a professional. Okay,
right.
But nah, never, ever saw him as a difference maker. Never.
That's exactly what y'all doing. I didn't come here to get beat up.
Never. We not beating you up. No. Okay,
No.
Yeah.
The old adage is when you have a parent that played sports and they were good, it's always the next one always goes above and beyond. They're a little bit better than their parent, but Cole Anthony's not even going to reach his dad's status, who was more than a serviceable point guard. I mean, I would trust Greg Anthony to run my offense any night in the 90s. You know, I put him in the top 15 in the league of point guards at one point in time.
Now, as a Knicks fan, you had to make your choice. You know, did you want him or did you want Charlie running things? A lot of us lean more on Charlie. Sorry. A lot of us lean more on Charlie. Okay. Charlie was better. Charlie Ward was a better point guard at the NBA level than Greg Anthony was. But Greg Anthony was a serviceable cat off the bench. Once again, a consummate pro. Now, this deal came in an hour before the trade deadline ended. And this one did catch me off guard, especially on the heels of the James Harden, Darius Garland trade. And that's Zubac getting traded to the Indiana Pacers for a deal that's centered around Ben Mathurin. They got Ben Mathurin, Isaiah Jackson, and 2 first-round draft picks. I'll start with Ryder here, man. What are your thoughts on this deal? First from the Indiana Pacers side.
I'm not sure. I don't get the Mathurin move. It may be a thing where Mathurin, he's so up and down. I think maybe he wore out his welcome. Like, this doesn't feel like I'll use one of my other favorite terms. This feels like addition by subtraction. I feel like they may have been tired of some of his act or whatever. And I'm not an insider. I don't know this, but I just operate off of feel. Because I think Mathurin is one of those guys that if he ever got it right, he could be a 20-plus scorer a night. He's shown us in stretches where he can play basketball at a high level, and it just but it's no consistency at all. It's about as consistent as well. No, I'm not going to say that, but it's not consistent at all, and that's his problem. I think one night he'll look like a superstar. The next night he looks like the guy that should be catching Coach DMPs. So, but Zubac is a key to me because I think he still represents a post player. He can get you some buckets if you give him the ball in space, but he's going to clear the boards for you. Mm-hmm. And Zubac is one of Jerry West's last moments of thievery because he stole him from the Lakers. He should have never left the Lakers.
Exactly.
To be honest with you. Zubac should be patrolling our middle right now, and guess what they're looking for? Somebody to patrol the middle. But you had him and gave him away because Jerry West whispered in your ear. And being the devil that he is, when you thought the devil didn't exist, he popped up and showed himself. So that's how I see that one. KJ?
I love the Jerry West reference, of course, because, you know, that's my guy. And when it came down to trade deadline deals, he could sweet talk you. He could sell a Eskimo igloo. We talked about Zubac last night or night before last. On Tuesday, we were talking about Zubac, and Jack was saying he thought he was going to wind up with the Celtics instead of Vucevic. But I said, nah. And, you know, Midnight Ride said Zubac is not going to be able to do what Vucevic can do. But, I mean, is it really going to help the Clippers? What is his contract situation?
He had an excellent contract. I mean, he had one of the most attractive contracts in the league for what he gives you.
So it's not expiring or anything?
Nope.
Okay, so they got him long term. All right, this is not a rental. This may work out pretty well. You won't see it this season. You'll see your return on investment next season. I guarantee that.
And that's the whole key to this deal. Okay. This deal was about next season and the return of Tyrese Halliburton. Because right now, think about it, guys. Right now, they lost Halliburton and they lost Miles Turner. They had pretty much you got a clear middle and one of the, if not the worst record in the Eastern Conference. So now you add a more than serviceable center on a great contract, return of Halliburton, and hopefully a top pick in this upcoming loaded NBA draft.
Loaded.
Yeah, this was a excellent move from a team that I despise to my entire core, which is the Indiana Pacers. This was an excellent move for them. I think the Mathurin portion going out to the Clippers is going to work. All right. The best part, even though the best part of this whole deal for the Clippers are those 2 first-round draft picks, because one thing that the Clippers have been playing one thing that's hurt the Clippers since the Kawhi Leonard era in Clipperdom started was giving up all of those damn first-round draft picks and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander to the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Yep.
So the Clippers, as good as they have been in spots, have been playing patchwork for years. So this now at least gives them, with what they've done, this at least gives them an opportunity to try to replenish what they have with some good young players if they stay healthy.
Could all right. I had a thought pop in my head as you were saying this.
All right.
Could Mathurin be a poor man's Norman Powell? Same kind of production, same kind of score. Like, he's not a consistent scorer, but now that Powell's in Miami, he's a better scorer and a player now.
He's a freaking all-star.
Right. But But when he was in the clip land, he was still trying to find his way.
Yeah.
And maybe this is their way of replacing something like that. A person that's trying to find their way, and maybe they have learned something. I doubt it very seriously because they extended Lawrence Frank, but that's another conversation for another day.
That's a whole damn show.
But yeah.
Yeah, but that's a whole damn show. But we ain't ever going to waste a whole damn show talking about Lawrence Frank unless he gets fired. And if he gets fired, we can give him 30 minutes. Give him 30 minutes just for the roasting. All right.
Might have to break off the samba for that.
Okay, so the Lakers traded Gabe Vincent and a 2032 again, second round draft pick to the Atlanta Hawks for Luke Kennard. I actually like this deal for the Lakers. What say you, Midnight Rider?
Well, being the resident Lakers fan, I like it because I think the point of Dalton Connect was to be our shooter and our spacer. And because he hasn't been able to do it and he struggled with a shot and struggled to find a role because he hasn't been able to hit a shot, I think this is perfect. I think Luka the other night against the Wizards, when he came out with his first half triple-double, he showed you he can get people involved. He can make the offense run. He can make everything else happen. But outside of that, this isn't a moment for, this isn't a bad deal at all. And Gabe Vincent actually struggled when he got there. And I will admit I was wrong. I went on my pedestal after watching him with Miami. I used to call him Baby Derek Fisher. And for some reason, he didn't become Baby Derek Fisher. He struggled to score. His shot was off. He was just never right in LA. And I think this was one of those moves also that happened, like, again, my turn. Addition by subtraction. I think he just never fit in. He could never find his footing. And so we ended up having to move him and get everything else, in place. So, yeah, I loved it.
Yeah, and the injury bug that Gabe Vincent had from the very beginning didn't help at all, at all. Oh, bro, hold on. Let me see what Ann got to say here. What you saying, Ann? Okay, fine. And realize Saint Vincent wasn't as great as they were hyping him up to be, but when they okay, and follow me. Yeah, but follow me on this, okay? Don't greatest thing since Derek Fisher sound like an oxymoron to you? I'm just saying.
Yeah. I think I just said he reminded me of a Derek Fisher. I didn't say he was the greatest thing since Derek Fisher. Oh, and if you are a movie person, St. Vincent is a great movie. It's a small production. It's got Bill Murray in it. He's like this old retired guy, and the girl from, of course, movies now are the Molly girl. What About Molly? The star of that. She plays the mom, and she has a son, and it's a great story, dog. So all I'm saying, if you want to watch a movie, watch St. Vincent. I'll say it that way, keep it concise, and boom, let's keep the party going.
Yeah, and I just gotta say this. I gotta get this off my chest, okay? Greatest thing since Derek Fisher. Me and Matt Barnes might differ on that. And we'll leave it at that. All right. Okay, moving on. Now I saw it. I woke up this morning and saw that this happened late at night, that the Knicks are trading Garshawn Yabusele to the Chicago Bulls for Dalen Terry. So, as a resident Knicks fan, my first thought was, who the hell is Dalen Terry? That was my first thought.
Right.
Got some information on him, and I was like, Okay, he might work as a decent rotational player if we need them. And then I heard that they got off of Yarbrough. However, there's another move that's coming down. So you might want to look out for that. And then the next thing you know, a move that as a Knicks fan, I've been dying to hear this entire trade deadline. And that is that the New Orleans Pelicans trading point guard Jose Alvarado, Brooklyn's own Jose Alvarado, to the New York Knicks for one Dalen Terry and second round draft picks. Great move by the New York Knicks. They got a dog. They got a dog at point guard. Defense, first thing foremost with him. Okay. Someone that's going to hold folks accountable. Someone that is going to give someone along with Tyler Kolek that's going to give Jalen Brunson, that rest that he needs. And let me tell you about the genius of Knicks general manager and president of operations, Leon Rose. One of the main reasons why this deal was made was because guard Miles McBride, who is having a career year, has to have a sports hernia surgery, which is going to put him out until the playoffs. And that news, when that news dropped? That news dropped after it was announced that the Knicks had acquired Jose Alvarado. So in this instance, the team that you're trading with isn't trying to get more out of you because there's a need and they're going to try to pimp you. That didn't happen. And also, I got to thank the Chicago Bulls. I really do. Let me explain why. Because with all the moves that they have made, it left them short big men. So in our attempt over the past, leading up to the trade deadline, to trade Guerschon Yabusele, he went to a team that needs help at the 4 and the 5, that being the Chicago Bulls. So I never thought I'd say thank you, Chicago, but thank you, Chicago, because that freed up the player, the spot, and the money that made trading Terry for trading Alvarado possible. Thoughts?
I love Alvarado. Alvarado is probably one of the guys that, I will always watch because the way he plays defense, the way he's like a Brooklyn version of Avery Bradley. He's going to dog you up and down the court. He's going to guard you, pillar the post. He does the little thing where he hides and steals the ball from you. He does all that stuff. And there's one thing that I love and appreciate, and I know it's a dying breed in the NBA, is I love that defense first, pass first, get everybody involved point guard.
Mm-hmm.
Those are my guys. And there's some of them that can score, but a lot of the guys that I like are, defense first, pass first guys. So this, I think, fits the place. Because he takes the ball off of Brunson, but you can play them both at the same time. You may not do it, you're not gonna live in that because they're so short, but you can still operate a 2-minute, 3-minute stretch. You know what I'm saying? Until that TV timeout comes up and you get the hard-nosed defense and you get Brunson off the basketball for a break, or Brunson can sit on the sideline and you wait to that, like when that free throw happens and that TV timeout is coming up, you steal those minutes. It's the Phil Jackson. I'm telling you, when you know that TV timeout's coming up, and I used to see Phil do it all the time. He's still an extra couple of minutes for a guy because there'd be free throws, and then you throw it up. Oh man, it's perfect. And then the next thing you know, the second that ball goes down the court, you see that dude running down to the table because they coming in after that TV timeout in the first dead ball possession. It was a beautiful thing. It's one of the great things that Phil Jackson ever provided basketball. And yeah, on my levels of coaching, I stole that. We didn't have TV timeouts, but you'd have free throws. So I still a break during free throws and then send the kid right up to the thing and get them back in the ball game and work it that way, man.
Go ahead, KG. I'm gonna put it to you this way. When I saw it come across, I feel like Perry felt when he didn't think he'd ever be thanking the Bulls, and I feel like this is a good move for the Knicks because you got a defensive point guard. And I love what you said, Midnight Rider, about those defense first point guards that want to distribute. I mean, even though you got such a hatred for the Spurs, I know if he played for any other team, which he did, you would love Avery Johnson.
No, I would never love Avery Johnson because he played for the Spurs.
If he didn't play for the Spurs,
I can't get the thought of him playing for the Spurs out of my head, so it doesn't happen.
But
how long have we been doing this?
I know, and I'm always gonna bring up something like that.
There's any Spurs player automatically doesn't like. I don't like him. Don't care. You ask me greatest power forward, I'll give you KG over Tim Duncan in the day because I hate the Spurs.
Even if you hate the Spurs, you skip over Never mind. This is reminiscent of, and I'm a nostalgic.
And the only thing you got left, hold on. Only thing you got left for your bingo card is to play the Eddie Jones thing. So you doing good so far.
Nope, because I'm not even gonna play that because we skipped over that when we were talking about Gabe Vincent and you started talking about addition but subtraction. I was getting ready to go there and I was like, I'm not even going there with you, not tonight. So this is one of those guard combos, like, and Perry, correct me if I'm wrong, this is your Charlie Ward, Chris Childs, because you got somebody that's a dog on defense. Yeah. And it's tough. Chris Childs will throw a bow, throw a fist. He was that tight. Now you got that. And I never thought I'd say this, but I'm actually happy to see the Knicks do it because the Knicks have been my championship pick the last 2 seasons.
Yeah. Yes.
So I am happy to see this because I need the prophecy to come true, at least on one side. I've been picking a daggone the Browns for the last 5 years, and they've been letting me down. So, damn it, come on, Knicks.
Yeah. I mean, it's like I said, it's hard not to like this. And yeah, I see Ant's questions. I got to get to these, okay? So, okay, you seem like a rational Knicks fan. I have to deal with these delusional ones that think they're better than the Lakers and the Bulls of the 90s. Yeah, look. We had great teams in the 90s, but let's be for real. However, I will always say this, the Bulls' greatest rivalry during the Michael Jordan era were the Knicks, and it's no question nobody else. Not even those 2 runs against the Utah Jazz. No, the blood hatred between these 2 teams was real from 1990 to 1995, and then of course that blood hatred, that blood hatred was shifted from the Bulls to your Miami Heat. Okay, so who is the voice of your childhood as a Knick? Marv Albert. That goes without saying. That goes without saying. And it's funny, I was having a discussion with a Knick fan today, and it's wild that when we unfortunately had to get rid of Marv Albert, we replaced him with another Hall of Famer by the name of Mike Breen. So Nick's voice, I'll say, that's Marv Albert to me will still be the quintessential Nick's voice, but Mike Breen is him as well. So All
right. Hold on. Before you go, KG, pin this thought. This is probably a Tuesday night show question, not a nothing but nut or voices of your childhood, but you gotta give me your top 5, and we can give them any sport.
Oh,
shit. Okay.
Yo, I want to come on for that one.
Any sport. 5 voices of your childhood.
Because the first one just popped up in my mind, and yeah, KG, the voice I am talking about is a professional, is from the world of professional wrestling.
So let's do that. All right, and then here's the other one. I gotta get these thoughts out right now, real quick. For Sunday, I want you. They can't, depending on the age of the person on the show. We got to name a Seahawk or a Patriot. You got to give 3 of each from 2010 and before.
All right. All right. Sorry, man. My brain's been working all day.
Yeah, but look, you know, I always say when it comes up, get it out so we can write it down, so we can flex on that in the future. All right, yeah. Winners and losers. So, I guess first things first. What teams or teams were the biggest winners of the trade deadline?
Can I go losers?
Huh?
Can I go losers first?
If look, if you like, because I already know who my first winner was going to be.
All right, let's save your winner because my loser.
Go ahead.
I have 2 of them that just I feel like they missed the boat this week. And that's the Milwaukee Bucks and the Memphis Grizzlies. But I think the Grizzlies were self-sabotage because Ja and his behavior makes him hard to move. And I think they tried to do the test bubble, but they just found out that was a lead balloon and that's going to fall to the earth. So this offseason, I don't think they're going to end up with almost a Trae Young deal where you trade him for 2 pieces and you get no draft capital. And I don't know if they're ready to accept that reality. So that's why I think they're a loser. I think Milwaukee's a loser because they didn't add anything substantial to those around him. When I say him, I'm talking about Giannis. If you keep him, you got to throw something else out there. We can't keep trotting out Bobby Portis and company. I'm sorry. You gotta at least add take a risk. Take on somebody with cash considerations. Do something. Actually, I know who my winner is now. So go ahead. I'm gonna let y'all talk about your losers real quick.
Okay. All right. So we'll flip it. KG, who you got down for losers?
I gotta agree with Milwaukee as a loser. And this may not sit right with the panel here, but I think the Lakers were a loser too because I don't give a damn what the King said. I would have moved him and got something that got from under you. Even though you're 30-19, great. I would have moved him and got something back. I mean, he doesn't want to be there. We don't see any relationship past this season. Let's go ahead and cut ties now. Let's not drag this out. I believe Marvin Gaye said it best. It's too late for you. It's too late for me. It's too late to say goodbye. It's too late to cry. I mean, let it go. Let's go. That's my loser.
Who is that? Is that? Are you quoting Usher now with "Let It Go" or "Let It Burn"? I mean, I'm just asking. I mean, we went songs on this.
Yeah.
No.
No. What's my girl from the movie with the snow joint?
That was Elsa.
Yeah, Elsa.
Let it go.
All right. Go ahead.
All right, my losers. Okay. First off, KG, I can see why you would put the Lakers in that just because I would see why you would put the Lakers in that. if I were to put the Lakers in it was just because they didn't do enough. I did, like I said, I disagree with the only reason why I disagree with Milwaukee is because I knew what it was. All right, I know what it was, which was, like I said, see what's out there before you make a real deal in the offseason. All right. And I definitely disagree with your Memphis. And the reason why I disagree with your Memphis is because of what they got back for Jaren Jackson Jr. Once again, this team now has 13 number 1 draft picks in the next 7 years. They are on that Oklahoma City Thunder build program. The only thing they got to do now, is get Ja out the way, which is gonna come. But like I said, it's about tearing it down. And no, I'm not talking about them catching OKC. It's about how they are doing it. OKC did it because they were able to get enough draft picks so that they can make right moves. That's the right way to do it, okay? Oklahoma City Thunder fan, look, totally blah, 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 understandable, okay? But that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is they are mirroring what the Oklahoma City Thunder are doing, which is the right thing to do. If you get draft picks, you make right draft pick moves, and then you're dealing with a good team that you don't have to pay until it's time to really pay them. My biggest losers, the Houston Rockets, because they were not able to do anything to take care of the point guard or lead guard position. That's going to be the main thing that is going to hurt them come playoff time. 2, the Golden State Warriors, Kristaps Porzingis. Do I have to say anything else after that? Really, do I?
That's your loser or your winner?
That's my loser. Those are my 2 losers. Houston Rockets, Golden State Warriors.
I think he fits better. You get an enigma, again, addition by subtraction. You get the enigma that is Kuminga out of the building. You add Porzingis, who can help stretch the floor, and I mean,
He's gonna be able to stretch the floor in 5 games, and they don't have Jimmy Butler. Okay, think about it. We talked about this early in the season. When we talked about this early in the season. The problem with this team is that you win now, but you're old.
Yep.
But you're old. Okay. So Porzingis to me, doesn't help. Sorry. They got him like 3-4 years too late.
Damian has a good one. I think they are winners.
As winner. The Hawks have been the winners on this since they dealt Trae Young.
Right. There you go.
Now let's get to our winners. All right. And I'm wondering if all of us share one of the same winner.
Well, KG, go first.
Yeah, you go first, KG.
I'm gonna say winner, and this is again, you won't know your ROI, your return on investment. You won't know it until next season. But as of right now, as it stands, I think the Knicks and the Wizards are your winners right now. The Wizards flipped a contract that I had been calling for a long time, which is Bradley Beal, turned that into Chris Paul. Then you get Chris Middleton and CJ McCollum, and you turn that into players and picks, and you're getting younger. Okay, you willing and dealing. Only thing with the Wizards, I was surprised that he let Chris Middleton go because he wanted to be here. He wanted to be here as a veteran leader, so it was surprising that he was a part of one of the deals to get out of here. But you bring in AD, you got to get what you can get from AD, so you need to upgrade your medical staff. I don't know if you got to buy VC or whatever you got to do to upgrade your medical staff for AD, but make sure he's healthy. And the party might get jumping again in DC. As far as the Knicks go, you didn't disturb your team to get help, to get depth. The Knicks are going to run roughshod over the East this second half of the season after the All-Star break. Blue Magic guarantee, sprinkle it on there. I guarantee they'll run roughshod. Midnight Rider.
I got a little sick in my mouth because of what I'm about to say. But I think a move to get their type, and it's the Boston Celtics getting
They're tied. Go ahead. Sorry.
And that's I think that's a wonder to me because they didn't give up anything, got what they like. You know what I'm saying? It's like a Thursday night in the midnight roundup picking up a thick red bone. You know what I'm saying? It's a good thing in life. when you can get that, you got everything. Second, I have the Knicks, I have the Wiz, and because it was brought up, I actually like Damon Pearson, gentleman from the Knowledgeable Sports Fans podcast. I like that move too. I like what the Hawks have done because they've made themselves pliable because they knew that trade wasn't going to fit.
Yeah.
And in the words of the late Johnny Cochran, if the gloves don't fit, then you must have quit. Simple. And then for the Wizards, adding those two pieces, I've heard talks of them trying to extend, and I don't even get mad about them if they do extend them because now we're talking salary floor money. We're not talking their potential. And that's where people got to start realizing some things. Like this floor and this cap is going to create strange bedfellows. So at some point and I think in this trade deadline, when you saw a lot of these deals, cash considerations and things of that nature, that was just the beer goggles, and it was 2 a.m. and you had to leave. You was like Denzel, I'm leaving here with something. So that's what this was.
Okay, so I'll make it 3 for 3. Washington Wizards. Wizards. And KG, Midnight Rider and I have been talking about this for what, Ryder, like 2 years?
Yep.
That the Wizards finally have a front office that's doing it right. Think about it. They got Trae Young for CJ McCollum's contract and Corey Kispert.
Straight up.
Straight up. No draft capital, no draft picks, right? They got AD with a bunch of vets coming with them. Let's not forget, D'Angelo Russell was a part of that deal. Dante Exum was a part of that deal. For Middleton, a couple of pieces, a couple of rounds, second round draft pick. Did not lose any of their major draft capital and did not lose any of the young core that they have.
I'm gonna say there's an outside person. I don't know how people feel about him. I kind of liked him, but I thought he got replaced. So AJ Johnson was involved in this deal, and AJ Johnson has some potential. But I think with the drafting of Will Riley, it was almost a 1-for-1. So AJ Johnson became available because you saw what you could get from Will Riley, and I think it's the Watkins kid from Florida State. Like they offer you options on the bench that you don't have or wouldn't have, and you can be very good on the defensive end with this team. If you come out with Koulibaly, Sarr, and Davis, as long as he's healthy, and I hope Davis doesn't. I think Davis' finger got worse. Like when he came over in the trade, I think something happened. I think he like reached for the doorknob and it got jammed, and it's worse now. So I don't think he's gonna play the rest of the season.
No. Here's the whole thing.
Conclusion, that contusion that Witchcard got, it's contusioning. So
Yeah.
I don't think Trey Johnson's going. I mean, Trey Young's way to play because that contusion has got worse.
You're not going to see either one of these hit the court until next year, and that's what's so perfect about this. Okay, you now have on paper, you have a competitive team in the Eastern Conference. Okay, plus you have your number one draft pick that, as long as it doesn't fall below 8th, they keep.
Yep.
Okay, so this was definitely those two moves were great moves for next year.
Yep.
Another winner, and it stings me to even say this, and I brought them up earlier, are the Indiana Pacers for next year, because the move to get Zubac, a healthy Tyrese Halliburton, Pascal Siakam, and the draft pick that will hopefully be a high, well, hopefully for them will be a high draft pick, and they are once again back in the game. So those are my two winners. I will give some honorable mention, believe it or not, to the Cleveland Cavaliers, just because they rebuilt their backcourt from the starting backcourt with adding James Harden at point guard to the backup backcourt, by trading Deontay Hunter and getting back Dennis Schroeder and Keon Ellis. So I'll give them honorable mention for now.
Keon Ellis could be an interesting piece in that move.
Yes.
And then Schroeder again gives you another point guard that can get you in the place and get things set up, and that helps with, because I think there are going to be spaces when they're going to not stack, but they'll have Harden on the bench, and Mitchell will be out there with Schroeder, because that way Schroeder doesn't need the ball, and you can take some time off of that. So that makes sense.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
Yeah. Damn, look, totally agree. Okay. The Wiz got to extend Trey. All right. Because right now you are dealing with his prime, and correct as well. He has not been injury prone. He needed to, let's be honest, he needed to change the scenery because, that team outgrew him. That team outgrew him, simply put.
Yeah, and then he said DeAndre Hunter. I think that's another good move. They are putting together something.
What you mean, getting rid of DeAndre Hunter? Yeah.
I mean, hold on. We talking about Cleveland? We talking about Atlanta?
Cleveland. No, with Cleveland. Remember, DeAndre Hunter is out. DeAndre Hunter is out is out in the wall right now in Sacktown.
That's right. My bad. I'm sorry. I mixed up the names. My bad. But no, I'm with you. I think this has been a productive, but I think what we got to get ready for and prepare ourselves for is this offseason. There's gonna be some moves made that aren't going to make sense in our minds as basketball fans, but in the ledger that is accounting, the credits and debits are going to make all the sense in the world, because we've entered into a new world and a new paradigm.
Yeah, the future of the game is not free agency. Okay,
right.
It's not free agency. It is transactions, because of how the salary cap is set up with that first apron and with that, with that second apron. Getting under that second apron is way too important.
Right. KG, you been quiet, man. What's going on? You good?
Oh, I'm listening. Because I'm taking it all in right now. It's just like I'm thinking about as a whole. Who do I really see coming out on top? I mean, Cleveland's not in a bad position. I'm thinking about that Harden trade really hard, and I don't want to call the dude a cancer, but it's just like everything he touches kind of goes from gold to shit sometimes.
It ain't got nothing to do with what he touches. It has everything to do with getting paid. That's all. Think about it. Every move has been based on extension.
Yep.
Every move since he left, since he touched down in Brooklyn, has been about extension.
That's crazy. Yep.
Yeah.
Because he's been traded like every 2 years or 3 years.
Every 2 years.
Oh, let's not forget how he forced his way out of Houston with the fat suit.
Yeah.
But he never comes close to that level that you would need to get over the hump. And I always said that once the rule change came in, if you notice, he's not as, I don't want to say dominant. I think dominant is a word like legend that's thrown around entirely too much. But he's not as effective once that rule change came in where he can't really bait you into the fouls. And I always said, even before the rule change, you know how to shut down James Harden? Don't let him walk you to a sweet spot. And then he's just a regular run-of-the-mill point guard after that because you don't let him walk you to a sweet spot. That's it. But I think Cleveland might have messed up getting him. Now, Cleveland was a 60-win team last year. They're not winning 60 this year, of course. But be prepared for Cleveland to tumble a little bit. I don't want to put no guarantees on it, but just watch it. Just be prepared for the tumble, in my opinion. I just think James Harden is not the guy that they should have went after.
I think that's the guy they could get.
Yep.
Because you're moving Darius Garland, who's injury prone. Again, like we said last night, he's on shoe number 2 to protect his foot and his foot injuries. So it kind of became a thing of, I got to take your crap and you got to take my crap. So that's kind of how that ends up. Hey, Perry, we're not going to talk about triangle because we're doing a.
Keep going.
Give me up, Perry. We go.
Keep going.
And then the Pat comment. Let's hit the Pat comment real quick because we can work around that one.
Well, I got to jump, fellas. Let me jump.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Great being in here. So I will catch up with you fellas offline, but thank you.
Hey, before you go.
Yeah.
You got to promote something. Happens on Saturday nights.
Well, of course. I mean, Saturday morning first. You got to get the Saturday morning first. Don't forget you got the greatest fictitious sports league in the world, Craig, which is the Gridiron. With that man, that's that man right there, 11:30 a.m. on Saturdays, the Gridiron, talking about our college football 26 league. And then Saturday night, you got the mothership, the flagship, the guinea pig of the network, the Saturday Night WrestleManiacs at 9 p.m. We should be back in our regular time slot because we don't have any PLEs. So make sure you are rested up and ready for us on Saturday.
And then are you doing anything crazy on Sunday morning?
Well, I mean, shoot. I mean, it's Super Bowl Sunday. We're supposed to get crazy. I got to get in line at about 11 o'clock to order my pizza. But while I'm ordering my pizza at 11 o'clock, I'll be sitting with quite possibly everybody on the network for the Sunday Rise Super Bowl. Let's call it a Super Bowl bonanza, extravaganza, if you will. We just gonna sit in there. We're gonna talk Super Bowl at 11 a.m. and get ready for the game, man. And that What You Eating segment gonna be off the chain. I know it is. So you got us again on Saturday, 2 shows on Saturday, 1 show on Sunday, getting you ready for the game, man.
All right, Sideline Junkies Podcast Network, place where we bring you entertainment every day of the week but Friday. And don't worry, that might change too. So, hey, if you got the moxie, we got the time.
Exactly.
All right, gents, y'all have a good rest of the show.
All right, man. Take it easy.
Thanks a lot, KG.
All right, let's start wrapping this thing up because we're right around the getting close to that 1:30 mark.
Yeah. So, let me get this one curse from Ant. I'm sick and tired of the win now mentally for Pat. He needs to change and start focusing on trying to build for the future. He's given up on. Maybe it's time for Pat to train the replacement properly.
Or maybe it's time for Spoelstra to do the reverse of Popovich. Instead of going from the front office to the sideline, go from the sideline to the front office.
Pull a Brad Stevens.
Yeah. That could be the move.
I mean, to me, it would really be the proper next step for Spoels. Who knows the organization better than Pat Riley or just as good as Pat Riley than Eric Spoelstra. So.
Exactly. For sure.
Man, this has been one wild trade deadline, yo.
We welcome to the new NBA, man.
Yeah.
Well, we're gonna get trades for stars. We're gonna get trades for money.
Mm-hmm.
And we're gonna get trades where in our minds it doesn't make sense, but you gotta maneuver pieces to make some things work.
Exactly. Where when you see a trade, you gotta think 3 steps ahead.
Right.
To see why it was made and what comes next, you know?
Totally agree, man. Hey, man, I couldn't do this and do the show without you and you being willing. So first and foremost, I want to take this time to give you flowers because I called you on a Sunday or Monday night and said, hey, let's just do a show. But it's going to start on Wednesday. And you was like, all right.
Hey.
We're going to talk NBA. It's going to be 30 minutes.
Yeah.
But let's just make it happen. Let's do it.
Yeah, and ladies and gentlemen, you got to understand, Sideline Junkies Podcast Network for the past, 2.5 years, the two of us, C. Perry II and the Midnight Rider, have been the NBA lean on go-to experts because we love the association. So the minute you said let's do a show, let's do an NBA show, you look, you had me at NB. You had me at NB. Bro, no, say less, bro. Let's do it. And so, so we definitely want to thank you for joining us on Nothing But Net and the Nothing But Net trade deadline recap special. And I want to thank you definitely want to thank the viewers that are joining, the new viewers that are joining us on X. Our normal program timing, we are on Wednesdays from 7:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We go around the association in 30 minutes. So for those that are new to Nothing But Net and new to us, and look, definitely come back. But come back on Wednesday, okay? You come back on Thursday. It's an entirely different show, but stick around for that show as well. Guess what? That show is nice as well. This Thursday, the Thursday night show here is nice. Every show on the Sideline Junkies Podcast Network is nice, and we got things for you. And coming up in the spring, we got more things for you. So,
Yes.
So make sure you like, you're liking us on our social media platforms, that you're, subscribing to us, on our viewing platforms. For those that like, that like audio podcasts, make sure you're subscribing to the network on all of your favorite audio podcast platforms. Bro, it's the Sideline Junkies Network, man. We there. All right, we there. And we want you to join us there. So that being said,
One thing you got to say, man. Get us out of here.
Look, man, that's the Midnight Rider. I'm C. Perry II. Like I said, make sure you come back on Wednesday, 7:30 Eastern Standard Time, and join us for Nothing But Net. And on that note, fall back, baby. Swish.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome back to this week's edition of the Pretenders or Contenders Coaches Show. I'm your host, Coach Devon Powell, head coach of Law High School football and assistant basketball coach. And with me tonight, I have my co-host, Coach Mitchell, now of Riverdale Baptist football. How you doing, Coach?
Good. How about yourself?
I'm doing pretty good. I was telling you earlier, I'm tired of this cold weather, but I'm doing good.
Hopefully we'll get a break tomorrow. It should warm up a tad.
Hopefully it lasts and doesn't just be one day and that's it. Yeah. So, hey, we got a special show tonight. We got a special guest coming in. We got, excuse me, we got Coach Nick Gould, not head coach, but assistant coach at Howard University football, linebacker coach and head of recruiting. He's coming in tonight to help our young athletes and parents understand the game of recruiting and how the landscape has changed nowadays, because it's a lot different from even 6-7 years ago. So it's going to be a great show. He was heading home. He was in a little traffic, so he's going to join us in a couple of minutes. But Coach, how you been? How's your winter been going so far and your transition?
Winter is good. Transitioning is still going on, so I'm still kind of waiting to get the final okay with Riverdale. So we're just kind of waiting and going through that process. Hopefully that'll be soon so we can get going with what needs to be done on the next level. Get our recruiting started where we're at recruiting now. So get our recruiting going and get some kids over so we can get at it.
Gotcha. Now, will you be doing special teams there as well?
Yep. Still staying with special teams coordinator, associate head coach with Coach Powell, Damian Powell, who is the head coach over at Riverdale. So yeah, still sticking with special teams because I kind of love that unit.
Gotcha.
And hopefully Coach Gould will talk about a little bit about how special teams can get on the bus, because that's my spiel. It's like, if you can't get on it offense, defense, special teams is always an avenue. So hopefully he'll touch on that a little bit.
Right. And I think that a lot of kids, a lot of young athletes don't understand the importance of special teams. You know, they look at it as a break, and really, special teams is one of the main focal points of football.
For sure.
If you got a weak special teams, that's going to put your offense and your defense in bad positions that you don't want to be in. So,
yeah, so it's not a break. It's definitely not a break. We put the same amount of energy in special teams as we do in offense and defense. So there is no break time. Maybe the fourth quarter we'll switch some folks out, but it's not a break time.
Yeah, I just had that conversation with my coaches not too long ago when we had our coaches meeting. I was like, look, special teams got to be tight this year. We're not using it as a form of getting players playing time. Like, you got to earn your playing time on special teams. Correct. Because it's an important piece, very important piece.
100%. How's basketball going?
So, well, because of the weather, we've been off for the last week. And they just closed schools again for tomorrow. So that's that's the third makeup game we're gonna have to add to it. It's been up and down. It's been up and down for our Spartans this year. I've said it many times, losing 8 seniors is a big drop. So we're relying on a lot of young pieces to help out this year. And it's going slow. So we're right around 500 right now. And hopefully once we pick back up from these weather delays that, we can get rolling and go head into the playoffs looking pretty strong. So,
well, the good thing on that is when you have young players, they'll be back next year. So, and they'll be strong.
That is a good thing.
So that's a good thing.
Yep. Very good thing. I think we only have 2 seniors on the team this year.
Yeah, that's a great thing. Yeah.
A lot of pieces coming back. One of our better players, Hakeem Oyekin, is only a freshman. He's leading the team in scoring right now, and he's definitely a guy that's going to get better. And we're looking forward to seeing how he develops over the next few years. So
that's it. You have him for 3 more after this, so that's a good thing.
Yep, 3 more. All right, so it looks like Coach that made it out of the traffic. So we're going to add to the stage Coach Nick Gould. How's it going, Coach?
Man, it's going amazing. This weather and this transit home wasn't. It was an hour and a half to get from Georgia Ave to Largo, which is insane. Like, geez, more Christmas. How you guys doing this evening?
Good.
You're doing good. How about yourself?
No complaints. Other than traffic in DC.
That part. I was amazing.
Every time you go to DC, it's going to be an hour and a half, even though it's only 10 miles. So you just got to lock in.
that part, so. But I'm not bad. So,
we appreciate you, man, for coming on tonight.
Oh, absolutely. Anytime.
All right. So before you get into the meat and potatoes of the night, go ahead and introduce yourself and let everybody know a little bit about yourself and your coaching journey.
My name is Coach Nicholas Gould. I am the linebacker coach and the recruiting coordinator at Howard University. Been here for 4 consecutive years, 7 total. I was also here in 2017 and 2018 with Mike London. Before that, I was with Damon Wilson, my Bowie State family back in Bowie, Maryland, and kind of just been lucky. My college journey has only allowed me to travel just down the street. You know what I mean? I've been one of those lucky ones. Won a couple championships with Howard in 23 and 24. No, 22 and 23. So been blessed so far. I'm a local guy. Traveled all my life from DC to PG County to Montgomery County. I was a little bit of a troubled kid, so we kind of moved around a bit, but I'm here to coach up some great young men now at Howard University, and we're going to try to get things headed in the right direction, back at the ship.
Gotcha. It's always nice, especially when you got a show as we do here, man, where we're trying to focus on our kids in PG County, where you got a local guy that's doing big things and can come back and give a good word back to our young brothers and sisters out there, man.
Yes, 100%.
So we're gonna go ahead. We're gonna go ahead and get into it, man, because we on an hour time limit tonight. So we can go ahead and
get into it.
Yeah, we're gonna get into it. So
let's see this thing.
Oh, sorry, wrong one. Here we go. First topic. So first topic we want to discuss tonight, Coach. What is recruiting?
Recruiting is just the ability to bring in local athletes and national recruits by building relationships to play the game that we love, this game of football. At Howard University, it's slightly different just because of the academic nature of our university, where not only do we have to bring in really good athletes who play this game of football that we really, really love, but they also have to compete in the classroom at one of the best academic institutions nationally. And so some of our programs are accredited to be in the top 25, top 100 in the nation in some certain programs. And so, and especially with us also now being a R1 research university, it's just finding the bright and the best that could compete in both. So we always have a challenge. It's always hard to recruit at Howard because Howard University wants to uphold its name and prestige of the academic side of it. But we also want to win on the football field because we're just competitive guys. And so we kind of got a balance of both, best of both worlds. And Howard really is one of those places for players and coaches where you're going to see coaches transition to other programs just because Howard's, you can't keep people here. Once you come to Howard and you train at Howard and you learn at Howard, it prepares you to be able to travel on to other places to kind of impart your wisdom onto those universities and communities. And it's just a different place than kind of everywhere else.
Tell us a little bit about the GPA. You mentioned the academic side of it. What GPAs are you looking for when you're recruiting?
So that one's even more interesting. And so the university itself is looking more for a 3.8, 3.6 GPA, kind of somewhere in around there. But for us, we're just looking for 3.0 students. They've allowed us as an athletic department to be able to float in that GPA field just because they also know that for some of our local guys, a 2.7 and 2.8 might be under of what we want, but with the support of our academic department, with the support of our staff, we can get them to be at that standard. Like this past season, our freshmen who came in this past year had a team GPA, a group GPA of a 2.9 GPA. And so some of those guys who were 3.3s came into our program. Some of those guys who were at 2.7s came into our program. But for us, we try to find the character, the nature of that student athlete who, like myself, might have messed up as a freshman. Like as a freshman in high school, I went to Springbrook High School in Montgomery County. My freshman year in high school, I had a 1.71. But I ended up picking my grades up and graduating with a 3.3. But for some of those kids who kind of struggled and teetered around that 2.7, what we really pay attention to and look at is, are you improving in your grades? So if you started at a 1.71, did you get another semester where you were at a 1.71, or did you improve from a 1.71 to a 2.5 to a 2.8 to a 3.1? And so as long as we see that maturation in your academic progress, then we can say, okay, this student athlete could be here at Howard University.
Got it. Thanks for that.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So next question is, what are the different requirements at different schools?
All right. So this one is kind of the one that's got a lot of meat and potatoes behind it. And so different requirements at different universities are really more so about what is a university looking for? What is a university, right? So you have your public universities who are founded by state governments, who offer lower tuition for residents and have in-state and out-of-state tuition. You have universities who are private in nature, kind of like Howard is, where it's funded by tuition and endowments and donations from different corporations, different companies, and even alumni. You have your research universities where we are now R1 research program, where it's a large institutions focused on research for doctoral universities, especially with us having our own hospital connected to the university. It kind of gives us, it kind of allows us to flow in that private to research. You have your HBCUs, which Howard is as well. And it's just institutions that are established to serve our African-American communities. And then you have liberal arts colleges who focus on undergraduate education in the humanities, sciences, and behavioral sciences, traditionally for around a 4-year curriculum, right? So some of the different types that I want to expose people to are your FCS academic focused private institutions. So you have your Howard universities, you have your Lehigh universities, you have your Stonehill College, you have your William and Mary University. Then when you focus on your FCS scholarship focused state universities, you're talking about University of North Alabama, you're talking about Tennessee Tech, you're talking about Morgan State University, right? When you're talking about some of your D3s, your D3 universities are your schools that are academic in nature, academic basis, just because those students who are going to a Division III school are going to school for the academic piece. So even the student athletes that have to get into a Division III school, you either have to have a certain GPA or you have to meet a character requirement and something to get in. So you have to have a high character in nature. And those schools are like the Albright colleges in Pennsylvania, your Bethany colleges in West Virginia, and your Bridgewater colleges in Northern Virginia. And then you have your D2 schools who are scholarship-focused state universities, like your Edward Waters College, which is a HBCU down in Florida, your Delta State Universities, which is in Mississippi, and Catawba University, which is in North Carolina. And then the other caveat, the other opening that now people with this new recruiting landscape because of the transfer portal, you have to be open to your NAIA programs. Your NAIA programs are private, faith-based college and universities that do have athletic programs. They do play really good brand of football, and they expose student athletes to just a different culture. It's not an NCAA, but for most of these NAIA schools, they provide more scholarships per team than certain sports compared to NCAA Division I. So your teams are going to be your Arkansas, I believe it's Arkansas Baptist College. You're going to have your Bluefield University in Virginia, not to be confused with Bluefield State that's in West Virginia. And then another one is Arizona Christian University. And so some of these schools are just what you want to be able to expose yourself to, open yourself up to, because now, because of the new landscape and how people recruit and what people do, you want to really be able to start to take interest in these opportunities at these other institutions, because the transfer portal is open. It's not going anywhere. It's going to get crazier as the years go along, but also you're getting good coaching. You're getting a good brand of football. People go to the NFL from NAIA schools. They go to the NFL from FCS schools. They go to the NFL from Division II or Division III schools. So if the NFL is your dream, is your goal, you can find they can find you at any place that you play at if you're playing really good football and focusing on the skill set. But some of these NAIA schools do have GPA requirements like NCAA programs, but you can gray shirt, which is, hey, as a high school student athlete, I'm not eligible to play right away. I can't be on scholarship, but I can't practice. And so I could come into a program as a gray shirt, come in, be on academic probation, or try to prove academically that I belong at the institution, just go to meetings, just come around the facility, but really just focus on going to class, because at the end of the day, you want to be at a place that education is an importance, and walking away with your degree is the most important piece. Because again, we'll talk about it in a little bit, but some of these guys are transferring to 3 or 4 schools and they're not getting their degree while they're on scholarship. And so that either means a program has to pay for it, or you have to pay for it out of your pocket to finish with your degree. And it makes no sense that you go to school for 4 years and you don't have a degree to walk away with it. You know what I mean? So, like I said, the academic schools that are faith-based, they're going to be able to get you into school. You're going to be able to play athletics. It might not be NCAA, but it's still a really good brand of football. You have your FCS academic schools like your Lehighs, William & Mary's, Howard Universities, where you have that 3.0, 3.4, 3.5 GPA. The academics is really, really high, but the brand of football is really, really high as well. Then you have your public institutions like your Morgan States, your Towson Universities, you know what I mean? Those schools are still FCS in nature, right? But they're public universities where you're going to be able to get a little bit more support from your state school, state funding. You're going to get your Pell Grants. You're going to get your scholarships. You're going to get support from that state funding. And then you got your Division II and Division III schools, where Division II, you probably range in between the 2.2 to a 2.5 GPA for your lower level liberal arts type of colleges. And then your higher level academics colleges, you're probably going to range in between the 3.0 and 3.5 to get in. And your Division III schools, if you do not have a 3.2 to 3.5, you're not getting any money. And Division III schools are extremely expensive. And so this is why they target guys who have a 3.5, 3.6 GPA, just because they could give them an athletic package where they're going to at least help them from a financial standpoint to kind of take a little bit of that burden off of them financially paying for school.
Right. So you mentioned a little bit about transferring from school to school to school, and I just want to put it out there, and then you can give me your take on it. When we do transfer, because I had the experience with my son, all your credits don't transfer with you based on your major. So we've got to be mindful when we're transferring from one college or to the next, depending on what your major is. You may lose half those credits along the way. Now, instead of you being 4 years, now you're taking 5 or 6 or 7 years to finish your degree, because you keep transferring from school to school and you don't realize you're losing credits, for every school that you transfer to. So
yes.
Maybe just, from your perspective, just highlight that too. Like,
yeah. So, and again, Howard is different by nature. So we're a transfer restricted school. So even at Howard University, if you have 72 credits, Howard's only going to accept at top 60 of those credits. And so if you see a Howard University student transfer, it's usually a freshman or graduate student, because we are a transfer restricted school. It's some Patriot League schools like Georgetown, like Villanova, like Richmond, who are now within their conference are transfer restricted schools where they can't even have graduate students transfer into their program. So they can only transfer in freshmen, possibly a sophomore. But with the credit piece for us, it's not necessarily that you'll lose credits, but you'll be ineligible for that up and coming season because of PTD. So PTD is just progress towards degree. Every school has it, but every school operates differently. So your private schools will operate with your PTD, where they're going to focus on, hey, if you're a freshman, you take 12 credits in your first semester, 12 credits in your second semester. You have to be to 24 to 30 credits by the end of that year in order to consider yourself a sophomore. Well, the NCAA says you have to have 24 credits by the end of that fall, spring, and summer to be eligible to play football. Well, these academic institutions are saying you have to be a sophomore by PTD before you can play football that next season. And if you're
That's
not
different.
at that, you're on academic probation, you're taking a 4-game suspension, an 8-game suspension, or you have to sit out the entire year until your credits can catch up to you. And so a lot of times I tell these kids, especially these high school kids, and Coach Powell has seen it in person, like Coach P seen it in person, like, no, I want to talk to you as young as possible so that you can know once you get into college,
right,
you can't make these decisions where you're jumping from school to school to school because, like you said, you will lose credits. And in order to graduate, you have to have your last 30 credits at your home
at that
school.
institution. Yep.
So kids don't know this, they don't understand this. They're like, yeah, coach, I got 42 credits. My academic advisor at my current institution is saying if I transfer to you guys, all I need is 48 credits before that fall season starts. And I'm like, yes, you do need 48 credits before that fall season starts, but that's not guaranteeing that all 42 credits are going to transfer into my university. And
Right.
so the conversations I have with him, I just explained to him, hey, look, at Howard University, and this is specifically at your private academic institutions, if the name of the class does not match the name that we teach, we're not counting that credit. I don't care.
Now, caveat, I don't know if it works for your institution, but if the description meets the same, can you negotiate that if the descriptions are the same?
It depends on the major. It depends on the major. If you're talking about School of B, no. If you're talking about health and human performance, possibly. If you're talking about engineering and any tech, no. It's probably not. But when you're talking about more of a liberal arts type of piece, 9 times out of 10, and so schools like mine also are trying to cultivate programs to change with the times, where they have something called free electives, where they're allowing free electives to transfer over so that at least these student athletes who have to transfer, whether it's a death in the family, they want to move closer to home, or a financial situation where they find it's a better opportunity to come closer to home, or be a little bit a little less further out than they once were, or it's just a situation where they see an opportunity now at a Howard, at a Lehigh, a Lafayette, a Stonehill, where it's cheaper to live, it's cheaper to go to school, and it can help their family out a little bit because of NIL as well, because people are getting paid cost of attendance and some NIL packages to kind of help their family out. They're not hindered by that process, but yeah, students who, I tell anybody, if you're a sophomore, you might as well go ahead and graduate before you try to leave school, just because 9 times out of 10, a university isn't held responsible if you do not graduate. You are held responsible if you do not graduate. And at the Power 4 level, at one of the highest levels, they will try to figure out a way to get you to graduate. But if you're talking about, I want to play professional football, well, that graduation is going to be hindered and it's going to slow down. Like, we had a student athlete who tried out for the pros, was a very successful DB in our conference. It didn't make it. He's now back on campus through our campus ministries, helping him find a place to stay because he's from Florida. Our academic team finding him some support financially to make sure he can pay for his classes, but he's here back for one more semester so he can finish that degree, because he's one semester short and he can't go nowhere else, or he's going to lose 45 credits because your last 30 have to be at your home institution. And that's the other thing. When you transfer so late and you're about to graduate, 9 times out of 10, that program you're trying to graduate from within the university has to accept all of those credits. And that's kind of what hinders people's processes. And so if you got 48 credits to your name and you're a sophomore, you might as well go ahead and finish at your current institution, unless it's a dire situation where you can't control it and you have to go somewhere else, you just got to be careful on where you try to go to. But transferring 2 or 3 times is not smart. It's not wise. It doesn't show any consistency. And then the academia at that university as administration is looking at that to see, hey, are you going to hinder our numbers from a graduation rate and a retention rate by coming into this university? Are we taking a risk? What's the risk by allowing you to attend this university? Because your track record says, even in high school, you bounce from school to school to school. And then once you got to college, you did the same thing. What's the risk reward for us from a statistical standpoint so that we could, because again, these public universities are receiving government aid. Some of these private universities are receiving government aid. And if they don't meet the quotas of their numbers statistically, then they're not going to get the money that they've been getting from these programs. And so they have a standard to uphold. And these students, athletes, and families just need to know and understand, hey, look, I have to be smart about my decisions. I cannot be emotional. One saying we got at Howard right now is it's principles over feelings. And so since it's principles over feelings, we have to operate with high rationale, not high emotion. When rationale is high, emotion is low. When emotion is high, rationale is low. And so everybody has to really operate with the right rationale so that they can make the best decision for them in that situation, not for what the glitz and the glamour looks like in the facilities and all of these things. Like I tell kids at Howard, hey, I'm recruiting you, but you might not be a Howard student athlete, and that's okay. I was not a Howard. I'm from here. I was not a Howard student athlete. I chose not to go. I had an opportunity, but the distractions that were in the city, the distractions that were on campus, I chose to go to Bowie State where it fit what I needed at that time. And everybody really has to understand that sometimes it's not about money. It's not about prestige. It's about you have to go to school for the right fit so that it can mature you as a person. And then that fit would help you get to where you need to get to.
Got it. Appreciate that's some good information there. Hit a couple of comments first before we go to the next topic. This is my guy, Coach Drip from out of Montgomery County. Says, shout out to Coach Nick. I've heard so many great things about you. This is so needed for the kids and parents. Education is important. I'm going to skip over this one question because that's going to be covered later. Coach Ash, one of our flag coaches at Law High School, great information. This is so needed for the kids to know these GPAs are very important. This is from the gentleman Jack, who's also on the Sideline Junkies podcast network. I hate to say it, when you actually lose something by transferring, but these kids transferring every year at D1 school don't care about losing credits. That's a good point.
Well, the parents should.
Yeah,
the parents should. Yeah. The boss they checking in said this is great information. One of my young guys, one of my JV players checking in. I'm glad my young guys are listening in. Yeah. This is going to help out so many kids and parents. We got a lot of comments in here tonight, Nick. You popular around here.
Man, I love it. I love it. I love it.
And you know the GOAT coach.
Yeah, my dog. What up, Pete?
Doing your thing. All right. So the next topic we got, we're going to bring up is profile prospects.
All right. So this one for us is very different, and what I want to be able to do, I want to be able to give you guys profile. So I'm gonna email this to you, Pete, and I need you to share this with everybody so that they can kind of see it. Is it a way I could share my screen so they can see these pictures?
You know what? I'm not sure.
All right, we ain't gonna worry about it.
Yeah.
For the sake of time, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna email this presentation to you, so you can have it, and then your families could kind of see it. But again, I have a whole recruiting manual on what we do, how we do it. So reach out to Coach P, and get this manual from me. This manual is specifically for families in the DMV area that are connected to this channel. I want you to be able to have this. I will also be presenting this manual at our junior day on April the 21st. So we will have a junior day, April 21st. I'll make sure all of the graphics come out. My social media is my name. So it's Coach Nick Gould on Twitter and on Instagram. Some people even follow me on Facebook. So please just pay attention to those droppings. I will be doing some other presentations here in the near future locally, but I focus mainly on local talent first. Because if I can find somebody locally that I like, equal to somebody that's 100 miles away, what that's going to do is it's going to bring money to our neighborhoods. And I want to be able to highlight neighborhoods. So before I really dive deep into these prospects, what we also do at Howard University, shout out to my defensive coordinator, Coach KJ, he came up with this idea on Thoughtful Thursdays. So Thoughtful Thursdays, if you follow my profile, you'll be able to see that every Thursday we're going to a company in our neighborhood off of Georgia Avenue, off of North Capitol Street, off of Bryant Street, and purchasing items from this store and being able to purchase it for our student athletes and from this company just to show them some love, because our student athletes walk all up Georgia Ave, U Street, down at Brooklyn Station and things of that nature. We want them to know who we are and what we're about, and we're about helping the community. And so anytime we can recruit a student athlete that's in the DMV area, that's in our local area, that matches a student athlete in Detroit, Texas, Florida, Georgia, I promise you, we're going to do what we can to get that student athlete in. We have about 2 to 3 guys within the DC, Maryland, and Virginia area already signed to us. We got another one we're going to sign again come Wednesday. And so we want local talent because that's what we build it off of. So specifically for my positions, our quarterback positions, our profile is about 6'2", 200 pounds. If you ever remember Greg McGee at Howard University, shout out to my dog G Money, right? Greg McGee was a really good quarterback for us. He had accuracy, he had touch, he was able to have big arm strength. He had a quick release, he had foot quickness, he had the ability to move within a pocket and outside of the pocket, right? He had great leadership. That was my dog when he was coaching with us. We was golfing every week, probably 2-3 times a week, challenging me. I was challenging him. And it was just that leadership component, right? But he also had that competitive nature to him. But even as a quarterback, you can't be rattled. And so you have to have poise. You have to have good judgment. You have to be able to make sound decisions. And so when I look at that transcript for a quarterback, that transcript for a quarterback has to be really, really good, because that the decisions he makes off the field equates to the decision he makes on the field. And so those are some of the things we look at the quarterback position. When it comes down to the running back position, running backs anywhere between 5'11" and 6'1", 205 plus pounds. They could be 190, 195. And again, for these height and weight, it can vary up and it can vary down. It just, if you're shorter and you're lighter, that means you just have to have exceptional speed and quickness for these positions. Because Kalen Newton played quarterback. He was not 6'2". He was not 200 pounds. He had bow legs and he was 5'11", right? He was 200 pounds, but in that backfield, he was different. Like, couldn't people tackle him? He could outrun people. His first college game, we scored 43 points and beat UNLV at UNLV. And so that's what I mean by you have to have exceptional talent. All the things that Greg McGee had, Kalen Newton had, he was just 5'11". He was not 6'6" like his big brother is, but he was still able to be an effective quarterback within the pocket and outside of the pocket. And he was a great leader for us, right? For the running back position, Anthony Filliard was probably the best running back to come through Howard in his recent time, right? He had vision, he had patience, he had instincts, he had initial burst and quickness that he can hit the hole in between the tackles and outside. He had great hands to be able to catch the ball, being a 6'1" running back, 205 pounds with long arms. and he had the speed to be able to hit the home run run. So it didn't matter how you got him the ball, he was able to score touchdowns with his speed and athleticism, right? Leading to the receiver position, it's kind of the same thing for the running back. You have to have acceleration, you have to have burst, you have to have quickness, right? You have to have speed. But the one thing people really don't talk about with the wide receiver position is you have to be able to get in and out of a break without moving vertically. Meaning, if I'm getting down in my stance to break down, to cut left or right, I can't then now come back up. I have to be able to sprint forward and go forward and be able to move left, right, vertical, backwards, all without moving up. And that's just that athletic ability and that flexibility. So a lot of my kids who play these skill positions, please stretch, do Pilates, do core stability exercises. Please work on your hips, because some of the kids we got back at the crib right now, they got tight hips, and every morning at 5 o'clock, we're waking up to give them core stability workouts to be able to loosen those hips up, right? At the tight end position, just depends on who you are. Like my guy JJ at Bullis, who ended up going to Maryland. He's at Maryland right now. He's that 6'4", 225-pound kid who eventually will gain weight and put on weight, but he was a track kid as well. So he was more your receiving type of tight end, right? But we had a kid who, Brendan Brown, he was an offensive lineman in high school that converted to tight end. He was about 6'5", 250 pounds, who was a really good blocker, had really good knee and hip flexion, and had good flexibility, and he was able to block, right? Again, Brendan was a former offensive lineman, so he could move people against his will, but then he was also taught angles. As a tight end and an offensive lineman, you have to understand blocking angles. Because, again, I'm not going to be able to move everybody out of the box every single time. But if I just get in their way long enough, the running back, quarterback, or receiver can get through me or get around me to be able to score a touchdown, right? He has to have ball skills. He has to have hands just like a receiver, but he does have to have toughness. He's got to be able to put his nose in the fan and go ahead and block somebody and dig somebody out. When you're talking about offensive linemen are one of our key components. Zion Rogers is a local offensive lineman from Gonzaga High School that we picked up last year. He's a really good player. He's great in pass pro. He's about 6'5", 270 pounds now, right? Coming out of high school, he may have been 250, right? But he decided, I'm going to dedicate my life to putting on some weight because I want to be that 6'5", 6'6", 300-pound kid who mauls people up and down the field. He has athleticism. He has great change of direction and bendability at the hips, knees, and ankles. And he has a nasty demeanor. I mess with him all the time, being from the area, because I want you to have a nasty demeanor, because on that football field, we can't be nice.
We're not friends.
Yeah, you know what I mean? It's nothing nice about what we do. Off the field, yeah, you can shake our hands, dab us up, talk to us all you want, but on that football field, we are not in between those whistles. And I'm sorry what I'm about to say. In between those whistles, I don't care if my grandmother's standing in front of me. My grandma got to get it. Franny's going to the cooler. I'm sorry. It's part of the game, right? But again, they have to have good base, good leverage, good initial quickness. Our offensive tackles need to be a little bit longer, like Zion was. We had a kid, Darius Fox, coming out of DeMatha High School, who just graduated 2 years ago, right? He was about 6'2", 6'1", 6'2", 270, 285 pounds, who was a really good player for us. Jamal Hines, shout out to Jamal Hines too. He was a swing guard tackle for us who was like 6'4", 300. Defensive line.
Go ahead. No, I was going to say that prospect list will be great for our players and parents to see that, because then they'll kind of have an idea of what my kid needs to do in order to get to that next level. So that's some good information, but you're going to send that to Coach Powell, and then we can just send it out. Yeah,
absolutely. And I mean, once you see it, you realize how detailed I am. Like I'm a very detailed person.
Yeah, that's some good information.
You want to see everything you need to see. Of course, I'm not reading it, but it's some details in there that you'll be able to see to figure it out. And it's just crazy. Most of the guys that are on here that I'm talking about are local guys, which again, I want to keep talking about local recruiting. Defensive line-wise, our defensive ends, 6'4", 240, 6'2", 275, 260 for our interior guys. Darian Brokenberg came out of Woodbridge, Virginia. He was about maybe 6'3", 212 pounds soaking wet when he came to us. After a year of training and development, he ended up being 245 pounds. And so that's why I say that 240-pound range, because you can come in at 215, you can come in at 220 and be able to put on the weight by coming with our weight program. And so those guys, again, those defensive linemen have to be faster and quicker than offensive linemen just by nature. They have to have twitch. They have to have explosiveness. They have to have a really good, quick first step, and they have to have athleticism. Why? Because you have to change direction and move and have really good feet as a defensive lineman. If you don't, it's going to be very difficult for you to play that position. Again, just like offensive line and tight end, you have to be able to bend well at the hips, knees, and ankles. If you do not bend well at the hips, knees, and ankles, then it's going to be a struggle to play that position, because I have to lean up against somebody and extend my arms and hunker down so they don't push me out of the way. So bending, squatting, all of those form positions, those static positions, you have to be able to be good with being in those holes. Linebacker-wise, Aiden Foster from out of Gonzaga High School is probably one of the best prospects we didn't have at Howard in a long time. Now, we just sent a linebacker to Arkansas University to play linebacker, and Jaquavion Smith, who just left. Really great kid, really great player. I probably shed a couple tears or two, me and my wife did, for him leaving, but I'm happy for that kid to be able to get to do what he wants to do at the level he wants to do it at. But that just leaves room for more kids like Aiden Foster to come in and show that he can play the position as well. I like guys at 6'1", 6'2", 210 to 220 pounds, right? Change the direction, just like the defensive linemen are a must. Flexion at the hips, knees, and ankles are almost a must at this position, because we do what the defensive linemen do and what the DBs do. And so we have to be able to bend. We have to be able to be flexible. I like guys with long arms, right? And the reason why I like guys with long arms, because if the offensive linemen are 6'5" and 6'4", we got to be able to get off of their blocks. And the only way to get off of their blocks, if we have some length as well, and we have to be able to cover those 6'4" tight ends. And the only way to cover 6'4" tight ends is with a 6'3", 6'2", 6'3" linebacker. I can't be 5'11" thinking I'm going to cover a 6'4" tight end very well, just because he has 5 inches already on me in height and length.
For sure.
And let's not talk about if his wingspan is already longer than his height. It's going to be very difficult.
Work out well. Yep,
yeah, you know what I mean? So, but just like the quarterback position, the linebacker has to be able to make good decisions on and off the field. We've seen so many times in social media and in this world in our lifetime where a linebacker got in trouble because he was either too aggressive, he had a bar fight, he did something he wasn't supposed to be doing, he had an inappropriate relationship with a female. Like, it's just the nature of our jobs and what we do playing this sport. We cannot carry the field onto the classroom or onto the campus. So we got to be able to make smart decisions. We have to be a great leader. We got to have some toughness and tenacity with us. And so I talk to my players wild and crazy at times, because I don't want them to be messed up if somebody's talking trash to them on the field and now we're getting a penalty. And so they know I love them, but they know I'm going to troll them at the same time. And so it's a love-hate relationship. It's a couple of my local guys in the room with me. They try to get on me all the time. And I say, hey, man, I grew up in D.C. in the 90s. Like, words don't hurt me.
So before we lose your, Coach Gould, because we have about 12 minutes left.
Okay.
I know Coach Powell was going to talk about, what were we talking about? Portal.
Oh, yes.
Transfer portal. We can just touch on that for a little bit and then maybe leave 5 minutes at the end for questions if anybody has any.
So this one's going to be short and sweet, just because I kind of touched on it a little bit earlier. So this transfer portal is kind of messing it up, but not. So all it is, the transfer portal is doing is bringing reality back to high school recruiting, meaning guys will not be over-recruited any longer. They will be recruited for the level that their exposure tells them that they're at. And unfortunately, if people keep going to Maryland and Ohio State and Penn State camps, and they're not going to the Howards, the Morgans, the Towsons, the William and Marys, the Richmonds, the Bridgewaters, the Bowie States, the Catholic universities, if they're not going to those camps for exposure, then they're going to kind of be left out to dry. Because let's face it, at anybody's regular job, if you don't do what you're supposed to do, you're going to get fired. So now, because of social media and just the time that we're in with our coaching jobs, if we don't do what we're supposed to do within 1 or 2 years, we're fired. And so guys are starting to lean more to the transfer portal to get experience in their room. For guys like Kirk Signetti, he's proven that the transfer portal is successful when you do it the right way. You're getting experience in your room paired up with youth in your room to develop your program. You're not going to the transfer portal to build your program, but you're just there to fill in holes to develop your program. So the transfer portal is not going anywhere, but people just have to be a little bit more strategic and smart about exposure for their young man and their student athlete so that they can get to the right school that they need to get to.
So quick question on that. What's your percentage of recruiting in terms of from the transfer portal in a year, right? So from the transfer portal versus high school, like what's your percentage of recruiting there, or how much do you go after those high school students that are on the line?
For us, again, academic in nature, we signed 12 kids in December from high school. The year before, we signed 18 kids from high school. If we go to the transfer portal, it's for a graduate student for 1 semester. And so for us, by nature, it's going to be kind of 80-20. With this new staff coming in, I was able to be retained with Coach Ted White. Shout out to Coach Ted White. He's a great leader, great man of integrity and character. With him and the new staff coming in, so they want a little bit more experience because we had a lot of experience leave. And so about 25 to 30% of our recruits coming in for next year will be transfer guys, but the majority of our bases will always be high school kids.
Okay, that's good.
We have to recruit high school kids, and fortunately, we will always be one of those schools that people pluck kids from instead of us getting transfers back in. We're always going to have to refill with high school kids.
Perfect. Any questions?
Yeah, that was one of the questions in the chat. How hard is it now to keep a kid that has a great year and the bigger schools see them and tries to get them from the portal?
It's impossible. So that kid I told you that went to Arkansas, he was not a full starter. He did play significant time, but I also had a conversation with him after game 2 and said, you got a decision to make by the end of the year because people are going to want to talk to you. They're going to want to see you and they're going to want to pay you. And you got to make a decision on what it's going to take for you to leave. And so for us, our 4-year institutions that are FCS and D2 schools, we are now going to turn into your mini JUCOs where we're going to develop a kid for 2 years and send him to that bigger institution where he can make his dreams come true in his mind. Selfishly, I think you can still do what you need to do at Howard. But we're a developmental program at this point where we're developing a kid for that P4 level if he chooses that route. We had a kid go to Arkansas. We had a kid go to Arizona. We had a kid go to JMU. And I'm missing one more. We had a kid go to LA Tech down in Louisiana. And so for us at this present moment, the year before we had a kid go to Syracuse, right? So at this present moment, all of the kids that we have in our program, we're developing them for life. We're developing them for football, and we're developing them for future careers. It just so happens that some of these guys may have an opportunity to play at the Power 4 level at your Ohio States, your Michigans, your Arkansas, your Auburns. We did have a couple kids go to Auburn as well. And that's just the state of the game right now.
So what's your advice for the high school players? What should high school players do with their recruiting?
Right now, they got to go to camp when they're in the 8th and 9th grade. And when I say go to camp in the 8th and 9th grade, you have your red zone prep camps. You have some of your rival camps and some of these camps where it's just a national preps camps. Go there so that you could be in a recruiting database. By getting in a recruiting database and getting your name out there from a publication standpoint, it gives you more exposure. I wouldn't purchase anything right away. I would try to do my research on that, but just get your name out there as early as you can. Continue to develop your skills and develop your tools. But around 9th to 10th grade, that's when I would start to go to these exposure camps. So I would go to 1 Power 4 camp. I would go to 2 to 3 Division II or FCS camps, because the other thing is we are also going to these Power 4 camps. So it's not like just coming to our camp is going to be it. No, I go to University of Maryland. I go to Penn State. We've been to Clemson, Virginia Tech, Bowie State, Catholic University. We go to all these camps. And so once you expose yourself in these camps, now those times you have from your 40, your vertical, and all of these things, they just match what you do on the field. Because at the end of the day, your film is everything. Your film and your transcript is everything. So that has to be solid gold. Now, you got to also understand football is a height, weight, speed sport. And so if we're talking about height, weight, speed, you 5'9", 160 pounds, you're not playing linebacker at the Division I level. So we kind of got to be realistic of where we want to go and how we want to get there. And, hey, Day little baby might be really, really good for Beacon House, but
not on the next level.
If he don't grow, ain't nobody losing their job over a kid who's a really great kid and a really good player, but he just doesn't fit the physical tools that we need at that level.
Right.
And it's okay. I went to Bowie State University. In the past 10 to 15 years, there's 4 to 5 players that went to the NFL from Bowie State University. So again, the dream is not deferred. It's a plan and a process you have to go through. But high school players just need exposure as early as possible to get around these programs. Because again, the programs are recruiting you, but you're recruiting these programs. Because if the program doesn't match your fit, don't force it. Like, if it's not a fit for you, it's not a fit for you. Like,
Right.
that's not what we want to do. We want to be in a program where it fits character, it fits academic, and it fits vision of what we want to do.
Well, we lost Coach Powell for a little bit, so he should be coming back. But no, that's some good information. I don't see anything. Oh, here he comes.
Yeah.
I don't see anything else in the group chat. We lost you for a second there, Coach Powell. Coach Gould was just wrapping up. I know we have a couple minutes left.
So, yeah, I don't see any other questions in there, Coach. And I apologize with the hard stop we got at 8 o'clock tonight because we got another show coming on afterwards. So briefly,
we could do this as many times as you need to.
Look, I was just about to say I'm gonna hit you up and see when you can come back on, because there's some great information, man, and these kids need to hear it, because some of these kids their minds are so warped on what the recruiting process is and what level they can play on, and they just don't understand the landscape and, like you say, the profiles for players on the D1 level. You know, everybody wants to be a D1 football player, but realistically, like you said, if you're 5'7", unless you run in a 4.2, it's going to be very hard for you to get on the D1 level.
Yes.
So, you know, the kids need to hear this. You know, it's a hard reality they have to face. And, you know, that's one thing I believe with my players is I'm going to tell you the truth.
That part.
Like, I'm going to tell you the truth. You might think you're going to go play at Maryland, but 9 times out of 10, I tell them the story of my son. When my son was coming out in 2019, 2020, I took him to Maryland. He played linebacker. My son was 5'9" and a half. You know, he was good size, 5'9", 220. But when he went to the linebacker room, everybody in there was 6'2", 6'3". Yep. I'm looking up at him like, man, these damn grown ass men.
You have to rethink it. You have to rethink that.
Right. So
he was in the wrong room.
That part.
I appreciate it. Yeah, it was in the wrong room, man. I was looking, I was doubting myself for a second, like, man, how old am I? But I appreciate it, man. And like I said, we're gonna be in touch because we got to get you on again, man, to spit this knowledge.
Absolutely.
When I was thinking about this show, man, I was like, it's only two coaches I know from the area that's gonna keep it real, and that was you and Dre. And I was like, I got to get one of you on here, man. So I appreciate you, man.
Absolutely. Anything y'all need, y'all got access to me. If we need to do a meet and greet at the university once spring practice starts to bring families up, I'm more than willing to come to a community center. It doesn't matter, because I'm a parent myself, and I didn't start this thing to be famous. I started this thing to help families, and so whatever I could do to help families in the community to really understand what this process is, I'm willing to do whatever it takes.
Appreciate you, Coach.
All right, I appreciate that, man. And I thank everybody for checking in tonight and listening to the words and wisdom from Coach Nick Gould, Howard University. And like I said, we're going to bring them back so we can talk about this some more, because this could be a 2-hour conversation or even more.
Yes, 100%.
So I appreciate everybody, man, and everybody have a good night. Stay warm, stay safe, and we'll see y'all next Monday night at 7 p.m.
See you guys.
Y'all have a good one. Stay blessed.
You too.
Hey now, jump in and buckle up for another episode of In the Passenger Seat, where we take you on a ride throughout the sports world, just one interview at a time. I got with me over here, my backseat driver today is Keith Hodges, the correspondent. What's up, Hodges? How you doing?
I'm doing good, man. Ready for another episode, man. Another week. Let's get it going.
Yeah, we're going to get it going, but
what you got there?
The gentleman's got mail. So I have to check this out, man.
All right.
All right, here we go. I already opened it. So this here stuff is from my guy, Matthew Chapin. Matthew Chapin, number 95. He races street bikes. The gear is just fire, man. He gave me a hat, and he gave me a shirt with him on the bike racing.
Oh, that's really cool merch for sure.
And it's dry fit, man. It's beautiful. But the thing I like the most, Keith, he gave me an autographed picture for my wall.
That's money.
So the autographed picture and the hat's going on. I'm going to wear the shirt.
Okay. There you go.
Hat and autograph goes up here. See what we can do, Matty. I'll cover my boys up real quick.
You're running out of space.
Oh, this getting ready to go bye-bye.
Okay.
Yeah, it's looking good, man. Yeah, I'm loving it. And, if anybody's out there, I can get you my information. If you want to send me something from your organization or your sports team, I'd love to have it. I'd love to share it. I'd love to represent your organization or sports team. And I wear a 2X shirt. My man Keith wears large shirt. Keith wears large.
Yes, I do.
So thank you all for the gentleman's got mail. Philip Chapin, Matthew Chapin, go ahead and rock out, man. It was fun following you again. We interviewed him when he was 17 years old, and he won the Junior Twin Cup or something, national championship back in 24. And now he's out there racing top-notch men, and he has this big team that comes out with tractor trailers full of parts and stuff. It's amazing, man.
Yeah, he's super talented. There's big things ahead for that kid, for sure. So,
no doubt.
I'm excited to follow his journey here as he gets more familiar with with the circuit that he's on now.
Yeah, no, I really wanted to get out to one of his events. The closest one he had was in Jersey, which I looked it up. It said it would take me an hour and a half to get there, but it just didn't work out. But because that's the rest of them are far away, man. He's down south, down Florida and California. He's all over the place.
We need to give some updates from time to time on how how he's doing, for sure.
He has his own Facebook page. It's Matthew Chapin Racing. So if you want to go on his Facebook page, give him a like and a follow, and you can really keep up to date with his racing career right there on his page. They're good at putting up the fresh information. Tell me to fix my camera, Keith.
Oh, you look good.
Cutting the flat top on me, wasn't it? Well, look, let's get right into what's happening, man. We got somebody riding shotgun tonight. Tonight, we would like to welcome Australian-born 2014 NCAA football first-team All-American and Lou Groza Award winner, former University of Maryland kicker. We want to welcome Brad Craddock to the stage.
There he is.
Hey, Brad, what's going on, buddy?
Not much, mate. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, thanks for taking the time. Appreciate it.
Yeah, of course.
No, I was one of your biggest fans when you were kicking at Maryland. I liked Novak too, but I seen you kick a lot because I used to live right down the street from College Park in Riverdale, next town over actually. So, it was you were a little bit later on. I think you were what 2010 to 12 or something like that. 8.
Yeah, 2012 to 2015 was my last year. So those 4 years.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Brad, we like to get things started on the show by asking our guest, give me one of your earliest sports memories, something that made you like sports the way you did.
Sure. I think the biggest one that stands out to me would be the AFL Grand Final, so Australian Football League. And it was 1997, and it was the Adelaide Crows, which is my team, playing St Kilda. And it was the first, that's our Super Bowl. So that was the first Super Bowl that the Crows won. And I would kick balls in the house. And when I was young, Mum would be like, all right, you're allowed to kick balls in the house, but every ball has to go through your bedroom door. And if you can't kick it through the door, then you can't kick it, pretty much. So I would slowly expand the distance from the bedroom door on how far I could kick from and try and make the ball bend and everything, and would end up in the kitchen, kicking across the kitchen counter and push it as far as I could when Mum wasn't around. So that was probably my biggest memory, was pretending to be Darren Jarman, who was pretty good in that game, and kicking goals through to the two uprights, or goal posts as Australians would call it. So that's probably my earliest memory, which I'm sure you don't have many of those.
No, I figured I was going to get something original.
Yeah.
No one said. That's why I was looking so forward to just this first question, let alone this whole interview, Brad. So you're practicing kicking in the house, but what were you practicing for? Were you in a kids league or something? Did you have clubs that offered you sports?
Yeah, so I grew up playing Australian rules football, which is kind of like you punt the ball to each other to pass. So ever since I was like 4 or 5 years old, it'd be kicking a footy with Dad in the backyard instead of like playing catch like you guys would. So it was just kicking balls a lot to play Australian rules football, and then that progressed into many years of playing that and slowly kicking the ball further and further. And then a few guys that played in the AFL actually came over and played in the NFL, Ben Graham and Sav Rocker. So I remember watching them play Aussie rules football, and when they came over, I was like, oh, I could do that. And that's kind of how that progression happened. But kicking and punting is just what we do. Australians can't throw a ball to save their life. So
well, the ball's too big, isn't it? I mean,
it's kind of like the Australian rule ball is like a mix between like an American football and a rugby ball. So it's leather, it's kangaroo leather. So yeah, it's a tiny bit rounder, not quite as pointy, but slightly bigger. Yeah.
Wow. Keith, you got anything about Australian rules football? Because I don't know anything about it. You just kick it, like he said. You don't throw it, you kick it.
I remember, like in the middle of the night, they would show on ESPN some Australian rules football games. Isn't that when the referees kind of stand over it and go?
Yeah, you
like
got
this?
it.
That's what I definitely remember, and just the clips being hilarious because you could. It didn't look like NFL football, but it was translatable because they were kicking, they were running, and they were tackling each other, right?
Yeah, exactly.
No
equipment. Can't throw the ball at all. So, like, if you want to pass to someone close, you hold it and punch it to them like a handball.
Right.
But yeah, just really fun sport. Like to play, like growing up, really fun. A lot of running, a lot of kicking, and the field's like 3 times the size of an American football field because you're punting to everyone, right? So,
Brad, did they teach the fundamentals, like head up, out of the way, like to keep each other safe? Like NFL, when you have a helmet on, you're more likely to do head-on collisions. Make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. It's funny because like there's no line of scrimmages, right? So you're not like coming and hitting like straight on like you would in American football. And you're not allowed to tackle them above the shoulder, and you're not allowed to tackle them below the knee. So like there's no tripping, and so the opportunity for head-to-head contact is illegal as such.
Right.
So yeah, it's normally like wrap the waist, grab an arm, because you're not allowed to throw the ball. So if you can tackle someone when they're holding the ball in one hand and you can pin their other hand, they end up dropping the ball, which is counted as a throw, and it's a free kick to the other team. So it's just different, very different sort of style.
Well,
right.
I
Did you
noticed,
play any other sports?
Yeah, so play football and tennis were my main ones. I came home from school at would have been 6 or 7, I reckon. I came home to Mom and was like, "Hey, I want to play cricket." And the next day, I got given a tennis racket. So she did not want to spend all day watching cricket, and I started playing tennis. So then I played tennis my whole life. I always thought I was going to come play college tennis. That was my goal until junior year in high school, and then I switched when I realized I could do the kicking stuff. So it's just funny how it works out.
Go ahead, Jack.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I want to throw it in reverse and go back to the Australian rules football. Flag football's taken off here in the States really big.
Yeah.
And I've been watching it because it's on ESPN and whatnot, and they're using some ear protection and some light head protection. Are they incorporating any of that in Australian rules football, or are you guys just too manly to be wearing equipment?
No, they don't. There's the occasional guy that will wear like almost like your old leather helmet, like back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
Like they wear like a little padded one, but that's very rare. Like maybe one guy in the whole league or 2 guys in the whole league sort of thing. But the heads, they still get hit in the head, absolutely, but it's all accidental stuff, So it's not as much of like head on head happening,
Okay, so you got the tennis. I wanted to hear about cricket. I was hoping you were going to tell me about that. I'm a baseball guy, so that game always fascinated me.
Yeah.
So when you go to high school, do you guys have the Australian rules football high school teams, or did you just play tennis in high school? How did that go as far as you and athletics in high school in Australia?
Yeah, so everything's club based. We have football teams like in high school, but like unless there's like, so Adelaide, which is where I grew up, like there's a few prestigious like high schools and they play in a league. So those guys play like their league, and then there's club league, and then from club you go and play like district, and then your state team. So you kind of play at that club level, district level, and if you're on 2 teams, like that's enough. You're playing 2 games a week. And like when I was 7th grade, I think I was on 6 teams, and it was like I was playing or training twice a day every day. Like it was just like too much. But as you get into high school, there's not as many teams to be on. There's like 2 or 3 tops. So
wow. Well, you spoke of Adelaide again, and I tell you, I did. I looked it up on the map. It looks like a beautiful place. I'm a big fan of the water. I live over here on the Chesapeake Bay in Maryland, and I see you got nothing but water. You got rivers and inlets over there. The Gulf of St. Vincent. Did you fish much through here over that way?
Yeah.
Was fishing your thing?
Yeah, fishing. Did a lot of fishing growing up. All deep, all like ocean fishing though. I never did like any fresh water. So coming over, people fly fishing, bass, and all of that stuff. So I'd never done really much of that, but like snapper and other sea fish really. Did that all the way growing up. It was good fun. Crabbing as well was really big. Like the blue swimmers that you get in Chesapeake, we have them in Adelaide actually. And
Is that right?
yeah, what we used to do, there's like a few beaches. It's the only place in the world you can do it. The tide goes in and out about 3/4 of a mile. So like you'll rock up at the beach and not be able to see the water.
Wow.
And then what the crabs do is they follow the water in when the tide comes in. And so you'd go out there and you get like a bucket tied around your waist, like a big tub, and take a rake out and you can just catch them and shove them in your bucket and go home. So I did a lot of that growing up as well.
Well, I know, and you know, crabs are very big in Maryland.
Oh yeah.
Are they big to eat in Australia? Is that,
Yeah,
sitting
like
around a table with a bunch of crabs?
yeah, not like Maryland. Maryland does it on a whole nother level.
Okay.
But yeah, like more when you catch them. They're pretty expensive to buy back home, but like if you're out catching them, like yeah, people love them. So yeah, it's good fun.
Yeah, I'm a big fisherman. I've been fishing my whole life, and when I saw the layout of your hometown, and then I googled a little more, and it says things to do: go on a riverboat tour. Everything was doing something on the water, and I was like, yeah, that's the place for me. And
Yeah.
one of the descriptions of your hometown is one of the world's most incredible cities, Australia's most livable city. Do you agree with those two things?
Yeah, it's kind of cool. Like the city itself's cool. It's very small, and it's surrounded by like parkland, so it's very green, very walkable. It's a cool little city, and then livable. Like it's just quiet. It's like a small country town feel in a big city. Like depending where you grow up, it's like you kind of know everyone. For having that many people, it's kind of strange. Like I've lived in a lot of other cities, and it's not like that. So yeah, it's a really cool place to be. Really quiet, great for families. Like growing up there was awesome. And then lots to do, right? Like it's like every city in Australia, it's on the water. So all the water sports and all of that stuff's pretty good.
Hey, Brad, sticking with Adelaide, is Adam Scott kind of the crown prince of Adelaide a little bit? I know he's from there, right?
Pardon?
He's from there, right? Adam Scott, the golfer?
I don't know where he's from. I know he's from Australia.
Okay.
But yeah, everyone growing up for sure. When he was really doing well. Everyone loves him. Australians are big to get around any Australian that's good at sport. We love our sport. So yeah, anyone that's doing well, or even competing, we love the underdog and we love to watch it. So yeah, it's good.
Real quick about your early days. Go back just a touch. Did you have any siblings? You had 2 siblings, right?
Yeah, I got 2 sisters, both older.
They play ball?
Yeah, they grew up playing netball, so I'd go and watch a ton of netball.
Volleyball? What is netball?
Netball. Oh yeah, sorry.
Fill us in now. Fill us in, Brad.
Yeah.
So netball it's kind of like basketball in the sense is there's a hoop and a court, and then there's no backboard on the ring, so it's just the hoop. They use pretty much a soccer ball, and you're not allowed to move when you have the ball, so there's no bouncing or anything. So you catch, and then you're like stuck in the mud, and then you pass to the next person. You have one pivot foot. So it's a really like quick game. It's good fun. So growing up, it was like guys would play basketball, girls would play netball, and obviously we still had girls basketball as well. And then I think like as I grew up, it was like more guys would start playing as well, and then you'd have mixed teams and stuff. It's really fun social game. Really, really fun social game. So
okay.
Yeah.
We got a few comments coming in, Brad. Let me get to some of these comments. We got the boss man of the show just giving us a fellas.
There we go.
And Miss Jackie checks in. Hey now. What we got here? Joshua Walker's jumping in. There he is. Have a great show. And then this one right here, Brad. This is a gentleman that was on here about 8 months ago, I guess, Brad. Ethan Goff, long snapper.
Awesome.
He's a beast. He's a great young man, too.
Yeah, he is.
So, Ethan, thanks for tuning in. I appreciate it, bud. We got a high school coach coming in. He wants to ask you a question, Brad. He wants to ask you, how was the transition from rugby to American football? Good question, Coach.
Yeah, it was different for me, right? Like I could kick the ball far, and honestly, like I didn't really know the rules when I came over here. So like even when I joined, I learned how to play American football by playing Madden, like the 6 months before I came over. So like I never like played a game until my first game at Maryland. So it was different, and it was a lot of learning. But once, so like how I like saw all these guys playing NFL, right? And I'm like, oh, I could do that. And so my senior year project for English was I had to do a comparison assignment, comparing two things. So I compared Australian kicking and American kicking and, well, punting and how that sort of worked. So by doing that, I found a coach in Australia, and he sort of taught me how to kick a spiral. And then it was just like kind of transitioning into that. So I got recruited to Maryland as a punter, not a kicker. I hadn't kicked at all. So I kicked, like I'd done it to make film and stuff, but not like I didn't have no idea what I was doing. So 2 weeks before the first game is when I started kicking field goals, really.
Who was that? Coach Edsel?
Yeah, Edsel. So
yeah,
the other kicker on the team, the starter, he pulled his hip flexor. So then it was like 2 weeks before the first game. It was like, oh, can you kick? And I was like, sure. But yeah, like it was funny. So it was a funny transition. The first game we played William and Mary, and we won 7-6. And I remember at like halftime, I was like, oh no, what have I done? I'm like, this game's slow. Like I don't like you don't know the rules, you don't know what's happening, and pretty much catch the ball, kick the ball.
A couple of the Maryland teams you were on in your 4 years there didn't have much offense either, though, Brad.
Yeah, we had it pretty rough. Like I was there the year we had like 5 quarterbacks get hurt and all that.
Had a linebacker playing quarterback. I remember that.
Yeah. So yeah, Petty. So yeah, that was crazy. But hey, I didn't know any different. I'd never played before, so it was
Maryland
good,
your only offer, Brad?
Maryland was my first offer, and I said yes within 10 minutes. So, yeah, like Coach called me, Coach Power at the time. He's actually back there now. But yeah, he called me at the time and was like, hey, we're going to bring you in for a visit. I was like, Coach, am I going to enjoy the visit? He's like, yeah. I'm like, then just let's do it. I'm like, you don't need to bring me in. I'm like, I'll come. Just let me know when to be there. I'll be there. So
when you came to the States, you were in Kansas, correct?
No.
Was that wrong? No?
No. So,
you went to prep school.
No. So I was high school in Australia and, straight here. So yeah, so I did my senior project, and then 6 months later, I was on a plane and over here. So yeah, our school year is different. We finish in December. So, I'd come over for one kicking camp, and then, yeah, that was it.
I remember your junior year. That was your biggest year, I thought. And everyone was saying that. They're like, you believe they brought him here to be a punter? And that's when I found that information out at Bird Stadium. How did you like the crowds there? I mean, did it feel good to have that crowd? Because I don't know what kind of crowd you have in Australian rules.
Yeah, no. So like college Australian rules football, like your mum and dad might show up. And that's about it. So yeah, it is a big change to Australia, right? You're only going to play in front of crowds if you're playing professional. So it was awesome. And we didn't always have the biggest crowds, right? Because we had a couple of rough years, but it was cool. It was great. It was a good experience.
Is that when Maryland went to the Big Ten? Right around?
Yeah. So I had 2 years ACC, 2 years Big Ten. I really got it perfect. I got to play most places in the ACC, most places in the Big Ten. So it was really cool actually for us.
That is really
Yeah,
cool.
you traveled more than you would.
Yeah, exactly. Like,
Got
yeah.
to see a lot. Yeah. What was sort of your biggest adjustment or biggest culture shock that you kind of had to overcome?
Cheeseburgers.
No, we love our cheeseburgers back home. But I don't know, biggest it's funny, like when you compare Australia and America, it's very similar.
Okay.
But we're probably a lot more sarcastic and like dry humor than here. And that was probably the biggest thing for me, is just relating to people when you grow up in such different places, right? And especially on a football team, you got guys from everywhere, all big melting pot and all that. So yeah, that's probably the biggest adjustment when I first got there. And then just like saying words, because you get over people not understanding what you're saying. So you just try and adjust.
Yeah. What was the first food you kind of latched onto?
First what? Sorry?
First American food that you like, or fast food place or something that really tickled your fancy straight away.
Chipotle for sure.
Chipotle. Okay.
I was, what was that? It was like 2000 that would have been before the 2014 season, that summer. Yeah, I think I ate Chipotle once or twice a day, every day for 4 weeks, put on like 9 pounds. So, and I still love it. It's fantastic.
I do too.
Yeah.
Who don't love Chipotle, man?
So,
go ahead, Jack.
So, yeah. So, I was looking here. Well, when was it? Your junior year? 2014 is when you won the Groza, right?
Yep.
But it looks like your sophomore year you had a better season. Who beat you out for first team All-American in the Groza the year before? Do you know?
The year before it was Aguirre that won, I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
Yeah, Roberto Aguirre. But I had a good season because what I was like 21 or 24, 21 or 25 or something that year. I don't know.
21 of 25, yes, sir. And the Groza year you were 18 of 19, it looks like. You missed your last field goal of the season, if I recall that.
Yeah, I do. That's the one. So the year before, the Groza is kind of weird. So they give you semi-finalists or like the top 20 like halfway through the season, and then they give you like vote for the top 3 after that. And I don't think I would have been in that top 3 anyway, but for the I think I got top 20 that year. I don't know, but I didn't kick many field goals until the end of the season. So like I was way down on that list before. Like you've got to get a lot of kicks at the beginning of the season so that you're at the top of that list, if that makes sense. Because you vote for the Groza, like everyone voted for the Groza before my last game. So I was like 17 or 17 when everyone voted on it.
Yeah.
So yeah, like it's funny how the voting system works, but yeah, 20, and they'll go off your percentage, right? So like people voted for me, I was 100%, whereas 21 out of 25 is 80 something, 80.
Your percentage is still pretty good for your career, even after that shaky freshman year, because you had a really low percentage that year.
Yeah,
and I can understand. You
didn't know how to kick a football either, so
right, it makes sense.
Yeah, but it turned out okay in the end. Yeah,
but you are the percentage record holder currently still, right? Novak didn't beat you, did he?
No, I think I got percentage. Raylan might have it now because he only had played 1 year there. I'm not sure what his percentage was. But for guys that played, more than 2 years, I would still have it.
How about distance? Do you have distance?
Yeah, I got distance as well. Yeah,
that's really cool.
I think I got percentage, distance, and consecutive field goals made.
Well, tell us about that 57-yarder you kicked against Ohio State. Was it home or away?
That was home, kicking towards the then locker rooms. And yeah, it was. I think I told coach 54 yards, and then he just like called it, and I was like, all right. So, but yeah, no, it was good. I got pretty excited about it because running out there that it's the record as well, right? So
that's a long field goal. I mean, I used to goof around and we'd come out when it was windy. We'd grab our tees and about 3 or 4 footballs and go down to the field and make sure we go with the wind.
Yeah.
But But I mean, what do you think about? I mean, 57 yards then. That's a tremendous kick. You're 6 yards off the record at the time in the NFL was 63, I believe.
Yeah.
And now, what do you think about these boys? I think somebody's going to hit a 75-yarder here soon. What do you think about kickers today, Brad?
Yeah, I think they will. I think honestly, like back then as well, like you look at Tucker, like Tucker was hitting 70-yard field goals in practice all the time. It's more becoming acceptable that coaches are like, oh, these guys can actually kick it that far. Like most guys have made 70-yard field goals in practice. It's just they're not putting them in. So, yeah, you get a good wind and it's halftime or it's the end of a game and you got a guy that can get there. Someone will get an opportunity at some point, I'm sure. Just don't know when that'll be, you know. But it'll keep getting broken. And the guys are just kicking further and further. Like, I look at it now, I'm like what was Little's? He hit a 70 and it was good by yards. Like, it's going to happen for sure.
So you're a fan of the game today?
Yeah. Yeah, now
team?
Pardon?
Who's your team you root for?
Oh, Niners. Yeah.
He's
So
cool till now. But.
yeah, I you know, like bouncing around teams, like I did a lot with the teams on the East Coast, right? Because I'm there and you talk to a lot of them. And I moved out here. My wife's old man is a Niners fan, and I had no connection to them at all. So it seemed like a good choice of team to go for. But yeah, I like watching. I don't care that much who wins. You know, I'm not like a fanatic, but yeah, it's good.
No, I used to enjoy the Niners, especially back in the Joe Montana days. Good gosh, that was amazing. And I like Brock Purdy too.
Yeah, he's doing
McCaffrey.
great. Yeah, I love
McCaffrey.
McCaffrey. He's great. Seems like a good guy too, which is awesome.
You look at it. His dad played for the Broncos, and his brother's playing with us in the Commanders here in the DC area.
Yeah.
And I think his brother's got the same work ethic, just not as much talent, but I think the work ethic will pay off.
Yeah.
That's what I'm hoping out of his brother.
I watched McCaffrey. We played them in the Foster's Farm Law when he was at Stanford. And I still remember him like hurdling Quinton Jefferson on the sideline. He ran for like 200 and something yards. I was like, just a freak, like just so good. So yeah, I like him. He's good.
In college, he was unreal.
But
So Brad, you keep the leg loose?
Not at all.
In case the phone rings? No?
Yeah, no, I haven't kicked a ball in a long time. So I don't think it would go too well. But I coached some kids for a little bit when I was done. And then when I moved out here, I kind of just moved on and different period of time, you know. So
right.
New chapter of life. And yeah.
Mm-hmm.
When you got to Maryland, I know you didn't know a whole lot about American football. Who on the team at that point in time did you see at practice whenever it was like, oh, he's going to play, he's a dog, he's going to play in the NFL, or he's got incredible freakish athleticism or talent?
Who'd y'all have back then? Lamont Jordan? Who'd you guys have back then?
I think
I didn't have him.
Maybe
Steph was there. Me and Steph were the same year coming in. So that was kind of obvious. Quinton Jefferson was just a freak for how big he was. It was really good. So I'd probably say those two guys. But yeah, and then we had some good athletes too, like Marcus Leak. I always thought was just like a freak athlete. But yeah, there's a few guys. It's cool.
What kind of guy was Yannick Ngakoue?
Awesome.
Was he awesome?
Yeah, such a good guy. Just a great person. And just like he worked really hard, you know, like he deserved any opportunity that he ever got. Like, yeah, I got on well with him and he worked hard, and I feel like that's why he did as well as he did. And yeah, I'm not sure. I think he's done now, isn't he? He's a free agent at the moment. I'm not sure.
Yeah. I don't know if he played this past season. I'm not sure.
I don't keeping up with that.
Yeah. It's hard to keep track of everyone. So
but let's go back a little bit. I know Keith's already gone back and I've gone back, but we're gonna go back again, Brad. To win, I think it's your sophomore year that you started working with Matt Stouffer over at the Baltimore Ravens. Is that correct?
Yeah, so like the week after So we finished the season, we had winter break, and then the week after winter break, I started working with Stove. Yeah.
I hear he's a hell of a nice guy.
Awesome. Yeah, one of the best people I've ever met, actually. He's just, yeah, really, really good person, good principles, works hard. Yeah, he was awesome to work with. He blessed me beyond measure. Like, I can't even tell you. So yeah, he just, anything, like, you had to work hard. But once you like proved that you were willing to work, he was just like, okay, here's everything. Like, if you want to do it, let's do it. So, yeah, like kicking wise, technically wise, phenomenal. And then mentally just so good. The ability to just like, okay, this is how, when this goes wrong, this is how we handle it. And this is why we handle it this way. And, yeah, just such a professional and yeah, such a great guy. Like, I'd call him and just be like, hey, this is how I'm feeling. This is what's happening. This is how the ball's going. And the ability to just like hear what I'm saying, knowing my style and being like pull your hips back or take a shorter step or do this, call me tomorrow. And then you call him back. You're like, yeah, you got it. Like, it's just like the ability to just like work out what's wrong really quickly and to be able to adapt and change was really cool. And yeah, I couldn't say anything better about, like, you know, like, I don't have words to say how much he helped me, and yeah, he's great.
Okay. All right. We got a few more comments we want to get to here. Let me see where they are. Bingo. This one here is S&J's Wonders. Hello, gentlemen. S&J's Wonders is kind of partnering with me. What they do is they create T-shirts, bags, mugs, collectibles, anything you want something printed on. They can take care of it. Bachelorette parties, family reunions. They make bulk shirts. S&J Wonders on Facebook. Check them out. And here's another one from Ethan Goff. Ethan Goff says, had Coach Powell this year. You had him as a coordinator, right, Brad? Is that correct?
Yeah, so he recruited me. So he was the one that got me over there. And yeah, he was great. Let me do my thing, and then once I proved myself, was just like run with it. So yeah, no, he was really good for me.
Okay. So you get the Groza as a junior, you come back, not as much offensive production from the Terps in 2015 from what I've seen. And then it comes time for the draft. I thought you were going to get picked up in the 6th round or so, 7th round. I mean, look what happened to Justin Tucker. He won the Groza, and the other boy won, you know, all of them, they end up getting selected. So I thought you were going to get drafted, but you ended up getting an offer from Cleveland for a free agent trial or something. How did that go, Brad?
Yeah, so I got injured that senior year, which really didn't help me.
Okay.
And so I missed the last few games of the senior season, and then I actually couldn't train because I had like reconstruction surgery on my wrist. And yeah, it just took me out a bit. And I think I just kind of got a little bit lost because I wasn't playing. And then by the time it came, I had a really good pro day, but I went to the combine. I kicked okay, but I wouldn't say I kicked great. So I thought maybe the 7th round I might just like steal a spot, but yeah, I just didn't have a good preparation. Like when you finish, like there's some guys that just have like they come out of their senior season flying. Where like I kicked 8 field goals that year, you know, like I didn't have as much. I had way more like momentum coming out of the Groza year, and then the following year, like we didn't do great. So so I signed with the Browns actually. Like I signed a contract, everything. I got picked up like 10 minutes after the draft. And I could have gone there or the Saints. And I picked the Browns because I was like, I got a good shot at that job. And my first day there, I didn't do great, but we had like, they bring in like all these guys for rookie mini camp, right? So, but the guy that came in that only held for left-handed kickers before. So he was like couldn't hit a spot to save his life. So it was a pretty rough first day with the Browns. And then, eventually got cut. And the day I got cut, I kicked really, really well. Probably the best day I kicked there. Came off the field. I was like, okay, this is going to go well. And then 2 hours later, I got cut. So just the nature of the NFL, I think. But and then just bounced around a ton of teams. Went to Pittsburgh, went to Atlanta. And
Did you? I didn't know that.
Yeah, just like different trials and different stuff. I did that for a couple of years, and just couldn't catch on. Just like you got 32 jobs, right? And maybe one or two guys come in and out every year. So if you're not the guy that gets drafted and something doesn't happen at the team you're at, it's kind of hard to break through. And it just was what it was. I feel like I kicked really well. Like I just didn't get an opportunity to stay somewhere. So, it was hard with the Browns. I got cut after 2 weeks or 3 weeks with the Browns. And then
17 days.
There you go. Yeah. So that was tough though, right? Because everyone had already picked up their second kicker. So to try and get on a team that year, which is like you have to get on a team that year if you're a kicker coming out, because the following year they've got all the other guys. They're like, forget about those ones, bring in the next one. So
the new guys, right?
Yeah. So I just couldn't get on a team that first year, and then trying the second year, I went to a kicking camp, and there was all the guys that and I think there was 23 guys that went 100% at this kicking camp, and I looked at them all, and I'm like, why? It's like going to the golf range and being like, that guy's going to win the Masters. You're like, this isn't like, how are they going to pick a guy out of this? Like, it just didn't make sense to me. And so after that kicking camp, I was like, all right, it's done. So then moved on and went from there. But it was a good process. It's hard. The NFL is tough, right? You got the best of the best all competing for 2 or 3 jobs. So
I want to talk about, place kicking, we know you did, but what about kickoffs? Like what?
Oh yeah, you bombing them.
Were you blowing them out of the through the end zone, or did you really work on your craft of getting air under it, finding a corner, things like that for the coverage team?
Yeah, I think I'm definitely a better field goal kicker. That was probably what I was best at. My kickoffs is probably what I struggled with the most with the NFL stuff. I think in today's, with the new kickoff rules, it'd be perfect for me. Like you have to kick it in that zone. Like it doesn't matter how much height or whatever it is. It's like they can't move until they catch it. So the kickoff rules now actually would suit me way better. And they would look more at the field goal kicking as the priority. As of back then, I think kickoffs is probably what hurt me without hearing that from a coach, just being like looking at who I was as a kicker. I would say that was probably my biggest weakness. Because I feel like if I was kicking everything 10 yards deep with my consistency on field goals, I think I would have had a better shot. But I was probably 4 or 5 yards deep. And that extra 5 yards is a lot when there's wind and snow and all that jazz. And when they're looking at it. So being self-critical, that's probably was my biggest weakness.
Did you lean into because you get to be a field player on the kickoffs, right? Did you lean into some of your Aussie rules background, maybe a couple game-saving touchdown tackles on kickoff returns?
Yeah, so that's why I broke my wrist my final year. I probably shouldn't have done that. And I missed the tackle. My last college play was Wisconsin. The guy returned it for a touchdown. It was the only touchdown I had against me. So, I had a couple. I think I had like 4 tackles or something. But yeah, I got hit. I think we played Temple. It was Temple my second game, and a kickoff came back, and I remember like lining up on this guy, like I was going to lay him out. He took me like 10 yards and just blew me up. And I was like, I've never been hit like that before in my life. Like it's just completely different than Australian football. So after he hit me and I woke up the next day with bruises everywhere that my pads weren't, I was like, yeah, probably not my go-to,
Right.
Yeah.
I got a couple more comments coming in. This is Anthony, one of our big followers. Thank you, Anthony, for the comment. We answered this a little while ago, but I'm going to let Brad answer it for you. he asked Brad, what is your own personal record in terms of distance for a field goal? So
Yeah, just like in practice, like 68, a few times, but
That's crazy.
But like honestly, like all those kickers are like it's what most of those guys are doing. It's not nothing like crazy special, but yeah, in practice, yeah. So
okay. And I'm gonna answer this for Anthony. In game, Brad kicked a 57-yarder against Ohio State, and that is a record at Maryland currently. So I had to answer that for you, Brad. And then Ben Conti, the Midnight Rider, he's got a nice one. What was the hardest part transitioning, like going to the different teams and stuff, after you were trying to latch on? What was one of the difficult parts of the transition?
I think the hardest part, I would say, is networking at that level is really hard. So like when you rock up like I went to Atlanta and I rocked up and Matt Bryant was the current kicker. He got injured, so they brought in all these guys to compete. And it was me, another kid, I can't remember who it was, and Shane Graham, who played 13 years, bounced around everywhere, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And so I rock up, don't know anybody. I know Shane when he gets on obviously I know him. And we're out there and it's like he's just talking to every coach and he knows every coach and he'd been with them before. And we competed. I won the workout. And then they're like, hey, you kicked really well, but we're going with Shane because we've had him before. And it was like, that was hard for me because it was like, you can't do much about that unless you've been in. And all of my coaches were fired my senior year, right? So I don't have my coaches pushing me at all. So it was these different connections that everyone seems to have with NFL teams and coaches. I found really hard because it was like no one knows me. And then when you rock up at a team, like you've got to really be the guy, because if you're not, then they'll take the guy they know. So I think that was the hardest part with all the camps, but yeah.
All right. Well, we're getting close to wrap time. We got to wrap it up soon. But I want to get into what you're doing now, Brad. You're over on the West Coast. Hobbies, married, kids. What's going on in Brad Craddock's life today?
Yeah, married. Got a puppy. That's
kind of kids.
Yeah, a little golden retriever. So she's good. And then hobbies. Snowboarding a lot in the winter, and then bit of pickleball. I grew up playing tennis, so that was an easy transition, and pickleball's easier than tennis. So
I hate pickleball.
Oh, have you played?
No, man.
Yeah,
Take it, Brad.
Yeah.
They're just overtaking all the tennis courts nowadays, man. Tennis is taking a back seat to pickleball in my area.
I think it has everywhere. I think it was the fastest growing sport in the country or something. So, yeah, just a little bit of that, and it's going good. I'm loving it.
If I was your age, I'd probably give it a try, but I'm an older guy. I go out there, man. Well, when I had my knee replaced, I was in physical therapy, and the physical therapist said pickleball is the best thing ever happened to us, because you get all these middle-aged people go out there and think they can just swing it and end up with rotator cuffs and wrist injuries. Constant from pickleball is what I hear.
Yeah, I took my old man to play. He fell over 3 times in like 10 minutes. I was like, oh, geez. So, yeah, it's pretty
Is he living out there with you, or is he back in Australia?
Nah, everyone's in Australia. So,
how often do you get back?
I go every year, and my folks usually come every year. So, it's not too bad. So, my sisters have I think 7 kids between them now. So, I try and get back to see all the kids because
Uncle Brad.
They grow so quick, and it's like every time you go back, it's like you go from baby to little human real quick. So
yes, but nieces and nephews are the best though, because you can get them all amped up and send them home.
Oh yeah, it's great. So they're great kids though. Now they're good fun. So
that's awesome.
Brad, grass or field turf? What was your favorite surface to
good one
kick off? And indoors or outdoors? What's your preference?
That's a tough one. For my game, I'd probably go grass outside, windy, because I feel like I'd do better compared to other people in bad environment. Just for like feeling good, it's turf inside all day, because the ball goes true, doesn't move, and you have the best footing possible. So, turf. There's a lot more injuries and stuff, so I probably go towards grass anyway, just for player safety. But for kickers, the nicer environment you can do, the better you're going to do, right? So I'm probably a little selfish in that.
No, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Jack?
All right, I got a couple more comments. We're getting some nice comments today, guys. Oh, where are we at? Okay, this one here is from Miss Jackie. I'm glad being self-critical didn't stop your career. And then Anthony always has some of the best questions. Brad, are you a great surfer? And what is the biggest wave you've ever surfed, if so?
I am a terrible surfer. I nearly drowned when I was like 15. So not great in big waves. But we do a little bit of like wake surfing and stuff on the lake. So wake surfing, I love wake surfing. Real surfing, I just don't get the chance to do it much anymore. So not too good.
Okay, I tell you, I love the questions. The questions come in, they just add to the content, and I love the people to be able to interact with you guys as well, because I'm honored to be here. So we're gonna cut this short right now. I don't want to go too much longer. My man don't like me going longer than 50 minutes. I'm right at it. So, Brad, I want to thank you so much for joining us on In the Passenger Seat today. Continue to live your best life out there in Cali. And when you get home, tell all the folks in Australia In the Passenger Seat says, hey.
Absolutely, guys. Thanks for having me. It was good to meet you guys.
Thanks for the time.
Thank you, Keith.
Stay safe out there.
Thank you, Keith, for being here. I got to thank Sideline Junkies Podcast Network for making all this possible. I want to thank S&J's Wonders. You go to their Facebook page. They can print up anything you need for your event. If you need mugs, if you need bags, if you need hats, they can get bulk orders done quickly. So hit them up on Facebook, and you can get all their information right there. Also, go to the JacobSloanFoundation.com. Amazing foundation doing great things for the kids all over the state of Maryland. Sunday. We're having a humongous Super Bowl special show starting at 11 a.m. Who knows how long we're going to go? Kickoff ain't till 6:30, so shoot. We might break a record, Keith. That's all I got for this evening, everyone. Keith, let's roll out.
Across the association in 30 minutes. Welcome to Nothing But Net on the Sideline Junkies Podcast Network, where we discuss the happenings of today's NBA through the eyes of a couple of old heads. Got my man, the Midnight Rider. I'm C.
What's
Perry
up?
II. And look, remember, you can catch Nothing But Net Wednesday, 7:30 Eastern Standard Time, right here on YouTube, Facebook Live, and Twitch. Remember, the audio version of Nothing But Net is available on Thursdays on all of your favorite podcasts and platforms like Spotify, Amazon Music, iHeartRadio, just to name a few. Make sure you subscribe to the Sideline Junkies Podcast Network, and make sure you are following the network on all of our social media platforms. Now, with that being said, bro, let's jump it up.
Let's go ahead. Let's go.
Man, you know, this is such a fun time of the year because right now we're on NBA trade deadline eve. All right. And it's funny because some big names 24 hours before the trade deadline, I mean, some big names have surprisingly have been moved. Now, I want to just start here real quick. Look, ESPN's Sham Charania is putting in that work. And this was what started yesterday off. The Minnesota Grizzlies traded star forward, former defensive player of the year, Jaren Jackson Jr. and pieces to the Utah Jazz for rookie Walter Clayton Jr., Slowpoke Kyle Anderson, Taylor Hendricks, George Niang, and 3 future first-round draft picks. First off, man, what were your thoughts of hearing about this trade?
Ja next. That was my first thought. Was Ja's next? Like, let's just go ahead and get the plane loaded up, get his stuff, and just put it in there because he's going somewhere. It's going to be soon.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely felt like, look, we're about to tear this down to the studs, and let's go ahead and rebuild the proper way. And do you realize the 3 first-round picks that they picked up from Utah yesterday gives them 13 first-round draft picks over the next 7 years?
Yes.
That's that Sam Presti, Oklahoma City way of building your team and taking your time. Yeah, next thing we just need to hear is where Ja goes. And even on the Utah side, man, on the Utah side, this is them getting a player like Jaren Jackson and them saying that they're not moving their center Walker Kessler. All right. They are, and also not moving Lauri Markkanen. They're preparing themselves to compete. So, I mean, I thought it was a good and smart move for them. Right. Now, I would go back to last night, but we'll go back to last night, but I had to concentrate on today. And we've mentioned this name in trade talks for the past month. Okay. Right. So something went down, the trigger got pulled, and everyone is just extremely surprised on where this person is going. That being Anthony Davis. So 10-time All-Star Anthony Davis, Jaden Hardy, D'Angelo Russell, and Dante Exum are on their way to the Washington Wizards for Chris Middleton, AJ Johnson, Malik Branham, Marvin Bagley III. Sorry, KG. Marvin Bagley III, and 2 first-round draft picks and 3 second-round draft picks. Look, bro, I'm shocked. I was shocked as I don't know what.
I had to do a double take.
They pulled this deal. Yeah, you had to. Had to think about, had to do a double take. Was thinking of, I was like, Washington, really? Washington? But then after you get over the actual sticker shot, this deal, and I know some people are going to be shocked at what's going to come out of my mouth. This deal was a big win for the Washington Wizards. You agree?
I saw somebody give them a C for this deal, and I'm trying to figure out what were they smoking. You give up a first round pick in this year's draft, which is your second of your two picks, and that pick is coming to you via OKC.
Mm-hmm.
You don't think that pick's gonna be 30 something?
That pick's gonna be the 30th pick in this year's draft. Okay.
So that's one thing. That's one win for the Wizards in my mind. The second one is the other pick is a top 20 protected pick for Golden State in 2030. You really think stuff's gonna be around in 2030?
Thank you.
Because I don't. And if that's the case, I think this team's gonna be bad. So I think they're gonna keep the pick, which means they're only gonna get one pick out of this deal, and that's the 30th pick in the first round, and the 3 second round is okay. I mean, this is to me. This is something that used to happen to the Wizards, not something that the Wizards did. And this was, to me, this was a work of art because it pays its dividends down the road. You turn Bradley Beal into a bunch of picks and Trae Young. A side part off of that deal, Chris Middleton turns into Anthony Davis. I mean, they've been paying pennies on the dollar.
Yeah, and the beautiful part about this deal is they didn't give up any of that young talent, the young talent that you're building the team with. Okay, so now you've already given them Trae Young, who, when healthy, is a good distributor. Okay, and now you give them Anthony Davis, when healthy, is an excellent power forward with your young core. This team is setting themselves up to be competitive and extremely watchable for the next 2 years, at least. Okay. And still staying on the program of letting these young boys learn. And now letting these young boys learn and giving them an opportunity to learn and win. So now this was look, this this was a slam dunk. This was a slam dunk for the Wizards.
All you do is tell AD, come to town for the press conference. After that, you can go home somewhere, kick your feet up. We'll see you in August.
Exactly.
And if we gotta make up something, the finger got bad. When our doctors looked at it, we thought it required surgery, blah, blah, blah. Stay out of the limelight. Go hide somewhere, AD. We good to go. Trae Young, that contusion you got, it's a little bad. You know what I'm saying? Why don't you do this? Why don't you take some time off? Maybe show up to a couple games, but we'll see you in for 2026 and 2027. That's the two options. Plus, you get a year of them, and the trade is so good to me that if they want to move off of Trae, they can, depending on who they draft. If they draft a young guard, they want him to get all the minutes, then you go with that.
And they got the opportunity to move off of AD if they want to move off of AD. My whole thing is, like I said, when healthy, this team is competing for, with Trae and with AD alone, they are competing for a playoff spot.
Exactly.
Okay. So be happy, be happy. And Dallas fans better be happy, because now we already knew it's Cooper Flagg's team. Now we really know it's Cooper Flagg's team.
All right, real quick, Miss Jackie jumps in. Sorry, guys, I'm late. Hey, y'all. Nah, don't try to jump in now. We got beef because you didn't do a show preview of our show for the night. But that's all good.
Yeah,
it's all good.
That's good.
And then Josh jumps and says, we just now need to keep tanking and get a top 5 pick in this loaded draft class. We totally agree with you. We've been saying that. That's why we think both AD. Yeah. She said, "Look, I did." She probably did. I just missed it. Yeah, like I said, it's one of those things. I think AD and Trae Young don't play this year for this team or the rest of the season, and they come back and re-up with them and do everything in the fall. What else we got going on?
Well, last night, and actually this was starting during the morning. We woke up yesterday morning and we heard that the Beard, James Harden, and the Clippers were exploring trade opportunities. And then by the end of the evening, then we get the news that we were hearing all day, actually, that the Clippers traded James Harden to the Cleveland Cavaliers for Darius Garland and a second round pick. Now, I got to give it up to you, Midnight Rider. The reason why I got to give it up to you is because you have been on top of the possibility of Darius Garland getting moved, and you've been on top of that for a while.
Right.
Okay. So to see him get moved to me wasn't a big surprise. To see James Harden be traded or not request a trade as he put it, Cap, sorry, gotta call you out, Beard, on that. Okay. You ain't trying to tell me that you didn't want to be traded, because yeah, he's been there for how long? 2 years? Isn't 2 years usually around the same time that James Harden don't get an extension and then gets tired of the place he's playing at? That's what I'm usually used to from James Harden, at least used to that over the past 6-7 years. So, nah, ain't surprised. Wasn't surprised at all. I was just surprised at the destination and the who. Okay. Really surprised about the destination. What do you think? Does this really make the Cavs any better?
No. I think it makes them worse. I think because now you have two ball dominant guards that have to create. And while they're creating, they're going to be creating in each other's way. So I think that's what makes it hard, is that they don't get an advantage. Like, you didn't trade him for a shooter, and now the shooter is good to go. It's you trade them for another guy that's going to have to take the ball, dribble the air out of it, and create a shot. And
this is already on top of them trading this past weekend and getting Dennis Schroeder back.
Yep.
In deal. So
now the only thing that helps is Harden is not as fragile as Garland, because Garland's on I think his second or third shoe they've tried to make, because he's had foot problems. So that's the other thing you got to worry about when this deal, to make sure it's official, is he going to pass a physical? That's what I worry about.
Yeah, I'll say it like this. There's tread on the tire for both of them, but the tread is different. Okay. I mean, the tread on Harden is definitely, wear and tear over the years. I mean, the man is 36 years old. Okay. Think about it. 36 years old, still looking for an extension. I'm just saying. Right. But, but in the case of, Garland, you have to worry about the health in them feet, because if he's healthy, he definitely helps that LA Clipper team that's found themselves. It's been one of the hottest teams in the NBA since late December. So he would definitely help. And I mean, because look, with everything that's going on with the Clippers, you have to look at, well, it runs into this deal right here. Okay. And this was actually announced in the past couple hours. It's a 3-team deal between the Los Angeles Clippers, the Brooklyn Nets, and the Toronto Raptors. Multi-team deal with Chris Paul going to the Raptors, Abaji and a second round pick, and cash going to the Nets. All right. A lot of that part of that has not, hasn't all been worked out yet, but Chris Paul the name Chris Paul is getting traded to the Toronto Raptors. However, he won't be staying with the Toronto Raptors. They already told him, don't report, okay? Their plan is to either see if they can move him tomorrow or outright buy him out after the trade, after the trade deadline. So I'll say this. Yeah, the Clippers cleared a roster spot. They saved $7 million in taxes, but I got to bring up this question, and I know it's a question that I've had, brought up before. And Midnight Ride, I know it's a question that you had and brought up before. What the hell is Lawrence Frank really doing in Clippertown?
Stealing money. Because it doesn't seem like there's a plan. You made the deal, you got Paul, and it just doesn't make sense. And then you and Paul had a fallout, but it's funny how he's always, it just seems like he's the problem. And I'm gonna say it that way.
Yeah.
He feels like I feel like he's the problem, not the solution. And I think he just makes it worse every time. And for some reason, is that Tepper, the owner? No, that's not Tepper, the owner out there.
That's not Tepper, Steve Ballmer. Yeah.
Who's
a good owner, an excellent owner.
But he's got the wrong guy running the franchise.
Totally agree. All right, so we had some big names, but I'll also say we have some not so big names that were interesting moves as well. This was the first one that caught my eye yesterday. And this was the Chicago Bulls finally finding a buyer for Nikola Vucevic, and actually a really good buyer with a team that needed a stretch five, that being the Boston Celtics. Boston Celtics being buyers now that they're, now with them, still being tied for second in Eastern Conference. So they took Anthony Simons, who they picked up from Portland over the summer, and a second round pick, and moved that out to Chicago. What are your thoughts from the Boston end with picking up Nikola?
I tell people all the time, one of my favorite saying is, you gotta have a type. And the Celtics have a type. They have a center that can step out and shoot. He's probably about 6'10", but he can shoot it. And all they do is work him in and spot him up and let him shoot. They got a couple guys on the bench like Cornette and I can't think of the other guy's name.
Not Cornette. Cornette's in San Antonio. Yeah.
You know what? I apologize now because I was about to say something, but they have the type, and the type looks all the same.
No, look, don't apologize, because we were thinking the exact same thing as it related to types, okay? I mean, come on, let's be real.
They can spot up and shoot it. I think he's younger. I know he's younger than Horford, but it just helps them in so many ways. And then to me, a kid I just keep waiting on is Anthony Simons. Like I just keep you see a flash and then it goes away, and then you see another flash and then it goes away.
Yeah,
it's just like if he can just get over that hump, man. I think the kid is talented, and I think he, even if he's a good role player, a third person on a contending team, I just think there's more for him than what he's getting right now.
I know. I agree. And funny that you mentioned talented, and we talking Chicago. You see, because Chicago been doing some things. All right. This is what they did today. Well, first off, you know what? Before I do that, let me be wrong. Let's not be wrong, and take a look at what they did yesterday. Okay, they got involved in a 3-team deal that sent Jaden Ivey from Detroit to Chicago, sent Mike Conley Jr. from Minnesota to Chicago, and then sent Kevin Huerter and Darko Saric to the Pistons. Okay. Another one I got to give you props for. You were on top of Jaden Ivory as well. You knew that he wasn't long for Detroit, and turns out that you're right. Now they took Mike Conley Jr. and then packaged him with Kobe White and moved him to Charlotte for Colin Sexton, Dieng, and 3 second-round picks. Hold on. Let me give Charlotte their respect. The hot 7-game winning streak, Charlotte Hornets. Charlotte's being buyers. And what they did with picking up Kobe White, they picked up a player that they were trying to sign over the summer. So they kind of use this as, I guess, a secondary market, and now they got him there. They're going to end up signing him, and he's going to be there long term. I think this is a great move, incredible move for the Hornets. Thoughts?
Hornets are a sneaky athletic team that can score the basketball. I think they're one of the top scoring teams in the last month or so in the league. And I think this adds to it and it helps them out in a place because, it can take Lonzo off the ball a little bit. Get another creator.
Take Melo.
Melo.
Yeah,
All right. Yeah. Melo off the basketball. You get another creator on the court. So I like it. I like it a lot. Poor Mike Conley. I think if you check his trade history, he's probably been like 10 to 20 places because of deals. And I think he might lead the league in being traded the next day after the first time he gets traded.
I think that's more Dennis Schroeder. I think that's Dennis.
Okay.
All
right.
That's Dennis Schroeder.
But you're in the same mindset. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
But yeah. So
look, Conley's had a good career, but he's old right now. Okay. And I wouldn't be surprised if Charlotte bought him out. I really wouldn't. Got to get this one in because this one was sneaky, and this one caught me mad off guard. Okay. That the Sixers traded Jared McCain to the Oklahoma City Thunder for the Rockets' first-round pick and 3 second-round picks. I'm surprised. I mean, granted, the Sixers have deep backcourt. Okay, they have a deep backcourt, but I didn't think this cat would be one of the people on the move, especially with Paul George being popped for 25 games. So this one caught me off guard, but also at the same time, great move by the Thunder. Okay, just keeping things built and keeping things stacked, especially now since the news dropped that the SGA is going to be gone until after the All-Star break, due to an abdominal strain.
It works because it gives them another person to space the floor.
Yeah,
that's the key. And now when SGA, when he comes back and he wants to dish it and kick it, you got to score over there. You got a guy that can shoot it.
Exactly.
And that's all they need. They just needed another person because I think, and you can correct me on this one, but I feel like Dort hasn't been the same this year and helping them spread the floor and giving them scoring. So this is just another piece.
Yeah.
And I think in Philly, Maxey, Edgecombe, and company, I think that just gives them more opportunities to shoot the basketball more. I think some of these deals just freed up spaces. A couple of Minnesota moves, I think helped out a guy like Bones Highland get some playing time. So,
I'll say this: the Minnesota moves calculated, and I'll mention that as we walk out the door. Okay, but when you're talking about giving up some space, Cleveland moved Lonzo Ball to the Utah Jazz, and says Ball's agent Rich Paul and Jazz are expected to discuss his future soon. That future is going to be a buyout from the way it looks. So he'll be hitting them. So he'll be hitting that post. That post trade deadline free agent market. And he's still going to be a good pickup for somebody, for off the bench. It just didn't work out the way you thought it was going to work out in Cleveland. And once they traded for Dennis Schroeder, the writing was on the wall for Lonzo.
He's a dying breed,
Yeah.
Pass first point guards. He can shoot a little bit, but not enough. Yeah. And that's what this league doesn't major anymore.
Yeah. I still haven't forgive you for dissing Nas. Okay, so I really don't care where you go, you or your non-rapping glass shade stealing brother. But I digress. Anyway.
All right, we gotta get out of here.
Yeah, we do. But look, we will be back. I know. Look, now. But look, let me just bring this up real quick before we go. What to expect by 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Keep your eye on Ja Morant and see if there are any moves there. I will keep your eye on Domantas Sabonis because there is some major interest from the Toronto Raptors as it relates to him. And keep your eye to see if the freak is going to get moved. The Conley trade told me a lot because right now it really, really looks like if anyone's going to be able to grab him at the deadline, it's going to be the Minnesota. So,
okay. So what we got going on tomorrow, man?
Oh, we got going on tomorrow. Look, come back and join us at 7:00. This because we got the Nothing But Net trade deadline special as we go over and review all of the trades that have happened. And that will be official as of 3 p.m. tomorrow.
And with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we thank you for coming out and joining us on this Wednesday evening for the two old guys taking you around the association, one topic at a time, sometimes one game at a time.
Mm-hmm.
Like to thank you for your time and go ahead and get us out of here with your thing, baby.
Look, bro, you know how we do. Fall back, baby. Swish, we out. Be back here tomorrow at 7:00, all right?
Yeah, buddy, welcome back, everyone, to another edition of Unapologetic Sports here on the Sideline Junkie Podcast Network. It's your favorite Unc Lee Ice. And of course, I got my partner in crime with me, the fly guy himself. What's going on, man?
What's up, Lee Ice?
I don't know, man. Trying to stay warm, dealing with all this cold weather, the snow and the ice. Of course, I can deal with the ice, but the snow, the cold weather, man, that's...
Yeah, I got a lot of unique health issues, so I haven't been out of the house. Yesterday was the first day out of the house in like a week and a half, I think. Just because going out, me getting any kind of cold or anything is bad news. And since it was so cold, I was advised to not go out. So yeah, it's rough on the East Coast.
Trust me, you did the right thing, man. Stay inside, take care of your health. How you feeling besides that?
Yeah. Well, I mean, besides my normal everyday life health, yeah, everything's good. Big week for football fans. I know not really anybody in this world particularly is excited about the two teams in it, but nonetheless, it is Super Bowl week, and then if you're in the sports world, it's the biggest week of the year. So yeah, can't deny that.
If you're a sports fan, especially a football fan, the Super Bowl is always big.
Yeah.
Always big. Even if your team not in the most. more than likely your team's not going to be in it.
Yeah.
That's why when they do make it, it makes it so special. Hey man, let's thank everybody for tuning last week's show, and let's thank everybody for tuning this week's show. Like Lee Ice and the Fly Guy always say, we hope we can entertain y'all doing whatever you're going through. Bad day at work, come holler at us. A good day at work, come holler at us. Your significant one getting on your nerves, come holler at us for this 60 minutes. I promise you, you're going to have some fun. If you're tuning in, feel free to comment on whatever we're talking about. We love that. We love the feedback we get from y'all. We love the interact between y'all. So, Fly Guy, you ready to get things started?
Yes, sir. We got Lee Ice bringing in the female demographic. Miss Red says, "What's up, Lee Ice?"
Hey, that's my buddy right there. We go back. What's up, Ms. Reds?
She told me to keep
Thank you
warm.
for tuning in. Thank you for tuning in. You ready to get things started?
Yes,
Give
sir.
it to me, give it to me, give it to me. Did I do it backwards? You're supposed to do the toast first, right?
Whatever. We don't apologize. We do it on here. We do it anyway.
Yeah, we don't. That's one thing we don't do here, y'all. We don't apologize for nothing. All right,
so
let's go.
I know we got a lot of stuff to cover, but real quick, I guess breaking news, sort of. Maybe you don't know. Robert Kraft will not be a Hall of Famer this year. Apparently, he's been eligible for a while, but there's been reasons or circumstances or how. But this is the first time he's been a finalist, and he didn't get it. So, what do you think?
Maybe you should tell people to stop voting for Belichick, and maybe he'll get in. That's karma, man. Karma is a mug. Karma is a.
Do we think it's coming for Brady? Do we think Brady's not going to be a first ballot now? What's he next year or the year after?
If Belichick's not a first ballot, then you got Brady can't be a first ballot. They go hand in hand. I mean, if you do one, you got to do both, right?
Yeah, it's same thing with Kraft. Everything Kraft is achieved as owners to Belichick and Brady too. It's not the first time he's been eligible, but it's the first because owners I think were different. But it's the first time he's been in this position to finally get it, and he didn't get it. I was watching a show earlier, and they talked about how, like the last couple years, he had issues because of his allegations a few years ago.
Right.
Him and Deshaun Watson have things in common. So,
yeah, I heard he's showing up on that famous list too.
Oh yeah.
So if you on that list, boy, we won't get into that. So, but you know what? We're my old Redskin fans out there. How come we not making a big stink about our owner Jack Kent Cook not getting into the Hall of Fame?
So he's not in the Hall of Fame?
No,
because Buffalo's owner is Ralph Wilson. He's in. So
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Jack Kent Cook better record than Jerry Jones.
Yeah,
just as many Super Bowls.
Yeah,
more Super Bowl appearances with different quarter. I mean, come on, man. Why are we not making a big fuss about getting our own Jack Kent Cook out there? All you old school Redskin fans, we need to be talking about Jack Kent Cook getting into the Hall of Fame. I remember when Bill Polian got in, and I was like, what? And Bobby Becker's not in? And then I think Bobby Becker went in like a year or two later.
Not to get real deep or anything, because we're not this. Obviously, this is a sports show, have fun. But isn't Jack Kent Cook tied to like racial stuff and all that? Isn't he tied?
That's probably what it is, and that's what I'm thinking. That's the only thing I can think about, because I heard when he was the Lakers owner, he had a lot of racial things, stuff they was talking about. I don't know, but he's as a football owner.
No, I agree. I'm just saying. I think I remember hearing that. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's probably it. All right, let's get to the recap. You ready?
All right, so with recap's a little different today because we don't have any really games to technically recap. So we are going to recap the 10 coaches that have been hired, and we're going to give our grades on them. But before we do that, I got a little just to kind of get perspective of where it all comes from and where our grades do. 2 years ago was one of a big one. There was 8 new head coaches. So I actually have this is I don't have the actual. I can't really read the source. This is just a certain writer, but this was his grades that he gave the coaches 2 years ago. And as you can see, a lot of these coaches on this list already been fired, and your boy at the bottom got a D plus for his hire. And the very next season, he went to the AFC Championship game. So obviously, first impressions on coaches are very, don't really mean anything. But you're going to get our first impressions. But just I thought this was kind of interesting that I saw this, just to see like where, because obviously, Harbaugh, he's got an A and he's done good for the Chargers, but he hasn't got as far as Dan Quinn has.
No.
So, and then the Falcons coach, he got a B. He's fired. Raheem Morris is already fired.
He's already gone.
But then you got the Seahawks, and he's in the Super Bowl. So it's all up to interpretation. But we'll get to our
Now,
ideas.
how did you do? I ranked mine from 10 to 1. How did you do yours?
Oh, so I actually did letter grades.
Okay.
But that's fine. You can just do your 10 and I'll give what I gave, the grade I gave. So here's a list of the new coaches. I won't leave this up the whole time, but so obviously John Harbaugh was the one that went first. He was the big one. We'll talk about Clint Kubiak. You list his ranking and how my grade works on him. Personally, for me, obviously Joe Brady is a big one.
Mm.
And then we got Mike McCarthy, Jesse Minter. Real quick, because again, we don't apologize for anything, but again, the sports show, it's a fun show. But I've seen it brought up and it's been talked about on other shows. No African American head coaches were hired.
Yeah,
Just get your quick opinion on it.
Yeah, it's alarming. It does bring attention, and no, I don't believe any OCs were hired either.
Well, that was one of the things that I saw, that a lot of the coordinators that could have been hired as head coaches were all defensive coordinators. So that seems to be like, I don't know if that's a thing where, so again, if Tomlin would have not took a year off, he would have obviously been hired. Now, if he didn't get hired, then this conversation would be completely different. But we still have, is this still, if it's just one guy, are we still having this conversation? And maybe, but.
I think the Rooney Rule is a joke. I get what they meant, what it is meant for, but it's a fucking joke, man. It brings a black candidate in when you know you're not going to hire him, and all it's doing is just saying, okay, we hired a black candidate.
So before you give your ranking,
hire someone else.
Before you give your ranking, do you think like a Brian Flores, or do you think one of them should have been hired over some of these guys?
How could Brian Flores not get a job? I mean, he definitely needs to he definitely needs to be a head coach.
Well, he's sued. He's in a lawsuit with the league, though.
Yeah, that's why he's not going to get one. He's never going to get. I'm not going to say never, but he, until that's settled, he's not going to get one. And it's like, unless you're a young white offensive coordinator, it's like you're not even being looked at seriously. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It seems like that's the route they're going. Now Raheem Moore, he might get another chance, but this would be his third chance. So I mean,
Matty Ice said just get rid of the Rooney Rule at this point.
I agree. The Rooney Rule is a joke, man. It really is a joke. It's a sham. It's embarrassing, to bring a candidate in when you know you're not going to hire him, and you're just bringing them in just to say, "Oh, see, we hired a black person." That's some bullshit. Straight bullshit. But anyway, enough of the Looney Rule. Let's get to these coaches. Like I said, I ranked mine from 10 to 1. So I'm gonna tell you who I got at number 10. To me, 8 to 10 is just it's just I'm not gonna say it's a joke, but it's all the same. At number 10, I got Arizona, with Mike LaFleur. You don't have no quarterback, I don't know what do you have in Arizona for real, besides heat. And then Miami is to me is in the same boat. I mean, you got South Beach, that's good, but as far as players are concerned, I mean, Your quarterback situation still is up in the air. You know, do you really want to bring back Tua? You know, Tyreek Hill is going to ask to get the hell up out of there. And then Cleveland, I got them 8, but like I say, 8, 9, and 10 to me are all the same. Cleveland, Miami, Arizona, all the same job because quarterback situation is who knows, I mean, at least Cleveland has a decent defense, you know what I'm saying? So, but who's going to be your quarterback? So, them 3 to me all the same. I got them 8, 9, and 10. You can put them all in a bag and pick one out and just put an 8, 9, or 10 on either one.
Yeah, so for those grades, I had all D's. Now, my F grade you didn't mention, so I guess we'll talk about him when you get there. And so, just to be clear, are you ranking these based on what you think the coach can do, or the situation that they're going in?
Both.
Okay.
I just think they're losing situations.
Okay. Because I did mine. I guess this is so that makes more sense. Because if you grade them the way I did, it's pretty much based on what I showed you earlier, what you think that coach is going to do, based on if they're good or not, not necessarily based on the situation. So I guess if you do it by your logic, the D- that Dan Quinn got might not have been too out of line because the situation he went through wasn't great. Although you didn't, but he made the most of it. But yeah, I kind of did mine just based on like if I thought the hire was a good idea and what that coach was going to be able to do with this team in general. No matter the situation was. So like I saw a guy give a grade for F- for Joe Brady, the new Buffalo coach. So
what you got there? How did you rate the Arizona coach?
Yeah, I gave him a D. Now, but the reason is because LaFleur, but mostly what you said. You have no idea who the quarterback is, and if you do stick with the quarterback that they have on the roster, he's not any good. So, and I don't think he's coachable, right? I mean, they had to put it in his contract that he can't play video games. So
can't play video games. I mean, he's a child.
I don't know how you coach
He's
that.
like a child.
Yeah,
you can't put the damn game down to make millions. I mean, god damn, what the hell?
And then,
how did you rate the Miami job?
Yeah, I haven't done a whole lot of research on Halfley, and I just am so not disinterested, but like I just think Miami's such a dumpster fire. I mean, they have the talent that they had, and they're not do anything with it. And now that they pretty much announced that they're going to stick with Tua after he was benched because they got to pay him, I don't know how you go over there and make that work. I don't know how you do it. And the coach is going to be the scapegoat on it. He just Tua has not worked. I don't know why it would work now. And when it doesn't work, they technically can't get rid of Tua because they would have done it this year or the year that's going to happen and this season now.
That's what I'm saying. You're stuck with a quarterback that you really don't want. Almost like Arizona is, but that's why I got Cleveland a little bit above them. But you got to figure out who your damn quarterback gonna be.
Well,
again.
I mean, you assume they're gonna at least go with Shador unless they get a high profile free agent. But
I think they have to go with Deshaun Watson. I mean, he's going to be healthy. You're not going to pay him.
Is he legit going to play? As I thought he was done.
He's going to be. I mean, you got to see.
If he's healthy, I guess. But
he's the highest paid quarterback, right?
Well, he got the most. He's not technically the highest paid anymore, but he got the highest, most guaranteed ever. Yeah.
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 You got to at least see. I mean, you got to kick the tires on him. I mean,
yeah. I thought that was done with.
All right, so them 3 pretty much, D.
Yeah.
Pretty for real, F. I'll give Cleveland a D, but Miami and Arizona, they both get Fs because I just can't see nothing working down there. After that, at 7, I got the Steelers. I got Mike McCarthy. You had him at 7 too.
No, so he was my F. So
he was your F.
Yeah, and one of the main reasons is just because I was watching a sports show I watch all the time. I mean, we can plug it because it's not like they're one of the biggest. First Things First on Fox Sports 1. They made an off comment, like a joke, about McCarthy being the head coach and bringing back Aaron Rodgers, and they were like, and then like 2 days later he was hired, and then it looks like they're going to bring back Aaron Rodgers. They're recreating the 2011 Green Bay Packers, but the main reason is McCarthy on paper. McCarthy and Tomlin are almost identical. They won a Super Bowl right around the same time. Their win-loss record is very similar as far as pure wins and losses. Tomlin's a little better, and then their playoff records are very similar. So what are you doing? Like, what you think he's going to come in and bring a culture change that Tomlin, I guess, either couldn't or didn't? And I know the word is that Tomlin stepped down, but don't we feel like Tomlin thought he needed to step down?
Yeah, he stepped down because it was time, and
Right.
they
I
was
just
never.
don't
I don't think
understand.
they
I
were
don't
ever
understand the
going to
hire.
fire him, but yeah, it was. He saw it. He was like, it's time for me to roll.
Do we really think
Mike
McCarthy's going to come in with
McCarthy,
Rodgers?
he doesn't get respect for some reason in the NFL. But like you said, his record is similar to Tomlin, and he got going. The expectations of him winning. I mean, Pittsburgh. You're following a man who won for 19 seasons straight, or didn't have a losing season. That's hard as shit to follow, man.
So maybe it
I
was a
wouldn't
better
want to
idea to have
follow.
a veteran come in, but it would be a lot of pressure on a young. I just don't understand it from the Pittsburgh point of view of how this, and we'll talk about it a little bit when we get to Joe Brady, how I feel about that. But I don't understand how this is a big, massive change for the franchise that can't get over the hump of winning a playoff game when you bring in a guy that's very similar and who also has a. When's the last time he won a play? Dallas didn't win a playoff game with him, did they?
I'm trying to. I think
don't
they
think
won one.
Maybe.
I think they beat. I think they beat Tampa Bay and Tom Brady's last year.
I know you're a Dallas hater, but don't you think on paper Dallas has got a pretty good roster? I mean,
Yeah.
I don't probably better than Pittsburgh's. So
Much better.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not a Dak fan, but I'm not stupid. He's going to
he's
put up
better than
numbers.
Rodgers is right now. Yeah.
Yeah, way better. Yeah.
I thought the
So-
point of getting rid of Tomlin was to just start over. And if you bring in a guy that's similar to Tomlin in age and experience and all that, and then you bring back Rodgers, I don't get it. I don't get it.
I think they just wanted experience. I think you know what? You know how you have bridge quarterbacks?
Bridge coaches?
I think he's a bridge coach.
That's weird.
I think he's a bridge coach. Did you see his interview?
No.
He was crying, man, because I didn't know he was from Pittsburgh.
Oh.
So it's kind of like, I love this Teddy. I was like, oh, God.
So
All
Matty
right,
Ice
I had
said,
him.
so Matty Ice real quick said Cleveland had the press conference today and it looks like it's Shador's job to lose. That's what I assumed.
Son, that's good. That's good. That's good.
All right, so that was
What are
7.
they
So
gonna do with
6.
Watson? So I had Steelers at 7. And number 6, I got the Raiders.
Okay,
I
so
got
you're
the
high on
Raiders.
Joe Brady. And it's funny that you bring them up so early because Kubiak is who I wanted.
Yeah.
I wanted Kubiak. And it's funny because technically we're going to get, when I describe what I wanted, we're technically going to get that with Brady, but I wanted a young, offensive-minded coach that'll bring in some change and be different. And a guy, I know he's, people look at him maybe as like it's just a one-year wonder, and maybe he is, but if he can take Darnold to where he's took him, I believe in that. And he's the one, and I think it's a good move for the Raiders. I think they got to be patient though. If you're looking for a 2-year thing with a brand new head coach and a brand new quarterback, it's not going to work. But if you have patience with this and give the Raiders 4 or 5 years to rebuild around Mendoza and Kubiak, I think it's a real good idea. But you're not as high on it as I am.
And he gets to start with his quarterback.
Right.
They get to come in together. They get to learn together. They're not going to do anything this first year. So
probably not. No, but again, they need to be patient.
And don't forget, they drafted Gentry last year at running back. So they got a young running back too. So you got an offensive mind with two weapons like that. You can build around that. And then you got that monster on the defensive side, So I had them number 6, but I give them a high grade for the coach,
Okay.
for hiring them.
So just the Raiders in general. Okay.
At number 5, probably everybody else is they put number 1 or gave him an A.
Harbaugh.
Yeah. I'm sorry. This is not, I just don't see this as a good fit. I don't see John Harbaugh being a New York guy. I think this is going to blow up in the Giants' face. I'm not just saying that because I'm a Washington fan. If they would have had, I said they had the other Harbaugh, then hey, I'm a little scared. But this Harbaugh, he's doesn't have New York on him, man. I just don't see it. I don't see it. I could be wrong. Like I said, I know everybody else probably got him up there, giving them an A or giving them the number 1 job. I just don't see it. You had him up top, right?
I had him an A based on because he was what he was. Whether it works specifically for New York is another question, and that's how you graded it. But I think they feel like they hired the best coach available. Whether it works for what they have around him, we'll see. But
yeah, that's the only thing. You have the most experienced coach, and the coach that's won the most. But I personally don't think it's a good fit. But we'll see. Number 4, I got your coach, Joe Brady. I was a little skeptical, but then I heard his interview. I think this is going to work for y'all. I don't know if he had leeway or free to do what he wanted on offense from.
Well, it's literally funny you say that. I literally just watched the
McDermott. I
segment.
don't know if McDermott gave him, do whatever.
Apparently, he didn't. So
he did.
He didn't. He didn't give him everything. No, he put restraints on him. There's a
Okay.
report that just came out. I guess it was a local report or whatever, and it sounds like it was coming from Brady that the game plan was when they were to go against top quarterbacks was to keep the ball away from the offense as much as possible. So it put the restraints on Brady's play calling. So for Josh to be more conservative, for them to run the ball more and all that, and then the end of the quote says, "I know Brady would have called the game different." So it's funny though because I've watched games and we've talked about, and it wasn't necessarily against elite quarterbacks, but it was when Buffalo had a decent lead, they would change the way they ran their offense. They would play way more conservative and try to drain the clock. And that was always a big knock that my son always had on McDermott. It would happen almost every time. Now, sometimes it cost him and sometimes it didn't. But it was funny because this year they were such a good second half team, but that happened a lot. And that article made sense that they put restraints on him. But I don't mind it. I just found it, like you said, the interviews and everything Brady has done since he's been hired has gone really well.
Right.
I just was.
Sometimes you can just look at an interview or see a person's body language, and you can just hear it in their voice. That's what I'm hearing. I think this is going to work for y'all, especially now that you told me he was restrained.
That's the way it seems. That's the way it seems. Yeah.
So I think this is going to work. My third, I got the Baltimore job, but I'm like, you hired somebody and you're saying he's Harbaugh part 2.
I was gonna say, isn't he like a young version of or style of?
So why did you get rid of Harbaugh?
Yeah, I guess youth. I guess.
Why would Raven Brad, Miss Reds, if you still out there, why would you hire another Harbaugh? Why would you get rid of a Harbaugh to bring in another Harbaugh? I don't understand that. But at the same time, I put it number 3 because you got a 2-time MVP at quarterback and you got a Hall of Famer at running back. You got that monster. So I don't know who's going to be their offensive coordinator. Have they hired one yet?
Not that I last saw. If
the last I heard,
Midnight Riders in here will let us know.
Kingsbury is being linked there.
There's your answer. Money.
Money. Money's always the answer. Yeah. She's a diehard Raven fan, by the way.
Well, if he's going to be similar to Harbaugh, or maybe can expand on it, and he's way cheaper. That makes sense.
I'm not a football fan. I call him John
Yeah,
Horrible. But at the same time, you got Lamar and you got that monster in the backfield, number 22. So, and then you was a kicker away from going to the playoffs. Should have kept Tucker. I understand why you got rid of him, but come on. Now, my top two are really going to surprise people.
Well, I'm already surprised because you haven't said one of my lowest scoring ones.
It's coming now. Number two, I got Tennessee and Robert Saleh.
Robert Saleh. I know he did all right with the Niners, but he was a disaster with the Jets. I know it's the Jets. Well, the Titans hadn't been much different recently, so
he didn't have a chance with the Jets once Aaron Rodgers got there. That was Aaron Rodgers' team. You know what I'm saying?
I know.
Now he had the defense playing really, really good.
Yeah.
The defense was a beast. Now he has his own, he has a young quarterback. He just got to get a nice offensive coordinator in there again.
Josh says Ravens offensive coordinator Declan Doyle.
Where did he come from?
Yeah, so that name's not doing anything for me.
Where the hell did this guy come from? Was he already on the staff?
Maybe it was the
I need somebody out there. Midnight Rider, Human Google, help us out. So yeah, I got Tennessee is my number two because I still think Cam Ward has a lot of potential if you get him the right coordinator, and Robert Saleh will have that defense playing good, and Zach Wilson.
Yeah, Robert Saleh had Zach Wilson and then the Aaron Rodgers stuff. So
that's what I'm saying. He didn't have a chance. So he's going to get that defense playing good. He's a good. Look what he went back to San Francisco and look what happened.
Apparently he was the Bears offensive coordinator apparently, but he didn't call the plays, right? So
call the plays. So, but then again, what's his name again, Josh? I forgot that.
Declan Doyle.
Who?
Declan Doyle.
Is he black?
I don't know. That sounds like a character from The Office.
All right. So everybody, my number one job, the Atlanta Falcons. I think that team is ready to roll. And you put a coach, a two-time coach of the year. He has arguably the best running back in the league. Definitely the best all-around running back in Robinson. You got wide receivers and people that know me.
Who's the quarterback?
What has Lee Ice turned to?
Who's their quarterback?
Kirk Cousins. I've been praising Kirk Cousins for a whole year, but when he was here, I couldn't stand him.
I thought Cousins only signed a 2-year deal, though. Is he coming back?
There's word on the street that they're going to get rid of him. I'm like, why? I wouldn't. I don't. Do you trust Michael Penix?
No, that's what I'm saying. I thought that's why I was surprised by the one because I don't think Cousins is coming back, and if he doesn't, I'm not sure they're committed to Penix either. So that's why it's a tough. I mean, he's going from one quarterback.
That man has gotten
circus
hurt
to another.
He's gotten hurt every year. What for the last 6 years or some shit?
Cousins?
No, Penix.
Oh, well, I don't know if he's been in the league that long, but yeah.
I mean, I'm saying going back to college.
College. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, he gets. I mean, he's fragile.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I don't know how it could be that you're talking about a guy that coached Cleveland. From that, he was from Cleveland, right? Yeah. He's from that carousel or madhouse to now going to a team who either has a quarterback that was benched and to a guy that was disheartened from the franchise when they drafted Penix to begin with. So I don't think Cousins wants to come back even if they toss a bunch of money at him. He's been pissed off at them since day one.
That's one thing Kurt loves is the money.
Well, yeah, we know that.
He's the biggest pimp in the NFL. I don't know, man. I think Kirk Cousins can really do something under him, man. I mean, he got the Browns to the playoffs with 88-year-old Joe Flacco, you know. So
All right, real quick before we go to break, because we got, as you know, the two hottest segments in all of football, and we got or football. I'm sorry, all of sports media, and a special edition with this. Where we got the who's flying high and who's in the deep freezer for the entire season, for the NFL season. But real quick, Josh said if the Titans have a great draft and attack free agency, they could be this year's Patriots. I don't know about all that, but I think they could be pretty good. We're talking going to the Super Bowl. I don't know about that, but and then going back, we'll touch on it real quick. This is from my mommy. From my mommy. Do you guys feel McDermott should be fired? Well, she knows my answer to that because we were screaming about it when it, during games and stuff. But
this might be the move where y'all just need that extra oomph. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I feel like I don't know how you fire a guy that consistently goes to the playoffs every year, but it looks like the team did need some kind of change. That's why I was spectacle that they chose Brady, because I don't know how much of a change that is. But again, like you said, he's been doing all the right things in the interviews and stuff, so we'll see. But I was against the firing at first, but I didn't know. I just don't know how.
They might just need a different voice. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah.
Sometimes you just need a different. Sometimes you just don't want to hear that same old. And I think that's probably what they were stuck in. And then, plus, you said he was holding back.
That's the way it's been reported.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Crazy. That's crazy. You don't hold back a Josh Allen, man.
All right. So when we come back, we will be having the two hottest segments, and then we will, time presuming, because we spent a little bit of time on that, we will have our Super Bowl spectacular. We're going to have a full breakdown of the Super Bowl coming up, but you might not actually get our picks though, because we got something not unapologetic sports. Sideline Junkies has something big planned for you guys. So you're gonna want to tune in this Sunday before the Super Bowl. So we're gonna give you a big preview, but you might have to wait a little bit longer for our picks.
You still gotta think about me. Someone to hold. You can put me on airplane mode. You can put me on. You still gotta think about me. Someone to hold. You can put me on airplane mode. You can put me on.
I was bobbing my head, man.
Yeah, big fan of that.
All right. You know what time it is.
Yes. It is time for the NFL recap, season recap of who been flying high for the entire season.
Mm-hmm.
So it's gonna be a little different though, because obviously you say, well, everybody that's in the Super Bowl is flying high, and that's technically true, but we're gonna do, it's gonna be a little different this time. So the piggyback off, I'm gonna do this one first. To piggyback off our conversation just had, I actually gonna have the Raiders and my flying high based on how they're the entire team, the Raiders, of how having such a bad season this year, I think is going to end up paving their future for the positive. And because their season was so bad this year, they're going to be flying right on into the future. Because again, I'm too high. I was too high on Kubiak because I wanted him so much when he went to the other team. But to have a hot young offensive coach and to get a pretty good prospect quarterback that's supposed to be, maybe he's not supposed to be like a Caleb Williams, but he's pretty good, right? So I feel like the Raiders are in a position to maybe take that next step forward, and to have such a bad season this year at the right time. Looks like they might be flying right on into the future, but that could be completely wrong. We'll see.
That came out of.
Again, I wanted to, if I list, 3 Seahawk players and 2 Patriot players. It's boring.
Right.
Gotta try to make it
I
a little
mean,
different.
this is for the whole year.
Yeah, for the whole year.
Because you went
Right.
to the Super Bowl. I get it. Yeah.
So I got Matt Stafford, who's been flying high a lot this year. Now he's not playing this Sunday, but he will be. I'm almost 99% sure. Holding a trophy on, was it Thursday, right? The Z Award show.
Yeah.
He will be the MVP. Though it makes him flying so much higher to me, as I think without any question now, this MVP submits him as a Hall of Famer. He will be a reigning MVP. He will be a Super Bowl champion. And to do it at the age that he's done it, I think even propels him even more. Whether he decides to play more, and it looks like I think he will. But to me, that the MVP will submit it for a fact that he's a surefire MVP. So he's definitely flying high coming out of this season. Before we get to the 2 obvious ones, do Ben Johnson and the Bears. They've definitely flying high all year. Caleb was, I don't know if it was maybe Caleb's going to be a bust conversation happen after next year, but it was definitely maybe floating around a little bit, especially as good as your boy did. Kind of made Caleb look even worse. And then with Bo Nix getting to the championship game and with Drake May getting to the Super Bowl, Caleb still hasn't got there, but he looks so much better with Ben Johnson. And Ben Johnson submitted, looks like that he was a big part of why the Lions were so successful. And the hire was a great hire. And so they're definitely flying high into the future and going to the next season. And then obviously your 2 biggest flying highs. I didn't do Drake May because I'm not he's a good quarterback. I don't think he is what everybody thinks he's going to be. I know he's going to be second in the MVP this year. I know he's in the Super Bowl. I don't think they're going to win. Anyway, I got Vrabel is flying high. I'm giving him more of the credit than I'm giving to Drake May why that team is where they're at. And then the biggest person of all year, it's flying high. It's got to be Sam Darnold. No question. You thought I was going to say Josh Allen? Do you think I was going to say Josh Allen?
I was like, he can't put Josh.
No, I'm not. No. Yeah,
I thought you was going to put him number 2.
No.
I thought you was going to put him number 2.
No, I mean, Allen is, again, he had another great season. He's in the MVP conversation. He's not going to win it, but the way the season ended and the coach getting fired and him having foot surgery, he can't be flying high. I mean, coming off. Now, I think they're going to be fine next year, and so do you, but no, he can't be flying high. But it has to be Darnold. Darnold was already been decided that he was a bust, and now he's in the Super Bowl and with a really good chance to win it. So, yeah, it's Sam Darnold. Yeah. Flying the highest over everyone in the NFL 2025-2026 season.
Well, from flying high. All right. Got to put time to get into the freezer. It's getting cold. I think it's cold outside. It's even colder in Lee Ice's deep freeze. You got to put the hood on. So, it's funny. My number 5, I'm going for 5-1. Okay. This guy was flying high all year. And then the playoffs came. Take a guess who it is.
I'm assuming it's Josh.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Josh Allen. I gotta put him in the freezer, B.
I mean,
how many chances he gonna have to go to the Super Bowl? No Lamar, no Mahomes, no Joe Burrow. It was tailor-made for him to go. It was Taylor. You know what? I'm not going to put him in there by himself. I'm going to put McDermott in there with him. But McDermott doesn't even, he don't even have a job now. So he got to go, man. I mean, he was in there. He was, like I said, he was flying high.
Yeah, it makes sense.
And then the nose down. So your boy got to go in there. And number 4, this guy, 3 years ago? He was the toast of the town. I mean, he had the quotes. He was biting kneecaps and going forward and making it and going forward on 4th down. They're talking about that's how we roll. That's what we do. Well, you just doo-doo now, man. Dan Campbell.
Wow, that far of the drop, going that deep.
Yeah, what happened to the Detroit Lions, y'all?
And
Dan
unfortunately, they don't
Campbell?
have. Yeah, there's no major injuries or no major. I mean, they lost their coordinators and they didn't perform that well, right? I mean, that's what
Yeah.
happened. Yeah.
So who was it Ben Johnson?
Right.
Really? Yeah, Dan Campbell. I liked you, but now all that going for it on fourth and not getting it and costing your team playoffs and I mean, yeah, Dan, you in the freezer, buddy. Put your ass in the freezer. This one right here, it might be a little personal because one of my favorite coaches came back, Uncle Pete. Uncle Pete Carroll came back, and for whatever stupid ass, dumb ass reason, he picked Geno Smith as his damn quarterback. I mean, Geno Smith had maybe one good year. Geno Smith, that's number 3, by the way.
You see, that's why. See, that was the opposite of why I had one flying high, because if they don't bring in Geno and they go, I don't know, 6-11, they don't fire Carroll, and they don't have the new hot Kubiak, and they don't have the see everything lined up right for the Raiders. It was
Lined
so
up,
bad, it
hey.
was good.
But Geno Smith, at not one point did he ever play good this year.
No, he didn't.
I never seen a quarterback that started off bad and ended bad. He never had a moment where he had a good, a couple good games. Nothing. He was just dog shit the whole year. So, Geno Smith, you are in the freezer. Number 2, something I didn't even think was possible. I never saw in all my years of playing football. The New York Jets defense. Man.
Oh, no
How do
takeaways this way.
how do you not, how the hell do you not get one interception? You couldn't even get a tip pass, you know what I'm saying?
Or a fumble. They didn't get one of those either.
How is that possible?
And he didn't get fired.
And you kept your damn job for that. And you was a defensive coordinator for years. And you couldn't produce a turnover? Are you serious? The Jets defense, that's got to be all time. Just sorry. Ain't no other way to say it. That is just sorry, pitiful. Just And nephew Josh is going to love this one.
Number 1.
Number 1.
Oh.
It's a combo though.
Okay.
It's a combo. It's the B&B combo. You could put Baker or you could put Bowles. I don't care who you put first. Bowles and Baker or Baker and Bowles. They going in together. B&B. I think they started off 6-2.
Something like that, yeah.
And how many chances did they have to put that damn division away, man?
And he even won the last game they needed to and still didn't get the